Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 612, Chapter 611, One Punch, the Emperor is Dead. In the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Nareth looked down as the Jokero threw the potion ingredients into the furnace one by one. The most terrifying of the Cygnoian, the Queen, fell into the Vosvith. The black liquor and the red body intertwined. A chemical reaction seemed to occur. The bloated red body rapidly dissolved. Red specks, like stars, appeared in the black liquid. The Hrud King, 4 times larger than its kin, from the Gurgan system, which had not fallen to silence, was thrown in. Distorting mist rose. The surrounding black mist rippled. From the Rangdan homeworld, 2 Sloth Kings, both Primarch level, were tossed by the Jokero. The Baron of Corruption channeled psychic energy into the Order's hand and shouted in Dunish. Release imprisonment. Crack. Clusters of worms rapidly dissolved. Green veins were faintly visible in the mist. Finally, he dropped the enslaver leader, whose body had covered half the hive city and which had mind-controlled Horus Lupercal and Mordorion. With a gurgle, the distorting mist subsided. The enslaver's 12 tentacles rapidly dissolved. Its colorful body vanished like a burst balloon. Nareth descended into the furnace. He saw a mass of translucent black liquid, shot through with colored light. It was covered in dense green veins and red specks. At every moment, every vein, every speck seemed to move according to some rule, yet there was a profound sense of wrongness. The Primarch could sense the chaos and madness within. He raised his hand. The black mass rose. It was seamless. Not a drop clung to the furnace. The black liquid flowed into a bottle he had prepared, made of dual-numbered black gold. At the same moment Nareth obtained the Mentor of Disorder potion on the basalt plaza before the palace in Terra's high city. Catachan vines grew rapidly. They wrapped around figures in magenta armor trimmed with silver, their bodies only a head shorter than an Astartes. Before the palace gates, an automated mortar, dismantled by telekinesis, lay scattered. At its muzzles, a blaze of psychic flames covered the 20-meter area between it and the mortar. The vines extended deep into the palace. Marlena Scala and Arsena Dunn ascended the 16 marble steps. Before the biologist, as she climbed towards the stone door at the top of the stairs, 2 blinding beams of light suddenly flared from the mottled light under the portico. Crash! The beams struck the flame shield surrounding Arsena, swallowed in a series of explosions. Anticipating the beams, Marlena raised her hand. The runes on her dominum armor and the runes on her 2 COG drones lit up simultaneously. Marlena raised her hand. Lightning leaped. The psychic lightning tore through the invisible warrior's field. 2 patches of black flame rose. Ornate silver armor blackened. Red cloaks scattered. After passing through the elegant portico, Arsena looked up at the palace spire. It was about 1 kilometer high, with a diameter of 100 meters. The moment he stepped onto the onyx platform surrounding the spire, several energy beams lanced towards him. The flame shield shattered. Flames fell. The beams then struck an invisible field. A protection orb shattered, its fragments falling. Arsena, still wearing 10 protection orbs, glanced at the wide windows of glass and unknown transparent material. The intense light of the battle and the flames shone through. He raised his hand. A section of the onyx platform rose. He, Marlena, and the 4 COG drones stepped onto it. As telekinesis surged beneath, the polymath's eyes lit up. Light suppliant, sunlight. Inside the darkened spire, light like the midday sun blazed. The onyx platform rose rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. Dense energy beams lanced towards them, but most flashed past the diffusing light. The 4 COG drone raised their bedrock pattern bolters, firing at invisible warriors revealed by their hunter-killer modules. Bolts thundered. Energy beams danced. Puffs of blood mist rose. Vines climbed the carved stone walls. As the platform rose, the panoramic view of the palace and the high city unfolded. Blazing flames lit the entire city red. Crash! As the light faded, a beam struck one of Arsena's COG drones. Arsena immediately felt the black onyx platform beneath him grow heavy. He said to Marlena, "Jump." Black mist billowed from the polymath's back, forming a pair of ethereal bat wings. The biologist produced a mutated bean pod seed, channeling psychic energy into it. With a crack, several tendrils emerged from the pod. Marlena leaped into the large pod. The tendrils pushed off the onyx step, and the pod sprang like a mantis. The bean pod leaped. Blinding beams struck the steps, leaving pools of melted wax. The last invisible warrior fired at the wispy black mist and the leaping pod. Crack! The blackened pod slammed into the base of the uppermost circular platform structure. Marlena leaped out. A snake-like strand of her hair whipped into a ripple. Black blood dripped onto the onyx step. Marlena threw a punch, her fist passing through the heat haze of the invisible field. Crash! Silver armor slammed into the wall. The polymath's muscles bulged. He threw a punch. Metal fragments flew. A humanoid silhouette exploded. The two entered the final circular platform. A soaring dome of petal-like crystal panes. Curved steel beams converged at the apex into a slender mast. Under the shifting light of the night sky, the structure creaked. The spire's top slowly rotated. A gilded throne on 3 golden steps turned. Arsena shook his head slightly. He looked out the window. A black-armored, golden-winged figure was approaching rapidly. Nareth viewed the high city. The entire city was in flames. He knew it was time. His wings beat. He crashed through the window. "You are invaders, House Kornikova," the old man in the purple robe said bitterly, his voice lost in the rushing wind. "I was deceived. The whole thing was a lie." Nareth looked at the white-haired, gaunt figure, his youth unable to be preserved even by life extension treatments. "No. I planned and orchestrated the chaos on Terra." The Emperor's face twisted. He gripped the curled arms of his throne. The secret device activated. The golden throne shuddered, unleashing an invisible force 10,000 times more powerful than an energy weapon. Glass shards were swept into the energy storm, hurled at the black-armored figure like a hurricane. The invisible force, like a giant wave, threw Arsena and Marlena aside. At the storm's center, the Primarch stood firm. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. Telekinesis surged. Boom. The shockwave struck his force field. The entire spire shook. Telekinesis enveloped the spire. The trembling platform instantly stilled. Countless glass shards hung in the air, reflecting the black-armored figure. Nareth's telekinetic hand caught Arsena and Marlena, tossing them onto the vines. He then stepped before the Emperor. He raised his left arm and swept it gently. The withered body exploded. Blood mist filled the air. Nareth tilted his head back and drank the Mentor of Disorder potion. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 613, Chapter 612, Advancing to Mentor of Disorder. Gulp. The pitch-black potion entered his mouth, sometimes as spicy as Vosvith vodka, then as sour and foul as a dissolving red corpse. An indescribable, chaotic mix of tastes made Nareth want to retch. The potion writhed rapidly. Chaotic green spots and red light churned and fell into his stomach. The floating glass shards suddenly lifted like willow catkins. They coalesced together, then scattered. Tumbling without order, chaotic and indiscernible. The blood mist and purple silk intertwined, sometimes forming a ribbon, then scattering into threads of blood. The golden steps rapidly decayed, shriveling into thin sheets. The gilded coating blistered and peeled. Insects seemed to burrow into every part of Nareth's body. His spine creaked. Distorting mist enveloped him. Slimy tentacles surged in his mind, lashing against clusters of worms and piercing stingers. Explosions numbed his brain, his thoughts freezing. Then, the sounds of chaos from Terra flooded his ears. In his mind, tentacles, worms, and stingers crossed paths, yet strangely never collided. The firelight reflecting in his eyes merged with the red spots. As green veins rippled, his spine settled. Threads of law twisted. Black mist surged. I can actively direct the black mist, infiltrating reality, truly leveraging the power of the Kingdom of Disorder. Joy filled Nareth. He traced disordered black arcs in his mind, then the surrounding wings, spikes, and the abstract crown above. As he reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, the tangled glass shards clattered to the ground. The gilded throne collapsed. Dust covered the floor. The newly promoted Mentor of Disorder began organizing the knowledge gained from the potion. He had gained 11 new Beyonder abilities. The first was a physical change, his constitution increased, and he gained the ability to stretch and contract, unlike in his memory. The range of this stretch was not as great as the worm creature's. He could compress his body to a quarter and stretch it to twice its size. Second was one of the signature abilities of the Mentor of Disorder, in his memory, Majesty. Majesty released a commanding presence, making those around him instinctively lower their stance, wanting to submit. Compared to the subtle corrosion, Majesty worked faster. Another signature ability was Disorder, causing a designated area or target locked by spiritual energy to fall into disorder. Attacks would have difficulty landing on him, and enemies were more likely to make mistakes. The Sefirot's self-completion granted him 3 abilities. The first was Ambition. Burning ambition made his body stronger, his senses keener, his spiritual energy more abundant. As long as his ambition burned, he needed no rest. Unless he chose to sleep, no one could render him unconscious, much less trap him in a dream. Most pleasantly, divinations and peeping directed at him would also be distorted by ambition. Is this a qualitative change of burial? Derived from the sloth. The effect of this ability depended on his own ambition. My ambition is to control my own destiny. That's just a small ambition. But to control my destiny, to sit at the table, I must incorporate the Sefirot and become an old one. Is my ambition big or small? The second was, words of order. After declaring a target guilty and specifying the charge, the target would be punished accordingly. The deeper the target's violation of order, the greater their crimes, the higher the damage inflicted. It could even directly erase the target. The third was, backroom deal. There were two uses. One required time to create a backroom deal. Acting as one party in a transaction, he could be forced trade with one or more parties. The higher the cost he paid, the easier the success. The higher the value of the exchanged item, the greater the chance of failure. Useful for powerful targets, giving me a chance to obtain things that would otherwise be difficult to get. The other use was to directly create a peaceful environment during battle, in forced conditions by giving the enemy valuable items. But he could not harm the opponent or affect their state, otherwise the target would aware. Essentially, paying a price to force escape from a dangerous situation. The remaining 5 abilities were new to Nareth, granted by the potion's ingredients. The first was, psychic eggs. By mental projection, he could implant a clutch of formless eggs into a target's mind. The eggs would absorb the host's psyche, growing from formless to tangible, from small to large, until they consumed the entire mind. This ability clearly came from the Psychnoian. Throughout the process, the host's mind is in disorder, unaware of the parasitic eggs. This is also a manifestation of disorder. The second was, mind gate. The host of the psychic eggs could serve as a mental portal. The mentor of disorder's body would temporarily become pure spirit, walking the mental domain, emerging from within the host. After a moment's thought, Nareth realized this ability came from the enslavers and the Psychnoian. The mental portal was an enslaver's ability, but it relied on the parasitic eggs to function. Similar to the visionary's dreamwalker, moving through dreams. Or like the future Inquisitor Gideon Ravener, moving through human minds. Also like a demon inhabiting a person's mental world. But I cannot sustain it. Perhaps it requires a higher sequence, my body hasn't fundamentally changed. The third was, entropy. Obviously, from the HRUD ingredient. The entropy field caused random disorder effects on the target, rapid aging, armor rusting, item corrosion, etc. Entropy is also a special form of disorder. Fourth was a greatly enhanced will, immunity to mind control, and the ability to actively release, will suppression. This ability clearly came from the sloth. I'm now a bane to psychers. Though unlikely to overwhelm the Emperor, I should be able to overwhelm the unascended Magnus and Malkador, and most Scientian greater demons. Will suppression is a special form of majesty. Majesty affects the minds of those around, while will suppression acts on the sea of souls. Fifth was a purer spirit and greatly increased psychic power. Nareth already felt he could draw vastly more power from the warp. If before it was a pipe, now it was a pump. After consideration, he judged the purer spirit came from the enslavers, who were pure spirit beings. The increased psychic power came from the Psychnoian and enslavers, both powerful psychics. In addition to the 11 new abilities, his existing abilities had also been enhanced to varying degrees. The Baron of Corruption's distortion had qualitatively changed, extending from twisting the target's words, actions, and intentions to twisting the concepts of himself and the target. Distort attacks against himself, causing half the damage, curses, diseases, etc., to be shared between him and his enemy. Savage Howl now carried a cacophony of buzzing and tentacles that lashed the target, causing continuous damage. Multi-prism could now be used not only for defense, but also to create a prismatic psychic structure. Within its range, it could reflect and amplify his physical and magical attacks until the structure was overwhelmed and collapsed. Other abilities had also increased in range and power, but without qualitative change. As Nareth was organizing the abilities gained from advancing to Mentor of Disorder, his communication bead suddenly buzzed. He pressed it. Arsena Dunn's voice sounded. My lord, the communication channels we are using occasionally have static, and sometimes buzzing interference. Tech Marines have picked up a broadcast from the southern city. The sound is faint, but discernible. ZZZZZ. Static suddenly filled the channel. Nareth frowned. His orchestrated chaos had crippled Terra's communications. But the son of Ostroya's Vox system was still functioning. The dedicated communication channels had broken silence after the chaos began to ensure real-time communication. There should be no interference. Unless, the problem wasn't with the Vox system, but supernatural interference. As he thought, a dry, scorching desert wind sounded. Samus. That is the only name you'll hear. Samus is here. Samus is everywhere. Samus is the name beside you. The voice faded. The channel fell silent. It is you, the greater demon Samus. Nareth knew Samus had followers here. His temple was in the Whisper Mountains in the southern hemisphere. He remembered that after the Luna Wolves routed the local main force, the remaining resistance had retreated to the Whisper Mountains. Garviel Loken, newly appointed to the Mournival, had volunteered to go to the Whisper Mountains to eliminate the remaining enemy forces. But the veil between reality and the warp was thin in the Whisper Mountains. Samus had briefly possessed Sergeant Jubal of the Poison Rose's tactical squad. Jubal had killed several squad members before being banished by Loken. During the Solar War, the Remembrancer Mercedes Olaton had accidentally released him aboard the Phalanx. Samus and his demon army had rampaged through the Phalanx. Dorn had been unable to banish him and had nearly activated the Phalanx's self-destruct. If Olaton hadn't killed herself, closing the portal she had accidentally opened and banishing the demon, Dorn would have had to destroy his fortress. Though Samus was banished, the Phalanx was severely damaged. Dorn's plan to shatter the traitor fleet surging from the Martian and lunar warp passages had failed before it began. Samus, in terms of personal combat power and his demon army, was among the foremost demons. I will go and handle it. Nareth ended the call, spread his wings, and rose into the air. The Mentor of Disorder decided to personally banish this powerful demon. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 614, Chapter 613, The Abrupt End of Samus is Here. On the surface of the fifth planet, the central world in orbit around the yellow star, inside the governor's palace. The Baron of Corruption, Pell moved swiftly. In his sight, everything was composed of different threads. Even people. A person's threads of law had colors similar to those seen in spirit vision, hands red, head purple. The difference was that spirit vision showed an outline. The threads showed the center, revealing where their weaknesses lay. Against ordinary guards, this wasn't very useful. The beams they fired struck the prismatic structure of psychic energy, refracting and dispersing, vanishing harmlessly. Pell charged into their midst. His blade spun rapidly. Blue light reflected off his black robe. Barrios and his men wanted to help Lord Pell, but couldn't find an opening. Their firing couldn't keep up with his movement. In a dozen seconds, Pell had cut through the governor's palace guard line. The Baron of Corruption rushed into the palace like the wind. Suddenly, his eyes caught a gray circular thread and a dazzling white line. He glanced. The two threads were in empty spaces. Invisible warriors. The Baron of Corruption zigzagged, changing direction before the white line could align with his body, preventing the invisible warriors from locking onto him. In an instant, he was before an invisible warrior. His muscles bulged, swelling his black robe. He twisted his waist and back. His arm swung like a cannonball. How did he find me? The invisible warrior, realizing his position was exposed, thought in terror. Crash. His fist tore through the force field, slamming into the warrior. Barrios's eyes widened, then filled with fervor. He shouted. Lord Pell. The defense force and noble private armies cheered. I surrender. The governor looked at the invincible figure, now a bloody pulp, and said in terror. He asked, confused, who are you? Pell Koshani. As he spoke, Pell thought to himself. Infiltrating an enemy-controlled world, causing chaos, reducing casualties. This is what my lord wants us to understand. At the same moment, over the Whisper Mountains in the southern hemisphere of the third planet. Nareth looked down. He saw no walls or fortifications. There were no guards even before the fortress built into the mountain. The Primarch's consciousness expanded. The labyrinthine, winding black tunnels were filled with limp, twisted corpses. His consciousness simultaneously discerned 30 spacious, irregular rooms. Meltwater dripped from the black rock ceilings. Minerals, accumulated over the years, had formed into stalactite pillars like silver fangs. At the center of each hall was a man-made pit, collecting the meltwater. Nareth noted many jars and pots around the pools, positioned to catch the dripping water. The floor was littered with brooches, coins, animal skulls, and strangely shaped clay figures. The stone pillars suspended above the pools were carved with worn runes. 30 snowmelt temples. 986 bizarre corpses. They had died in various ways. Some had stabbed themselves with brooches, blood staining their clothes. Others had choked to death swallowing skulls. Amidst the dripping water, a voice sounded in Nareth's ear. Drip, drop. Samus is here. Samus. That is the only name you'll hear. Samus. That is the end and the death. the voice echoed. Nareth, following the whispers, extended his consciousness to a massive stone courtyard. It lay at the fortress's lowest level, a natural fissure between the mountain walls, opening onto a dark, bottomless canyon. Meltwater flowed down the walls of the mountain's heart. Wind passed through invisible cracks, creating a strange whispering sound. At the edge of the cliff, 7 figures stood, staring blankly. I see him. Samus. One person stared fixedly at the waterfall cascading down the rock face. Samus is here. Another murmured, turning towards Nareth, his gaze seeming to pass through the mountain and fortress. Samus. That is the end and the death. Samus's whisper was gentle, a rambling's disturbance, but Nareth was unaffected. He didn't even enter the Thelema mind state. Boom. The figure who had looked towards Nareth had his head exploded. Blood mixed with meltwater. Nareth felt a momentary lull in his thoughts. Then he saw the first speaker walk into the waterfall. Lumps appeared beneath his skin. In an instant, his size doubled. His clothes tore, trailing behind him like rags. His face became canine. Sharp teeth grew. Fangs burst from his jaws. The other 5 walked towards him. Their eyes were bloodshot. Their pupils coalesced into a strange, hazy pattern of yellow light. Nareth knew these followers of Samus were completely under its control. White specks, like grains of sand, appeared in the Mentor of Disorder's mind. With a thought, a sand grain flew into one person's head. As psychic energy rapidly drained, the sand grain-sized egg grew rapidly. The Mentor of Disorder's body became ethereal, then vanished in an instant. The moment his physical body transformed into pure spirit, the Mentor of Disorder felt invisible threads connecting him to the swelling eggs. They gleamed brightly, strung together like beads, forming an upright rectangle. With a thought, his spirit form, like a kite on a string, flew into the gleaming mind gate. Crash! The Samus follower's head exploded. His body was crushed by the black armor. The Mentor of Disorder materialized, surrounded by 5 white, bee-like creatures, 40 centimeters long. In the sound of rushing water, the dog-faced man opened his maw. Countless needle-like fangs tore into one of the others. The bitten man offered no resistance. His head and upper body were severed in one bite. A column of blood spurted. Samus is here. Nareth saw the dog-faced creature had grown to the size of an Astartes. This seems beyond mere possession. The Samus follower's sacrificial ritual allowed it to pierce the veil, forming a body that can persist in reality. As he thought, he decided to kill the remaining 3 followers rushing to the dog-faced creature, offering themselves. The thought had barely formed when the 5 white bees shot towards the 3. Powerful mandibles crushed one's head. Claws tore the other 2 apart. When I advanced to Mentor of Disorder, I learned that the bees created by psychic eggs do not obey the caster's commands. Nareth considered that he had used the queen and understood. With another thought, he gave the command to attack the dog-faced creature. The 5 bees abandoned the corpses and flew at the enemy. The dog-faced creature swung its claw-like hands, tearing 2 bees apart. It roared. A gale swept the remaining 3 into its mouth. As the wind rose, 2 horns pierced its head. Its hair stood on end. Samus is. Samus's green eyes looked at Nareth. It began to speak. Then, a will like a meteor crashed down. Its voice cut off. Samus let out an inhuman shriek. Its body shattered. The Mentor of Disorder used will suppression to banish Samus, which had breached reality without forming a lasting body. Then, golden flames blazed on his wings. The Burning One's power ignited the springs, engulfing the entire fortress in fire. Nareth flew out. The Whisper Mountains blazed. His communication bead buzzed. Arsena, voice came through. My lord, the fleet's communications officers confirm the whispers have ceased. The chapters have re-established contact with their lords. The Fate Lord's explosions on the first planet triggered earthquakes. The entire command base was swallowed. The Dark Lord made the commanders on the 4th planet fall asleep. They have all been captured. As Nareth listened to the report, the witch Maria Kornikova had Admiral Raspadori Kostis under her control. The fleets of the 4 chapters met no resistance. Most of the system was now under the Legion's control. Order the Tech Marines to recover the Invisible Warrior's force field and energy weapons, and any other STCs. He flashed through the air, issuing orders. In moments, he had left the Whisper Mountains and returned to the High City. He viewed the city. The flames were subsiding. Shadows of orders were landing. The chaos was ending. With a thought, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 615, Chapter 614, The Earl of the Fallen, Advancement Ritual and Potion Ingredients. After arriving in the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth first went to the Blasphemy Slate to view the Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen, potion recipe. Main ingredients, 1 HUD source, 1 fragment of Belaker's relic. Supplementary ingredients, 331,133 milliliters of Vosphith, 1 Grey Nephilim, 1 Barbarous Overlord's skull. After reading the recipe, Nareth's eyes deepened. The appearance of the Nephilim was thought-provoking. Though their sonic weapons could kill Astartes, they were no more dangerous than the Psychnoian. What concerned Nareth was that the Nephilim were closely linked to faith. They had enslaved billions of humans across hundreds of worlds. The Nephilim made humans see them as gods. Even knowing they were food, they told Jagatai Khan without hesitation, for mortals, what could be more wonderful than nourishing a god? Does a Sequence 4 potion ingredient already show obvious faith characteristics? As he thought, he knew he could not miss the war against the Nephilim. He then thought of the overlords of Barbarous. Through his trade with Mordorion, he already had many overlord skulls. Individually, the overlords are indeed more dangerous than the Hrud. Though the Hrud's entropic fields could conceal them, thermal imaging could compensate. Though the Hrud king had resisted the silence with its powerful entropy, it had no resistance when alone and was captured instantly. But without his help or the Emperor's, as in his memory, Mordorion could not defeat Nikaer. What truly makes the Hrud terrifying is their numbers. In thousands, they reduce Astartes to dust. Billions together tear apart stars, age-void ships. Unfortunately, Mordorion keeps Nikaer's head as proof of fulfilling his destiny. Nareth knew the significance of Nikaer's head to Mordorion. If he took it, it would mean a fight to the death. It's not worth it for a boost. If he truly falls to Nurgle, the plagues will be troublesome, even with my Beyonders on the Sun, Mother, and Moon pathways. If Mordorion ascends, given our previous relationship, I won't be his primary target. Just as he was about to abandon the idea, inspiration struck. I could use a backroom deal. But the space created by backroom deal is limited. It can't be formed from a distance. I need an opportunity. His eyes deepened. The outline of a plan formed in his mind. He then thought of the Hrud. He had first encountered references to the Hrud on the squat stone slab, then found more information in the Hrud's mycelium books. Of course, he didn't need this data, he already knew something of the Hrud. The Hrud were powerful psychers. They could remotely possess minds through the warp, then drain the host's life force to augment their own combat power, until no hosts remained on a planet. Individual Hrud were also powerful warriors. The weakest exceeded Astartes and could contend with custodians. A Hrud source could even rival a Primarch. Angron and Sanguinius had both fought Hrud. Finally, the Lion, with his will, resisted possession and tracked down their homeworld. He deployed men of iron, which could not be possessed, and nuclear strikes to destroy their base, but many survived. The main ingredients for Sequence 5 sloth and enslavers had no specific requirements. Ordinary sloth and enslavers sufficed. But, Earl of the Fallen requires a Hrud source. Indeed, the requirements are higher. Finally, Nareth looked at the blasphemy slate. There was no image of the ingredient. He knew there couldn't be. The first prince, Belaker, had ruled many empires since the Dawn Age. His relics were scattered across millions of Terran years. They took many forms, statues carved from fossilized psyker bones, fragments of horn sealed in sacred coffins. Each fragment was different. Ultimately, it was the Mechanicum's tech priest, Kober, working under Belaker's behind-the-scenes guidance and assistance, who pieced together Belaker's history, searching ancient ruins across the galaxy, finally recovering all the relics. I first found traces of Belaker on Vigilus. He likely had domains there in the past. The Void Fist, that devastating weapon that could cause an apocalypse on Vigilus, was probably built to counter Belaker's threat. But I found no fragments of Belaker's power. The most likely place now is Saktrata Deeps. He had 3 reasons for this conclusion. The ruins in the Gurgan system might be civilizations Belaker destroyed. The mycelium books mentioned Belaker. And there was the Eldari warning. Saktrata Deeps is already in my plans. After converting the Perpetuals and obtaining Pelcharabo's improved stasis device, I can go deeper into Saktrata Deeps. Having formed a plan, he thought with puzzlement. Why must it be a fragment of Belaker's power? Even if it must be a demon prince, not just banished demons like Samus, there are many. Why Belaker? Does the Sephiroth's evolution require it? What is the requirement? After long thought, he still had no conclusion. He turned to the advancement ritual for Earl of the Fallen. Advancement ritual, kill a demon prince during their ascension. Drink the potion amidst their death and complex emotions, seizing the power meant for them. Very, Earl of the Fallen. He thought about how to perform the ritual. After ascension is too late. It must be during. There will be many Astartes, even mortals, who ascend in the future. But during the Great Crusade, there aren't many. Injithal on Cadia is one. the moment the name came to mind, he rejected it. Her ascension was to complete the task of leading Lorgar on his pilgrimage to the Eye of Terror. Killing her during her ascension would mean facing the Four directly, within the Eye of Terror. Even more dangerous than killing most ascended Primarchs. The power she gained was less than theirs. More trouble than it's worth. He thought of the few other names, rejecting them one by one. Unlikely during the Great Crusade. During the Heresy, I'd have to kill ascended Primarchs. If my potion materials are in excess, especially Belaker's fragment and the Hrud source, I might have to. The images of the Primarch's ascensions flashed through his mind. His blurry ideas grew clearer. He had a target. Then, he looked at the blasphemy slate again, reviewing which of the unlocked recipes he knew and possessed. After memorizing all the recipes and rituals, with a thought, he went to the 8th layer, newly unlocked after advancing to Mentor of Disorder. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daoisjinsu. Chapter 616, Chapter 615, The Secret of Transforming Perpetuals. The Kingdom of Disorder, 8th layer of space. The moment Nareth set foot here, he immediately saw threads of rules coalescing into various shapes. Towering golden peaks, grey bands. Every object formed by these threads of rules could be associated with one of two words, majesty and submission. So the first layer of space opened by the Mentor of Disorder was related to majesty. A surge of joy rose in Nareth's heart. He was about to head to the 5th layer of space to bring Slough Dha over. Suddenly, black fog surged, and the Eldari Autarch appeared before him. Nareth pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. A further manifestation of increased authority. I'm becoming more and more like the master of the Kingdom of Disorder, no need to rush about. As Nareth contemplated, Slough Dha's body trembled, as if something was pressing down on him. The spirituality of the Mentor of Disorder surged forth, will suppression bearing down on Slough Dha. Bang. Slough Dha crashed onto the pitch-black ground, blood seeping from his head. Slough Dha felt the Monkey before him stretch its body. It grew increasingly majestic, like a deity in a pantheon. Slough Dha felt as if he had returned to his youth, kneeling before the statue of the Assyrian, praying for a way to save his kin. He recalled the laughing deity he encountered in the tunnels when visiting the Black Library. He remembered walking into the Temple of Kine under the witness of various branch sect bishops, gaining recognition, and taking up one of the 100 swords of Vol, forged by the god of smiths, Vol. Tell me the method you used to transform John Grammaticus into an perpetual. Slough Dha tightly shut his eyes, attempting to enter a state of inner stillness, but found that the mountain-like pressure existed not only in this world of surging black fog but also within the realm of his spirit. He silently repeated to himself, he is not a god, he is just a Monkey. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Pure spiritual power radiated, and a stream of light flew towards Slough Dha's psyche. You are a Monkey, you don't think. Slough Dha's psyche was under pressure like a mirror, on the verge of shattering at any moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Nareth's gaze. Slough Dha could still resist. Having just advanced to Mentor of Disorder, the effect of will suppression is still somewhat lacking. Even in the 8th layer of space, I can't overcome Slough Dha's final resistance. But I won't wait any longer. The potion will digest, and my power will increase. Open your eyes. The Mentor of Disorder commanded, and at the same time, with a thought, the flagpole from the 3rd layer of space appeared in his right hand. Slough Dha kept his eyes tightly shut, but his mental resistance was not firm. After his eyes flickered open and shut 6 times, they finally widened. Tell me the method you used to transform John Grammaticus into an perpetual. Serpent's Cradle, Spring Water, Gemstone. Slough Dha stammered out 3 words before suddenly realizing what he had said. Monkey, you don't think. I already know. Nareth coldly interrupted him, having obtained the answer from Slough Dha's psyche. The psyche is truer than language, even truer than the brain. Language can deceive, and false memories can be fabricated in the brain, but for an Eldari war leader, that was not difficult. But consciousness is like a mirror, it reflects everything truthfully. The ritual for transforming perpetuals is not difficult. I have already mastered the runic symbols. The difficulty lies in the materials, the spring water and gemstones from the Serpent's Cradle. So the rumors about the Serpent's Cradle in the future were not unfounded. Nareth knew that in the future, both Havenport and Wanderport would have rumors about the Serpent's Cradle. The spring water was sweet and could cure all diseases. Gemstones the size of palms were scattered everywhere, easy to pick up. I originally thought it was a false lure spread by the Slaanesh faction to bait people. Turns out, it wasn't fake. It's just that the only survivor who went there was Sebastian Winterscale. Nareth thought it unlikely that the King in Yellow had visited that remote star system. The Eldari method of transforming perpetuals seems different from the King in Yellow's. The king in yellow couldn't possibly tell Erebus the method of transformation. His method for transforming the survivor of the perfect city, Cyrene Valantian, might also be different. Nareth frowned slightly. Obtaining the materials for perpetuals wouldn't be easy. The Serpent's Cradle was a dangerous place. The twin stars of the Serpent's Cradle, Serpentis Alpha and Serpentis Beta, likely harbored Slaneshi demons lying in wait to prey. The 12 planets orbiting the twin serpents were all precious Eldari maiden worlds, but all had been abandoned. Perhaps this is why Slough Dha and the Cabal produced only a limited number of perpetuals. After Slaanesh seized the twin serpents, the spring water and gemstones they could take away were limited. Compared to the Cabal's goal of manipulating the galaxy situation, their number of perpetuals was still too small. Slaanesh alone wasn't too big a problem. Nareth could lead the Sun Pathway Beyonders and the Librarians, wielding the Griffin's Roar to cleanse the Serpent's Cradle of demons. The Sun Pathway Beyonders could also purify the spring water of Slaanesh's corruption, even more effectively than the future purification rituals of the Ecclesiarchy. More crucially, it was the region of the Coronis Expanse. From the perspective of the starry sky, the future Calixus sector and the Coronis Expanse were originally one. When rogue trader Solomon Harlock discovered it, he named it the Calix Expanse. But until the Great Rift unfolded, the Imperium had barely formed a real government in the Coronis Expanse. The decisive factor was the lack of a stable warp route between the Calixus sector and the Coronis Expanse. It wasn't until 997.m40 that rogue trader Purity Lathaman discovered the only safe route, the Maw, accompanied by the disappearance of dozens of rogue trader dynasties. Soon after, in 999.m40, rogue trader Juno Dockman Sceptered Rose became one of the first ships to traverse the Maw, but also vanished en route. Nareth knew that powerful warp storms had long surrounded the Maw. There was no place for fleets to anchor within the Maw, and even that safe havens were more dangerous than the warp storms themselves. Even if my fleet can be teleported to the Serpent's Cradle through the Kalium Gate, on the return journey, we must traverse the Maw. Even using the Dice of Prophecy to divine a safe passage doesn't guarantee true safety. After a few seconds of silence, Nareth figured out a way to return safely. Retrieve the Tuchulcha in advance. The Tuchulcha, created by the Old Ones, was a warp artifact capable of efficient and precise warp jumps. Nareth's original plan was to retrieve it before the Heresy, because he knew that after Lion L. Johnson led the Dark Angels and Kala Typhon led the Death Guard to reconquer the Perdita system, they hadn't realized the Tuchulcha's value. After the battle, the Tuchulcha was placed on Perditus Prime for research at the newly established Forge world. It wasn't until the Thramas Crusade, after Lion L. Johnson dueled Conrad Kurz on Segualsa and was tricked by Perturabo into using his legion's cannons against the Imperium, that he decided to change his passive situation. Just then, he learned of the Death Guard's movement toward Perditus and realized they were after that strange artifact. He went to Perditus, trusting no one, and seized the Tuchulcha from the conflicting Death Guard and Iron Hands. Although the Tuchulcha couldn't meet the Lion's requirements to break through the Ruin Storm and reach Terra, it still allowed the Lion to breach smaller warp storms and raid the homeworlds of the traitor Primarchs. Because before the Heresy, the Tuchulcha would remain on Perditus. He just needed to go there before the Heresy, use his identity as a Primarch to take the Tuchulcha, and save himself the trouble. But to return safely, he had to go to Perditus early and intercept the Tuchulcha. That way, even if they encountered warp storms while traversing the Maw, the fleet could return safely. This is good. It avoids the butterfly effect and any unforeseen changes. And I gain a resource-rich world. Perditus could develop into a forge world rather than just a research station, indicating it had abundant mineral resources. With this in mind, Nareth formulated his next plan. Participate in the 884 war against the Nephilim, then in 885 use the Dice of Prophecy to divine the Tuchulcha. After that, divine the star charts for the route to the Serpent's Cradle and the Maw. Since I'm heading to the Coronis Expanse, I might as well have the Fourth Company occupy that world full of undead to facilitate the Spirit Guide roleplay. Having finalized his plan, Nareth looked at Slough Dha before him. He knelt on the ground, his eyes flickering with hatred, sorrow, and a hint of reverence. Nareth asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the Black Library." "Monkey, you don't even think." Slough Dha resisted. The stream of consciousness Nareth had seeped into the depths of Slough Dha's psyche suddenly felt mist rising around it. He cautiously withdrew from Slough Dha's psyche, thinking to himself, his communion with the Laughing God is an even more important secret. I will find out. Slough Dha couldn't escape, he would know sooner or later. With a thought, Nareth returned to the real space. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 617, Chapter 616, Pat, anyone who threatens my father must be eliminated. 883.m30. Coronid New Zone, aboard the rogue trader Louis von Valancius's flagship, the Vostroya's Loyalty. Pat, clad in a black robe, stood on the observation platform, gazing down at the decks below. Since becoming an spectator, he had enjoyed observing the expressions, mannerisms, speech patterns, auras, and emotional colors of people from different strata. After arriving on Terra to attend the Rangdan War celebration ceremony, he had received his father's gift and become a telepathist, able to read surface thoughts. During his time as a shadow guard, through observation and mind reading, he had summarized the emotional reactions of the Imperial High Command, learning what details of expression and body language corresponded to which emotions. This voyage was his last as a shadow guard for Navigator House Vischer. He focused more on the various officers and crew of the rogue traitors fleet. He looked at the other side of the platform, the rogue traitors Master of Whispers. He stood in the shadows, observing with the same scrutiny as Pat. His eyes were sharp. A hidden blade lay within. He could kill without mercy while wearing a smile. The Master of Whispers is the rogue traitor's confidant, eyes and ears, holding intelligence on internal and external enemies. As he thought, his lineman's ear twitched. In a sealed room 200 meters away, a voice sounded, the Seneschals. Master of Vox, I need your support. The Numenal project is mine. Pat shook his head slightly. Though the Seneschal was the second in command on the ship, he would be disappointed this time. Before leaving Terra, as a guard for Vischer, he had accompanied him to meet Conconda Pike, securing this powerful noble's support. Pike was not only the former chief priest of the Emperor's children but also a power player in the Terran Palace. House Pike's history stretched back to the Age of Twilight. Their voice was one the Emperor and the Sigillite had to heed. As he thought, he saw the Seneschal and the Master of Vox leave the room. He waited a moment before entering the meeting room. After nodding to Vischer, Pat stood at the edge. Though the rogue traitor had repeatedly invited him to sit beside him, out of respect for his monarch, Pat preferred to observe. Lewis, in a black robe, entered last. He nodded to Pat before taking his seat. He sat and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, since the monarch defeated the Rangdan Xenos, Lord Flamini has been vigorously developing the Coronid New Zone. The first batch of priority development worlds numbers 86. To ensure transport and navigation routes, the Fortune Lord has decided to colonize Numenal. Lewis nodded to Pat, then raised his head and said proudly. I, Louis von Valancius, the first rogue traitor appointed by the monarch, the discoverer of the Coronid Deeps. Therefore, I have the honor of being invited by Lord Flamini to participate in Numenal's development. He looked around. It will become the third most important port in the entire sector, after Abyssport and Moab. I have been granted the development rights for 2 projects. One will be developed by House von Valancius alone. For the other, I wish to join with all of you. Everyone except Pat took a deep breath. Though it was a joint venture, whoever won the lead would reap immense benefits. The telepathist saw gazes collide, invisible sparks flashing in the room. He noticed the Seneschal, on the rogue traitor's right, lean back slightly. He looked at the others with apparent casualness, but his eyes held a determination to succeed. Pat observed. He saw the Master of Vox, the Master-at-Arms, and others nod to the Seneschal. He had clearly secured the support of most. Only the Navigator and the Astropath, on the rogue traitor's left, had not yet expressed their stance. As Pat observed them, he felt something dissolve within him, like coffee. My project is a pleasure garden. The Seneschal presented his project with a data slate. Using Numenal's pristine environment, we will build magnificent gardens for the passing nobles and wealthy merchants to enjoy. After the Seneschal's introduction, the Master of Vox, the Master-at-Arms, and others spoke up, I support this. As Lewis nodded with satisfaction, Vischer smiled and spoke. I also have a project. A megastructure platform. Using a crashed starship, we will build a space elevator, with a starport platform at its top for large ships unable to land on the surface. The senior advisor, responsible for commercial and financial advice, frowned and spoke calmly and rationally. Esteemed Lord Vischer, forgive my bluntness. A megastructure platform project requires immense investment and the support of powerful nobles. Not only imperial nobles, but also the esteemed shadows of order. We would need their support and trust. He had just finished when the master of the astropathic choir spoke softly. I will invest in this project. The telepathist noticed a flicker in the rogue traitor's eyes. He was interested, but still leaned toward the Seneschal. Vischer's slightly elongated, elegant nails tapped the table. Conconda Pike is investing in this project. She has pledged that Terran nobles will use Numenal's megastructure platform as a stopping point. She has also secured a supply of Basan wine, thanks to her good relations with Fulgrim and high-ranking officers of the Emperor's children. The telepathist noted Lewis was deep in thought. He knew Basan was one of Fulgrim's iconic conquests after his return. He had preserved its local culture and wine industry. Basan wine was considered excellent in the Imperium's upper echelons. Seeing Lewis hesitate, Vischer looked at Pat. Pat, to the astonishment of all, walked to the table and stood opposite Lewis. He spoke for the first time at a meeting. The megastructure platform will have the support of Shadows of Order. Hearing this, everyone knew the Seneschal's efforts had failed. Numenal will develop the megastructure platform. Lewis decided. Vischer smiled. The presence of shadows of order often benefited the Navigator families in many situations. Whether through force, or the prestige of Lord Nareth and shadows of order. In Lord Nareth's territories like the Coronet Expanse, and with rogue traitor families like von Valancius, whom he had appointed. After the meeting, Pat left amidst the Seneschal's disappointed gaze. He went with Vischer to his private deck. The hatch opened. Pat saw killers within, dressed in fine clothes, armed with sharp, durable weapons, their bearing noble. Pat, each of them is the child of a distinguished European bloodline, sent to Luna as the firstborn blood tax, to be augmented and trained in killing. I won them at auction. The telepathist noticed even the wealthy Vischer showed a flicker of reluctance. He had paid a heavy price for these noble-born killers. Though in reality, it was Pat who had paid the price. Pat had exchanged his share of the Numenal project and the benefits he had accrued during his service as a shadow guard for the killers. Pat cared little for wealth. He was willing to give it up for these killers. During his time as a shadow guard, he had seen the Terran bureaucracy swell. Their voices grew louder, their influence stronger. They targeted the Primarchs. They wanted themselves, true humans, not Primarchs or Astartes, to decide the Imperium's fate. The telepathist saw in the nobles' open discussions that the Sigillite, even the Emperor, was to some extent tolerating, even encouraging, them. Pat cared only about the voices against his father, and the danger they represented. He watched the noble-born killers, a cold glint in his eyes. Anyone who threatened his father must be eliminated without mercy. As a court baron, Pat's request had the support of Viscount Flamini. Even if he could not speak openly in astropathic communication, when it came to supporting one of the rogue traitors' 2 projects, Flamini would naturally support him. At the same moment, on Terra, the High City, in the former second highest level of the palace spire, now the highest, Arsena held a data slate. My lord, all 9 planets in the system are under the Legion's control. Tech Marines have recovered the STCs for the Invisible Warrior's force fields and energy weapons. They are also studying the automated artillery platforms. Only 36 Shadows of Orders fell, all while defeating the resistance on planets 6 through 9. The chapter masters of the 11th, 3rd, 6th, and 10th chapters, Pell, Bukeo, Flamini, and Ramsey, exchanged glances, surprise in their eyes. Conquering a nation with cutting-edge weapons technology had cost only 36 lives. They were beginning to understand what the Black Emperor meant by a new way of war. The Primarch saw their expressions and nodded slightly. In the future, as chaos rose, the threat of Xenos would relatively decline, and the role of ordinary Beyonders would become more important. They could perform infiltration, assassination, and other tasks. As the architect of the chaos on Terra, Nareth knew things his aide did not. The losses were not only the Shadows of Orders. Only he knew the true numbers: 58 Marauder, 2 Swindlers, 149 Assassins, and 27 Instigators had fallen. Even so, losses are far lower than the Luna Wolves. They didn't lose their second-in-command either. As he thought, Arsena continued. My lord, the Emperor has summoned a war council for tomorrow at 10. Acknowledged. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 618, Chapter 617, The Emperor's Warning to Hannibal. Terra, the Golden Palace. After Nareth took his seat, he didn't hear Russ's usual taunting provocations. Instead, Russ's verbal attack was aimed at Magnus. Magnus, my wolves just purged a world that had fallen into barbaric practices through the abuse of sorcery. That coven of witches could conjure lightning and ignite flames with their foul incantations. No power comes without a price. As the wolves tore through the enemy, we discovered, at the heart of every tribe, temples of blood, slaughterhouses filled with death and bones. The Thousand Sons achievements are known to all. Mordorion saw Russ targeting Magnus and immediately joined in. He knew that he and Russ couldn't threaten Nareth, whose achievements were too great and who was trusted by their father. But Magnus was different. Rumors against them had never ceased. Many in the Terran court feared their uncontrollable power. I fought with Nareth and Horus, cleansing the Xenos on Drun. They were like the overlords of barbarous, evil and terrifying in their power. I fear that after defeating sorceress Xenos, we may find new ones among us. We benefit from Psychers. Their existence enriches our tactical options. Sanguinius's gentle voice carried deep power. The Stormseers on Kagharis and within the Legion have proven their immense value. Jagatai's low voice resonated, startling the others. Magnus and Sanguinius both looked at Nareth. Seeing him nod slightly, they understood that Jagatai had joined their faction. They thought the same thing simultaneously. Nareth convinced the independently minded Jagatai that quickly. Horus and Guilliman looked at Jagatai Khan in surprise. Since returning to the Imperium, he had been a lone wolf. Now, he was joining Nareth, Magnus, and Sanguinius's faction advocating the use of psychic powers. In the silence of the Golden Palace, the Emperor, the Fabricator General of Mars, Malkador, and Constantine Valder entered together. After acknowledging the salutes, the Emperor spoke gravely. Horus brings word that the Nephilim have enslaved billions of humans across hundreds of worlds. Horus then naturally continued. When first discovered, the Nephilim were assessed by the expeditionary fleets as technologically unremarkable, relatively docile, a slow-witted, foolish species. They were allowed to exist. They were wrong. I have discovered that the Melchior system is already ruled by these Xenos. The humans there worship the Nephilim as gods. This is a desecration of the imperial truth. Horus's voice was filled with anger. The existence of the Nephilim was not only an affront to humanity's dominion over the galaxy, but also an offense against his father, the Lord of humanity. The Xenos' evil faith must be purified. The Emperor's voice was heavy. Horus and Sanguinius, you will immediately cleanse the Melchior system of the Nephilim. He looked around at the Primarchs, his gaze finally settling on two. Nareth and Jagatai, you will strike out immediately, liberating the other enslaved worlds. By your will. Nareth acknowledged. He knew the Emperor considered him the main force, but his important goal was to make Jagatai understand the necessity of the imperial truth. Originally, the main force in this campaign had been the White Scars, a declaration of the newly formed 5th Legion. After Malkador's conversation with Jagatai, he found the Khan didn't believe in the imperial truth, which was built on lies. The Nephilim, using faith to enslave humanity, was a perfect opportunity. Jagatai was chosen by the Emperor and Malkador because they wanted him to witness the evil of such worship and thus understand the wisdom of the imperial truth. Though Jagatai would eventually cleanse hundreds of worlds, even the Xenos' homeworld, he would never accept the imperial truth. In fact, throughout the Great Crusade, he remained skeptical of it. Only during the Siege of Terra, witnessing demons firsthand, did he understand the Emperor. As he pondered, Nareth keenly noticed that the Emperor, attending the War Council in person, had flames flickering in his eyes. His anger at the Xenos was palpable. Having lived through the age of strife, seeing humanity betrayed and enslaved by Xenos, the Emperor's hatred for them runs even deeper than most in the future Imperium. As he thought, the Emperor's gaze fell on Hannibal. He saw his cheekbones almost piercing his faceplate, his forehead and parietal junction also prominently swollen. His anger flared. He spoke gravely. Hannibal, look at yourself. The unexpected words made everyone turn to Hannibal. Hannibal was startled. I warned you, the Emperor cut him off. Remember my admonition. Then, he rose and left. Russ stared at Hannibal, at his cheekbones and forehead. He looked thoughtful, then left. Nareth guessed the Emperor's admonition was about moderating the consumption of Xenos, but it wasn't something to be discussed openly. He saw Hannibal leave, dazed. He then ended his psychic projection and returned to the Shadow's sovereignty. He immediately sent messages to Arsena Dunn and the 4 lords, summoning them to the Primarch's office. Moments later, in the wide, black office, he addressed them. The War Council has tasked us with cleansing the Nephilim. We will join the White Scars in liberating hundreds of worlds enslaved by these Xenos. The 3rd, 10th, and 11th chapters will accompany me. The 6th chapter will leave 5,000 men to stabilize the situation and assist in establishing order. The remainder will return to the Coronid New Zone to rest and focus on development. The 4 chapters had suffered minimal losses in this campaign and could be deployed again. Nareth reasoned that with the Rangdan War over, the Coronid New Zone would face no major threats before the heresy. It was an opportune time for development. Though the Coronid New Zone was his largest territory, many of its worlds were still undeveloped. Previous development had focused on core worlds like Abyssport, Cyclothraith, and Moab. Now, comprehensive development was needed. Bukeo, Ramsey, and Pell's eyes lit up. Continuing to fight alongside the Black Emperor was an honor. Flamini felt a slight pang of disappointment, but he knew the Coronid New Zone would be the focus of development for the next few decades. Hundreds of worlds in the Cyclops cluster urgently needed development. Many important matters awaited his decision. Order the 9th chapter to depart for Palesa. Nareth continued. The entire Nephilim species was a Sefirot of potion materials. Ordinary blue Nephilim were the main ingredient for Sequence 6 Prometheus on the Era pathway. The green Nephilim, serving as apothecaries and tech marines, were supplementary ingredients for Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar on the Moon pathway. The gray Nephilim, serving as commanders, were a supplementary ingredient for his advancement to Earl of the Fallen. Therefore, he decided to deploy 4 chapters. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 619, Chapter 618, The greatest honor for mortals is to nourish the gods. 884.m30. Palesa System. The 11th chapter's fleet transitioned from the Mandeville Point. On the bridge of the Son of Vostroya, Pell scrutinized the hololithic projection. The Nephilim's egg-shaped warships rolled, almost tumbling, towards their lines. "My lord," the Master of Vox's voice sounded, receiving holographic transmission. "It's human. Continue assembly." Pell had read the material on the Nephilim issued by the Black Emperor during the warp voyage. He had already guessed their tactics. The Baron of Corruption, skilled at exploiting rules, decided to let the Nephilim have their performance while his chapter's fleet completed its assembly. He strode towards the hololithic platform. "Connection established," a tech marine reported. "Hologram is weak, but audio is clear and complete." From the Black Emperor's data, Pell knew the Nephilim possessed unique abilities in sound. The language the Nephilim used among themselves was exceptionally harsh, its high frequencies reaching the ultra-high frequency band, difficult even for Astartes to discern. The moment Pell stepped onto the hololithic platform, light bloomed. The figures were blurry, but he could vaguely make out 5 human forms. "Fellow humans, leave immediately," one of them said. "There is nothing here that requires your intervention. Your nests have been usurped. The Xenos have built foul temples here, stealing the life essence of countless people." Pell's voice was cold. "Awaken. You should not continue this foolish devotion." The images suddenly sharpened. Pell could see the 5, their faces devout, speaking in unison. "No. They are angels. They teach us. We serve them with devotion. They feed on you." The Baron of Corruption said loudly. Having corroded over a dozen nobles, merchants, and officers, he couldn't understand these enslaved humans. His eyes widened. "Do you not hate them? The greatest honor for mortals is to nourish the gods." The 5 said, smiling in unison. As they spoke their bizarre words, the image blurred. Nephilim. Pell decided to waste no more words on these hopeless humans. He addressed the Xenos, enslaving them directly. "I know you took this name for yourselves from the myths of Terra, Caliban, and Barak. Nephilim means fallen 6-winged angels. True angels do not hide. Come out and speak." A sharp tremor in the air sounded. Strange harmonics buzzed. The tech marines at the console stared in astonishment at the particle transmission achieved by unknown means, like ripples from an invisible tympanic membrane, spreading and flooding in. They could not understand the principle. The only thing they were certain of was that it was unrelated to etheric energy. They suddenly understood why their father had ordered the recording and analysis of Nephilim speech and communication. If this technology could be mastered, it would enable encrypted communication. "Why have you come here to fight us?" The Nephilim's voice was unusually high-pitched. It enunciated every syllable of every word clearly in Gothic. "There is no need for this. We want peace. You are not angels. Just parasites." Pell glanced at his helmet's tactical display. 94% of his ships had arrived at Palesa. "You feed on the life force of radiation. You need to be worshipped, to be revered as gods. Your technology controls human minds, imprisons their souls. That is also peace." A gray figure flashed. "Join us. I will show you. You will understand how wonderful it is to be united. Both mortal and divine. You are nothing but false, pale reflections." Pell roared. The very existence of the Nephilim was a blasphemy against the Black Emperor. He stepped off the hololithic platform. Green runes on his helmet display confirmed the fleet was assembled. "Attack." The Son of Vostroya's machine spirit, sensing Pell's beyonder fury, roared, spitting strange and sharp, blazing light. Crystalline lances shattered 2 of the round eggs. One egg-shaped warship reacted first. It spun like a rolling egg. As it trembled, an invisible force field rippled into solid shock waves. Particles rippled in the silent void, bizarrely generating strange harmonics. The 11th chapter's auspex detected no attack. The Simulus Chamber's officers were oblivious. Until a buzzing sound, bizarrely, sounded in the ears of the shadows of orders aboard the Son of Vostroya. Pell's lineman's ear filtered the high-frequency sound waves. The piercing noise vanished. He looked up at the view screen above the strategic table. The void shield numbers fluctuated, 97.14%, 98.52%. His adjutant's voice sounded in his helmet. "My lord, we cannot identify the Xenos attack. As commanded, all ships modified with auto-recharging void shields are at the front of the lines." Through studying salvaged Thalian ships and Dullin's orbital station technology, tech marines had mastered the STC for auto-recharging void shields. The 11th chapter had completed the modification of most of its ships at Vostroya's growing orbital shipyard. This was why the Black Emperor had chosen his chapter for the void battle. "Continue firing. Smash their eggs." As he gave the order, Pell returned to the strategic table. In the hololith, black runes fired beam after beam, slicing the egg-shaped enemy ships open. Yet the egg fleet seemed frozen. No beams, no torpedoes, no shells. But the Nephilim were not passive. Their bizarre attack simply went undetected. As the eggs rolled, layered sound waves, buzzing, swept towards the black ships. No energy signals. No warning runes. The Simulus Chamber's officers, unlike before, could not determine which ships were under attack based on the enemy's weapon orientation. After receiving reports, Pell thought for a moment, then ordered. Dispatch a squadron of escorts. Have them disperse, heading towards the enemy. Record the attacks received by ships heading directly towards the enemy and those maneuvering between them. The Simulus Chamber's officers immediately grasped their lord's intent. He wanted to determine the firing arcs of the egg-shaped ships and whether they interfered with each other. 14 escorts increased engine power simultaneously. Pell took in the hololith and surrounding view screens. In his mind, he naturally divided the data into two groups. The 5 ships heading straight for the enemy, 96.27%, 93.18%. The 7 ships maneuvering between 2 or 3 enemy vessels, 95.05%, 91.47%. His transhuman mind calculated rapidly. As he reached his conclusion, his adjutant's voice sounded. My lord, the enemy sound waves are omnidirectional. Evasion courses are impossible. Ships maneuvering between enemies are subjected to more intense attacks. After 136 iterations, the enemy's sound waves create harmonic aggregation effects. The adjutant had barely finished when a ship maneuvering between 3 enemy vessels lit up with a red rune, then vanished from the hololith. Order the ships to withdraw. Having obtained the intelligence he needed, Pell gave the order. Abandon standard broadside attacks. Bow on, one. Smash those eggs. The 11th chapter's Gothic warships fired beams like lances at the eggs. Sound waves struck. Energy levels dropped. The waves receded. Energy levels rose. The piercing sound waves and fluctuating numbers were the only indicators of attack. Pell surveyed the battle, eggs shattered every moment. Black runes rarely vanished. Though we can't track the Nephilim's attack trajectories, the auto-recharging void shields mean our ships recover faster than the Xenos can damage them. The black ships advanced steadily. Shattered eggshells scattered in the void. On the 10th day of the 11th chapter's arrival in the system, the last 36 egg-shaped ships over Palace's main world shattered almost simultaneously. Eggshell fragments rained through the atmosphere, crashing to the surface, igniting fires. Around the temples, millions of humans cheered the arrival of their gods. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 620, Chapter 619, A War of Faith. When Pat arrived at Palesa, ground operations against the Nephilim had already been underway for 10 days. He did not immediately join the fighting. Instead, he went to the Primarchs' command base to report to his father. After hearing Pat's report, Nareth nodded slightly. Malkador is using the powerful nobles to signal his stance, and also testing the reaction. Screen them. Find those who are loudest against us. Kill them. A cold glint flashed in Nareth's eyes. He would demonstrate his stance within certain limits. He wanted those nobles to understand that targeting him and Shadows of Order would have consequences. He wanted to make Malkador hesitate when formulating policies during his brief tenure leading the Terran Council. Share their interests with families like Pike. Within the Imperial Palace, there were over 1,000 noble factions, hundreds of times more bureaucrats and officers scheming. Everyone had their own agenda. If factions existed that targeted him, there were certainly opposing factions, and rising bureaucrats and officers eager to advance. Dividing the spoils among them would keep the fallout within controllable limits, allowing Malkador to accept it and also cultivate a group of allies. Pat considered the deeper meaning in his father's words for a few seconds before speaking, by your will. Your performance as a shadow guard has satisfied me. I want you to serve as a chaplain. Though Nareth had established the chaplaincy in the Legion, he had yet to find a suitable candidate for Master of Chaplains. Pat was high on his list. Of course. It is my honor. Pat stood tall, like a pilgrim priest. The Mentor of Disorder activated his spirit vision. Compared to before, he saw more. He could clearly see Pat's seamless, nearly transparent spirit. You have already mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Father, yes, Pat said confidently. Go to the Forge Lord. He has a staff prepared for you. Nareth instructed. Then, come back to me. As you command. Pat acknowledged and left the Primarch's temporary office. He examined the command center, noting the similarities to Terran noble estates, the large circular windows, the gilded etchings on the walls, the ornate hydraulic doors. Following the runic markers, he passed through several doors and entered a humming area. He walked towards the Forge Lord, whose macandrites swayed rhythmically with the hum of mechanical pumps and pulleys. Rosicky turned, seeing Pat. Follow me. He led Pat to a weapon rack and picked up a staff. This staff was forged by Lord Vulcan, Rosicky said, his hand caressing the pitch-black shaft. I believe Lord Vulcan crafted it to challenge his own skills. It was sent to the Legion as part of our agreement, in exchange for the Fortress-grade void shield services provided by our tech marines on worlds threatened by dangerous environments and xenos. After I received it, I made some decorative modifications. Pat took the staff from the Forge Lord. Aside from the skull at its head, like the Truth Stave, its appearance was completely different. The golden wings reminded him of his father's wings. The spines were reminiscent of the Legion's emblem. Like the Truth Stave, it can be used for both ranged and melee attacks. The intensity of the projected energy field can also be set manually, allowing you to stun enemies without killing. Lord Vulcan incorporated some principles of the conversion field. It provides defense and enhances the stunning effect, 10 times stronger than a standard Truth Stave. The artisan's gaze finally settled on the spines. He had used materials granted by the Black Emperor. This is my special design. They are not only sharp, but also amplify your voice when you speak, enhancing the effect. The telepathist noted the pride in the Forge Lord's voice. Your craftsmanship is remarkable. Lord Vulcan is renowned for his forging. His creations are border perfect. Even minor improvements are extremely difficult. You have not only improved it, but added functionality. All thanks to my lord's gift. Rosicky said. The newly appointed chaplain added, Praise be to my lord. Rosicky turned to the furnace. Besides producing supplies, we are putting the final touches on my lord's armor. Lord Vulcan, outside our agreement, personally forged a suit of armor for my lord. Pat nodded. We will remember Lord Vulcan's kindness. Moments later, Pat returned to the Primarch's office. He saw his father slide a slightly golden potion before him. He took it. The liquid rippled, like a giant pupil, a gaze that could pierce the soul. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. The cool, golden liquid entered his mouth. It tasted like champagne. Tiny bubbles rose and burst, giving a tingling sensation. Pat's hearing suddenly expanded, taking in all the sounds of the command base. He felt himself dissolve, becoming ethereal gas, integrating the sea of minds around him. He watched calmly as golden scales slowly formed on his skin, feeling no fear. He meditated proficiently, reigning in the overflowing power of the potion. His consciousness returned to his body. The golden scales vanished. His hearing returned to normal. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I will surely use the power you have granted me well. Pat said respectfully. After leaving the command center, Pat immediately joined the battle. The moment he reached the front lines, he saw tens of thousands of humans loudly chanting hymns. They looked up at the giants walking among them, faces wet with tears of joy. It was not a battlefield, but a pilgrimage. Faith. Pat chewed on the forbidden word of the Imperium, watching the giants moving among the humans. The blue giants moved with a marine-like undulation, exceptionally slow. They had no necks, their bulbous heads sat directly on their shoulders. Depressions like eye sockets and nostrils circled their skulls. Pat raised his staff. Blue light flared. An invisible force field projected outward. A blue Nephilim shuddered. A wisp of smoke rose, then it crashed down. 3 people were crushed beneath it. One hit its head on the ground, blood staining the earth. The surrounding crowd, eyes filled with sorrow, gathered around the blue giant, reaching out, then pulling back. They repeated this several times, but still dared not touch. Pat lowered the power output of the force field. His father enjoyed collecting strange creatures. Offering him a Nephilim would surely please him. Like a stone striking a lake, the blue giants among the crowd simultaneously lunged at Pat. Shadows of orders raised their bolters, aiming at the blue figures, and fired. Once in motion, the blue Nephilim displayed a swiftness completely at odds with their bloated blue bodies. The shadows of orders fired dense barrages, the rounds passing the obese fish, blasting the surrounding humans into bloody mist. Only those legionaries whose armor bore the emblem of a black eye, the 11th chapter's finest marksmen, had their bolts fly true into the blue forms. When the blue Nephilim attacked, they were both deliberate and cautious. They shrieked, their singing voices trembling. They raised their weapons, firing piercing pulses. The servants around them, like a sea, served as meat shields, forming a barrier around their gods. The psychiatrist strode forward. His black eyes paled, seeming to stand upright. Invisible waves surged forward. Hundreds of humans fled in all directions. Dozens ran aimlessly. Over a dozen spun in place, caught between fleeing and forced restraint. A few stood rigid, trembling, blocking their gods. The psychiatrist observed the humans' reactions, thinking to himself. The awe ability usually works based on the target's willpower. For these Nephilim worshippers, the decisive factor is faith. Those with the weakest faith flee. Those with stronger faith run aimlessly. Those with even stronger faith spin in place. The devout stand rigid. Their faith is not unbreakable. As he thought, his golden, upright eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching blue Nephilim. The blue Nephilim trembled. The piercing pulse focused its hammer veer, howling past. Pat swung his staff at its round head. Its bloated arm raised a heavy hammer, trying to block. The pain in its head intensified. Its arm slowed, then suddenly jerked aside, failing to intercept the staff. Crash. A flash of light. The blue body crashed down. Pat strode forward. He saw a green Nephilim running, roaring, emitting a piercing sonic wave. A shadow of Order's helmet leaked blood, then was struck on the head by the strange staff. My brothers, we come by our father's will. Pat's voice was powerful. It pierced through his helmet's speaker, amplified by the staff spines, drowning out the hymns of the human servants and the terrible shrieks. The Nephilim are evil and cruel, parasites who feed on others. We bring the flames of fury, the punishment of destruction. The chaplain's words infected the shadows of Orders. His strong will flowed into each of them. The shadows of Orders roared in unison, following Pat's attack. The psychiatrist advanced. Sent the surrounding faithful into panicked flight. The roar of bolters drowned out the human servants' hymns. The blazing light of the force field tore through the false gods. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 621, Chapter 620, The Potion Professor enjoys drinking Omegon's blood. In the Horde system, the white Janzer, like a spear, pierced into the Nephilim's egg-shaped warship. On the bridge, Hasek Noyankhan stood before the strategic table, gazing at the hololith. Behind the Janzer was the Legion's flagship, the Swordstorm. Hasek had earned the honor of leading the vanguard of the final hunt. He had been personally chosen by the Great Khan to open the path to the Xenos homeworld. Though he had already been elevated and become a son of Jagatai, as a Chagorian, he still called his gene-father the Great Khan, Khan of Khans. His gaze swept the hololith. Gawain's Heaven's Lance was to the right of the Swordstorm. Gawain's White Lance followed a different path, but still had to advance behind the Janzer. Khan, Stormseer Berghaw spoke, a storm is rising in the Sea of Souls. The Xenos ships? Hasek asked. I cannot be certain, Berghaw's eyes deepened, wind and waves seeming to swirl within them. But the pattern of the waves doesn't suggest egg-shaped vessels. Perhaps it is Shadow of Order. Hasek shook his head. They can't be as fast as us. Berghaw nodded in agreement. The plasma conduits in the Legion's ships had been doubled in capacity, the boosted lines shortened accordingly. They moved faster within each system. The White Scar's cleansing of each system was also swift as the wind. Besides, Hasek continued his analysis, of the 100 worlds enslaved by the Nephilim, we have cleansed 53, they 51. This time, Shadow of Order has only deployed 4 chapters. To achieve a comparable record, their fleet must be scattered across various systems. They cannot be here now. By the time they arrive, we will have already left. Hasek was about to give the order to slow the advance and avoid falling into a trap, when his helmet comm suddenly sounded with Jagatai Khan's voice. Hasek, leave a space in Horde's orbit for Shadow of Order. My brother, Nareth, is here. Hasek heard the excitement and fighting spirit in the Great Khan's voice. The Warhawk of Kagurus was eager to hunt. He thought of Targatai Yasugi, who had spoken of the hunt on the Rangdan homeworld. Lord Nareth had hunted the worm creature leader. Then, Hasek had still been undergoing augmentation and had missed that hunt. He stared curiously at the hololith, at the flickering black runes. Shadow of Order truly is this fast. If Lord Nareth won that hunt against the Great Khan, then Shadow of Order could indeed match our pace. Perhaps only Shadow of Order. As Hasek gazed curiously at the hololith, in the lower decks of the Shadow's sovereignty, the chief apothecary Michael was alone in his laboratory. The lab was dark, but the potion professor could clearly see the pale arm in his hand. With a psychic scalpel made of dual-numbered black gold, he cut a palm-sized piece of pale flesh. His own pale hand, long unexposed to light, placed the flesh into a crucible. His arms and the macandrites on his back moved rapidly, tipping miniature tubes from the rack on the table into the crucible, blackened maggots, catechan vines. The potion professor completed the addition of all materials in a dozen seconds. As he stirred with a crystal spoon in his right hand, he felt a slight fatigue. He quickly tapped a rune on the lab bench. A drawer slid open. Deactivating the stasis field, he took a small black vial. Inside was a single drop of ruby-like blood. It was from the Primarch Omegon, diluted 100 times with red Vosvith vodka. The potion professor carefully popped the cork with his thumb. The sharp smell of alcohol, mingled with a rich aroma, hit his nostrils. Unlike other potions, which were mixtures of various ingredients, a Primarch's blood was best enjoyed alone. Adding anything else would only ruin its taste and effect. The potion professor had only added red wrath vodka. His throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. Then, he eagerly drank. As the red liquid slid down his esophagus, a thick black mist instantly billowed from behind the potion professor. The grey Nephilim, paralyzed on the examination table, stared wide-eyed at the pair of ethereal bat wings that unfolded. A second later, clusters of black flames rose. A black flame flickered before the Nephilim. The luminous lines on its skin twisted. Had any green or blue Nephilim been present, they would have immediately sensed their commander's terror. Michael turned, smiling. His pale face and crimson eyes made the grey Nephilim's skin writhe even more. The black flames flickered, like ghost fire. Over a dozen seconds later, the potion professor controlled the surging power. The black flames and the crimson glow in his eyes vanished. He looked up, exhaling a long, satisfied breath. He felt his physical and mental fatigue vanish. Strength filled him. Based on 38 prior experiences, he knew his speed and strength would have a small, permanent increase. Though each subsequent dose had a lesser effect, the improvement remained significant. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes. He instinctively reached for a rune. His hand stopped. The Black Emperor's voice echoed in his mind, "Control." The twisting patterns on the grey Nephilim's skin did not vanish with the black flames. Instead, they became more chaotic, like an overturned palette of paints. It saw the Macandrites lower, then rise again. The pale figure in the black robe turned. Michael walked to the grey Nephilim. His right hand picked up an orange vial from the examination table and injected it into the grey body. "You." The Nephilim's voice was hoarse as it regained speech. "There's no need for this. We can live in peace." "I must say, you are truly skilled and sound," Michael said admiringly. He glanced at the standard timer on the wall. 4 days and 6 hours without speaking, and you recover in 2 seconds. As he spoke, the chief apothecary's syringe descended like lightning. "Don't." The grey Nephilim's voice cut off. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Michael's left hand tapped a red lightning rune on the lower side of the examination table. Zotsop. Lightning crackled, enveloping the grey body on the table. The potion professor watched the grey Nephilim. Through previous experiments, he had found that electric shock stimulated the Nephilim's bodies. Their metabolism accelerated. Their recovery sped up. The grey Nephilim's vocal ability recovered 5 times faster, green 3 times, blue 2 times. Zotsop. The grey body trembled. Minutes passed. After 3 minutes and 15 seconds, the potion professor's eyes lit up. Adding Barbarous Overlord arm as a material has greatly improved the silence potion's effectiveness. The Overlord's body is more toxic than catachan snakes and other materials. The potion professor had previously used various materials to concoct potions. They had been effective on the battlefield, accelerating the cleansing of the Nephilim. But an effect lasting less than 4 minutes was not decisive in battle. With a thought, his Gyrinx raised a paw. A data slate and stylus flew into Michael's hands. He reviewed the information stream on the view screen. He recorded key data on the slate. After a full cycle of the standard timer, the chief apothecary's surgical saw descended with a happy hum. As the saw teeth spun, grey flesh scattered, revealing the mouth and the alien organs resembling a throat and trachea. At the same moment the potion professor achieved his breakthrough, the white and black fleets synchronously deployed at opposite ends of Horde's orbit, the Nephilim homeworld. Hasek Noyan Khan landed on the grey-white world, mounted his jet bike, and looked up at the black craft piercing the miasma. Shadow of order. Let's see who reaches the center first this time. He lowered his head, started the engine, then raised his curved blade. 15 relatively complete Brotherhood squadrons, 600 bikes, their jets screaming, followed their Khan. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 622, Chapter 621, the Nephilim lose dual encrypted communications for the first time. Horde was a pit of souls, the entire planet lost in the miasma of misplaced faith. Each Nephilim was nourished by the faith of thousands, their lives unshackled, their bodies bloated. As long as the faith endured, the Nephilim possessed everything. White and black tore through the Nephilim's illusion. Great forests shook in the storm. Swamps churned in the flames. The fury the White Scars had on their journey was unleashed mercilessly on the Xenos homeworld. But keeping Horde burning was no easy feat. Like fireballs dropped into water, melt-a-bombs were quickly extinguished. Everything on Horde existed between liquid and solid. The White Scars' armored units, upon landing, found their lightened, modified vehicles also sinking into the toxic swamps. Toxic spores covered the white hulls. Heavy treads struggled against the pull of vine-like plants. Only promethium flames from 6-meter diameter pipes could reduce the sap-filled trees to char. As infantry formations used heavy flammers to clear human slave troops and the vine-covered praise towers, Hasek Noyan Khan and his brotherhood raced ahead. He had again been chosen by the Great Khan to lead the vanguard. Hasek's first target was a praised church draped in human skins. The slave soldiers wore armor made from the shed skins of their gods. They were no longer human. The Nephilim delighted in empowering humans, mutating them, blurring the lines between species. Human flesh fused with Nephilim skin and weapons. The most corrupt and ancient of their servants were no longer human but genetically spliced hybrid livestock, the largest as big as night suits. They fired laser barrages at the white formations, then unleashed firepower that could level city blocks. The small number of land raiders the white scars had received from Forge worlds were torn apart in the mire by the firepower. Move. 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 Hasek shouted orders. The white riders sped along capillary-like paths, launching wave after wave of charges against the slow-moving slave troops. Hasek felt the thrill of galloping across the steppe. He shouted, "For Kagurus!" He pushed his jet bike to its limit. The superb technological marvel trembled at such speed, but he was oblivious. Kills and achievements forgotten, Hasek had eyes only for the Xenos. He swept through the rising steam, charging at a massive, twitching form. Move, strike, move, strike. The blue Nephilim were powerful, but slow to react. This was especially evident against the white scars. Hasek used his advantage, striking the creature like a sea beast trapped in air. The massive blue corpse crashed onto the organic mountain. Slime splattered the white hull. As his bike grew heavy with sludge, Hasek reached the bulbous, slime-covered church. The most powerful blue Nephilim guards, each larger than a dreadnought, shrieked, raising their sonic weapons. Before the terrible shriek struck, Hasek leaned forward, wrenching the bike around. The saddle carried him across the greasy slime. The sonic wave shrieked, tearing through power armor, shattering white scar bodies. Flesh slammed into the slime. Hasek saw 4 runes vanish from his helmet display, knowing the first attack had claimed members of his brotherhood. He also saw bolts hammering against the most ancient blue Nephilim's armor, layers upon layers of hardened skin. With a roar, the outer, faded blue skin exploded. Driven by fury, Hasek's bike leaped. His glaive swung. The blue body was severed. At the same moment Hasek attacked the church, Ramsey, Lord of the 10th chapter, moved alone through the greasy shadows, passing through the slave troops. A green Nephilim, sensing something, turned towards the Ramsey. As the whale-faced Xenos turned slowly, Ramsey slipped into its shadow. The Rose Bishop's hand emerged from the shadow, pressing against the green flesh. The green skin rippled like branches in the wind, forming nodules. The green Nephilim struggled to turn its scepter, reaching behind it. Ramsey was faster. Bio-lightning spread to the green Nephilim's head in an instant. With a crack, the round, green head burst like a balloon. Blue soldiers and surrounding slave troops turned at the sound. The Rose Bishop's spiritual energy, already extended, rapidly reformed the green head. A grey Nephilim approached. Its phosphorescent skin, covered in strange patterns, glowed. The flesh servant retained no memory of its previous life. Ramsey had not mastered the Nephilim's dual encrypted communication, ultra-high-frequency sound waves and skin patterns. The Rose Bishop's body suddenly melted like wax, becoming pure, viscous flesh, rolling swiftly over the organic slime. The flesh rolled, burrowing into a body. The Rose Bishop savored the feeling of moving within the grey body. Compared to other creatures, the Nephilim's bodies were more spacious, more comfortable. As the Rose Bishop merged with the grey flesh, the raised body suddenly froze. The Rose Bishop, controlling the grey Nephilim, emitted a sound that shadows of order could only vaguely hear. The surrounding Nephilim stopped, obeying their commander's will. The grey arm touched the green body. Grey and green flesh rippled, and another flesh servant was created. The Rose Bishop, with 5 green Nephilim, walked out from the Xenos' army towards a greasy condensing tower. Ramsey's voice sounded from within the grey body, "Shadow ascetics, shadow lurking." 10 shadow ascetics emerged from the shadows of the organic slime, hiding in the shadows of the line of green figures. Move. Ramsey's low voice sounded from the grey body, which led the way. The shadow ascetics followed behind the green bodies, slipping into the Nephilim army. A shadow ascetic threw a vial into the Nephilim ranks. Shards scattered. White smoke rose. A blue Nephilim, its whale face the first to smell the foul odor, was about to shriek a warning when it realized with horror that no sound came. Its blue skin twitched wildly. Its phosphorescence flickered. Its patterns twisted. Another shadow ascetic threw a black crystal ball, simultaneously ordering on the Vox channel, "Attack." The crystal ball shattered. Black smoke rose, spreading faster than the white. The blue Nephilim's phosphorescence rapidly dimmed. A listener started the engine of a land speeder. The black vehicle swept in like a wave. A roaring storm swallowed the Nephilim. Each Nephilim was like a fish separated from its school. Even with its kind meters away, it could not perceive them. They could not speak. Their patterns were dim. They received no information. Their two small eyes on their whale faces could glean nothing from their kind. The Nephilim's dual encrypted communications were both severed. For the first time, they were incommunicado. Black vehicles pierced the boiling mist, dropping layer after layer of barges. Chaotic Nephilim fell in droves. The Rose Bishop, with 5 green flesh servants, moved through the Xenos army, sowing chaos. Across the miasma-shrouded, gray-white world, the black tide moved faster than the white, sweeping across organic mountain ranges, straight to the heart of the gray mist jungle. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 623, Chapter 622, a corrodable target delivered to my door, of course I welcome it. The final tendrils rose from the gray mist jungle, piercing the clouds. 3 immense cathedrals, their domes lined with psychic cables, rose high, constantly unleashing plasma fields into the sky, repelling the strafing aircraft. Tens of thousands of humans were bound to neural conduits, positioned to have their skulls easily pierced, their life force slowly drained. The first and oldest temple, its spikes piercing countless skulls, its shell-like walls long stained black with the blood of sacrifices. Every shadow of order, whether court brother or psyker, entering the gray mist jungle heard a strange echo. The frenzied screams of the dying echoed through the mist. The listeners of the 10th chapter, the first to arrive, heard the howls of billions of souls. They ascended to the Thelema mind state, but even that could not block the screaming vortex, the sounds they heard. A listener, his ears filled with the screams of countless souls. His face pale, led his squad in an attack. He struggled to maintain the second level of the Thelema mind state, stomping on the engine. The roaring engine slightly dulled the shrieking torment. He hurled a crock grenade at a Xenos gun emplacement. Crash. As the force field detonated, the listener found a moment of peace. Then, from the rubble of the collapsed emplacement, a 4-meter-tall Nephilim emerged, its translucent green flesh shimmering in the shifting light. It opened its slime-filled maw, unleashing a piercing roar. The terrible shriek, in both reality and the supernatural, struck simultaneously. The listener tumbled off in agony. As the vortex of molecule disintegration was about to engulf the black vehicle, a flash of gold light passed overhead. A beam of light from the iron halo deflected the shrieking pulse, striking the ground. The slime-covered surface exploded. The mentor of disorder raised his arm. Viscous, almost solid, transparent liquid layered over the Nephilim, encasing it in amber. After saving his son, Nareth's wings beat, carrying him past the shadows of order and into the cathedral district. The mentor of disorder's spiritual energy surged. The cathedral district fell into chaos. Shriek pulses flew erratically. In the chaos, no sonic wave headed towards Nareth. Boom. Psychic cables exploded. Plasma bolts shot wildly. Humans entangled in neural conduits were charred. As ash fell, beams of golden light flashed, encasing Nephilim after Nephilim in amber. Nareth flew over the cathedral district, landing on the steps before the temple. The most ancient Nephilim, the bishop who had absorbed the life force of over 100 million, sat on an altar covered in psychic cables, its seat studded with gleaming nerve leaves. Its scale-like skin trembled. It rose, unsteadily. Nareth watched the translucent mountain of flesh before him, its 2 small black eyes buried deep in folds of damp, gray skin. As it drew a black, pattern-engraved blade, the air around it vibrated. Nareth. You arrived before Jagatai. But you will die too. The trembling voice pierced the temple, echoing into the surrounding cathedrals. The Nephilim sheltering within, obeying their bishop's command, prepared to activate atomic-scale explosives. They would burn the entire cathedral to ash. The blast would leave no trace within a 50-kilometer radius. Black-armored shadows of order, white-armored warriors who had just entered the gray mist jungle, and the Nephilim slave troops, all would be sacrificed to the god caste. The next instant, a shadow ascetic emerged from the shadows of each atomic bomb storage room. Shadow sculpted, blades stabbed into the Nephilim's backs, freezing their bodies. In the largest atomic bomb storage room, a gray Nephilim exploded. Its gray flesh, like a storm, swept the area, the viscous flesh tearing through surrounding Nephilim. The Rose Bishop Ramsey materialized from the flesh. He stared at the device radiating horrific energy, his eyes deep. He knew the Tech Marines, following their Gene Father's orders, had intercepted the Odex line. They had compiled a Nephilim dictionary, revealing the Xenos' death cult philosophy. But the sacrifice plan was not the result of Tech Marines belatedly analyzing data from orbital scans combined with the Auspex matrix. The Black Emperor had revealed the Xenos' self-destruct plan before they even landed on Horde. At the same moment the Nephilim sacrifice plan failed, the Nephilim bishop let out a deafening roar, swinging the black blade. The terrible cry echoed in the Primarch's mind, the screams of billions of souls reverberating. The mist of faith from billions of souls clouded the Primarch's mind. He perceived the folly of each soul, willingly accepting death. Invisible impacts echoed in his mind, like invisible shackles binding his thoughts. The bishop swung the black blade, which had reaped millions of lives. The blade cut the air, the sound waves tearing through psychic cables and nerve leaves. The steps shattered in the rippling waves, scattering to dust. The waves struck the black armor, meeting an invisible barrier. Golden light blazed behind Nareth. A series of explosions sounded. The deflected sound waves rippled through the air. The shattering of glass echoed through the temple. The golden iron halo shattered. Shrapnel clattered against the black armor, also striking the Mentor of Disorder's mind. You cannot influence my will. The Mentor of Disorder's will, like a spark, ignited his ambition. The blazing flame of ambition spread through his mind, evaporating the screaming billions of souls. Flames burned in the Mentor of Disorder's eyes. His thoughts cleared. He raised his hand, gripping the Nephilim bishop's wrist, wrenching the black blade from its grasp. The Mentor of Disorder channeled spiritual energy into his golden gauntlet, thrusting his hand forward. The viscous, almost solid, liquid layered over the Nephilim bishop. Nareth watched the Nephilim bishop encased in golden amber, thinking to himself. Jagatai would have dealt with the Nephilim bishop more easily than I. Keener senses can sometimes be a weakness. The screams of billions of dead, all perceived by me, their combined impact breached my mental defenses in an instant. Without ambition and the iron halo, subduing the Nephilim bishop wouldn't have been so easy. He turned the black blade in his hand, examining its pale and green psychic luster. Though I lost the iron halo, a gift from the Emperor after the Wheel of Fire, gaining this makes it worthwhile. With a thought, the black blade vanished. In the third layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, a black blade appeared. After sending the amber-encased Nephilim to the first layer, Nareth walked towards Jagatai Khan in his white gold armor. Jagatai removed his helm, his sharp eyes, like an eagle's, fixed on Nareth. Nareth, you have bested me in the hunt again. I want them to learn from you. Hasek, beside Jagatai, followed the great Khan's gaze to Lord Nareth. His form, like a marble statue, radiated power. His black eyes were as deep as a pool. His body was as majestic as a mountain, making the grey mist peaks seem but a backdrop. An urge to kneel rose unbidden in Hasek's mind. He gripped his glaive, refusing to yield to instinct. Nareth thought to himself. I recall Jagatai sent Hasek to the Luna Wolves. He was heavily influenced by them and later became the leader of the rebel faction within the White Scars. During the heresy, when Jagatai went to Prospero's surface to question a shard of Magnus, Hasek launched a rebellion, attempting to seize control of the White Scars. That means Hasek can be corroded. Better me corroding him than him becoming a follower of Horus and failing in his rebellion. Welcome, warriors of Kagurus. Nareth smiled, accepting Jagatai's request. A corrodable target delivered to my door, of course, I welcome it. Hasek, I want you to follow Nareth. Jagatai turned, speaking to Hasek Noyan Khan. I want you to learn from Shadows of Order, to understand how they think. Only by fighting alongside them can you truly know them. Do this for me. I will also send Gawain with you. As you command, my great Khan. Hasek readily agreed. He was curious about the Shadow of Order that could match the White Scar's speed. He was honored to go and learn from Lord Nareth, who had bested the great Khan in 2 hunts. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 624, Chapter 623, Only the Black Emperor Path undergoes qualitative change. The Horde Temple, along with stacks of dried skins, was burned to ash in the flames. Organic mountains turned to scorched earth. Promethium flows reduced forests to ash. After the White Scars won their first campaign since their rebirth, they were the first to leave, leaving behind a single fleet with the Janzer as its flagship. Shadows of Order's fleet departed soon after. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. As Nareth listened to Arsena Dunn's report, he focused his will. In the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, the Jokero moved, beginning to concoct the Sequence 6 Hypnotist potion for the visionary pathway. After advancing to Mentor of Disorder, his authority had clearly increased. He felt more and more like the true master of the Kingdom of Disorder. He no longer needed to physically move. As long as an object was within a certain distance, he could use telekinesis to lift it and then bring it into the Kingdom of Disorder. He could also directly issue commands to the linked Jokeros without going to the first layer. My lord, during the war against the Nephilim, the chief apothecary developed 106 different potions. His final results included a permanent silence potion and a 2 standard-hour light loss potion. The use of these potions significantly reduced casualties. The 4 chapters lost a total of 943 men. Though the White Scar's independent nature makes it impossible to determine their casualty numbers, they have fewer achievements, and their casualties likely exceed 4,000. Nareth nodded, agreeing with his aide's assessment. This could be inferred from his current corrosion target, Hasek Noyankhan's Brotherhood. Hasek, the vanguard, was, besides Chin Xa, commander of the Kashyyyk, and Stormseer Targatai Yasujii, the one Jagatai trusted most. His Brotherhood was the largest among the Kagorians, likely over 2,000. Now it numbered less than 1,000, with only 500 jet bikes. Our casualties were not high, but every fallen shadow of order had their limbs shattered by sonic weapons. No complete bodies remained. Marlena is supporting the Forge Lord in researching the sonic weapons. Nareth nodded slightly. The Nephilim were indeed unique in the field of sound. The fallen shadows of order left only their beyonder characteristics. Tech Marines intercepted the Odex line used by the Xenos. They compiled an audio dictionary of the Nephilim language. I have organized my student of ratiocination to begin research on a new encrypted communication language. His aide put away his data slate. Before leaving, he said, Chaplain Pat is waiting outside, as you commanded. Send him in. The moment Arsena left the Primarch's office, Nareth's palm turned. A thin wisp of black mist rose. A colorless, transparent potion appeared. Simultaneously, with a thought, potion materials like the blue Nephilim moved from the storage palace to beside the furnace. The Jokero then began concocting the Sequence 6 Prometheus potion. Pat, holding the truth stave, walked to the desk and said respectfully, Father. Drink this. As he spoke, Nareth slid the potion to Pat. Thank you for your gift. Pat took the colorless, transparent potion. He watched the transparent bubbles, reflecting the light from different angles in different colors. He drank. It seemed to grow silent around him. Layers of ethereal scales appeared on his skin. His body flickered between light and dark, as if invisible. A dozen seconds later, the newly promoted hypnotist coalesced. The ethereal scales vanished. Pat, you will now serve as the Legion's Master of Chaplains. You are responsible for reviewing the thoughts of shadows of order and inspiring them on the battlefield. As he spoke, the Primarch transmitted the method of praying to the Black Emperor, and information on detecting potential alpha infiltration, to Pat via psychic link. My lord, I will become your shield of faith, build the spiritual defense against all heresy. After Pat left, Nareth went to the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. The Mentor of Disorder extended his spirituality, touching Tierney's orb. Confirming he was alone, he pulled him into the Kingdom of Disorder. A red-yellow liquid appeared in his black mist-shrouded right hand. Drink this. Tierney extended both hands respectfully, receiving the potion. He immediately felt its allure. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. He eagerly drank. Immediately, he felt an ethereal flame rolling in his throat, as if true fire burned in his stomach. Nareth scrutinized Tierney. He already knew from the Blasphemy slate the general scope of the Prometheus's core beyonder ability, steal. As in his memory, the Prometheus could only steal beyonder abilities, not psychic or other powers. Only the Black Emperor path undergoes qualitative change. The other paths have no fundamental change. The effect for Astartes is only slightly stronger than for ordinary people. Thus, the Prometheus is rather a quard. Like the Polymath and the Scribe, the Prometheus gained abilities they didn't possess. But the Prometheus could only use the stolen ability for 10 minutes, and the target would lose it for a full day. With all extraordinaries being his subordinates, the Prometheus's role was essentially negative. He had considered using Prometheus in training exercises, having them temporarily steal abilities from others to practice responding to attacks. But he ultimately abandoned the idea. The training value would be limited, and it would undermine his authority. At least they can also steal corrosion. Another option besides the sun pathway. And steal has also changed qualitatively. It can be done remotely, or dangerous items can be forced onto a target. Though it's the weakest of Sequence 6, it can still be useful in certain situations. As he thought, the newly promoted Prometheus, through meditation, reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. As Tierney thanked the Black Emperor, his eyes flickered. The Prometheus had a vague sense that the Black Emperor's body was a treasury of treasures. He could clearly feel that the golden wings were more valuable than Lord Vulcan's armor. The blurred object at his waist, which he knew was a sword, was more precious than the chain on his little finger. Only such treasures are worthy of my lord. As he thought, black mist engulfed him, returning him to reality. Nareth did not advance Chief Apothecary Michael to Sequence 5. Though materials like the green Nephilim were gathered, the advancement ritual requirements were not met. The Scarlet Scholar advancement ritual required gathering metals, gems, and the blood of supernatural creatures representing the different phases of the moon. Currently, he only had the moonstone of Vastroya's moon, the main ingredient for Sleepless. It was crescent-shaped. In the first month of 885, in the third layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth picked up the Dice of Prophecy. After waiting an extra month, he could confirm that divining the uniqueness had permanently increased the dice's cooldown by a month. He reined in his thoughts. Information about Perditus flashed through his mind. Perditus is 114 light-years from Balaam. At 230 degrees 7 minutes is the Drebeller beacon. Some worlds in the galaxy could serve as warp coordinates. Though not as brilliant or permanent as the Astronomicon, they often served as beacons. Drebeller was the closest such beacon to Perditus. During the Heresy, the Lion used Drebeller as a reference point to find Perditus amidst the warp storms engulfing the galaxy. After the known information about Perditus flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Kalium Gate to Perditus. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. The triangular pyramid tumbled through the air. The moment it landed in his open palm, a brilliant scene unfolded before him. Nareth memorized the star chart and encoded it on a data crystal. Returning to reality, with a thought, he transmitted all the information about Perditus to John, with whom he had a psychic link. Nareth didn't know what enemies the Dark Angels, led by the Lion, and Kala Typhon would face. He decided to have the Calamity Priest perform a divination. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 625, Chapter 624, Doppelganger, how did you do that? All the information about Perditus flooded into John's mind. The Calamity Priest pulled a piece of parchment with his left paw, and with his right paw, he gripped a quill and wrote rapidly. Perditus. John memorized the information on the parchment, over and over. After the 11th repetition, the Calamity Priest picked up the paper and leaned back on his wooden bed. Through the psychic link, Nareth saw an illusory scene, 3 nobles in ornate robes, accompanied by a squad of guards, entering a lavish palace. The scene shifted. The guards attacked the nobles, their blades piercing silk. They drew their blades, licking the blood from them. Assassination. Coup. Nareth frowned, puzzled. The scene twisted again. The guards' bodies contorted, becoming corpulent, straining their silk robes. Images of the slain nobles flashed through the Primarch's mind. Licking the blood of the slain, then taking their form. Doppelgangers. The main ingredient for Sequence 6, Faceless on the Fool Path. As the scene shattered, Nareth had the information he wanted. So, this is why the Lion found only silence when he first arrived at Perditus. Perhaps, after reclaiming Perditus, the submitted individuals launched a rebellion. The Lion, enraged, punished them and, considering it a shame, left few records. Another dark secret the Dark Angels habitually kept. Nareth knew that doppelgangers were different from mimics, who also had shape-shifting abilities. They didn't gain the memories of those they imitated. If they didn't spend long in human society, they wouldn't master Gothic or the use of various devices. He had long planned to acquire doppelgangers as potion material, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He recalled that during the Great Crusade, the Imperium considered doppelgangers vermin like Xenos. Discovering they fed on humans, the Imperium deployed the World Eaters as the vanguard to exterminate them. The 203rd Expeditionary Fleet descended upon Alpha Shalish, wiping out the doppelgangers. Of course, like other Xenos, they weren't completely eradicated. Doppelgangers were far from easy to exterminate. By consuming blood, they could transform into various creatures, including Astartes, even custodians. They had an advantage over mimics, their bodies physically changed, granting them the physical abilities of the transformed target. During the Heresy, when Ultramarine Arcades and Salamander Hecaton were on a diplomatic mission to a neutral world, they encountered doppelgangers disguised as custodians. A doppelganger with a custodian's physical abilities temporarily overpowered the 2 unarmored Astartes. Doppelgangers still existed in the 42nd millennium. They ambushed an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor and a Deathwatch kill team aboard the Space Hulk Terrorum. They transformed into inquisitorial acolytes and Astartes, slowly consuming the killed team. Nareth leaned back, contemplating how to deal with enemies possessing shape-shifting abilities. The war on Perditus is not a conventional frontal assault. The key is identifying the doppelgangers. As he typed his thoughts onto a data slate, he considered. Moments later, he pressed his communication bead, summoning Arsena Dunn. Assemble the librarians and chaplains. He slid the data crystal to his aide. The first chapter will accompany me to Perditus. After his aide left the office, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder, extending his spirituality to issue orders to Dementieva and Tierney. Black mist churned. A data slate appeared before each of them. After Maria Kornikova had stepped into the public eye on Terra, Dementieva, also a pleasure, had become the leader of the assassins. In the 6th month of 885, in the Perditus system. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, the Arsena reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, the Auspex Matrix Master reports that both Perditus 2 and Perditus 6 show numerous life signs. But the Master of Vox's all-frequency, all-language broadcasts have received no response. Nareth had anticipated this. The doppelgangers had likely already taken control of both planets. He had arrived before the Lion and Typhon. Fewer doppelgangers would have mastered human language and technology. This will make identifying them easier. Proceed to the 6th planet. Nareth decided to go to Perdita 6, where the T'Chulcha engine was located. Auspex matrix and etheric reading divination systems to full power. Focus scans on Perdita's VI's subsurface. By your will. The silver-haired Primarch's aide replied. The Black Fleet met no resistance, passing by the unresponsive 2nd planet in silence before reaching orbit around the 6th. Aboard a heavy transport, Howard Fender frowned. The Perditans gave no response. Their sparse anti-air fire was also absent. The doppelgangers have taken control of this world's upper echelons, but they haven't yet learned how to use human technology. This is why my lord ordered all court brothers to land via heavy transports, not drop pods or stormbirds. The closer they got to the surface, the more the judge felt the planet's disharmony. As he thought, he felt the transport touch down. He rose, eager to step off the ramp and restore order here. A doppelganger stood among the crowd, dressed in dark brown clothing, holding a lost gun, indistinguishable from the surrounding guards. After nearly a month of learning, he had mastered basic human speech and was chosen for this observation mission. He had to find out why outsiders had suddenly come to this world, his kind controlled and fed upon. The doppelganger stared at the black-armored warrior cradling a heavy gun. Every cell in his body seemed to thrum. The thorn-like tongue locked in his throat twitched with hunger. Delicious. He instinctively wanted to extend his tongue, to wrap it around the giant. He suppressed his feeding urge. Patience. They are already my food. How do the humans say it? Delivered to my door. Lambs to the slaughter. He greedily glanced at the lead black-armored warrior, then quickly lowered his head, pretending to be as fearful as the others. Howard suddenly stopped. As a full-fledged sheriff, he intuitively sensed something evil nearby. He scanned the area, taking in the 1,000 or so Perditans. Their appearances and clothing seemed normal. Their reactions were all consistent with confusion and fear at seeing an Astartes giant. But more than what he saw, Howard trusted his sheriff's intuition. The judge raised his palm, thrusting it forward. Spiritual energy surged. He shouted in Dunnick. This place forbids shape-shifting. The doppelganger heard a commanding voice in a language he had never heard, but he paid it no mind. The next instant, he let out a bird-like shriek. He had lost control of his body. He was rapidly reverting to his original form. The crowd turned to the shrieking. They saw a nebulous creature, a mass of bizarre limbs and swollen flesh. They stared in terror at the monster among them, screaming. Ah! How did you do that? The doppelganger slid backward, his voice incredulous. His tongue shot out. Howard raised his power gauntlet. Blue light blazed, slamming into the barbed tongue. The disassociation field shrieked, shattering the bizarre tongue. The judge swung his arm. An invisible whip cracked, tearing swollen flesh. The judge raised his arm again and shouted, "Imprison." Viscous, almost solid, liquid layered over the doppelganger. After capturing the doppelganger, Howard shouted to the fleeing Perditans. Your world has been taken over by Xenos. Shape-shifting monsters have infiltrated your society. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 626, Chapter 625, Hasek, so quickly identifying doppelgangers disguised as white scars. After capturing the doppelganger, Howard Fender handed him over to 3rd Company Captain Michael for interrogation and proceeded to the city proper to handle other matters. Michael brought the amber-encased creature aboard a heavy transport and found a compartment. The judge raised his hand. Spiritual energy surged, covering the compartment. He commanded authoritatively in Dunnick. Seal. Layers of viscous liquid rapidly spread within the compartment, forming invisible walls, layer after layer. The judge then raised his hand, aimed at the amber, and shouted, "Release imprisonment." The amber rapidly dissolved. The doppelganger's frozen eyes twitched. Its patchwork body stirred. As if awakening from a long dream, its eyes moved blankly until the black-armored giant came into view. The doppelganger jerked. Its body rapidly shifted between the forms of a native Perditan, a bizarre bird-like creature, and several other beings. Confirming its shape-shifting ability was restored, it drew a short blade from its ribs. It sprayed intestinal acid at the black-armored giant while sliding like a snake, swinging the blade. The shadows of order sidestepped the moment the doppelganger opened its mouth. Zotsop. The acid splattered against the invisible prison. The rippling waves felt strangely familiar. Before it could process this, it saw golden light flare in the black-armored giant's eyes. The doppelganger let out a bird-like shriek. It felt its mind, its very being, pierced. The full-fledged interrogator felled the doppelganger with mind pierce, then spoke in a low voice. Zeno, tell me. Where are your kind gathered? Never. The doppelganger staggered upright. Its shifting between forms slowed, like stretched images. It settled on the form of a burly man with fierce features, tattoos on his neck and elsewhere. Calluses on its thumb and fingers betrayed its use of a blade. It deftly flicked the short knife. Its body suddenly became a spherical creature, rolling rapidly away. Michael punched the flying blade aside, watching calmly as the doppelganger slammed into the invisible prison. It reverted to the burly gangster form and punched the wall. As invisible ripples spread, it became a bird-like creature, stabbing with its beak. After several attempts, it finally realized it was trapped. It turned in shock, staring at the black-armored giant. How had he done this? It remembered, the previous black-armored giant had spoken a word, and it had reverted to its original form, then been bound. Tell me. Where are your kind gathered? The interrogator's eyes flashed gold. The doppelganger felt electricity course through its mind. The agony lashing its soul was both painful and numbing. It trembled, its knees buckling. 3 standard hours later, Hasek Noyan Khan, having received his orders from Lord Nareth, assembled the 300 members of his brotherhood. Since being sent by Jagatai to study under Nareth, he had been serving the Primarch aboard the Shadow's sovereignty. Now, he would finally fight alongside the Shadows of Order for the first time. Fighting together was the best way to understand them. He watched Pat approach. Pat held a unique truth stave, adorned with golden wings. He knew this master of chaplains was rising rapidly within the 11th chapter, a high-ranking member of Shadow of Order, close to the chapter master. Our target is the Noble's Palace. Pat's voice was low and firm. The targeting runes have been sent to the shared tactical network. Hasek glanced at the rune flashing in his helmet, then started his engine. Quick to act. Almost eager. Pat habitually observed Hasek as he boarded a land speeder. White jet bikes roared into the city's bustling district. Hasek, amidst cries of alarm, nimbly maneuvered his bike through the silent streets. He saw citizens watching from windows, their faces fearful. The news of the giant's arrival, of shape-shifting monsters among the crowd, had spread rapidly. Unless necessary, no one ventured outside. Berghaw was the oldest and most powerful of the 6 Stormseers in Hasek's brotherhood. He had trained under Targatai Yasugii before his augmentation. He gripped his staff tightly. His psychic grew hot, its hooks digging into his flesh, sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt his consciousness drifting, his vision blurring, but he continued to channel power, energy flowing through him like a river. Sweat soaked him. Then, he saw an image, a cloud-like form twisting, compressing into human shape. Berghaw turned his staff. His psychic hood lifted. Khan, I have confirmed Zeno's presence in the target building. I cannot determine their exact number. I can only identify 5. Hasek glanced at his helmet display. The distance to the target rune, 200 meters. He twisted the throttle to its limit, raising his glaive. Accelerate. Move. Attack. Engines roared together. The white tide howled, like 10,000 horses galloping. We are nobles. We welcome Shadows of Order. Xenos, die. Hasek raised his glaive. Berghaw had confirmed Shadows of Order's intelligence. Lord Nareth had mentioned at the pre-battle briefing that the Xenos could shape-shift. The white scars, in unison, tapped and released their throttles. Their screaming engines propelled 300 bikes, leaping, crashing into the crowd. The jet bike formation mercilessly ground flesh to pulp. Hasek's glaive flashed. Vertical strikes. Horizontal slashes. Diagonal cuts. He killed over a dozen Xenos, observing the splattered flesh and blood. Each was human. Nothing abnormal. Even in death, they retained human form. He accelerated. His bike, like a battering ram, smashed through a wall. Before him, more people. Endless. Faster. He shattered one person after another. His bike slowed. Bone and blood coated the white vehicle. The dense buildings formed natural barriers. Flesh was a gear reducer, forcing the white scars to slow. More people poured from all sides. They raised automatic weapons, firing barrages. Crash. A white scar slammed into a building. A dozen people piled onto him. His curved blade spun. 4 were cut in 2. As blood sprayed, 2 barbed tentacles shot out. One tore through his fragile helmet lens, into his eye. The other wrapped around the join of his helmet and armor, ripping his throat. 2 people twisted, their flesh expanding like balloons. In moments, they transformed from ordinary people into giants. The one who had torn the white scar's throat flexed its arms, feeling the power within. It let out an excited, bird-like shriek. More doppelgangers, drawn by the sound, extended their barbed tongues, eagerly lapping blood from the white scar. Their tongues tore out chunks of flesh, swallowing them. One, having eaten an eyeball, twisted into a serpentine form, slithering into the blood-soaked power armor. It donned the helmet. It became a white scar. Evil light glinted in its eyes. Its enhanced sight and hearing immediately locked onto new targets. New white scars were rapidly born. In moments, there were 100 unarmored recruits and 4 armored warriors. Pat, slower than the charging white scars, reached the noble's estate. He was about to join the fight when his eyes narrowed. The hypnotist, with his exceptional vision, took in the entire battlefield. He immediately noticed too many men of unusual build. He switched comm channels, sending a message to Hasek. Hasek, the doppelgangers have taken the form of white scars. What? The hypnotist heard shock and anger in Hasek's voice. He ended the call and ordered the shadows of order. Attack. Targets, Astarte-sized figures, warriors without power armor. The hypnotist's black eyes paled, narrowing as he scrutinized the white-armored warriors. 36 seconds later, Hasek Noyan assembled his participating brotherhood before a building. 300. All accounted for. He looked at Berghaw. The storm seer, sweat streaming, shook his head slightly. Hasek frowned, turning to Pat. Can you confirm there are doppelgangers in my brotherhood? I can. Pat's confidence and certainty were impossible to ignore. 4 Kagurus. Hasek stared at his brothers, shouting in Chagorian. State your name, something that proves you are Chagorian. Berghaw, the storm seer, was first. Swift as the wind, swift to victory. Suhan, the second-ranking storm seer, followed. Strike where the enemy is unprepared. Move before the enemy moves. Pat watched the white scars rapidly speak in a language he only partially understood. He grasped Hasek's method of identifying doppelgangers. He frowned slightly. Doppelgangers infiltrating human society likely had strong learning abilities. The cleverest among them might have learned Chagorian. More importantly, their method was too slow. The doppelgangers gathered here might escape. Pat recalled the Black Emperor's description of doppelganger characteristics. An idea came to him. He walked to Hasek. I have a way to identify the doppelgangers immediately. What? Allow me to demonstrate. Seeing Hasek nod, Pat approached the white scar formation. As a full-fledged telepathist, he read obvious hostility in the white-armored warrior's defensive postures. His black eyes paled, narrowing. Invisible waves surged forward. All the white scars flinched, as if struck by a heavy blow. But they quickly steadied. None would show weakness before allies. They were warriors of Kagurus. In the formation, a white figure ran. 2 spun in place. 1 trembled. After releasing awe, Pat said to Hasek and the white scars, doppelgangers can change their form, but they cannot possess the strong will of white scars. Even the white scars, steeped in culture and poetry, tempered their will through daily practice. Doppelgangers gained physical abilities by drinking blood, but their will did not change. Seize them, Hasek ordered, then looked at Pat in astonishment. He had identified doppelgangers disguised as white scars so easily. Berghaw and Suhan could not exert such willpower. Lord Nareth's sons possess a variety of abilities the Stormseers lack. Truly admirable. Lord Nareth knows the doppelgangers well. He came straight to the 6th planet after arriving at Perditus. Within 6 hours of reaching orbit, he had found the doppelganger stronghold, even locating those disguised as Astartes. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 627, Chapter 626 to Chulcha, even if you can teleport, you can't escape. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Bridge. At the hololithic tactical table, Nareth scrutinized the holographic image of Perditus 6. Arsena held a data slate, reviewing the report compiled by his knowledge keepers, student of ratiocination, and the Tech Marines. My lord, after compiling and analyzing the Auspex data and the etheric readings across the region, we have identified 5 anomalous zones. Nareth took in the 5 highlighted zones, also absorbing the scrolling data on the view screens. Prepare a Stormbird. Proceed to Zone C. Nareth remembered that the Tuchulcha engine was in an underground cavern. Combined with the etheric readings, this zone was the most likely location. A black Stormbird howled from the Shadow's Sovereignty. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes as his consciousness extended towards the surface. Nareth first perceived a tracking target. The Mentor of Disorders, consciousness swept over, instantly discerning the yell pattern suit's adaptive camouflage form. After advancing to Mentor of Disorder, his refined spirit granted him greater mental power and awareness. Through experimentation, he had confirmed that without the Osiris Mind Staff, he was now as powerful as he had been with it before his advancement. As the stormbird pierced the cloud layer, the mentor of disorder drew closer to the surface, his area of coverage expanding. More scenes drew his attention. Okafor, a mentalist psyker, put away his Osiris mind staff. Then, the newly promoted warlock raised his hand, scattering invisible powder. As the powder enveloped him, the warlock vanished as if erased by an eraser. The mentor of disorder lost sight of the warlock for an instant. With a thought, he narrowed his area of awareness. His mental power, like a brush, swept aside the mist. He immediately grasped the warlock's movements, simultaneously confirming that 3 kilometers ahead, there was a brown-clothed doppelganger. He also noticed a person walking down a street, a lost gun in hand, suddenly freezing as ice spread upward. The ice crept up from its feet, solidifying. A tall, slender witch emerged swiftly from the shadows, hoisting the frozen figure. Nareth nodded with satisfaction as doppelgangers hidden among the populace were continuously discovered, either killed or captured. Then, his consciousness was suddenly stirred. The mentor of disorder sensed something like invisible points of light briefly touching his awareness. The contact was fleeting, indistinct, like an illusion. Nareth knew it was no illusion. In that direction lay a network of underground tunnels and deep caverns. The mentor of disorder focused his awareness on the deep cavern. His consciousness penetrated layers of rock, reaching the cavern's center. He immediately noticed a black and white marble sphere, 10.6 meters in diameter, suspended in the air. Golden specks moved slowly across its surface, like a spinning disk. As it slowly rotated, figures around it rapidly vanished. The Primarch keenly sensed that those figures were doppelgangers. He also perceived the ebb and flow of warp tides. With the surging tide, figures rapidly appeared, then vanished from his perception. Nareth immediately confirmed this was the T'Chulcha engine he sought. There might be similar objects, but the ability to teleport beings into the warp was unique to T'Chulcha on Perdita 6. The doppelgangers found the T'Chulcha engine. It's playing with them, teleporting them away. The mentor of disorder noticed bright spots flare on the silver-white sphere. Trying to run. Nareth's thoughts raced. He had not anticipated T'Chulcha trying to escape. When discovered during the Great Crusade, it had not fled. It had even cooperated with the tech priests, spending 30 years establishing a neural link with a boy servitor. During the heresy, when it encountered the lion again, it had willingly followed. Did it sense my powerful mind when our consciousnesses brushed? The mentor of disorder focused. Spiritual energy surged. His consciousness enveloped a doppelganger. In an instant, he projected an invisible egg into its mind. His spiritual energy rapidly drained. The egg grew, forming a mind gate. The mentor of disorder's body became ethereal, vanishing from the stormbird in an instant. Crack! The black-armored, golden-winged giant materialized in the cavern's center. The mentor of disorder unleashed his spiritual energy without reserve. The golden specks churning in the sphere became chaotic. A doppelganger was suddenly flung from the Sea of Souls, slamming into the cavern ceiling. Another, farther away and not within the teleportation range, vanished from its spot, reappearing in a city 1,000 kilometers away. Amidst the chaos, Nareth felt something dissolve within him. His body, mind, and spirit grew purer. The discomfort of psychic exhaustion vanished instantly. Black mist flickered in his eyes. He felt certain the kingdom of disorder had unlocked a new layer, the 9th. The mentor of disorder took one step and was before T'Chulcha, its teleportation interrupted. In his spirit vision, the engine was saturated with psychic luster. The black and white sphere trembled. Golden specks scattered chaotically. The power of teleportation churned within the zone of psychic chaos. The sphere flickered between reality and the warp. With a thought, Nareth's right hand was wreathed in thin black mist. He reached out and grasped the sphere. It was hot to the touch. With a thought, the 10.6-meter sphere vanished. He felt the third layer of the kingdom of disorder now held the sphere. Black mist churned. The scattered golden specks settled and vanished. T'Chulcha, even if you can teleport, you can't escape. Sensing the T'Chulcha engine's agitation in the third layer subsiding, confirming he wouldn't need force to establish a link, he reviewed the entire process of acquiring it. If I hadn't advanced to mentor of disorder and gained mind gate and chaos, it might have escaped. He also recalled the sensation during the capture. T'Chulcha's number is not low. The feedback from using chaos clearly indicates that mentor of disorder is digesting. Drawing on his previous sequence digestion experiences, he quickly gauged his progress. Combined with prior roleplay, my digestion is about 1/3 complete. Based on past experience, 1/3 digestion unlocks the 9th layer, 2/3 unlocks the 10th, and complete digestion unlocks the 11th. Indeed, sequence 6 unlocks 3 layers, sequence 5 unlocks 4. As he thought, he turned. He saw a doppelganger lunging forward, its body hurtling backward instead. Another leaned back, its body suddenly jerked forward. The Mentor of Disorders field was still active. The doppelgangers were in utter chaos. He channeled spiritual energy into the Hand of Order. Amber formed rapidly. Telekinesis swept up the doppelgangers, sending them into the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Then, with a thought, he went to the newly unlocked 9th layer. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 628, Chapter 627, Jagatai, me taking your first con is also a good thing for you. In the 9th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, upon entering this layer, Nareth immediately understood its corresponding ability, Words of Order. Threads of law filled this space. Once he spoke, issuing a decree, they would follow his will and enact punishment accordingly. After grasping the function of the 9th layer, his first thought was to bring Slough Dha, who was still resisting, still holding on to some secrets, here for a judgment of order. The Eldari Autarch was one of those in the Cabal who advocated the sacrifice of humanity. By that standard, his crimes were innumerable. But Nareth quickly dismissed the idea. The punishment for Words of Order included death. Slough Dha's greatest value lay in the many secrets he held. Punishment was not his objective. He then went to the 4th layer. He extended his spirituality, touching the orb of William Wood, Lord of the 4th chapter. Seeing William in a black robe, alone, he pulled him into the Kingdom of Disorder. Simultaneously, with a thought, the materials for Sequence 6 Faceless on the full pathway vanished from their palace, appearing before the furnace. The Jokero in the 1st layer added the doppelganger and other materials to the furnace in sequence. My lord, the Tanith, raised in environments with now-wood trees, have natural a sense of direction. The first batch of recruits, 1,035, have shown intuition far surpassing recruits from other worlds in training. I have ordered training fields with various traps to be built in areas with dense now-wood forests. Shadows of Order of the chapter will undergo training there without power armor. As a full-fledged clown, William had immediately grasped Tanith's value after learning about it. As Nareth listened to William's report, his right hand moved within the black mist. A black-green potion appeared in his palm. Good. Nareth said approvingly to William. With a thought, the potion, which occasionally bubbled with ice-sized bubbles, floated before him. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Images of his time as a worker-caste child on Gardnal, fleeing into the wilderness, flashed through William's mind. Even the best future he had envisioned was nothing compared to his present. He took the potion, watching bubbles rise to the surface and burst. Praise be to my lord. He drank. A slight tingling sensation spread through his mouth and esophagus, eventually numbing him, leaving him senseless. His spirit was pulled from his body. He watched, as if from outside, his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes dissolve, one by one, followed by his entire face. In 3 seconds, his face and head melted like wax. Bone and skin also dissolved rapidly. A torrent of information flooded William's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. A commanding voice sounded in his mind. Meditate. Find your body. He instinctively obeyed the majestic voice. He entered a state without reflection, struggling to control his body. Nareth watched as William's face and skin grew covered in dense pale granulation. An ordinary person would have been horrified, repulsed. Through meditation, William reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. The disgusting granulation gradually vanished, integrating his lustrous flesh. Nareth said to William, now restored to his original appearance, try your new shapeshift ability. By your will. The faceless bones and ligaments cracked. His entire body shot up. As the faceless tried various forms, both he and Nareth, watching, understood the scope of the shape-shifting ability. A newly advanced faceless can alter his height by 15 centimeters, slightly more than in my memory. Perhaps because of the different potion ingredients, or because the consumer is an Astartes. He can mimic voice and scent, but cannot change his clothing. Nareth's eyes deepened. Extraordinaries on the full pathway gained greater bodily flexibility but did not significantly change in height or weight. Their stature was roughly average for an Astartes. The faceless range was within Astartes' norms. He could not become an ordinary human, nor a Primarch. Not necessarily. Alpharius and Omegon could. Compared to the Alphas, the faceless is better suited for infiltration. Ideas flashed through his mind. Luther, after becoming a barbarian, could more easily slip away from Caliban, participating in the Reductus Sector campaign to advance to Mentor of Disorder. His plan to use Backroom Deal to obtain Mortarian's trophy, his adoptive father Nicair's skull, would be easier to implement. And, infiltrating other legions. He thought to himself. The heresy will be a good opportunity. By then, I will have a certain number of faceless. If they show some anomalies during infiltration, it can be attributed to the major events they've witnessed. The heresy was never simply about loyalty or betrayal. It was a trial of faith. Mental shocks changed the minds of countless individuals. Changes in behavior were common. Reining in his thoughts, Nareth spoke gravely, warning the faceless. You can pretend to be anyone, but you can only be yourself. Black mist swallowed William. The Black Emperor's admonition echoed in his mind. 3 months later, on Perditus II, in its largest city, Tefmer. The people gathered below a raised platform, watching as their hereditary king, Cawl of House Mebri, under the stern commands of the black-armored warriors, slowly shed his human skin. He revealed a nebulous form, like a patchwork of mismatched limbs. Their ruler had been silently replaced by a shapeshifter. They looked at the view screens, which showed blood-stained prisons piled with bones. Rescued residents screamed, cannibals, in terror. They had no more doubts. The truth the black-armored warriors had revealed: shape-shifting monsters had taken over their world, reducing them to a food reserve for evil Xenos. Without shadows of order, they would have been slowly consumed, never knowing by whom. The people shouted in unison, praising their liberators. Shadows of order. The monarch. At the same moment, aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. My lord, Arsena reported respectfully. In the campaign to cleanse the doppelgangers on Perditus II and VI, 249 shadows of order fell. Of these, 185 were from the first chapter. The rest were librarians and court brothers. Hasek Noyankhan's brotherhood lost 107. Nareth nodded slightly. He had a more complete picture. 30 marauders and 61 assassins had also fallen. Order the Tech Marines to occupy Perditus II and VI. Develop them as industrial worlds. Besides the Tucholcha engine, he had also gained the resource-rich Perditus VI. In his memory, it would grow into a forge world over the next few decades. By your will. His aide acknowledged. Before leaving the office, he said. Hasek is outside, as you commanded. Send him in. A blood-red potion appeared in Nareth's right hand. Lord Nareth. Hasek walked to the desk and bowed. Nareth slid the hunter potion to the successfully corroded Hasek. The white scars, skilled hunters and swift in action, suited the red priest pathway. Moments later, Hasek, in his white armor, knelt before someone other than the Great Khan for the first time. My lord, thank you for your gift. I will carry out your will. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. He knew that in the future, Hasek would be known as Khan. A Khan led a brotherhood. A Khan led many brotherhoods. There were few Khans among the white scars. Hasek was the most powerful. Jagatai had granted him the authority to make decisions on all matters independently. Noyan Hasek Noyan Khan commanded more white scars than any other Khan. Jagatai, my apologies for taking your first Khan. But for you, this is also a good thing. Hasek will not launch a rebellion in Prospero's orbit. Hasek, following me is far better for you than following Horus. At least you won't fail and be imprisoned. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 629, Chapter 628, Psychic Phenomena in the Serpent's Cradle. 894.m30. Kalium Gate Zone, Bridge of the Shadow's Sovereignty. Nareth gazed at the star chart on the hololithic table. Planet markers, route vectors, and dotted trajectories formed an incomplete map. It was the result of the last 2 divinations with the dice of prophecy. He had performed 2 divinations, in the second standard month of 888, star chart from the Kalium Gate to the Serpent's Cradle, in the third standard month of 891, star chart for the Ma route between the future Calixis sector and the Coronis Expanse. Through multiple divinations, he confirmed that after divining the uniqueness, the dice's recovery time had permanently increased by 1 month. The next divination would be in the 4th standard month of this year. He had already chosen the subject, a world in the Coronis Expanse, filled with specters, suitable for the 4th chapter. After estimating the time needed to cleanse the Slaneshi demon world in the Serpent's Cradle, he had chosen this time for the expedition. My lord, the main forces of the 2nd and 4th chapters, along with 2 companies of the 5th chapter, have completed assembly. After Arsena's report, Chief Librarian Thomas spoke. My lord, all librarians who have mastered the Griffin's Roar have assembled aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty. There are 5,936. Besides the 2nd chapter, primarily on the Sun pathway, as the main force for purifying demons, and the 4th chapter, going to its future recruiting world, Nareth had also chosen the 6th chapter, primarily on the Door pathway. They were suited for navigating unknown regions, could accumulate knowledge and experience of the stars, and had opportunities for astrologer roleplay. Nareth raised a finger and tapped a gleaming region. Set sail. Head for the Serpent's Cradle. He had already established a link with the Tucholcha engine. All was ready. It was time to go to the Serpent's Cradle to obtain the materials for converting perpetuals. 13 standard ship days later, in the Librarius of the Shadow's Sovereignty, Thomas heard a cacophony from another world. A hissing, like countless serpents slithering. The mentalist psyker felt sticky gazes, cold, fixed on his body. Ethan, the resilient psyker, perceived a giant serpent climbing a mountain. Nikolaus, the tempestuous psyker, saw countless sea serpents surging into the sea of souls. Okafor, the telephatist. Miguel, the technomancer. The warp manifestations of many librarians underwent bizarre changes. The temperature in the librarius plummeted. Cold mist rose from shelves laden with data slates and books. Frost formed on the rune-inscribed floor. Thomas extended his consciousness, touching the minds of the librarians. Ascend to the Thelema mind state. Following the telepathic instruction, the librarians proficiently ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state. The hissing faded. The frost dissipated. On the bridge, light flickered in Nareth's eyes. As the Shadow's sovereignty approached the real space transition point from the warp, he sensed evil and twisted the ship. Even with the Jokero field, deployed by the Jokeros, covering the entire Gloriana-class battleship, their power briefly penetrated the areas where the Psykers were gathered. Nareth was alert, ready to counter them. He watched with satisfaction as each area excluded the interference. The navigators and astropaths accompanying the expedition were chosen from allied families for their strong will and had signed confidentiality contracts with the notary. As the slimy tentacles tugging at the ship loosened, Nareth knew the fleet had arrived at the Serpent's Cradle in the northwestern galaxy. A region the Imperium would not reach until the 40th millennium. My lord. Arsena, recovering from the brief discomfort, quickly reviewed the reports from various departments. Transition to real space complete. The master of the astropath reports his choir has completely lost communication. All transmissions are blocked. There were brief psychic phenomena in the Librarius and the Navigator Sanctum. No actual damage. Nareth nodded. He rose and walked to the hololithic strategic table. Auspex to full power. Scan the entire system. The empty hololith gradually lit up. Like a painter at work, planets of different colors, orbital lines in black, appeared on the green canvas. His aide reviewed the reports and spoke. My lord, as you said, this system has 2 blue stars. As Arsena spoke, Serpentis Alpha and Serpentis Beta transformed from burning blue gems in the void into distinct colors. Tech Marines in the Simulus chamber have calculated that the system's 12 planets orbit in a unique double helix pattern. They will all pass between the twin stars. Nareth nodded. That is why this system is called the Cradle. Arsena said admiringly, when each planet passes between the stars, every part of its surface receives intense radiation. Yet, as you said, and the Auspex matrix confirms, each world teems with life, with its own unique ecosystem. The Eldari's mastery of combining technology and psychic power is truly impressive. Though he had already seen the 5 maiden worlds of the Terrican system, Arsena was still in awe of the 12 worlds of the Serpent's Cradle. His body trembled slightly. 12 immensely valuable worlds were an unparalleled discovery. Eldari maiden worlds combined the beauty of paradise worlds, the agricultural bounty of agri-worlds, and the vast mineral wealth of mining worlds. 12 unparalleled worlds would become the Black Emperor's domain, beyond the Imperium's sight. As his silver hair swayed, Arsena's gaze moved to the surrounding view screens. He saw images from the probes. The 6th planet, which had just passed between the twin stars, flickered with a faint purple light. His agitated emotions calmed. My lord, the latest scans show that as the planets pass between the twin stars, they absorb radiation and energy. I believe, as you said, there are massive collectors underground, gathering this energy. After hearing his aide's report, Nareth raised a finger and tapped a cluster of rocks on the system's periphery. Spread the fleet. Your team will fully engage the Simulus chamber, working with the adjutants and tech marines to chart a course through this hazardous asteroid field. The court barons of the 5th chapter will serve as the core, guiding the ships through the belt. Nareth knew that countless passing ships would be lost in this belt in the future. Their luck, they would die in the cold void before becoming demon food. By your will. At Nareth's command, the Simulus chamber across the entire fleet activated at full capacity. Shadows of Order Simulus chamber was not identical to the Iron Hands. Tech Marines were essential components. The central figure in each sanctum was the White Tower Pathway Adjutant, responsible for formulating battle plans. But this time was different. The astrologers of the 5th chapter would be the core, leading this perilous journey. At the viewports, astrologers reviewed information from the Astartes, Knowledge Keeper, Adjutants and Student of Ratiocination, aides, rapidly marking the screens. The trajectories of rocks in each adjacent region were marked in earth brown. Their own ships were marked with black runes. One hand on their crystal balls, they used styluses to trace routes in the dim light. Reader aides stood beside them, transmitting the marked routes to the data network through the Simulus chamber's terminals. The black void leviathans moved nimbly, weaving through the dense asteroid field, entering the Serpent's Cradle. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinzu Chapter 630, Chapter 629, a tiny warp brain worm takes a big bite out of a Slaneshi greater demon. Northwestern Galaxy, Serpent's Cradle. Nareth ordered the 2nd, 4th, and 5th chapters to land on planets designated 2, 1, and 3, respectively, those currently farthest from the twin stars. Librarians were assigned to the 3 chapters to balance their combat capabilities. Inside a black stormbird, Wilshire's gaze pierced the narrow viewport, looking down at the dense forests below and the endless plains in the distance. Auspec's matrix scans showed this planet was the most Terra-like of the 12. Of course, that meant Terra in the ancient past. The images of that ancient past Wilshire knew came mostly from early training, before he was assigned to a legion, when they were shown images to cultivate a sense of belonging to Terra. He didn't even know if they were real. By the time he was born, Terra had long been a steel jungle of hives. What he could confirm was that the second planet was similar in size to Terra, and its rotation period was about 1 Terran day. The most obvious difference was that the entire planet was bathed in a pale purple light, whereas Terra was in perpetual gloom. A natural hunting ground, but the creatures are unnatural. Hasek stared at a grey owl-like creature swooping from a conifer at a raccoon-like creature with brown fur. Their colors are very bright, pure, and singular. Kaguras's eagles have many colors: brown, grey, tawny, black, white. The plainest grey eagle I've seen still had lighter coloring on its chest and belly than its back. Wilshire immediately understood Hasek's point. Techmarines specializing in geology hypothesized this world has existed for millions of years, but has been in a state like stasis. This defies natural law. It shows clear signs of artificial modification, likely by the Eldari. But the force affecting the species may not come from the Eldari. It could be those organically grown spires. Their architecture is completely different from the Eldari's. Hasek gripped his glaive. I'll take the forest. You take the plains. The librarian team, led by Miguel, will accompany you. Good. Hasek nodded. His brotherhood had not accompanied this expedition. Moments later, Hasek mounted his jet bike, nodded to Miguel, and started the engine. He shot into the forest like a white arrow. The roar of the engine startled koalas in the trees. Hasek glanced at them, their cream-colored forms leaping away through the trees. Not only their bodies, but even their eyes were the same color. The conifers were also a vivid, strikingly bright green. The whole world was like a painting with vivid colors. With each breath, cleaner air than Kaguras's filled his lungs. He didn't lose himself in the beauty. He kept in mind the dangers Lord Nareth had warned of at the pre-battle briefing. The location rune shrank from 13.6 kilometers. The pale yellow organic spire came into view. It was like a glowing purple mushroom, its tissues pulsing as if breathing. A musky scent, seeping through his rebreather, filled his nostrils. Hasek's head grew dizzy. The greens grew greener, the browns browner. His Astartes multi-lungs worked in the toxic air. One lung closed its trachea with a sphincter, stopping normal breathing to protect his lungs. The other absorbed oxygen from the toxic air, effectively breaking down toxins. As leaves rustled, a purple rain fell. The newly promoted provoker suddenly realized the purple wasn't from the ground's pale light, but from dense serpentine creatures. They opened their mouths in unison, silently exhaling thick mist. Hasek slammed the throttle. His jet bike, pushed to its limits, sliced through the writhing, coiling purple serpents like a blade. One hand on the controls, the other rapidly spun the bike's mounted bolter. Amidst the roar of explosions, he noticed the blood mist was purple, not red. The purple waves grew higher. The provoker felt himself slowing. His bike, his white armor, felt trapped in quicksand. He instinctively knew the cause: the purple mist, thick as slime. Just as he was about to dismount, his bike suddenly roared, leaping like an arrow. He didn't need to look back, the location rune on his helmet told him the techno-psyker Miguel had blessed his bike. Hasek felt the machine spirit surge. His jet bike raced at unprecedented speed, faster than any he had known, almost out of control. Crash! The white blade shattered clumps of purple serpents. Miguel lowered his Heart Force staff. Beside him, 4 codicers stepped forward, raising their 4 staves. Crimson flames erupted. A blazing sea of fire engulfed the purple tide. Miguel noticed the purple serpents, pouring from the trees, did not instinctively attack the librarians, who were more dangerous to them. Instead, they surged towards Hasek, as if he were their only enemy. The provoker drew the serpents, allowing the librarians to calmly attack and clear them. Miguel, the techno-psyker, stared at the organic spire, his eyes deep. The tower was made of some strange crystal, its pulsing energy patterns unlike anything he had seen. The full-fledged appraiser spiritual energy rapidly drained. Combining his observations with his father's mention of gathered energy, he gradually grasped the spire's structure. Reaching the spire, the newly promoted artisan could confirm the veins of this monolithic, seemingly living structure. Blow it up. Hasek dismounted and asked. The artisan shook his head. No. An explosion would release the gathered energy, causing unpredictable disaster. He stepped forward, swinging his heart-forced staff, striking one of the scale-like patterns. The spire's pulsating rhythm suddenly accelerated. As the artisan struck an energy-balancing node, a crack appeared in the crystal's surface. His staff remained against the crystal, maintaining the energy balance. Only when the shaking stopped, revealing a gap wide enough for an Astartes, did he enter. Hasek followed closely. The librarians followed one by one. The moment Miguel entered the organic spire, he felt he had entered another world. A tide of shrieks washed over him. The sound was not from the physical world, but in his mind, in another realm. The tower center was a slimy passage. Purple slime dripped from the crystal walls like threads, flowing down as if into an intestine. Hasek walked to the passage, looking down at the writhing purple tunnel. The provoker felt an instinctive discomfort, as if something were sliding past his white armor, malevolent eyes fixed on him. There's something down there. Miguel looked around. He shook his head. We don't need to go down. He produced a glass grenade. Before the operation, I took this from the Forbidden Vault. The provoker looked warily at the grenade. The indistinct, sleeping worm within felt dangerous. Withdraw. Miguel said to the others. Watching them move to the crack, he pulled the pin. He tossed the grenade and retreated rapidly, diving through the crack. The passage writhed like a serpent. Across the second planet, and even in the void, Nareth heard the piercing shriek. In the Sea of Souls, the dark age of technology's forbidden weapon released a grain-sized warp brain worm. It flew towards the twin-headed, twin-tailed purple serpent, millions of times larger, its bloated belly filled with faces. The faces tumbled, emitting pained wails. Boom. The moment the disproportionate creatures collided, a massive wave rose in the Sea of Souls. The delicious souls the purple serpent had been chewing vanished at the impact. Its bloated belly lost a huge chunk. Both heads simultaneously let out a piercing shriek. The echoing cry tore the veil of reality. In the serpent's cradle's real space, as the sixth planet passed between the twin stars, its blue light suddenly dimmed. Shrieks echoed across the first, second, and 12th planets. At the base of the standing organic spires, musky scent billowed. Stored energy surged, turning the pale purple light covering the planets to deep purple. From the purple mist poured countless bizarre creatures, some with crab-like claws, others with horns. The Slaneshi greater demon, enraged, drove its demonic host from the organic spires. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 631, Chapter 630, Tripod Walkers Spouting Golden Light. Wilshire led his force, carefully navigating around patches of sparkling gems, each the size of a man's palm. The gems glittered enticingly under the purple light. No black-armored warrior picked them up. Like the giant armored lizards around them, they gave the gem fields a wide berth. Tendrils sprouted from the organic spires. Purple light surged from their bases, unleashing energy accumulated over millennia. The light spread like a tide. Herbivores' eyes turned bloodshot. They charged at each other, tearing and biting. Flesh flew. Blood stained the ground. Giant armored lizards, as large as hive domes, reared up, slamming their forelimbs down, causing the ground to shake. Gentle herbivores, they opened their massive jaws, swallowing entire herds. Hissing sounds came from beneath their tough, horny hides. Pink flesh buds, like tender shoots breaking soil, tore through their armor-like skin. The tender buds, like tentacles, reached out, coiling around the battling herbivores. Viscous, brightly colored slime oozed from the buds, enveloping the herbivores. As the herbivores dissolved, the buds swelled and split open, blooming like flowers. A wave of musky scent washed over Wilshire, making him dizzy. The notary sensed the spreading evil. His psychic energy surged. Golden light radiated from him, growing purer, finally forming a seal-like projection. He shouted in Dunnick, "Notarize, Sun Halo." A golden aura rapidly expanded, enveloping his guard. The Light Lord saw the gentle armored lizards, rapidly growing as they fed, and shouted into the Vox channel, "Sun Tripod Walkers." After purifying the demon world in the Maelstrom and acquiring the Slaughter Song, Wilshire had focused on developing weapons against demons. With Tech Marine support, they had created new weapons using Sun Holy Water and other technologies. As the notary moved among his guard, performing notarizations, the shadows of order fired dense barrages at the armored lizards. Bolts thundered. Adamantium-tipped rounds struck the blooming flesh flowers. The bright flowers swayed. Flesh fragments scattered, but they were not significantly damaged. Clusters of golden flames erupted around the solar high priests. A vast, sacred aura filled the air. The enormous, bright flesh flowers, like candles, rapidly burned to ash in the sacred flames. Light suppliant raised their bolters. Golden rounds, blessed by ritual holy water, slammed into the thick hides. With a roar, ripples spread across the hides. The armored lizard let out an angry hiss, raising a massive foot. The shadows of order retreated rapidly, distancing themselves from the behemoth. 41 black tripod walkers surrounded the bloated lizard monster from the flanks. Each walker was accompanied by a squad led by a solar high priest. They chanted Holy Oath in Dun Nick. Golden lines and sun runes on the black hulls blazed with warm, bright light. The operators within the sarcophagi felt bathed in warm light, like sunbathing in the new sun gardens of Gardenal. As they enjoyed the comfort, they recalled the brutal legends of the past. In the era of the High Lord's rule over Gardenal, the castes who piloted the tripod walkers had lain in cold sarcophagi, like living mummies. The last of those pilot castes had fallen in the war against the Rangdan. Their successors no longer needed to lie in cold coffins. Light suppliant sang. Light descended from the sky, illuminating the walkers' cores. The black walkers raised their arms. Blazing beams leaped. The beams, bright gold, struck the giant lizard's swollen body like a net. The lizard, larger than a hive dome, was sliced into chunks by the golden light, crashing down onto the plain. As the sun tripod walkers struck the mutated armored lizards, on the first planet, Kian, captain of the 4th chapter's 5th company, clad in power armor, had felt uncomfortable since arriving on this lush, tropical world. He led his company to the foot of the 5th mountain, looking at the clear spring before him. In his spirit vision, the spring was saturated with spiritual luster. He said to Okafor beside him, "This spring must be what my lord warned us about." The newly promoted warlock nodded in agreement. His mystic eye, which he couldn't turn off, was filled with dazzling light. The spring itself shows no signs of corrosion, but there is an evil, abnormal force around it. They feed on the creatures it lures. The natural spirits here are exceptionally sparse, the spirit medium said certainly. They tell me the evil predators are coming. The mentalist psyker, Okafor, extended his consciousness. It collided with brilliant ribbons of light and rippling sound waves. The drifting, seductive sounds were pleasant, intoxicating. He instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state, blocking the evil influence, and looked into the distance. Horses, moving with incredible speed, galloped towards them. Slaneshi steeds flicked their serpent-like tongues, sensing subtle scents. Their swollen sensory organs detected the disgust and battle lust carried on the breeze. Though less pleasing than the fear of Eldari or the pleasure of creatures lured by the spring, it still made them tremble with excitement. The spirit medium placed his hand on the lush vegetation. Psychic energy surged. He intoned in Dun Nick, his voice low, "Obey my command. Rise and take revenge on the evil creatures that killed you." Bones in the soil trembled. Driven by Rise, they coalesced, pushing through the ground. The spirit medium walked forward. Bones, hidden by the lush vegetation, continuously emerged. Some still had traces of their former forms. Some were skeletal horses, others vaguely humanoid. The skeletal horses charged the ostrich-like Slaneshi steeds. The steeds' whip-like tongues lashed out, striking them. The tongue-eaters recoiled in disgust. The bones lacked the delicious flavor they had when the creatures were alive, tended by the Eldari. Barbed tongues scraped off bone fragments. Noxious venom made the bones crackle. If alive, the elegant steeds would have fallen. But the risen skeletal horses had no will, no life. They obeyed the spirit medium's command. Their gaping jaws crunched, tearing at the lavender-smooth skin. For the first time, the tongue-eaters were treated like food. Large patches of their smooth, elegant hide were torn away. Eldari skeletal warriors, missing limbs or with shattered torsos, moved between the skeletal horses, their fists slamming into the slender heads. The Slaneshi steeds shrieked. From the sphincter-like openings of their mouths, long whips shot out. A steed suddenly burst through 2 skeletal horses, charging Okafor, who was waiting. The warlock raised his hand, scattering red powder. Flames erupted, engulfing the horse. He moved behind the skeletal line, throwing bottle after bottle, plugging gaps. The continuously rose bones, devoured by Slaneshi steeds millennia ago, forming a shield wall. The Slaneshi steeds, wave after wave, crashed against the black-armored warriors, tasting them for the first time, only to be blocked by the tasteless skeletal wall. Shadows of order, from their higher position, rained barrages on the steeds, but most of their efforts supported the 5th chapter's assault on the 3rd planet. On the ocean world, island chains dotted the surface. Above the 2nd island chain, inside a black stormbird, Thomas looked down at the buildings and ruins below. He saw the local tribespeople, their faces barely recognizable as human. Their features were strange. Their skin was pale. Their deep green, round eyes were flecked with flesh tones. They gazed hungrily at the sky. Their long, slender tongues flickered, like snakes. The chief librarian opened the Vox channel, issuing the order. The locals are corroded by the Dark God. Use the Griffin's Roar. Through rotational training, all Legion librarians had mastered the Griffin's Roar. After personally encountering the griffins on Macridge, the Primarch's sons, with their keen perception, had all successfully mastered it. The chief librarian had made mastering the griffin's roar a requirement for promotion from aspirant to librarian. Also required for the lowest rank of codiceer were the third level of the Thelema mind state and the first level of the enumeration. The Slaneshi cultists flicked their tongues, tasting the delicious meat they had never tasted before. Swift as horses, they pursued the descending black iron birds, their deep green eyes gleaming with hunger. The Stormbird's gunners, watching the bizarre humans, spun their turrets, each with 4 twin-linked loss cannons. Dense beams rained down. Blazing beams sliced through pale skin, tearing the horned, bizarre humans into grotesque lumps. The cultists lashed their razor-sharp tails, diving into buildings draped with the skins of their kin. Stormbirds hovered, turning, aiming in different directions. Underwing missiles screamed. Boom, boom, boom. The disgusting, abhorrent buildings were blasted into the sky. After the Stormbirds cleared a landing zone, Thomas stepped off the ramp with 2 COG drone. Excited, bizarre shrieks sounded. Countless cultists in spiked armor, wrapped in skins, surged out. Griffin's roar. Thomas shouted. 10 librarians stepped forward, forming a ring with the chief librarian, facing the thousands of charging cultists. The psychic circuits on Thomas's dominum blazed. The runes on his 2 COG drone lit up in response. Golden light gathered in the librarians' throats. They opened their mouths. A deafening roar erupted. In the librarian's etheric vision, griffins of various sizes, made of gold, surged forward. With the boost of the COG drone and the psychic armor, the griffin from Thomas, at the ring's apex, was 100 times larger than any other. Roar. The Slaneshi cultists screamed in terror, then were swallowed by the golden light. The golden griffins, on their path, crushed the cultists instantly. Where the golden light touched, pale skin ignited with golden flames. The surviving cultists shrieked, fleeing like frightened beasts. The warlock strode forward, leading the librarians towards the sensed evil. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 632, Chapter 631, The Slaneshi Greater Demon's Invitation to Ultimate Delicacy. After clearing the Slaneshi cultists from the landing zone, Thomas advanced into the island's darker regions. A bizarre smell reached his nose. Following the scent, he saw a large cauldron. The rich aroma of boiling meat mingled with the coppery scent of the thick broth. In his ever-active, eyes of mystery prying, illusory images appeared. Crab-like claws tearing pale flesh. Long, winding tongues curling around chunks of meat, swallowing them into gaping maws. Thomas raised his hand. His COG drone raised their bedrock-pattern bolters, blasting the nauseating cauldron to pieces. The path widened. The librarians spread out, using the griffin's roar to purify the cultists. Thomas led his team directly towards the island's center, the most evil place he sensed. Following the thick musky scent, he saw a hermaphroditic, depraved creature. Its armor was ornate and bizarre, far beyond the technological level of the followers and the ocean tribes. One side of its chest was a woman's breast, the other remained flat, a man's. Its left hand held a bizarre weapon, its right arm was bent into a crescent hook. The tribal Slaneshi champion shrieked, swift as the wind, in an instant crossing the 6-tiered bone staircase of the moon-shaped temple. The warlock raised his hand, scattering catachan thorns, petals, and leaves. The thorns grew frenziedly, binding the petals and leaves together. Thorns wrapped around the bent legs. Petals clung to the ornate leg armor. Leaves slipped into the gaps. SSSS. A bizarre hiss came from the champion's stomach. It swelled like a balloon and burst. With a crack, the stomach, along with undigested flesh and intestines covered in flesh buds, fused with the ornate armor. The armor instantly sprouted bizarre crescent-shaped blades, tearing through the spell that bound it. Thomas raised his staff. The patterns on his dominum armor and the runes on his COG drone blazed simultaneously. He instantly ascended to the 8th level of the enumeration, which he had recently mastered. He knew from Hather Mott, chief librarian of the Thousand Sons, that most masters of the various cults never progressed beyond this level. Most, in battle, simply maintained this level of enumeration, channeling the surging warp tide into raw power. Dazzling golden light shone from Thomas's throat. The Slaneshi champion's eyes stung. As its deep green eyes closed, it saw a claw reaching for it. Its eyes flew open. Its right arm swung with blinding speed. The crescent blade shrieked, meeting the golden griffin's claw. With a crack, golden light shattered the blade. Its momentum undiminished, it swallowed the entangled champion. Thomas glanced around. Seeing the librarians gaining the advantage with the griffin's roar, he turned his attention to the profane temple before him. The warlock's gaze passed over human skin and bone, seeking the building's truly artistic elements. Gleaming metal, crafted into various lunar shapes, full moons, crescents. At the same moment Thomas examined the lunar metal structures, the Shadow's sovereignty approached the orbit of Serpentis Alpha. Nareth stood at the hololithic strategic table, watching the sixth planet. At that moment, it was precisely at the intersection between the two stars. He sensed energy churning in the Sea of Souls. He looked at the view screen, where remote detectors had captured images. Purple lightning pierced the graceful clouds. Drops of shimmering, iridescent rain fell, both real and illusory, slow and fast. In the Empyrean, the twin-headed, twin-tailed, bloated serpent let out an excited hiss. Its hiss pierced the veil, turning the sky over the sixth planet into a transparent window to the warp. Purple light rippled. The etheric readings on multiple screens aboard the Shadow's sovereignty surged. The 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th planets simultaneously erupted with etheric light. Beams of light, accumulated for millennia, shot from different directions towards Serpentis Alpha and Serpentis Beta. The etheric fluctuations spread into reality. The sapphire-like twin stars now flickered with purple spots in their burning light. The purple light grew brighter, quickly turning the blue stars into blue cores wrapped in purple. Prepare for launch. Nareth knew the entrance to the warp would only form when a planet passed between the twin stars. He could avoid that time. If his goal were merely the materials to convert perpetuals, that would be enough. But he wanted the Serpent's Cradle, the 12 precious Eldari maiden worlds. He had to eliminate the Slaneshi greater demon dwelling here and sever its connection to the twin stars. From the battle reports from the 3 planets, he keenly noted that the cultists, the Slaneshi steeds, all related to gluttony. From his memory, he already guessed the greater demon here was also born from extreme gluttony. Slaanesh represented all extremes. The 6 concentric rings around the Palace of Pleasure each represented an extreme pursuit. The outermost ring was greed. The next was gluttony. Nareth, with the Black Wolf Freddy and the Gyrinx John, boarded a Vostroya pattern lightning fighter. Nelson, the Primarch's personal pilot, started the engine. The black fighter shot from the deck like lightning, flying towards the purple light. The Calamity Priest's expression was grim. The shimmering purple light, though beautiful, was like a terrifying maw. The closer they got, the louder the piercing hiss. Nelson heard his father's command in his ear. Open the hatch. Return. Father, getting you to the surface is my duty. The Calamity Priest struggled to speak normally. This is far enough. The Mentor of Disorder's voice was grave. His Majesty made Nelson, maintaining the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state, instinctively obey. The hatch opened with a change in air pressure. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. The warp energy flooding into reality surged towards him. Telekinesis enveloped the wolf and cat. He took one step, crossing 100 kilometers. He did not stop. His afterimage trailed as Nelson blinked, as if he had walked a corridor. Walking through the infinite gate, forged from warp energy flooding into reality, in a single breath, the Primarch crossed tens of thousands of kilometers of void, reaching the 6th planet's surface. The purple light reflected off bodies adorned with expensive gems, jewelry, and silk. The demons twisted their bodies proudly. They scraped their sharp claws and swift pincers, circling the Primarch greedily, but dared not approach. Golden light gathered in the Primarch's throat, piercing the pale, soft skin of thousands of nearby demons like needles through the fine leather. Roar. With a deafening roar, a golden light, large enough to cover an entire hive, pierced the purple iridescence. Tens of thousands of demons were torn apart, screaming. Nareth's wings beat. He flew towards the rapidly forming creature. It was as tall as 66 men, yet seemed a creature of the great ocean, compressed to fit here. In etheric vision, its size had no limits. A shimmering halo surrounded it, emitting a dizzying, hallucinogenic perfume. The Primarch's gaze pierced its false appearance. He saw its muscular body adorned with jewels, each imprisoning the souls of millions of victims. On its twin heads, triangular, sickly yellow eyes stared directly at Nareth. Nareth, you have taken my food. Both heads spoke simultaneously, their seductive whispers flowing. But I do not hate you for it. I have a proposal that benefits us both. One of your brothers has been enjoying the ultimate delicacy. Through consumption, he has gained great power. Nareth instantly guessed the greater demon was referring to Hannibal. You and your sons will gain the ultimate delicacy and great power. The whispers rustled. Not only can you consume flesh, but you can taste the true ultimate delicacy, the souls of your enemies. Souls will nourish you. As the greater demon spoke, enticing illusions bloomed around it like fireworks. Shadows of order feasted on long, elegant Eldari legs, faces showing pleasure. Nareth held a green skin as tall as himself, opening his mouth wide, swallowing its head. As his body grew a finger's length, the rich, oyster-like flavor merged with his soul, a pleasure beyond the mortal realm, filling his spirit with joy. John's mouth watered. Freddy seemed to dream, back on Terra and Luna, consuming sweet dreams. Nareth instantly ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state. John and Freddy, linked to his mind, snapped awake, their eyes clearing. Anger flashed in Freddy's eyes as Nareth spoke coldly. I refuse. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 633, Chapter 632, the Slaneshi Greater Demon loses Eldari souls and the Serpent's Cradle. Nareth gripped the Dionysian spear. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. Light and shadow, like the poles of a magnet, drew the warp energy of the sixth planet. The Slaneshi Greater Demon let out an uneasy hiss, its slender necks twisting together. A shadow fell over its beautiful face. Its eyes fixed on a mass of destructive energy, rapidly expanding from a small, colorful orb into a majestic storm. Fool, I will feast on your delicious soul. Its razor-sharp claws were coated in bright, colorful paint. Boom. The Greater Demon's exquisite claws struck the telekinetic shield. The sudden explosion swept up over a dozen demons, their pale limbs, adorned with ornate decorations, torn apart in an instant. Nareth retreated through the blast, raising his hand to hurl the Dionysian spear. The Greater Demon retreated in terror, its bloated body surprisingly agile. In a single second, it twisted dozens of times. Each twist changed its direction. Each twist carried it several kilometers. Its terror grew. The blazing light drew closer. SSSS. Terrified hisses echoed on both sides of the veil. In the Empyrean, the storm swallowed tens of thousands of suffering souls from the bloated body, ending their miserable existence. On the sixth planet, amid the thunder, jewels shattered. The imprisoned victim souls were crushed in the lightning. The storm then shattered the false halo, tearing apart the Greater Demon's beautiful body. The Primarch keenly perceived that the purple light surging across the planet had dimmed slightly. It shifted from deep purple to a lighter purple. He looked up. His gaze pierced the transparent window to the warp. The mountain-sized, coiled body still writhed. Nareth's wings beat, flying towards the Dionysian spear. He thought to himself. The Greater Demon's connection to the Serpent's Cradle is not severed. The twin stars must contain something that allows its power to seep into reality, creating a close bond. To sever its connection, I must destroy whatever is there. But it has consumed countless Eldari, making it powerful. I must weaken it first, make it sufficiently weak. As he thought, he reached the chasm. He was about to dive down, to retrieve the spear, when he smelled the thick musk. From the purple light, a viscous body rapidly reformed. The reformed Greater Demon was noticeably smaller. It was as tall as 60 men, its bloated body slightly shrunken, adorned with only 1,000 jewels. It swung its semi-living whip. The writhing whip lunged like a python. The body destroyed by the Dionysian spear reformed so quickly. Nareth wondered. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He withdrew from the Thelema mind state and ascended to the 8th level of the enumeration. The warp gate not only allowed the Greater Demon to descend, but also allowed him to wield far greater psychic power than usual. He lowered his head. The golden light gathering in his throat burst forth. The golden griffin dove, howling, slamming into the Greater Demon, whose curved claws had just struck the ground. Golden light pierced the veil, striking the twisted, coiled body. As Nareth liberated tens of thousands of souls, he dove. Wind howled. Heat rushed at him. He saw the Dionysian spear, lodged diagonally in the rock face. He flew, grabbing the spear, gliding to avoid the ornate scimitar. His power gauntlet blazed with golden light. He twisted, punching aside the swinging claw. He watched the Greater Demon, now as tall as 49 men, its jewels reduced to hundreds. Its 4 arms swung simultaneously. Its ornate weapon scraped, tearing the rock face. Rocks of various sizes fell, hurtling towards Nareth. He thrust his hand upward. Telekinesis hurled countless rocks, hammering the Greater Demon's body. Seizing the moment, he hurled the spear, infused with psychic energy. It pierced the Greater Demon's body in an instant, screaming upward. Nareth followed, bursting from the surface. He was about to fly to the stars when a thought struck him. The twin stars are opposite each other. The destroyed body quickly regenerated. Perhaps there is a mystical connection between them. Both must be destroyed simultaneously. As he thought, he saw Freddy and John. Telekinesis enveloped them. He flashed, stepping onto the infinite gate corridor, rising rapidly. With a thought, the flame ring appeared in his hand. Not long ago, Santiago, the scribe, after completing his recording, had offered the ring back to him. Nareth raised his hand, placing the ring in John's paw. Simultaneously, golden living metal rapidly spread, covering his body in black armor. In 3 breaths, he stood on the corridor, reaching Serpentis Beta's orbit. His consciousness expanded, piercing the scorching flames, sensing the hissing evil. On the sapphire-like star's surface stood a twisted, coiled purple structure. Made of some crystal, it writhed like a serpent, emitting a piercing hiss. With a thought, he made Freddy and John understand his plan. Simultaneously, he raised his hand. Telekinesis surged, enveloping them. A telekinetic hand hurled the wolf and Gyrinx into the Infinite Gate's non-material corridor. As he turned and stepped, John and Freddy, sliding, reached Serpentis Beta in an instant. The non-material corridor isolated the star's real-world flames. Black mist rose. Freddy manifested his mythical form. Eight-legged, he stood in the air. Darkness enveloped the serpentine structure, gleaming with purple light. The writhing structure, as if petrified, fell silent. The Calamity Priest's psychic energy surged, penetrating the star's surface. A blue pillar of fire erupted. Simultaneously, his remaining psychic energy poured into the burning ring in his paw. The Gyrinx's body instantly became a blazing flame. At the same moment, the Primarch stepped onto the Infinite Gate, arriving above Serpentis Alpha. The burning one fragment, enveloping him, blazed with golden flames. The Mentor of Disorder, Dove, howling. The twisted serpentine structure, in the chaos, coiled together. The gathered golden light burst forth. The golden griffin dove, howling, at the serpentine structure. The Primarch keenly perceived the thunderous roar echoing both inside and outside the veil. On the sixth planet's surface, the reformed greater demon, now only as tall as 36 men, its jewels all shattered, swung its arms in frustration, letting out a long, piercing shriek. It had lost all the Eldari souls it had consumed. Its connection to the twin stars was severed. The transparent window rippled and slowly faded. The greater demon's body dimmed. Piercing shrieks echoed across the sixth, first, second, and third planets. The purple light faded. Blue light bathed the system. Nareth felt something dissolve within him. His body, mind, and spirit seemed refined. Combined with prior acting, my digestion has reached 2/3. The 10th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder has unlocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he had no time to perceive the change. Riding the aftershocks in the Sea of Souls, he stepped onto the Infinite Gate corridor, appearing in Serpentis Beta's orbit. Black mist flickered in his hand. He sent Freddy, his fur ablaze, and John, back to cat form, into the Kingdom of Disorder. He raised his hand again. The banner shaft appeared. The Red Priest's uniqueness in hand, the approaching blue flames parted like gentle seawater. His golden wings beat. He flew rapidly from Serpentis Beta's orbit. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaoistJinzu. Chapter 634, Chapter 633, Mass Perpetual Conversion, Marlena's Uniqueness. Northwestern Galaxy, Serpent's Cradle. Nareth set foot on the sixth planet again. The vast numbers of Slaneshi demons had vanished with the destruction of the warp portal. The twin stars' original blue light now bathed the planet's surface. His consciousness expanded, sweeping over translucent marble slabs, resilient basalt, and volcanic obsidian. The sixth planet was, overall, a rocky world, capable of meeting the construction needs of an entire sector. Of course, the Eldari's mastery of psychic arts meant its land still produced more than Imperium-engineered agri-worlds, even exceeding Tiska's psychic terraces. His consciousness then perceived the clear springs flowing between the rocks. The moment he touched them, he immediately sensed their uniqueness. He instantly knew they were the material Slough Dha had used to convert perpetuals. His golden wings beat. He rose. Golden light flashed. In moments, he reached the rocky terrain, looking down at the spring, its water so clear it was almost crystalline. With each breath, the spring's sweet scent filled his nostrils. Physical and mental fatigue faded together. The legends are true. He sighed. The legends of the Serpent's Cradle sweet water, said to cure all ailments, were true. His psychic intuition stirred. He activated his spirit vision, gazing at the saturated spiritual luster. Spring water saturated with spiritual luster. He thought, astonished. After examining it, he confirmed its spiritual luster was similar to the Sequence 3 dice of prophecy. Sequence 3 level. The main ingredient for converting perpetuals. Does it correspond to Sequence 3, unaging, on the Demonis pathway? He examined the spring for a long time. The water was pure, radiating a pure life color. He turned his head, looking to the right. 6 kilometers away stood an organic spire built of psychic crystal. The greater demon didn't corrupt that spring. Perhaps it couldn't, or perhaps it only used it as bait. As he speculated, his right palm turned. A crystal bottle appeared. With a thought, a telekinetic hand lifted the bottle, holding it over the spring, filling it. With another thought, he brought it to the Kingdom of Disorder. The bottle was unchanged. The pure water radiated spiritual luster and sweet scent. Even smoother than I expected. No need for purification. I can perform the perpetual conversion ritual immediately. With this thought, he went to the newly unlocked 10th layer. The moment he entered, the mentor of disorder saw gray threads of law forming a box-like space. Clearly, this layer corresponded to backroom deal. With a thought, he immediately perceived the difference between this ability and his own. Besides the higher level of the Kingdom of Disorder, making the force trade more effective, it could also operate remotely within a certain range. Through linked items, he could trade within a surrounding area. He immediately thought of an application, sending spiritual sculptures linked to the Kingdom of Disorder into a target area, then performing a backroom deal. A week later, on the second planet of the Serpent's Cradle, on a plain purified by sun pathway beyonders with holy water, Nareth chose a site 10 kilometers from the spring for the perpetual conversion ritual. The ritual site was arranged according to the symbols of the Eldari goddess of life, Isha. First, the base of the symbol needed to be arranged. A pit was dug, just large enough for the convert to lie in. The base determined the scope of the other areas. A cross-shaped trunk was planted above the pit, formed by Eldari runes. Gemstones, palm-sized, were arranged in 3 leaf-shaped areas, in the other 3 directions of the cross. Nareth chose his most trusted aide, Arsena, who served him most often, as the first perpetual convert. He said to his aide, "Arsena, I once said you would not die of old age. Now, it's time to fulfill that promise. Lie in the pit." Arsena examined the clear, sweet water in the pit. With a light sniff, it was even more refreshing than pure air. "Thank you, my lord." He removed his dominum armor and stepped into the pit. He immediately felt coolness on his feet. A refreshing sensation spread through his body. He lay down. No discomfort from holding his breath. The water filling his nostrils felt remarkably pleasant. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He raised his hand, placing it on the top leaf. The entire ritual area blazed with brilliant light, brighter than the blue light of the twin stars. As the light blazed, Arsena felt the cool water instantly turn warm. He felt as if immersed in a hot spring. Life force washed over him. The age spots on his arms and neck visibly vanished. Nareth's gaze pierced the brilliant light, watching Arsena's body, once slightly dull, grow lustrous. The brilliant light faded, then vanished in a final flare. A gentle breeze blew. The gleaming gems turned to dust. The pit was dry. Arsena lay stunned for a few seconds before emerging from the incredibly pleasant state. He felt as if he had awakened from a delightful dream, his body, mind, and spirit in perfect condition. The lingering, vague fatigue from the Saktrata deeps was gone. He quickly donned his huntress armor and walked to the Black Emperor, who stood with hands clasped behind his back. He knelt on one knee, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. The life the Hrud took has returned to me. You have granted me new life." Nareth turned slowly, looking at the polymath. "Indeed, new life. You must have seen references to immortal beings in your research. The Emperor. Malkador. Vulcan. All are perpetuals. Now, you are like them. You will not die of old age, and you possess a degree of resurrection ability." Countless references and countless books flashed through the polymath's mind. Threads of evidence became clear. So this is what my lord meant when he said we would not die of old age. He meant making us perpetuals. My lord came to this region for us. Not only did he restore the life I lost, he made me a perpetual. Arsena's long, narrow eyes shone like gems. He made a solemn vow. "My lord, I will emulate Malkador. As the sigillite serves the Emperor, I will serve you forever. No, Malkador will burn out on the golden throne. You will live longer." Nareth thought silently. "Rise." After Arsena rose, Nareth instructed. "Order the Tech Marines to build a teleportarium. The Legion has 12 chapters. The Serpent's Cradle has 12 planets. Each chapter will receive one for colonization and development. The forested first planet goes to the 7th chapter. The second to the 2nd chapter. The deep sea world, the 3rd, to the 9th chapter." 10 days later, 100 meters from the first conversion site, Marlena and Diana stood before the pit, their cheeks flushed. Seeing no lust in Nareth's commanding gaze, his eyes as calm as ever, Marlena lay down in the clear water without hesitation. Diana, efficient, hearing the water, lay down too. As the brilliant light blazed, Diana's streaked blonde-white hair rapidly returned to its shining gold. As a biomancer, Marlena's sensations were clearer. She felt life force flowing into her body. Every cell in her body leaped. She examined herself, confirming her life level had undergone a fundamental change. Each cell was transforming in ways she could not understand. Even bio-lightning could not affect such profound changes at the cellular level. So this is what my lord meant. Incredible. She struggled to extend her psychic energy, exploring the changes in her body. She vaguely discerned patterns similar to the ritual sites within the life light. The moment she outlined the abstract runes in her mind, her mind went blank. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He looked at Marlena. His gaze was not on her nude form. The biomancer's perfect body was still within mortal bounds, holding no attraction for him. His gaze was on the Sea of Souls. A point of bright light flickered in the colored vortex beyond the veil. It seems her spirit, as well as her body, is transforming. Why is Marlena different? As he thought, the light faded. He noted Marlena emerged from her trance a second slower than Diana. Marlena and Diana walked to the Black Emperor, hands clasped behind his back, and offered their thanks. After questioning Marlena about her experience, he determined her uniqueness was related to her use of bio-lightning to probe during the conversion. He did not stop the conversion process. The 12 worlds had varying numbers of similar springs, of similar size. He expanded the conversion scope. The error pathway leader of the Marauders, Tierney. The assassins leaders, Maria Kornikova and Dementieva. The two, pleasure, after conversion, pleasantly surprised found their abilities enhanced. Knowing this, Nareth confirmed the spring water corresponded to the unaging and named it the Fountain of Youth. He then included the Legion's high command in the conversion. Though Astartes typically died in battle before aging, Sigismund would still die of old age at the hands of the chaos-empowered Abaddon. Though he could not convert every son into a perpetual, the Fountain of Youth was sufficient for the Legion's high command. Besides the chapter lords, he selected certain company captains. The Light Lord, Wilshire, and his first and second company captains, Winterburn and Solier, were converted in the blue light. The Death Lord, Adams, his first company captain Oliver, fifth company captain Kian, and chief apothecary Michael, were converted in the darkness. Chief librarian Thomas, Nicholas, Miguel Cuesta, Ethan, and Okafor were converted simultaneously. Chaplain Pat and his deputy, Martin, who oversaw the Sun pathway. Among them, Thomas and Okafor, with their eyes of mystery pryings, also had their spirits refined by seeing Isha's symbols, their psychic powers noticeably enhanced. Nareth did not convert Hasek into a perpetual. He had not served him long enough to deserve that reward. After making Hasek a true provoker, advancing him to sequence 7 pyromaniac, he began arranging his own conversion ritual. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 635, Chapter 634, Perpetual Conversion Triggers Premature Unlocking of the 11th Layer. 3rd month of 894. On the second planet of the Serpent's Cradle, Nareth removed his black armor, revealing his marble-like, lustrous body. He slowly lay down in the Fountain of Youth. Simultaneously, with a thought, John, standing at the ritual site center, raised a paw. Following the activation method received through the psychic link, the Gyrinx pressed a paw to the ground. Spiritual energy surged. The brilliant light reflected in its obsidian eyes, identical to Nareth's. The Primarch's eyes clearly reflected the runes of the Eldari goddess of life, Isha. He clearly felt his body being cleansed by the clear life water, while his spirit was also refined, growing purer. He let out a comfortable sigh. As the water rippled, thick black mist suddenly rose around him. Nareth was startled. He hadn't actively controlled the Kingdom of Disorder. He didn't know why the black mist had appeared. Before he could understand what was happening, the Fountain of Youth began to boil. He keenly perceived that the water was being consumed much faster than during the conversions of his subordinates. Because I'm a Primarch? He watched the black mist fill his vision, thinking. It seems not only that. It's related to the Kingdom of Disorder. As he thought, light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Telekinesis expanded, reaching a Fountain of Youth 10 kilometers away. The second planet had 3 Fountains of Youth. 2 had been consumed in previous conversions. This was the last. The telekinesis formed a tube-like shape, touching the sweet water. The water was lifted, flowing along the curved tube, filling the pit, replenishing the fountain. As he maintained and replenished the fountain, he also observed the changes in the Kingdom of Disorder. From a superhuman perspective, he overlooked the misty realm. He saw, deeper than the backroom deal box formed by gray threads of law, black mist churning. Threads of law within the black mist appeared chaotically. The unbalanced scene sent his thoughts into chaos and distortion. Amidst the jumble of thoughts, his contemplation of the current situation reflected around him like shards of a broken mirror. The mystical runic changes triggered by Isha's life runes. The changes in the Kingdom of Disorder triggered by the high-level Fountain of Youth. The augmenting effect of combining the Black Emperor's resurrection ability with perpetual conversion. Just as Nareth was about to ascend to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state to gather his tangled thoughts, the black mist suddenly churned, then subsided. His thoughts coalesced. His mind cleared. He overlooked the threads of law. Layer upon layer, they rapidly formed a majestic structure. Its front was a slanted gate. The structure was overall spire-like, radiating brilliant light. As the black mist around him faded, the function of the 11th layer became clear in his mind. The strange structure was a mausoleum, corresponding to the Black Emperor's resurrection ability. He had expected the Sefirot to unlock the resurrection ability early, but thought it would happen upon his advancement to Sequence 4. He hadn't expected it to unlock with the 11th layer. As he sighed inwardly, he noticed the mausoleum differed from what he knew. The Black Emperor advancement ritual required the construction of 9 pyramid-shaped mausoleums. The structure in the 11th layer, however, was overall an elegant spire, its door slanted. It seems combined with the life force of the Eldari goddess of life, Isha. From the information presented to his mind by the Kingdom of Disorder, he noted that unlocking this layer also differed from the Black Emperor's resurrection process. The Black Emperor's resurrection had 3 stages. First, the uniqueness left its owner, becoming conceptualized and abstract. Second, the Black Emperor's subjects again heard the commanding voice of their god. Finally, the Black Emperor, re-merged with the uniqueness, reappeared, and the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics automatically returned to his hand. Compared to other resurrection methods, the Black Emperor's was the most powerful because it was an irreversible, unblockable order. His current resurrection would not reclaim anything, but the Sefirot ensured the process could not be interfered with. His resurrection point was not where he died, as with most perpetuals, but in the mausoleum in the 11th layer. His resurrection ability also differed from the Black Emperor's in his memory. The Black Emperor could not truly die as long as his 9 secret mausoleums were not all destroyed. Even if they were, as long as some of the order he had established remained, he could still exploit the loophole of death to resurrect. Though his resurrection was not linked to mausoleums or order, as the chosen one of the Kingdom of Disorder, as long as he still bore the responsibility of evolution, he could resurrect in the 11th layer's mausoleum. He considered the differences, his eyes brightening. In a way, the Kingdom of Disorder's resurrection is stronger. At least until the Sefirot abandons me. Of course, I can't be reckless. If I'm killed, I'll lose my equipment. When going to truly life-threatening places, I can't bring items like the Order's hand. That would significantly weaken me. Thinking of the Kingdom of Disorder's evolution requirements, and the obviously more difficult potion materials and rituals compared to other sequences, he naturally concluded. The requirements for my advancement to Black Emperor will be higher, and the resurrection ability might also be stronger. Satisfied with his new resurrection ability, he now had a certain degree of recklessness capability. As he thought, with the black mist receding, the fountain's consumption rate returned to normal. He withdrew his telekinesis, noting the fountain was dry. He didn't regret it. Exhausting one fountain to prematurely gain the Kingdom of Disorder's resurrection ability was far more valuable. The fountain rapidly dissipated in the brilliant light, finally flaring and vanishing. As he rose, he clearly felt the life he had lost facing the Hrud King rapidly restored. Time now has no meaning for me. After I obtain Perturabo's improved stasis device, I can return to Saktrata Deeps. Find the possible fragment of Belaker's relic and take the remote, resource-rich deep as my domain. His eyes flickered. Telekinesis spread. The armor Vulcan had forged for him flew over, enveloping his increasingly lustrous marble body. The next day, in the Primarch's office, Nareth listened to reports. After Arsena gave an overview of the planets, Chief Librarian Thomas spoke. My lord, the librarians have discovered psychic crystal deposits on each planet. They were likely created by the Eldari using special methods. The organic structures on each planet are also built with this crystal. He gestured to the Ethan behind him. Nareth saw an open box, gleaming with psychic light. On some islands of the 3rd planet, we also found various moon-shaped metals. The cultists used them to craft weapons. Nareth nodded. The metals and gems representing different lunar phases, and the blood of supernatural creatures needed for the potion professor's advancement to Sequence 5, were all gathered. As long as he performed the ritual in a system with a moon, under its full light, Michael could advance to Scarlet Scholar. Mine the psychic crystals and the moon-shaped metals. The next day, Nareth went to the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder and picked up the recharged Dice of Prophecy. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 636, Chapter 635, T'Chulcha Engine, Undetectable Transition. In the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Holding the Dice of Prophecy, information about the Sondheim system flashed through Nareth's mind. The Sondheim system lies on the edge of the Maw, near Damaris. It is centered on a bright blue giant star, with 14 planets and hundreds of moons. The planet closest to the star is a dry, rocky world, scorched by heat and radiation. In fact, compared to Damaris, Sondheim was closer to what would be known as the Peril of the Gods in the future Coronis Expanse, though it didn't have that name yet. After the known information about Sondheim flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Serpent's Cradle to Sondheim. After intoning it 11 times, Nareth tossed the dice. The triangular pyramid tumbled through the air. The moment it landed in his open palm, a scene like a holographic projection unfolded. He memorized the star chart and encoded it on a data crystal. He did not immediately return to reality. With a thought, he took a step and was before the T'Chulcha engine. The Mentor of Disorder saw threads linking him to the black and white sphere. With a thought, he tried to transmit the star chart from the Serpent's Cradle to Sondheim to T'Chulcha. Can you take a fleet on this journey? Then, as the golden specks on the sphere arranged themselves rhythmically, he felt an information flow, like a thought pulse, surge into his mind. Of course I can. At your service, esteemed Lord of Black Mist. I can indeed communicate with it. Unlike the tech priests, who spent 30 years, I spent less than a third of that time establishing a closer link. This communication is more efficient than the servitor's language. And I can sense its position. Even if it tried to run, I could find it through the link. He felt the golden specks on the sphere form a smile-like pattern. At Perditus, why did you try to teleport away? He asked, his voice grave. The golden specks scattered, then gathered again, as a voice responded. Your consciousness is powerful and dangerous. Uncertain of your intentions, I cautiously tried to leave. Great Lord of Black Mist, I will not flee again. I am at your service. Nareth nodded slightly. Though not a living creature, T'Chulcha was far more adaptable and pragmatic than the defiant Slough Dha or the imprisoned Silent Cry. You will have the opportunity. As he spoke, with a thought, he returned to reality. He summoned Arsena, handing him the data crystal, then instructed. Order the 4th chapter and the 7th company of the 5th chapter to assemble around the Shadow's sovereignty. 2 solar days later, under the blue light, the black ships assembled around the Glorianas, the Shadow's sovereignty and the Black Mercy. In the Primarch's palace aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, in the smaller of 2 rooms flanking the corridor to the Primarch's office, the larger being the Primarch's private armory, the smaller a black obsidian chamber, Nareth stood with arms crossed, watching the black and white sphere before him. Begin. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. His consciousness expanded, passing through the Shadow's sovereignty's hull, covering the entire fleet. Ethereal ripples spread, in less than a second, rapidly expanding, enveloping the fleet like a bubble. The bubble then abruptly appeared in the waves of the great ocean, drifting with the currents. The Primarch withdrew his consciousness. Though he had perceived the entire process, he could not understand T'Chulcha's method. It was different from the teleportation of a demonologist, forcibly tearing the veil. Nor did it resemble his own warp spider and fearsight abilities, which involved rapid back and forth between reality and the warp. Nor was it like the infinite gate, which created a non-material stairway. The Old One's methods are truly miraculous, merging psychic and technological means, a level above even the Eldari. No wonder the lion, completely unaware, was instantly transported from Perditus's underground to the invincible reason. The fleet entered warp travel almost simultaneously, and he couldn't know which system T'Chulcha would take them to. He thought admiringly. After much consideration, he found an accurate description for T'Chulcha's method. Like a key, opening a door. Key, door. The Mentor of Disorder looked thoughtfully at T'Chulcha's spiritual luster. Its radiance was clearly less than the Hand of Order, but exceeded the Sequence 2 level of the Death Console mask. Could it correspond to Sequence 1, Key of Stars, when combined with the Heart of the Void and the Ouroboros? If so, the combined key becomes even more valuable to me. Not only can it travel through time and space, unlocking ancient weapons vaults, but I can also link to it and use it with my psychic energy. As he thought, he grew more eager to find the other 2 components and the other key fragments. In the 6th standard month of 894, a bubble suddenly appeared in the Sondheim system. Bright blue starlight shone on the black fleet that appeared as the bubble vanished. On the Shadow's Sovereignty's bridge, officers briefly fell into chaos. The entire transition process had been beyond the control of the Legion and the navigators. Long hours of duty, monotonously handling internal ship affairs, left them flustered by the sudden workload. Diana Bullen frowned, staring at the 15 identical reports scrolling on 2 view screens on her console, and 4 others with slightly different conclusions. She glanced shamefacedly at the throne, then opened her comm earpiece. You're like a bunch of headless flies just boarded a void ship. She shouted, her voice firm. Lord Nareth had granted her eternal life, placed her in command of his flagship, and her officers had fallen into chaos. She would not allow it. Calm down. Her cold voice silenced the slightly chaotic comm channel. Before the throne, Arsena Dunn reviewed the Auspex scan results, rapidly matching them with the data in the crystal. He looked at the Black Emperor. My lord, have we arrived at the Sondheim system? Nareth nodded slightly. Yes. How did my lord do it? After the fleet assembled, nothing happened. We entered a strange state of travel. The full-fledged detective tried to find the cause in the reports, to deduce the answer. He quickly noticed one piece of information. Chief Navigator Whistle Vischer reports that a pioneering voyage from the Serpent's Cradle to Sondheim would take 5 standard months. The longer duration is due to 4 phenomena observed on the route and a warp storm that must be avoided. Our voyage actually took 2 months. Nareth nodded slightly, unsurprised. The Old One's navigation method, as embodied by T'Chulcha, was undoubtedly beyond human understanding. Warp phenomena, and most warp storms, could not impede its travel. As he thought, his sprightly aide continued. Scan reports show minimal navigational hazards within the system. Asteroids and other bodies are sparse, easily avoided. However, most planets are affected by high temperatures and radiation, making them uninhabitable. The remaining planets have weak life signs and are preliminarily classified as death worlds. Nareth nodded. He rose and walked to the strategic table, watching the forming hololith. He raised his hand and tapped the 8th planet, counting inward from the outermost. Target, Planet 8. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 637, Chapter 636, once searching desperately for specters, now having an entire world of them. Aboard the 4th chapter's flagship, the Black Mercy, in orbit around Sondheim 8. Adam stared at the hololith on the strategic table. Beside him, Nicholas spoke, his voice deep. Auspex matrix scans show it could be classified as a temperate world, but I see only fire and death. I hear only the terrifying shrieks of the dying. The howling storms are more terrifying than the storm that reshaped Fenris when the foundry of creation turned. Nicholas examined the hololith. Unlike Fenris, where the storm ocean covered almost the entire planet, Sondheim 8 had only a narrow sea around its equator. This world is suitable for me. The spirit guide, clad in armor, standing in the deliberately dimmed shadow of the lumen lights, spoke, his voice icy. Adams recalled the Black Emperor's words, 2 highly advanced Xenos races, ruling the system together, rotted from within, ultimately unleashing a devastating war. After years of war, they finally destroyed each other with terrible weapons. Within minutes, every intelligent being on the planet died. Those were the terrible shrieks you heard in the warp. I have them to thank for their final decision. The Death Lord's emotionless, cold words made it impossible for Nicholas to grasp his meaning. The weapons they used left a treasure for my chapter. As he spoke, Adams rapidly marked the hololith. He would personally go to the largest hive, near the equator. 9 other spirit guides would target the 2nd through 9th largest hives. 1,473 spirit mediums would lead teams to the other hives and the ruins of industrial complexes. Heavy transports tore through the clouds, smashing apart floating debris of various sizes. The wreckage of a suspended church, once dedicated to Xeno gods, burned and crashed. The black ships ignored the rolling hills, landing on the plains at nightfall. Adams stepped off the ramp, looking at the distant hive dome. The collapsed dome's ruins still towered over most hive domes. Low exclamations sounded in his ears, from non-court brothers. They saw moonlight and lightning outlining the forms of spectral airships above the cracked dome. Adams was about to order action when strange whispers sounded. The seasoned spirit medium, with a shift of his thoughts, distinguished 2 different sounds among the vox channels. One was sharper, like a bird's cry. The other was lower, like a beast's roar. He was not afraid, but pleased. His eyes lit up. His icy voice held a hint of joy. Praise be to my lord. He and his battle brothers had once painstakingly sought specters lingering in reality. Now, they had an entire world of them. Adams immediately ordered a gravedigger adjutant to remain with the court brothers granted other powers by the Black Emperor and the other order's shadows. He led the gravediggers and corpse collector towards the dome. The group moved through grass taller than themselves, swiftly approaching the hive ruins. When his helmet was still 6.1 kilometers from the dome's edge, the spirit guide heard the hallucinatory echoes of gunfire and the screams of the dying. He then saw the tormented Xeno specters, fighting each other. The larger group, roaring like beasts, carried man-high guns that sounded like sawing wood when fired. Their melee weapons were heavy, some like axes, some like hammers. The smaller group, likely the attackers, slid down from spectral airships. They had bird-like beaks, and wing-like membranes extending from their arms to their ribs. They carried pistols in one hand, and lighter weapons like swords in the other. Amidst the deafening gunfire, 2 spectral airships burst into flames. Thousands of Xeno specters glided down, raining barbed rounds on the beast-like Xenos. The beast-like Xenos raised their heavy guns, their piercing roar growing sharper. The spectral armies replayed their millennia-old war, again and again. The spirit guide activated his spirit vision, examining the specters. He immediately noticed each radiated a deep black with green tint. Wraiths. He did not speak on the increasingly whisper-filled vox channel. His voice came directly through his speakers, instructing the less experienced court members. Most often, the souls of the dead go directly to the warp. Many gravediggers and corpse collector had never encountered specters. Spectres may linger in special places, but if they were extremely resentful before death, or cannot find peace afterwards, they become wraiths. They became wraiths by reliving the agony of their deaths, over and over. Adams quickened his pace. He only slowed when, after watching the battle replay 4 times, he was less than 100 meters from the battlefield's edge. The spirit guide extended his spiritual energy, chanting words of the dead in Dunnick. Warring spectral armies. The moment the words left his mouth, his spiritual energy touched over a dozen wraiths at the battlefield's edge. Swung axes and dodging figures halted. They ceased their billion-cycle battle, turning to look at the black-armored giant. The spirit guide continued his words of the dead, obey my command. Submit to my will. The moment he finished, the wraiths began walking towards him. He no longer needed, as on Medusa, to patiently communicate with specters as a spirit medium. As a spirit guide, he could directly control unclaimed or similarly powerful spectral entities. Not only specters, but wraiths, even banshees. As Adams approached the wraiths, he felt ice melt, flowing slowly. He knew, from past experience, that he was gradually mastering the power the Black Emperor had granted him. As he examined his own feelings, a piercing shriek sounded. The spirit guide turned. A Xeno spectre, its body torn, bones exposed, wings ablaze, hurtled towards him. A banshee. Obey my command. Submit to my will, Adams said calmly, extending his spirituality. The banshee slowed. Its vengeful eyes softened. It landed before the spirit guide, bowing submissively. He continued forward. The gravediggers, their bodies utterly cold, walked on the outside. The corpse collector walked inside. No wraiths attacked them. The spectral beings saw the black-armored warriors as fellow dead. The spirit guide repeatedly recited words of the dead, selecting banshees to subdue. In the past, wraiths would have been acceptable targets. Now, he ignored them. His spiritual energy drained rapidly, approaching depletion. His face grew pale. As his temples throbbed, his intuition stirred. He followed the intuition, looking at the ruins ahead. A colossal creature, larger than a titan, burst from the rubble. The ground shook. The banshee, with 10,000 arms, some thick, like beasts, some slender, emerged. Pale arms waved like branches. Thick and thin arms collided in intersecting areas, producing a series of dull thuds. When it roared, it simultaneously produced piercing shrieks and beast-like howls. Its massive form dove, swift as the wind. An avalanche of palms sent hundreds of specters flying in an instant. The spirit guide extended his spiritual energy. Banshee, obey my command. Submit to my will. The 10,000-armed banshee paused. Adams dove and rolled. As his spiritual energy drained, the avalanche of palms slammed down. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 638, Chapter 637, The Treasure of Sondheim 8 is not only specters. As Adams rolled to evade the slamming hands, he calmly activated Eye of Death. The spirit guide immediately entered the spiritual realm, overlooking the 10,000-armed banshee from a higher plane. His guard members, seeing their Death Lord fail to suppress the enormous specter for the first time, raised their weapons. Bolts screamed into the 10,000-armed banshee, exploding flesh. 2 gravediggers raised their shock weapons and slammed them down. The ground shook. The massive banshee crashed down. Adams pushed off the ground, rising. His Eye of Death remained fixed on the banshee, thrown by the shockwave. Its deep black light showed no sign of fading. No specter had been truly killed. The spirit guide realized the banshee hadn't been truly harmed. He pointed forward, shouting in Dunnick, attack. Dull bullets from the heavy stubbers hammered into the massive body. Green powder rained down like dust. The damage was clearly less than that of bolt guns. But in the Eye of Death of the spirit guide and gravediggers, it was different. Cracks appeared within the banshee's body. Though insignificant compared to its massive size, they were more effective than the bolt and shock weapons, which only affected the surface. The banshee roared. 1,000 pairs of wing membranes sprouted from its body, beating to lift it. Its malevolent, deep green eyes fixed coldly on the enemy before it. The specters under the spirit guide's control immediately stopped, standing frozen like statues. The spirit guide did not use his newly restored spiritual energy to contest control. His Eye of Death, through the cracks in its body, found a clump of deep black gas within the chaotic, pieced-together mass. Faces surrounded it, like prisoners looking out from a cage. The spirit guide raised his Archaeotech pistol, aiming at the weakness. A beam from Serpentis Alpha, collected in the serpent's cradle, lanced out. Compared to other stars, the blue light was the least nauseating, at least before he encountered a green star. The dazzling blue light made the gravediggers and corpse collector feel sick. Their helmets adjusted, dimming. The blue light reflected in the banshee's deep green eyes, awakening memories of its past. They had once had a brilliant realm, a glorious civilization. No. Our kind is different from yours. We come from different realms. Part of the forcibly merged souls roared in anger at the other part. Their mutual hatred filled the deep green eyes with black. The banshee, enraged by the blue light that had stirred its memories and made it suffer, grew more resentful of the light and its source. Its body twisted bizarrely. Countless hands slammed down like centipede legs. 1,000 hands slapped at the blue beam. Another 1,000 slammed at the black-armored figure below. The blue light pierced the layers of slapping hands, producing a piercing sizzle. The light dimmed, finally becoming scattered points of starlight. Bolts roared, tearing the massive body. The banshee did not evade. Hating itself, and the black-armored figures more, it dove, thousands of hands slamming down. The spirit guide did not dodge. He activated his shock weapon and leaped. He swung the heavy hammer, slamming it into the banshee's chest. With a crack, the shockwave spread. The banshee shrieked in terror, freezing. Adams's arm spun. The hammer fell again and again. The cracks in his eye of death grew larger. Then, like a mirror, it shattered. He flipped back, landing in the ruins. He looked ahead, thinking regretfully. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy was depleted controlling specters earlier. Otherwise, I could have tried to command it. He noted the specters under his control had not been directly controlled by the banshee. Its death power, though stronger than his, could be resisted. Compared to the banshee, which used its power instinctively, he had the advantage of technique. As he thought, a flash caught his eye. He looked up. A crystal, 1 meter in diameter, 4 meters tall, with deep black threads within, fell through the green powder. He intuitively knew the crystal and powder left by the dead banshee were not ordinary. My lord would like this. As Adams collected his spoils, on a wide plain, moonlight fell on Michael in his black robe. Before him were metals and gems in various lunar phases, moon-shaped metals from the third planet of the Serpent's Cradle, crescent-shaped yellow gems from the first planet, full moon-shaped purple gems from the sixth planet, moonstone from Vostroya's moon. The potion professor's nose twitched. The blood in a dozen bottles made him swallow. He could identify most: Fenrisian kraken blood, pungent; nocturne salamander blood, searing hot; Omegon's blood, the most delicious. Nareth, bathed in full moonlight, walked over. He raised his hand, palm open, holding the Scarlet Scholar potion, concocted by the space simian using green nephilim and other materials. Michael. Open the bottles. Drink the potion. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Michael knelt on one knee, thanking the Black Emperor, then took the nearly solid, crimson potion. His pale hands rapidly opened the crystal vials of blood. The blood of supernatural creatures made every cell in his body thrum. Under the full moon, he poured the potion into his mouth. The still, crimson liquid had no taste. It slid down his esophagus like a lump of meat. He felt everything around him grow quiet. He seemed trapped in a stasis field, his thoughts slowing. The mingled sense of different blood made his head spin, like a mortal taking a hallucinogen. In this quiet, dreamlike state, his pitch-black eyes slowly turned deep red, ruby bright. Moonlight reflected in his eyes. His body flushed with red, rapidly fading. As his body, like hazy moonlight, seemed about to dissipate from reality, the black-armored, golden-winged figure reflected in his eyes. His consciousness snapped back from the silent dream. The moonlight shattered, turning into patches of red scales, vanishing. The Scarlet Scholar rapidly reformed, his form flickering, sealing all the vials in an instant. Recalling his new abilities, he bowed joyfully to the Black Emperor. My lord, my abilities have increased. I can serve you better. Nareth nodded, then instructed the Scarlet Scholar's acting direction. Your abilities depend on your knowledge of the lunar domain. Studying the moon is the key to becoming a Scarlet Scholar. Michael looked up at the night sky. The blue giant's light fell on the moon, casting watery moonlight. He lowered his head, thoughtful. As you instruct. The next day, at the temporary command base outside Hive 1 on Sondheim 8. The Death Lord Adams, his icy voice tinged with barely concealed joy, spoke. My lord, last night, the chapter's court brothers achieved great gains. The viscounts each gained at least 10 servants. The barons, through communication with specters, have varying degrees of improved mastery over the power you granted. Sondheim 8 is better than any other place for us to master the power you granted. Nareth nodded slightly. This world's treasure is not only specters. The hilly regions contain precious metals and gems. Adamantium veins stretch for hundreds of kilometers, extending towards the equator. Adamantium is not only hard, but also a rare natural psychic metal. He remembered that when the Sondheim system was discovered, it was initially classified as a death world of little value. Only when surface deposits of precious metals and gems were discovered did it attract imperial factions. They were ultimately forced to abandon the world due to continuous spectral attacks. The fourth chapter's development would not be a problem. Spirit guides, as they acquired servants, would naturally weaken the specters. With them present, the specters could not disrupt the mines. Control the pace of development. Every mine must have a viscount with death power present. By your will. Adams acknowledged, then continued. My lord, last night I encountered a powerful banshee. Unable to command it, I exhausted my spiritual energy. I killed it by striking its weakness. It left behind a crystal and a large amount of powder. I offer them to you. Moments later, Nareth examined the crystal and powder, immediately matching them to the main and supplementary ingredients for Gatekeeper on the blasphemy slate. I now have all the ingredients for Gatekeeper. Adams will also complete digestion in a few days. To advance to Gatekeeper, he needs an underworld. Fenris's underworld should qualify. What else? 14 solar days later, as Nareth was about to order the fleet to depart, he received a report. A tech marine assigned to explore the mines had gone mad. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 639, Chapter 638, The Bizarre Deep Trench, Shadows of Order seeing themselves as Xenos. Upon receiving the news, Nareth fell into thought. He knew that for an ordinary person staying on Sondheim 8 for more than 10 days, it was almost certain death. Even if they avoided the specters, they would be tormented to death by the planet's psychic phenomena. Everyone landing on the surface would, within 10 days, experience insomnia, terrible nightmares, and the constant whispers of specters, leading to collapse. Almost no one could withstand such torment. Even if they did, they would fall into madness due to psychic hallucinations, seeing themselves as the Xenos who once lived here. As the hallucinations deepened, they would see themselves as Xenos, and those around them as members of the enemy race, trying to kill them. The maddened individuals would attack everyone around them. Nareth remembered that in the future, when various imperial factions discovered the precious minerals on this specter-filled world, they were not deterred. Dozens of rogue traitor families and imperial factions fought a brief but bloody war for control. The victors immediately began prospecting and mining. However, the prospectors' camps were destroyed by the specters. Everyone was brutally dismembered, torn to pieces. The specters vented their hatred on them. The factions tried hiring psychers to protect the workers, but it only worked briefly. Ultimately, the psychers also succumbed to the persistent psychic phenomena, their minds becoming Xenos. One rogue traitor even sent untouchables. They were unaffected, bringing a period of calm to the mines, but eventually died in accidents. As successive waves of personnel went mad and facilities were destroyed, operating capital was rapidly consumed, and they were finally forced to cut their losses and leave. But Astartes possessed far greater willpower. Shadows of Order routinely tempered their will with the Thelema mind state, created specifically for them by Nareth. Now, even recruits had mastered at least the first level of the Thelema mind state. Librarians were required to master all 3 levels. Veterans with over 30 years of service, through continuous training, had also mastered all 3 levels. Their will would not break. Certainly not within a dozen days. Nareth, puzzled, reviewed the report. Isidore. Born into a worker family on Necromunda. Became an Order's shadow in 849. In his first 10 years, he showed exceptional technical aptitude. He was sent to Mars in 860 for tech marine training. Abilities: mastered warp insight, the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state, strong machine affinity, repair speed 15% above average. Reviewing Isidore's file, Nareth noted that, as expected, he had mastered the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state. He had also, due to his excellent performance, been considered for the 4th chapter's honor guard. His confusion grew. He then checked Isidore's activity logs, noting the final entry. Last night, 2149 standard, reached the end of the vein, 508 meters straight line distance from the equatorial trench. Today, after returning to camp, his 6 attendant servitors vanished. 3 minutes 7 seconds after entering the camp, he attacked his battle brothers. Nareth leaned back, thoughtful. Reached the sea, then went mad. In the future, the psychers succumbed to hallucinations, the untouchables died in accidents. Could there be something else on Sondheim 8, besides specters? The equatorial trench area. He opened his comm, ordering Master of Chaplains Pat. You and Martin will interrogate Isidore. He paused for a second, then continued. He may have been affected by something. My lord, even so, his will is not strong enough. Pat's voice was laced with burning anger. After ending the call, Nareth leaned back, rapidly reviewing more information about Sondheim 8. The suspended churches all fell into the sea. That's strange. The sea area is small. Without supernatural interference, the churches wouldn't all have fallen there. Even stranger, the trench is too deep, like a bottomless pit, swallowing so many churches. He also thought that most natural psychic materials were crystalline. There were also similar psychic crystals. The only natural psychic metal he knew was adamantium. The Cathari swordsmiths used an alloy forged from psychic crystals and other materials, not natural metal. The vein ends at the trench. Perhaps the adamantium is not natural, but created by some unknown force related to the psychic phenomena on Sondheim 8. At the same moment, in an interrogation room on the upper decks, Pat and his deputy, the newly promoted Solar High Priest, Martin, entered. The moment Isidore saw them, his eyes flashed with hostility. He growled in a sharp, Xenos-like language, wanting to lunge at the two beast-like enemies. Adamantium chains bound him to the electric chair. Needles soaked in catachan venom, piercing his clavicles and wrists, paralyzed him. Pat stared coldly at Isidore. He then raised his hand, placing a candle made from hallucinogenic plants harvested from the first planet's jungles on the table. He lit it. A fresh, calming scent filled the air. The cold interrogation room grew warm and comfortable in the gentle light. The hypnotist's eyes turned from black to gold, narrowing. He leaned forward, both hands on the black iron table. His golden, slit eyes fixed on Isidore's maddened gaze. As psychic energy spread, he psychologically suggested, "Look at the candle." Isidore's bulging, hate-filled eyes involuntarily turned to the candle. Pat watched Isidore. His eyes gradually retracted. His body relaxed, leaning back. The hypnotist spoke again. "Tell me, what did you encounter at the sea?" Isidore's eyes were vacant, as if in memory. After a few seconds, he spoke slowly. "I reached the end of the vein with my servitors. After completing my records, I stood at the sea, gazing into the deep trench. I saw structures buried in the water, covered in green algae. After some time, dark liquid suddenly rose in my sight. Inside it were countless numb faces. I immediately sensed danger and tried to ascend to the Thelema mind state." He paused. Countless wraiths roared in my ears. Xenos with long beaks surrounded me. I walked with them. Lived with them. I became. A flicker of confusion and guilt crossed his eyes. Part of them. Pat and Martin's eyes flashed with anger. They exchanged a glance. We were attacked. I killed the enemy. I charged the enemy camp. Counterattacked. Do you know what affected you? The hypnotist suppressed his anger, his voice calm. Affected? Isidore repeated, confused. No. I fought alongside my kin. Pat slammed the table. He knew he wouldn't get more information. Enough. Martin, purify him. Make him clear-headed. Good. The newly promoted Solar High Priest walked to Isidore. He spread his arms, as if welcoming something. A pure, bright light descended. Warm light fell on Isidore. Black flames immediately erupted from him. He screamed in agony. The screams lasted over a dozen seconds, stopping only when the black smoke cleared. Isidore looked around, bewildered. You were controlled. You attacked your battle brothers. Pat's golden eyes fixed on Isidore. A dragon-like aura emanated from him. Though Isidore, caught off guard and unable to ascend to the Thelema mind state, had been controlled, it also showed his will was not strong enough, and his skills not proficient enough. Isidore's eyes widened in panic, recalling what he had done. He lowered his head, whispering guiltily. Pat cut him off. You were the first to attack your battle brothers. We are all ashamed that your weak will has brought dishonor. You will be punished. Pat and Martin turned and walked out. Moments later, an interrogator entered the room. Martin edited his report as he spoke to Pat. Isidore will undergo interrogations to temper his will. Pat's eyes deepened. A firm faith is the strongest shield for the will. 12 minutes after the interrogation ended, Nareth had the report. Reading it, he was more convinced something was wrong with the trench. He immediately decided to lead a team to investigate. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 640, Chapter 639, a powerful banshee actively throws itself into the gatekeeper's body. Sondheim 8, the trench encircling the equator. Nareth brought only 3 others, Michael, Adams, and Nicholas. He followed the gleaming adamantium vein to its end at the cliff, looking down into the deep trench. He saw tentacle-like vines entwining the churches. Spectres shrieked. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He took in the entire planet's structure. The trench below was the world center, both in reality and the supernatural. In the physical dimension, its depth was bottomless. It was calm, without a ripple, truly a dead sea. The mentor of disorder activated his spirit vision. All he saw was a vast whiteness. Nicholas walked to the cliff's edge, standing a step behind the Black Emperor, gazing into the abyss. "My lord, this place reminds me of Crocagad, of the legends of Fenris's underworld. On the last day of summer, when the wolf's eye is closest, as the wolf moon rises, the specters of the heroes' barrow return to the world where they made their legends. Legend says, if you pass through the Siltir gate at Crocagad then, you can reach the underworld, the realm of the dead." Nareth nodded. He knew the wolf's eye was the star of the Fenris system. The last day of summer was Fenris's perihelion. He also remembered that passing through the underworld gate was not easy. During the heresy, seeking a way to defeat Horus, Rus returned to Fenris. Almost all the wolves' stormseers sacrificed their lives to open a path for him. Could this world of specters also have an underworld? Or, is the underworld itself a dimension of the warp, but on worlds like Fenris and Sondheim 8, the veil is thinner, and death overlaps with reality? If it is indeed connected to the underworld, then it's no wonder the psychic phenomena make people see themselves as Xenos. After all, one of the death authorities is enslavement. He is the enslaver of all things. The spirit guide's ability to control and enslave specters was a manifestation of that authority at Sequence 6. With a rough idea of the trench, Nareth immediately decided to investigate. The specters and adamantium of Sondheim 8 were immensely valuable. Considering his poor relationship with Rus, it was more convenient for the Death Pathway Beyonders, the gatekeepers, to operate on his own turf. Once he confirmed the trench held an underworld entrance, Adams and the others could advance quickly. With 10,000 armed banshees found under every dome, he had no shortage of gatekeeper potion ingredients. Descend. As he gave the order, living metal rapidly spread, covering his black armor. His wings beat. He dove into the deep trench. The moment he entered the water, a bone-deep chill enveloped him. His body trembled slightly. With a thought, the warmth from the burning one fragment dispelled the cold. The spirit guide Adams felt nothing. His body was colder than ice. Nicholas shuddered. The supernatural cold slowed his thoughts. The wind blessed extended his spiritual energy, trying to control the surrounding water. The moment his spiritual energy touched the water, it felt as heavy and cold as ice. Piercing shrieks sounded. Countless sharp-beaked faces lunged at him. The venomous faces grew closer. Their beaks swelled like ice picks. The water under the wind-blessed control began to spin slowly. The beak struck the indistinct water screen, producing a piercing screech. Then, the attacking specters vanished. The surrounding water receded. He found himself in a hive city. Warm sunlight shone on his quivering wing membranes. The calls of the sharp-beaked creatures around him were warm and familiar. "I have grown wing membranes. I have become a Xeno. I am trapped in psychic hallucinations." In an instant, Nicholas ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state. The illusory, towering buildings shattered like mirrors. He was back in the cold water. Michael, the only Sequence 5 Beyonder besides Nareth, felt his body stiffen. His terrifying speed slowed. The Scarlet Scholar activated his spirit vision, looking at the surrounding sea. He saw thick, green-tinged spiritual energy. Knowing the moon, he knew he should make it disappear. He extended his spiritual energy. The moon reflected in the water vanished. In their spirit vision, the green rapidly dimmed. The specters vanished. The vines entwining the Xenos churches loosened, drifting in the water. The cold receded. The Scarlet Scholar consumed his spiritual energy to keep the surrounding area clear. Their speed suddenly increased. They dodged the churches, accelerating downward. The water pressure on Adams and the others' helmet displays increased rapidly. But as Beyonders who had enhanced their bodies, they far surpassed ordinary Astartes. Natural pressure was not a major obstacle. The wind-blessed was as agile as a fish, following close behind Nareth. Nareth noticed that after entering the water, there were no living creatures, only vines and specters. No sea life. No coral. In the desolation, as the depth gauge on their helmets passed 4,000 meters, a pale light caught Nareth's eye. A chill, rotting, decaying aura rushed towards them. Nareth immediately knew he had found it. The aura of the underworld. With a thought, the Space Simian began rapidly concocting the Sequence 5 Gatekeeper potion, using the crystal core and remaining powder from the 10,000 armed Banshee and other materials. The Scarlet Scholar suddenly felt his spiritual energy drain twice as fast as before. As his temples throbbed, a bottle of ethereal liquid appeared in Nareth's right hand. Light flickered in the Primarch's eyes. A telekinetic hand slammed into Adams. The irresistible, mountain-like pressure pushed him forward. He shot like a torpedo, reaching the pale light in an instant. Since becoming a corpse collector, Adams had never felt cold. For the first time in decades, he felt cold. As a bone-deep chill enveloped his body, freezing his thoughts, a potion appeared before him. A voice sounded in his mind. "Drink it." He understood. Though he didn't know why the Black Emperor wanted him to drink it here, he knew he was receiving another bestowal. The Vox link was long broken. He couldn't voice his thanks. He calmly took the potion. A dark vortex spiraled from the bottle's mouth to its base. He opened it and drank. The potion felt like it was tearing him apart. Not only his body, but his spirit. He saw a pale vortex appear in the silent trench. Within the vortex, thousands of Xenos' faces shrieked. The vortex led straight to the seafloor, growing wider the deeper it went. His gaze passed through the entire vortex, seeing a realm of the dead. Walking corpses walked. Banshees shrieked in unison. The vortex within atoms grew. An ethereal gate appeared. The surrounding specters involuntarily surged towards him. A pale form shot up from the vortex's depths. As the first specter neared atoms, the pale form's arm reached out, its arm and forearm extending. In an instant, its fingers were below the specter. Its sharp beak let out a terrified cry. Its wing membranes beat, fleeing in panic. Specters fled in panic. The pale hand eagerly reached for the ethereal gate. It grasped the gate, pulling. The pale form shot up like a spring, throwing itself into the gate. Adams's body trembled. The gate closed. Feeling the powerful banshee within him, combined with the information flooding his mind, he understood his abilities as a newly advanced gatekeeper. A gatekeeper uses his own body as a cage, creating a small, personal underworld. He can house a certain number of spirits, specters, and nature spirits within him, gaining various abilities from them, powerful allies. He no longer needed to lead a conspicuous army of the dead, as he had for the past dozen days. As Adams organized the information in his mind, the chill rose again. The Scarlet Scholar's spiritual energy was depleted. He could no longer keep the area clear. The bone-deep cold enveloped Nicholas and Michael, nearly freezing them. Seeing this, Nareth used telekinesis to envelop the three. The Mentor of Disorder extended his spiritual energy. He stepped, sometimes rising 100 meters, sometimes crossing a kilometer. In seconds, he was out of the water. Adams stepped onto the cliff, immediately kneeling. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." Nareth nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the trench. He instructed. "No one without death power is to approach within 5 kilometers of the equator. By your will." Adams acknowledged, then walked down the cliff, towards the spectral army obeying his command. The gatekeeper extended his spiritual energy, ordering them to approach. Spectre after spectre entered his body. The next day, Nareth again entered the trench, taking 1st Company Captain Oliver, 5th Company Captain Kian, and 14 others, to advance to Gatekeeper where they could feel the underworld's aura. Knowing he could not yet control the underworld, even if it was limited to the Sondheim system, and having become a perpetual and unlocked the 11th layer, giving him some recklessness ability, he did not investigate further. The prerequisite for recklessness is a reasonable chance of success, not impossibility. Nareth decided to go to another preselected, reckless location on the return journey. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 641, Chapter 640, Nareth embarks on a reckless journey. The reckless location Nareth had chosen was one of the waypoints on the Moor, a place that would later be called the Shrine. This perilous passage had many waypoints, offering travelers refuge from powerful warp storms. Among these waypoints, some were relatively safe, while others were even more dangerous than the warp storms themselves. The Shrine was a relatively safe waypoint, located on the Halo Star's edge, providing a respite from the warp storms. In the future, ships traveling the Maw, when caught in its fluctuations, would seek shelter here rather than return to Port Wander. Some pious rogue traders even saw the Shrine as a manifestation of the Emperor's tarot, deliberately staying in the area for a day, hoping for his protection throughout the perilous journey. But once you approached the Shrine's orbit, the dangerous asteroid belt was nothing. Interfering with any of the stone spheres within the region would lead to misfortune and a violent death. Nareth was interested in the Shrine because those stone spheres might have been placed there by some ancient deity. Which deity? And why did he place those hundreds of meters wide spheres there? Curious about the secret, he judged that the creations of a deity lost to the tides of history were less dangerous than another waypoint on the route, the Demon World. He decided to investigate. After ordering the 4th chapter to build a teleportarium on the Sondheim system and mine the adamantium and other resources, he ordered the 5th chapter's 1 company fleet to assemble around the Shadow's sovereignty. In November of 894, a gleaming egg appeared in the Halo Star region of the northwestern galaxy, in the void between warp storms. As the light faded, the Black Fleet materialized in real space. Aboard the Shadow's sovereignty, before the floor-to-ceiling viewport, Nareth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the void. Beside him, Arsena reviewed the Auspex scan results. "My lord, scans show the system's star is a dead, dark star, emitting faint light. There are no planets, no dust, no gas in the entire system. The silver-haired Arsena asked, puzzled. My lord, this place seems to have no value. Nareth stared into the void, his voice deep. Have you considered why there are no planets here? Arsena checked his data slate. The reports from the Tech Marines and the 5th chapter's Stargazer captains concluded that warp storms had torn apart any planets and somehow shaped them into rocks. He did not answer immediately. Since the Black Emperor had asked, there must be a reason. He examined it from a seasoned detective's perspective, then said, surprised. Every rock is a sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter. If torn apart by a warp storm, they wouldn't be perfect spheres. They would be irregular chunks and scattered debris. The Primarch stared into the void, nodding slightly. Correct. These spheres are not natural, nor are they the result of warp storms. He was now certain the spheres in the shrine region held some secret. Prepare a stormbird. He turned and walked towards his quarters. In his bedroom, with a thought, the Order's hand was sent to the Kingdom of Disorder for the first time since being linked. The Sword of Vol and other items vanished as well. He went to his office, his gaze passing over the spoils on the weapon rack, Russ's Kraken's Bane. He paused for a second, then continued to his private armory. The door opened. He walked in, took the Dionysian spear, and put on the Pegasus ring. The only items he was willing to lose were the Dionysian spear and the Pegasus ring, both crafted by the Emperor. Though the Dionysian spear, when infused with energy, was a devastating weapon, a true relic, not comparable to mere pretenders, he disliked the cursed feeling when holding it, and was wary of the Emperor's possible scrutiny. He handled the two items as he walked to the flight deck. Both items were made by the Emperor, undoubtedly rare. In danger, they would be highly valuable as a medium for a backroom deal. He probably wouldn't die. He could retreat unscathed. The Dionysian spear is the priority. I likely won't lose it. A fallen deity's power should be less than the Emperor's. Nareth, without the Black Wolf Freddy or the Gyrinx John, boarded the Stormbird alone, targeting a 530-meter diameter sphere. 3 standard hours later, with the runes showing 6 kilometers to the sphere, his communication bead buzzed. He pressed it. Arsena's voice came through. My lord, all scanning arrays, etheric readers, Auspex matrix, are at full power. The reports show all the spheres are ordinary rock. No activity. Acknowledged. He ended the call, then instructed his personal pilot, Nelson. Open the hatch. Father, the Calamity Priest's intuition was not triggered. I sense no danger. Though your intuition is high, you cannot perceive all hidden dangers. Nareth reminded him. The Mentor of Disorder's commanding voice made Nelson instinctively obey. The hatch opened silently. Nareth's wings beat. He landed silently on the sphere's surface, in a system without any atmosphere. He bent, his right hand touching the surface. The rock was slightly cold, its texture clear. The Primarch sensed nothing unusual. But he knew the rock was not ordinary rock. He remembered that in the future, when expeditions tried to drill into the spheres, their mining equipment would mysteriously fail after drilling only a few centimeters. One rogue traitor even fired a lance at a sphere, causing no damage. Both the one giving the order and the one executing it died soon after. As he rose, he drew the Dionysian spear from his back and ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mine state. Cautiously, he extended his consciousness, touching the rock's surface. Hard. Cold. He frowned slightly. His keen senses detected nothing unusual. He bent again, hand on the surface, telekinesis surging. The unknown rock resembles shale, or basalt. He rose, activating his spirit vision. He stared for over a dozen seconds. Nothing unusual. He continued walking slowly, maintaining his spirit vision. The sphere beneath his feet, along with the others, orbited the dim star in staggered patterns. After the sphere completed 4 rotations, his intuition stirred. His spirit vision involuntarily shut down. He gripped the Dionysian spear, looking around vigilantly. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 642, Chapter 641, Emperor, grant me the power to get things for free, like you do. On the surface of the rocky sphere, Nareth looked around. He immediately noticed golden, circular stones to his right front. They formed a tight ring, about 10 meters in diameter. The Primarch keenly sensed they formed a cycle, not only physically, but also in the non-material realm. Each stone was covered in semi-ethereal, semi-solid crystal particles. He immediately identified them from the blasphemy slate as ingredients for Sequence 5, Winner on the Wheel of Fortune pathway. The golden, circular stones were God's favors, and the particles were God's favor crystal powder. He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to confirm they were potion ingredients. He didn't try to activate it again. He intuitively sensed some danger nearby. He examined the potion materials on the ground, considering how to acquire them. Those who interfered with the rock suffered misfortune. Even more so for items called God's favors. His spirit vision automatically shutting down, and the presence of an ancient deity warned him not to simply use telekinesis to scoop them up. Interfering with the rock brings misfortune. God's favors and God's favor crystal are winner potion ingredients. This deity must be in the domain of fate. As the chosen one of the kingdom of disorder, the source will isolate misfortune, or rather, fate imposed by other deities will have difficulty affecting me. But disasters triggered by fate still threaten me. He recalled the regular arrangement of the spheres. The ancient deity mentioned in some possible records was unlikely to be at Tsench Masquerade. A deity governing fate would inherently conflict with Tsench, and would have fallen in a divine war. Could this place be a contingency? Does it hold a spiritual imprint within the god's favors? A fate reset. Preparation for resurrection. Ouroboros. He wasn't thinking of the future hive fleet that would bear that name, but the legend that existed in the myths of Terra, Fenris, Medusa, and many other human worlds. On the Wolf King's gate of the Hrafnkel's den, above the circular ivory doors, a serpent coiled. Its mouth tightly gripped its own tail. This was the hallmark of Ouroboros, a symbol of eternity. The Ouroboros depicted on the Wolf's Den gate formed a ring of scales enclosing turbulent waters, filled with countless monsters and sunken ships constructed from bone-like wood. As he thought, he clarified what he might face. He also formulated a plan. Light flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Telekinesis spread, touching the ring of golden stones. All his psychic energy surged. The tightly packed stones scattered in chaos, pulled by telekinesis, flying towards Nareth. The golden stones and the attached particles vanished. The Primarch suddenly felt the sphere beneath him, and the surrounding spheres, tremble. An ancient will, long dormant, stirred. Waves suddenly rose in the sea of souls beyond the veil. The previously calm void erupted with heaven-shaking waves. Whistle, in the navigator's sanctum, was the first to notice the change. She pulled back the silver ribbon covering her high forehead, revealing her navigator's eye, a translucent white sphere, surrounded by mottled colors. She looked warily at the distant warp storm. She saw a hurricane rising, spreading like thunder. She felt her consciousness being devoured by an endless abyss. She withdrew her projected power, pulling down the velvet silver ribbon. The metal plate within, engraved with a magic array and infused with psychic energy, blocked her third eye. She immediately contacted the Primarch's aid via the Vox system. Arsena, since the Black Emperor had gone to the sphere alone, had been watching the hololithic strategic table. The silver-haired psyker suddenly looked up, beyond the veil. His comm buzzed with a piercing shriek. Seeing it was the chief navigator, he immediately answered. Mr. Dunn, I must warn you. This place is no longer calm. A warp storm is tearing towards us. Lady Whistle, I understand. He ended the call, watching the dead star suddenly flare. His long, narrow blue eyes were filled with concern. The faint light of the star around which the spheres orbited suddenly surged. The dead, ancient form was reborn. Blazing silver-white light suddenly flared, enveloping all the spheres. The spheres spun rapidly. The spheres, which a lance could not damage, shattered. A storm of rock erupted, slamming into Nareth. Light flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Telekinesis surged, forming an invisible force field around him. His wings beat, trying to fly away. Crash, crash, crash. Rocks, harder than adamantium drills, slammed into the force field. Each rock pushed away by telekinesis would be hurled back at Nareth. The attack cycled, unrelenting. A storm of fireballs constantly struck him, preventing the Burning One's power from lifting him. The Primarch felt, beyond the veil, the dead, ancient will flicker with a faint red light, fixed on him. Its cold, hate-filled gaze, like a red meteor, slammed against the veil. Invisible ripples spread. The star's light grew. It rapidly grew from a nova to a red giant. Every rock burst into flame, hurtling at Nareth. He felt his temples throb. His psychic energy was draining faster than expected. Something like Sequence 1, Snake of Mercury, Reboot ability. A saved state. He knew the ability, rebooted the state or events within a certain area, not reversing time, but overriding reality with a saved state. The ancient deity had clearly saved the star's red giant state, and the state of this region when a warp storm erupted. He felt other spheres, wreathed in flames, hurtling towards him. The approaching warp storm spread rapidly. His thoughts raced. He finally decided on a backroom deal. He knew that the Dionysian spear, its true name, Gungnir, was symbolic, was closely linked to its owner. His link to it was even closer than Russ's had been in his memory. When Russ had deliberately lost it, it had returned to him in a gentler, more logical way. During the heresy, he had left it with Malkador, and Constantine Valder had brought it back to him aboard the Hrafnkel. After several times losing it, when it left his side for a certain distance, it would return to his hand the next day. Golden Man, the moment to test your forging skill has come. Grant me the power to get things for free, like you do. As he thought, his newly restored psychic energy spread outward. Gray threads of law enveloped the area. The rocks and fireballs briefly paused. He shouted in dun nick. I offer this item in exchange for peace. As he spoke, he hurled the Dionysian spear into the rocks. His wings beat, rapidly retreating. He watched as rocks layer upon layer wrapped around the spear. The spheres scattered. The star's light stabilized at red giant. The captured spheres resumed their fixed orbits. The pounding beyond the veil ceased. The warp storm subsided. The void returned to calm. As his psychic energy partially restored, the stabbing pain in his temples eased. His mind raced. Whether a backroom deal succeeds does not depend on spiritual energy. The power I used was insufficient to appease its wrath. The key was the Dionysian spear. Considering the details, he noted a previously overlooked point. A backroom deal during combat, when creating a peaceful environment, cannot affect the opponent's state. But he had taken part of its spiritual imprint, and the vessel for its restart, resurrection ability. That clearly affected its state. Under such conditions, it would be nearly impossible to get the opponent to agree. My backroom deal has qualitatively improved from my advancement, and from what I know. This must be due to the potion materials I used, all far exceeding the basic requirements. As he thought, he put some distance between himself and the spheres. He stared at the spheres, thinking to himself. This wasn't a wasted trip. I got the winner potion materials. There are more potion materials on the other spheres. Even the spheres themselves are miraculous. But I cannot continue. This would completely enrage the ancient deity, likely Ouroboros. He decided to return when he was stronger, when he could deal with Ouroboros. He returned to the Shadow's sovereignty. As he landed on the flight deck, he saw Arsena waiting. Seeing the Black Emperor, Arsena breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his previous concern had been unnecessary. How could my lord come to harm? He granted us eternal life. Set course for Vostroya. The shrine region, near the Maw's edge, was relatively safe. The navigators could return. This was also an excellent opportunity to gain experience. After the heresy, one of his goals was the Calixis sector and the Coronis expanse. Of course, if he successfully won over Perturabo, he would give him the more remote Coronis expanse, which would be outside the view of other imperial factions for a considerable time. After returning the Pegasus ring to his private armory, he went to his office, then to the Kingdom of Disorder. He went to the 7th layer, gazing at the gods' favors bound in chains of threads of law, contemplating how to deal with the spiritual imprint within. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 643, Chapter 642, Losing the Dionysian Spear might not be a bad thing. In the 7th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth was wreathed in black mist. The Mentor of Disorder attempted to activate his spirit vision. His intuition did not stop him. The Mentor of Disorder then saw, within the tightly linked ring of golden stones, a silver-white serpent moving. Black mist tightly enveloped it. Threads of law wrapped around it layer by layer, squeezing the stones, producing a piercing sound. As the chosen one of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth clearly knew the source was naturally repelling it, instinctively trying to purify it. The moving, cycling silver-white serpent suddenly stopped. Its head, biting its tail, rose. Its crimson eyes stared coldly at Nareth. The Mentor of Disorder felt a bone-deep chill. His thoughts momentarily froze. As black mist rose in his eyes, deeper than obsidian, his thoughts cleared. The Mentor of Disorder watched the integrated god's favors and the silver-white serpent, now moving with its head down, contemplating how to remove the spiritual imprint without damaging the potion material. The Kingdom of Disorder had functions like corruption and imprisonment, but not separation. Given the current situation, destroying the invading power would also destroy the potion material. With a thought, he loosened the ropes of threads of law tightly bound around the god's favors. His mind raced, seeking a solution. His first thought was the Red Priest's uniqueness. The colorless flames it released could undoubtedly incinerate the ancient deity, likely Ouroboros. The flame authority superior is destruction. It would likely also destroy the integrated god's favors. I cannot control the uniqueness precisely enough to avoid that. This reckless venture would be meaningless. He then thought of the sun pathway beyonders. Notarized sacred light might be able to purify the spiritual imprint, which was different in nature from the undead. But the imprint is only part of Ouroboros. It would be difficult to purify. Its level is far higher than the Slaneshi Greater Demon in the Serpent's Cradle. Even if successful, such purification is too direct, too crude. There would still be a risk of damage. Ouroboros' connection to the gods' favors is too close. Finally, he thought of Tierney, the Prometheus, who had been without a role since his advancement. Steel includes spiritual contamination within mystical items. Though Ouroboros possesses reboot-like abilities, its level is at least sequence 1, perhaps sequence 0, but it is in poor condition. And I can weaken it further. Have Tierney steal fragments. With this thought, he focused. Black mist churned. Black threads of law shot towards the golden ring. Fine as spider silk, they wrapped around one stone. Light flickered in his eyes. The threads pulled. Amidst a piercing tearing sound, the silver-white serpent's mouth opened. It hissed in anger. The separated golden god's favor and its attachments grew blurry, seeming to revert to their previous state. The seventh layer rumbled. Black mist churned. The golden stone's blurring stopped. With a long, pained cry, the stone was torn away. 10 drops of silvery blood splattered. The mentor of disorder watched the silver-white body, which seemed to have lost a section. The two separated parts trembled frenziedly, seeming to seek what was lost. Seconds later, the two silver-white ends drooped weakly, drawing together, reconnecting. Simultaneously, the separated golden stones, as if drawn by a magnet, gathered, forming a 9.5-meter diameter ring. With a thought, he raised his hand slightly. The 10 drops of silvery blood flew before him. He stared for a long time. The corners of his mouth curved. Higher-level material than Omegon's blood. This is the greatest gain from my recklessness. An unexpected bonus. As he rejoiced, in the first layer's palace, 10 pure crystal bottles vanished, appearing beside him. The 10 drops of silvery blood flew into them. They rolled within the bottles. He watched for a moment, noting all the blood rolled in circles. Some on the flat bottom. Some on a horizontal plane. Some on the side. After examining them, he turned his attention to the golden stone. The 10 crystal bottles vanished, appearing in an empty palace. The golden stone flew before him. He raised his right hand, grasping the semi-ethereal, semi-solid crystal particles attached to it. With slight pressure, the god's favor crystal powder detached, condensing into a mass. He sent it to the first layer's palace, then took the god's favor to the fourth layer. The mentor of disorder ascended his throne, watching the rice grain-sized silver-white scale within the rolling god's favor in his palm. Densely packed patterns and symbols formed a spinning wheel. Though it's only a fragment of Ouroboros, it still holds great power. If made into a talisman, its power would far exceed the worm talismans, even stronger than the silent talismans. After a moment's thought, drawing on his experience with talismans, and the Prometheus's steal ability, he formulated a plan. He extended his spirituality, touching Tierney's orb. Confirming he was alone, he turned his hand. A silent talisman and 2 pieces of dual-numbered black gold appeared nearby. Instead of chanting the activation words, he pressed them against the stone. The mentor of disorder raised his hand. A piece of black gold flew towards him. He channeled energy from his fingertip. The metal rapidly dissolved, turning into black threads. Like ropes, they wrapped the green teardrop talisman around the golden stone. The spinning silver scale stopped, motionless. He then formed the steal command and the talisman-making method in his mind. With a thought, he projected the instructions, along with the silent talisman-wrapped god's favor and the black gold materials, into the orb. He watched as black mist churned, enveloping Tierney. 2 items appeared before him. He listened. As the black mist faded, he reached out, catching the items, and spoke. As you command. Nareth rose, taking a step. The hand of order and other equipment returned to him. The bloody chain, now on his right pinky, immediately accelerated his spiritual energy recovery. The next day, Nareth extended his consciousness. He found the Dionysian spear was not nearby. He thought, with feeling. This is the first time the spear hasn't returned the day after I lost it. Is Ouroboros that strong? Has it permanently kept the spear, or temporarily blocked it? He leaned back, silent for a few seconds, then smiled. Did getting it for free fail? Even temporarily losing the Dionysian spear might not be a bad thing. I can retrieve it later. After advancing to sequence 4, I should have the power to deal with Ouroboros. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 644, Chapter 643, The Most Unlucky Month in a Cat's Life. 895.m30. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, lower decks. Tierney, in a black robe, first used a ritual knife made of dual-numbered black gold to tap rapidly on the floor. As the various geometric shapes lit up, he activated the Euclidean runes, which, since becoming a decipherer, he had mastered, a skill some chapter lords had not yet attained. As the runes lit up, psychic energy surged. Countless figures rose, enveloping the altar area. He then used the ritual knife to create a psychic environment. Then, kneeling before the obsidian altar, he held the golden sphere the Black Emperor had given him. The Prometheus's vision was filled with various orbs of light. The light was not from candles, but what he could see directly since becoming a Prometheus. The sphere's dominant light was a large golden mass. The green teardrop light was brighter. The rice grain-sized silver-white light within was the smallest, but the densest and brightest. The Black Emperor had ordered him to steal that rice grain-sized fragment. For the past 2 standard months, he had tried thousands of times, all failures. The silver-white light was firmly embedded within the golden light, difficult to separate. Tierney held the sphere in his left hand. It now seemed unremarkable, but he knew the evil will he would face when he touched the silver-white light within. His right fingertips lightly touched the sphere, extending his psychic energy while ascending to the 3rd level of the Thelema mind state. The moment his psychic energy touched the silver-white light, the hissing intensified. His head felt like it was being pierced. Ethereal, indescribable hissing filled his ears. The walls of his mind state blocked the terrible evil will. The hissing quickly faded. He did not stop. His many attempts had prepared him. His will drove his numb fingertips to pinch the rice grain-sized light. Simultaneously, he gazed at the irregular talisman made of dual-numbered black gold on the altar and prayed to the Black Emperor in Dunnick. I beseech thee. I beseech thee to grant me power. Grant me the power to complete the serpent talisman. He chanted the incantation the Black Emperor had instructed him to use, again and again. At the same moment, Nareth went to the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder to respond. After advancing to Mentor of Disorder, his authority had greatly increased. But when he truly needed to leverage the Kingdom of Disorder's power, he still needed to be within the realm. He watched as the ethereal gate opened over the altar. Black mist churned. He focused. In the 7th layer, threads of law condensed, pulling at the golden ring. Above the altar, the Prometheus, amidst the cold hissing, his will driving his right hand, completed the pulling motion by inertia. The silver-white scale spun like a wheel. As the densely packed patterns and symbols lit up, they seemed to fade, while a faint point appeared within the golden light. The Prometheus suddenly raised his hand, his right arm swinging. The ethereal wheel spun in reverse, trying to flee. Black mist suddenly rose, enveloping the wheel, then faded, binding it within the irregular talisman. He stared at the irregular black talisman. Symbols appeared densely upon it. It twisted, forming a wheel. Seconds later, it became a silver-white scale, covered in runes. Success. He was pleased. He wiped his forehead, his mind relaxing slightly. He then felt something warm spreading within him, like swallowed mocha coffee. Having experienced this before, he knew that stealing the spiritual imprint had allowed him to master part of the Black Emperor's gift. Having completed the Black Emperor's command and grown stronger, he smiled involuntarily. Then, his smile faded. He raised the talisman in his right hand and continued his prayer. Thank you, my lord, for granting me the power to complete the serpent talisman. I offer it, and the golden sphere, to you. Black mist churned. An invisible force rose over the altar. The golden sphere and the silver-white scale flew into the ethereal gate. Tierney, well done. The Black Emperor's commanding voice echoed like thunder in his mind. He instinctively lowered his head. Since the Terra campaign, the Black Emperor's voice had grown increasingly commanding. Even without his presence, his divine pressure grew more compelling. He also sensed the Black Emperor's approval. He had not let down his trust. As he felt both awe and joy, the commanding voice spoke again. Next. Continue stealing. As black mist churned, a golden sphere, with a green teardrop talisman attached, and an irregular talisman made of dual-numbered black gold appeared before him. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth held the serpent talisman. One more type. More miraculous, more powerful than the silent talismans. With a thought, the talisman vanished, appearing in the 3rd layer. He looked at the golden sphere. Considering he would be staying at Vostroya for the next month, he decided to have the Gyrinx John advance before Flaminius, Lord of the 6th chapter. The winner's advancement ritual was, as he remembered, remain in a state of misfortune for a month, without a single moment of luck. Advancing at Shadowhold was undoubtedly safer than on a battlefield. Having decided, he returned to reality. With a thought, John, through their link, immediately sensed his master's thoughts. The Gyrinx's ginger fur rippled. He raised a paw, rubbing his chin like a human. Maintain a state of misfortune. What a strange request. Though puzzled, the Calamity Priest maintained the state. He extended his psychic energy, focusing on being unlucky. He sensed his master walk out. He left his room, filled with crystal balls, pendulums, and other divination tools, larger than in Shadow of Order quarters. He followed his master down the sloping obsidian stairs. His paws tapped the steps. After 5 steps, he slipped. As a gyrinx, with good physical abilities gained from the robot sequence, he nimbly twisted, using his front paws to steady himself, flipping in midair. But his hind paws slipped again. He lost his balance, tumbling like a ball of ginger yarn. Freddy, walking down, his pupils contracted. He saw the gyrinx, a pathetic sight, bouncing down the steps, finally slamming into the black door. He froze. His jaw dropped. He smiled. After the smile, he asked, mockingly. "Hey, stupid cat, can't control yourself?" "No," John said, embarrassed. The gyrinx's intelligence was not high, but the robot had increased it. While learning divination, he had also learned some basic Vostroyan. His obsidian eyes looked innocently at his master. "It's master. He wants me to be unlucky for a month." Freddy snorted, pitying John, wondering if he had angered their master. Nareth didn't explain. He continued down. For the next month, John experienced the most unlucky month of his life. Divination failed. Lumen lights malfunctioned and exploded. A bolt gun misfired in the training hall, sending an adamantium tipped round his way. Depressed, he retreated to his room. On the last day, a psychic crystal exploded. In the blast, debris flew. He stared blankly as his black velvet bed, his oak bookshelf, his hundreds of data slates were blown to bits. Amidst the dust, a black armored figure pushed through the battered, swaying door. He lay in his wrecked home, limp, watching his master approach. "Drink this." He immediately realized what he was about to receive. Another bestowal from his master. In the past, he would have been overjoyed. Now, he had no interest. He forced himself to raise his head. He saw a brilliant golden potion in his master's large palm. The moment he saw it, joy filled him. He eagerly took the potion and drank. The depression of his unlucky state vanished in the comfortable golden light. His body trembled involuntarily. Moments later, the newly promoted winner, his gloom gone, smiled joyfully. "Thank you, my master, for your gift. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 645, Chapter 644, The Greedy Malcador. I gave him so much, yet still couldn't satisfy his appetite. First day of the last month of 895. The Emperor had left Terra, heading for the Eastern Galaxy. At the intersection of the 1st and 2nd Avenue surrounding the Imperial Palace, in the rented villa of Count Barrett of House Brobel, clad in silk robes, he stood on the second-floor stairs, looking down at the guests below. As the Imperium's borders expanded and the Great Crusade progressed, with the Emperor spending more time on Terra, and he and the Sigillite beginning to support their voices, the rent for prime real estate had risen. Barrett's rent was 1,308,400 Aquila coins per month. But he continued to pay it, wanting to stay close to the center of power, and also for the security it provided. In the last decade, assassinations had become increasingly common among nobles to settle political disputes, and the cost of hiring good bodyguards had risen. After the first noble was killed, the violence escalated. Fortunately, there had been no assassinations around the palace. Barrett took a glass of wine from a servant and walked down the stairs, his 2 bodyguards following. He walked towards Viscount Leonardo, head of the ancient House Rieger. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows of a marble column. Barrett paused, recognizing him from his narrow, aristocratic jawline as Heidelruda, from a fallen noble family. He frowned. Heidelruda should have been someone he would only greet politely as host late in the party. He should have waited. Rude. He held his head high, deciding to brush past Heidelruda, to teach him the etiquette of noble gatherings. As they neared, Heidelruda suddenly swung his arm. The expensive wine, which he would never have tasted otherwise, splashed onto Barrett's silk robe. He was about to rebuke him when a flash of light struck. His bodyguard sensed the danger, but the assassin, augmented at the Luna Gene Center, had already struck with the broken glass. As blood gushed from his throat, amidst the guests' screams, he saw the crystal chandelier above Viscount Leonardo fall. Malcador, after a busy day, rested for only 5 minutes before hearing hurried footsteps. He rose. The door was knocked. "Come in." He spoke. Sigillite, 48 nobles were attacked in their homes. All are dead. The attacks occurred within 5 minutes. He paused for a second, then asked, "Were the assassins caught?" 2 patrols, nearby, arrived within a minute and sealed off the area. But the assassins detonated their explosives before they could be surrounded. He quickly reviewed the report, thoughtful. Moments later, he looked up at the northwestern galaxy, murmuring, "Are you expressing your displeasure to me? You've guessed the mastermind." His aide's eyes widened. Who? He couldn't believe anyone would dare to assassinate the heads of 48 families simultaneously. After a long silence, the Sigillite spoke. "Stop the investigation." Send teams, under the guise of investigation, to take over the assets of the affected families. House Traore. He named 147 families. They will also be attacked. His aide understood. My lord, I understand. At the same moment, in the ancient House Pike mansion, Conconda, former chief priest of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, looked through her spectacles at the giant in the black robe before her. Lord Nareth's meaning is to share House Brobel's transport assets with me. Yes. Both our houses will benefit from the route between Terra and Berelia. The Shadow Guard said calmly. I trust you won't miss this opportunity. He waited calmly for the elegant, elderly woman to decide. He knew Conconda was far older than she looked, yet she was still the most powerful person on Terra. He also knew who stood behind her, the two most powerful figures in the Imperium, the Sigillite and the Emperor himself. Conconda's voice was considered the Emperor's own. As a guard, accompanying the navigator of House Orselio to a banquet, he had been shocked to hear a count say that Conconda, as chief priest of the Emperor's children, had once confronted Fulgrim, making the proud Primarch admit his mistake. Rumor had it she had also challenged another ill-tempered Primarch. After a few seconds of thought, Conconda rose, raised her aquiline nose, and extended her hand. Pleasure doing business. The Shadow Guard's large hand took her small one. Pleasure doing business. The first week of the 12th month was bloody for the Terran nobles. Death. Asset seizures. Restructuring. 1,000 families vanished. Tens of thousands of their affiliated factions were destroyed. Many nobles privately called this month the Bloody Month. For Flamini, the Bloody Month was also an unlucky month. He put aside other matters, following the Black Emperor's orders. He chose to go to Numino, to personally oversee the port's construction. He chose this place not only because Numino was the third largest port in the Coronid New Zone he planned, after Abyssport and Moab, but also because Master of Chaplains Pat had requested it. Pat had made a deal with House Vischer and House von Valancius, supporting their megastructure platform project. Pat hoped to be luckily rewarded during this unlucky month. The chaplain's friendship was the best reward. He stayed in the port area for an entire standard month. Even without carrying a bolt gun, to avoid a machine spirit's angry accident, he still faced gantry collapses, falling cargo from broken slings, and many other mishaps. He relied on his transhuman reflexes to evade, unharmed. After a month of constant vigilance, on the last day, amidst black mist, he received the Black Emperor's gift. He sighed with genuine relief as he swallowed the brilliant golden liquid. Moments later, the newly promoted winner saw an image. My lord, the Fate Lord is most suitable. As the image shattered, his eyes lit up. In the 8th month of 896, at Shadowhold. Pat, holding his staff, spoke respectfully. My lord, 481 nobles who spoke blasphemy against you and the Legion have been assassinated. Arsena Dunn glanced at the fervent chaplain, then continued. My lord, we have taken over most of these families' assets, in cooperation with Houses Vischer, Orselio, and Pike. But someone acted quickly, seizing the assets of 162 families, including House Libris's pharmaceutical business. Nareth, thoughtful, asked, who? The Shadow Guard's report indicates those behind it are the Sigillite. The silver-haired Primarch's aide continued. 5 unscheduled fleets have been formed this year. Malcador is more greedy than I thought. I gave him so much through Conconda Pike, yet still couldn't satisfy his appetite. He thought silently. His pressure must be immense. As the Great Crusade progresses, his pressure grows. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly imposed taxes against Horus and others' objections, over a century from now. Horus saw the signs of rebellion. Malcador must have seen them too. He just had no solution. To hold the Imperium together, he has used many unsavory means, even he would be ashamed of. Nareth was referring not only to now but also to the future. Arsena, without checking his data slate, stated his own detective's conclusions. Indeed. At least 125 families were destroyed by forces other than us and the other nobles. They all shared one characteristic: they were wealthy, but to some extent, uncooperative with the Sigillites' demands. It can be foreseen that you will bear the blame for the Sigillites' actions in some circles. Anger flared in Pat's eyes. Nareth smiled calmly. No matter. After his aide finished his report, he continued. The Emperor, after finding the 8th Legion's Primarch, Conrad Kurz, on Nostromo, returned to Terra. He has summoned a war council for tomorrow, to discuss how to respond to the Xenos threat on the Imperium's western frontier. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 646, Chapter 645, Nareth feared, so he decided to make things harder for the Emperor. Near the end of the celebration for the 18th Primarch to be found, Nareth's psychic projection crossed the void and arrived at the Golden Palace. Horus Lupercal, the good elder brother, introduced him with his usual warm smile. Nareth, I think you've heard that another brother has been found. Conrad Kurz of Nostromo. Kurz. Following his words, Nareth looked to the end of his side, the only Primarch present in person. His long arms were crossed before him like folded bat wings. His pale skin made his fingers look even longer. His black nails tapped against his chest rapidly, as if agitated. Kurz leaned forward, exposing his long neck. Compared to other Primarchs, his gaunt shoulders hunched up to his head. He was like a vulture, wings folded, staring at a corpse. His gaze swept over the Primarchs, finally settling on Nareth. Nareth, the name I've heard most on Terra. Kurz's voice was like a scraping knife. Horus's smile froze. Kurz scratched at his ears like a dog. The hive dwellers praise him as conqueror of Xenos, eternal victor over humanity's enemies. The nobles only dare whisper in the shadows, if they don't want to end up like those recently dead. I must say, I like what they call you. The Bloody Sovereign. Kurz let out a trembling laughter. Vulcan frowned. Russ's ice-blue eyes were fixed on Nareth, unblinking. Guilliman looked at Nareth, wondering why he had resorted to assassination instead of more measured political means. Fulgrim, his silver hair like snow, wore a charming smile. He had learned some of the palace intrigue from an astropathic message from his old acquaintance, Conconda Pike, his former chief priest. Omegon thought of the hidden deals and machinations behind the intelligence. Compared to Nareth's blade, the sigillite was even more cold-blooded. He had not only used the opportunity to purge wealthy political opponents, but also crushed those families he had supported. The seized wealth had bolstered the Imperium's failing finances. The Mountains of Bones had become 5 new expeditionary fleets. Malcador killed as many as Nareth. Nareth bore the blame for Malcador and the Imperium. Dorn visualized the map of the Imperial Palace, considering how to deploy defenses if he were the Praetorian of Terra. Horus's brow unfurrowed before it could furrow. He smiled. Just rumors. Nareth sat calmly amidst the scrutinizing and thoughtful gazes of the Primarchs. He offered no explanation, watching silently as the doors opened. The Emperor entered first, beside him the Fabricator General of Mars, behind him Malcador and Constantine Valder. He had already conveyed his stance through his actions. When Malcador and the nobles formulated future policies involving him, they would recall the bloody month and consider the consequences. Kurz was about to speak when the silent river rolled in his eyes. The wide river, merging into the sea, suddenly rippled. A shadow emerged from the depths of time. As Nareth withdrew his gaze, he keenly noticed Kurz's grin freeze, his dirty black teeth exposed. He immediately thought of Kurz's prophetic ability. Though not present in person, he could still see something through his psychic projection. What did he see? Whatever it is, it may not be the true future. Burial has not qualitatively changed, but it has strengthened somewhat. It will interfere with his vision. As he thought, the Emperor walked to his throne. He noticed Malcador and Valder's gazes lingering on him for a moment. Malcador's expression was complex. Valder's gaze was like Lion L. Johnson's and Jagatai Khan's, a cautious assessment. After taking his seat, the Emperor spoke gravely. Colony worlds on the Imperium's western edge have been attacked by Xenos. Both savage orcs and elusive Eldars. Nareth expected the Emperor to dispatch his Pegasus, himself, when he spoke. Perturabo, my Lord of Iron, this is your trial. Nareth paused, thinking to himself. Perturabo still can't escape his fate of being sent to the Great Crusade's periphery for a century, can he? The Emperor's first choice should have been me. Why? As he thought, Perturabo spoke gravely. Father, I will not disappoint you. The Emperor nodded, then looked at Nareth. Nareth, for 85 years, you have fought without cease, crushing the Orcs, the Midas, the Rangdan, the Nephilim, and other Xenos, returning Incaladian to Mars, bringing the Squats into the Imperium. Your achievements are remarkable, but you have also overworked. Nareth was even more puzzled by the Emperor's sudden concern. Words of concern would have been more appropriate when I returned to Terra for the celebration after the Rangdan campaign. This feels belated, unnecessary. Before he could understand the Emperor's intent, he continued. The worlds under your governance also require your attention. For the near future, remain at Vostroya and attend to administrative matters. Nareth glanced almost imperceptibly at Horus opposite him. A thought arose, then was dismissed. The Emperor can't be deliberately slowing my pace to push Horus into the War Master's position. He knew the Emperor encouraged competition. When he created the Primarchs, he had abandoned any idea of brotherly harmony. He wanted competition to drive them to conquer faster. The more Nareth achieved, the more pleased the Emperor would be. This would spur other Primarchs like Horus. Inspiration struck. He noted the word Vostroya. His thoughts raced. Why specify Vostroya? If we consider that the Dionysian spear has not returned to me, it makes sense. The Emperor may need to know my precise location to bring it back. The Dionysian spear, infused with the Emperor's power, had a natural, close link to him. He could naturally sense it, trapped with Ouroboros. But it would not be easy for him to free it from Ouroboros' grasp. Given the spear's close link to Nareth, and his intent in giving it to him, the most feasible, most likely way was to return it to him, as before. That would mean a divine-level struggle. Though the Emperor might be more powerful than the resurrecting Ouroboros, he would be acting from a distance, while his opponent would have the home field advantage of a reboot. Even if the Emperor could temporarily suppress Ouroboros, he would need to know Nareth's location precisely. How does the Emperor locate me? He had thought about this. He had two hypotheses. The most obvious, his link to the spear was closer than Russ's had been, because his psychic power was stronger. The deeper possibility, the Emperor had linked the spear to his true name. Every Primarch, upon awakening their Primarch memories, learned their true name. Horus did when he grew from slightly taller than a man to a giant. Perturabo did when he refused his adoptive father's request, insisting on Perturabo. When Nareth became a barbarian and awakened his genetic memories, a string of glittering words was buried in the flood of information. Of course, the names the Primarchs used publicly were only part of their true names. Like warped demons, true names held power, but were also a weakness. Knowing a demon's true name could allow one to borrow its power, banish it to the warp, or even enslave it. Of course, the outcome depended on the power struggle between the two. Cayenne could turn the ancient, powerful cornate demon the Ragged Knight into a top-tier collectible card. Most Inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus suffered backlash. The same applied to Primarchs. In his memory, the Grey Knights had banished Mordorion by reciting his complete true name. This showed that even the Four could not change a Primarch's true name. At least not individually. Together, the Four could change Horus's true name, to prevent him from kneeling immediately in the final battle. Only the Primarchs themselves, and the Emperor who created them, knew their complete true names. Kaldor Drago, the Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights who banished Mordorion, had also learned his true name from the Emperor. Thinking this, Nareth felt a chill of fear. His physical body aboard the Shadow's sovereignty went cold. His fate controlled by the Emperor. He was back to when he first arrived in this world, contemplating his future. To control my own fate, I must change my true name. Change at least one word. Otherwise, the Emperor can manipulate me whenever he wants. Hopefully, advancing to Sequence 4 will bring a qualitative change, and my true name will change. He took a deep breath. As you command. As you command. Not likely. Though I can't change my true name yet, and I'd like to get things for free, I'll still play hide and seek with you. I'll make things harder for you. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the figure opposite Kurz, his head shaved, covered in inscriptions and symbols. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 647, Chapter 646, Emperor, Lorgar, how many times must I urge you? The Emperor's voice suddenly turned stern. He spoke, his tone heavy with anger. Lorgar. Nareth requires me to remind him to slow down. But how many times must I urge you? Father. Lorgar said, embarrassed. The Emperor cut him off. I don't need your faith. I don't need your worship. I am not a god. I need you to move faster. I hope that next time I see you, you are no longer last. He looked at Kurz. Except for your newly returned brother. With that, he rose and left. Valdar followed. Malkador's voice was softer. Lorgar, your father simply wants you to achieve something as soon as possible. He glanced at Nareth, then rose and left. Kurz, his face pale, rose unsteadily. He stared at Nareth's psychic projection for a moment, then turned and walked into the shadows. Nareth. Ferrus Manus's silver coin eyes were fixed on Nareth. His voice, like lead, held a hint of heat. Nareth also spoke. Perturabo. Nareth, since you'll be at Vostroya for the foreseeable future, it's time for our duel. Ferrus Manus's silver coin eyes liquefied, radiating a light like molten iron in a furnace. Good. Nareth couldn't say that he had decided to undertake a series of unpredictable voyages to make things harder for the Emperor. When will you arrive? Ferrus's transhuman mind calculated the warp travel time in seconds. By standard reckoning, May of next year. Nareth nodded. I understand. As Ferrus's figure rapidly faded and vanished, he turned to Perturabo. The Grand Theater is complete at Vostroya. You should see your design in person before you leave. Nareth didn't know how long the Emperor would send Perturabo to the frontier. Perhaps they would not meet again before the heresy. To prevent the theater he had built at great cost from being unseen by Perturabo, he had to come to Vostroya before leaving for the edge of Segmentum Pacificus. Perturabo's eyes lit up, then dimmed slightly. But I have trials to complete. I will get you there faster. Nareth, anticipating this, smiled. Even going from Vostroya to the Kalium Gate, you will still reach the western frontier faster. Percherabo's ice blue eyes gleamed. Good. The improved stasis device will be completed this year. I will bring it to you. Nareth nodded happily. With the improved device, he could venture deeper into Saktrata deeps. If he could find a fragment of Belaker's relic, he would be one step closer to Sequence 4. You will see a grand artistic performance. Nareth smiled, then asked casually. I need to prepare. When do you expect to arrive? 4th month of next year. Hearing Percherabo's answer, Nareth paused. He expected to arrive only a month before Ferris. Considering warp travel and other factors, their arrivals might coincide. That's convenient for me. I won't have to make multiple trips to Vostroya. I look forward to your arrival. Nareth and Percherabo exchanged smiles, then each ended their psychic projection. Nareth's golden wings flexed. Cold sweat evaporated. Warmth dispelled some of the lingering fear. Worlds on the front lines of various legions flashed through his mind. Which of them most likely held a civilization destroyed by Belaker? Silently, he boarded a Black Aquila lander and returned to Shadowhold. He summoned Arsena and instructed calmly. Percherabo will arrive at Vostroya in the 4th month to see his design. Prepare a grand performance for him, one he will remember for a long time. I will have the Legion's domains prepare performances. The Primarch's aide carefully noted the Black Emperor's command as a priority. Nareth rose, drawing the sword of Vol from his belt. Using concept swap, it becomes an ordinary long sword. He tapped rapidly on the floor. As spiritual energy spread, the space became isolated. Of the two newly discovered systems, November 7th 49 and November 12th 35, which do you think was more likely a civilization destroyed by Belaker? The silver-haired Arsena, seeing the Black Emperor activate the Euclidean runes to isolate the space, knew this was important. He did not answer immediately. He rapidly reviewed all the data, then, as a seasoned detective, carefully reasoned. After a dozen seconds, he spoke. November 7th 49 contains many ancient temple ruins, but the librarians and tech marines have determined the civilization was destroyed about 8,000 years ago. You said Belaker was more active in ancient times. Therefore, though November 7th 49 could have been destroyed by him, it's less likely. As he spoke, he went to a cogitator and connected his data slate. His fingers flew, displaying a star chart before Nareth. November 12th 35, based on its environment, could be classified as a forest world. But a heritage site was discovered in its Brown Mountain range. Seasoned, mystery prior, and archaeologists cannot determine its exact age. They can only vaguely estimate it is at least 10,000 years old. Therefore, the civilization at November 12th 35 is more likely to have been destroyed by Belaker. Nareth nodded slightly, accepting the seasoned detective's deduction. He looked at the two planets. November 12th 35, 164 light-years from Vostroya, also better fit his need to leave Vostroya but return quickly than November 7th 49, 58 light-years from Katakan. A teleportarium could only shorten a journey. Traveling from November 7th 49 to Katakan, then through the teleportarium from the Ultima Segmentum to Vostroya in the Segmentum Obscurus, would take far longer than returning from November 12th 35. The 12th chapter had not expanded from its recruiting world, Tanith. Segmentum Pacificus was not a focus of the Legion's expansion for a considerable time. Nareth also had no territories in the Segmentum Tempestus, or in the Necromunda subsector, Alicia, or Ar Regia in the Segmentum Solar. The 11th Legion's current conquests were focused on the northern Segmentum Obscurus and the eastern Ultima Segmentum. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th chapters, 9 chapters, were expanding outward from Vostroya, leaving only garrison forces. He hoped to complete the exploration and conquest of the Vostroya sector, a 330 light-year range agreed upon with Malkador, before the heresy. Of course, he would also occasionally detach them for operations in other regions, and to take some high-value worlds he had targeted. Prepare to set sail for November 12th 35. As you command. After Arsena acknowledged, Nareth deactivated the Euclidean runes. His aide withdrew to relay the orders. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 648, Chapter 647, The Shadow Tarot, different from the Emperor's Tarot. Segmentum Obscurus, November 12th 35. William Wood, chapter master of the 12th chapter, stared at the Xenos before him. Hundreds of them, their arms like scythes, charged. Their cracked, tree-trunk-like bodies emitted a strong, musty odor. They were about half a head taller than him. Barbed wheat ears swayed on their heads. Their gaping mouths, split to their ears, had no tongues, but he could see swallowed green plants within. Colorful mushrooms sprouted from the pores of their root-like feet. His guard raised their bolt guns, unleashing dense fire. Amidst the explosive cracks, splinters flew. The tree-like Xenos still advanced. Tough hide. A thought flashed through his mind. He raised his hand. Crackling blue lightning leaped. As a full-fledged clown, he flicked his wrist. Claws shot out. 10 monomolecular blades, forged by Vulcan, flew in different directions, precisely striking different enemies. A piercing, tearing sound, like sawing wood. He was astonished to find the monomolecular blades quivering inside the Xenos, unable to break free and return. The faceless swayed lightly, dodging the scything blows. He leaned forward, puffing his cheeks, exhaling. He aimed at a Xenos' mouth and mimicked a pop. The tree-like body trembled. Its chest was pierced. A monomolecular blade shot out, arcing under magnetic guidance. He raised his hand. A blade appeared in his empty fist. His air bullet ability, gained as a magician, had been almost ineffective against shadows of order. But since advancing to faceless, air bullet could now inflict decent damage. Amidst sounds like breaking wood, his curiosity about the Xenos grew. My lord would be interested in them. He continuously puffed his cheeks, expelling air bullets, retrieving the monomolecular blades, while memorizing their creaking sounds. He grasped their subsequent movements, combining this with his psychic foresight. When he had retrieved all the monomolecular blades, he had a basic understanding of their language. He ordered loudly on the Vox channel. The Xenos are slow. Engage in melee. He had noticed that though not slow relative to their size, they were much slower than shadows of order, especially his guard, who were mostly clowns. The clowns slung their bolters, activating their disassociation fields. With a hum, they bent their knees, then spread their arms, leaping. He was the first to reach a Xenos. He pressed his 5 fingers together, tearing into its tree-like body. With a crack, its abdomen shattered. His claws pierced its body. As a full-fledged clown's intuition, quicker than his own foresight, detected the scything blades swinging from both sides. In the gap, he twisted, leaning low to avoid them. Like a roly-poly toy, he straightened, sliding to the creature's side. As he moved, his claws swung. The clowns, following their lord, charged into the Xenos formation, using their agility, rolling between their root-like feet, weaving between their bulky bodies. With creaking sounds, the bulky bodies fell. After the battle, he found a relatively intact corpse. He tore off the Xenos' head and put it in his mouth, like chewing sugarcane from the Symphony of the Sea. As he chewed, he digested the information flooding his mind. Combined with the sounds he had recorded, he gained a sufficient understanding of the Xenos, who called themselves harvest giants. He removed his claws and placed his hands on the tree-like body. He stroked it, feeling the texture. A dozen seconds later, he stepped back. Cracking sounds came from within his body. His lustrous skin, inherited from the Gene Father, grew dry and dull, then withered. His short, dense black hair became wheat ears, pushing up his helmet. His lips stretched back, splitting into a wide mouth. As his mouth opened and closed, it emitted a creaking sound. One branch of the faceless shapeshift ability was mimicking target sounds. If he heard it, he could reproduce it. Though this mimicry had limits, experiments showed a Shadows of Order's vocal cords could still manage. Confirming he could shapeshift into a harvest giant, he produced a monarch coin. His eyes focused, their color deepening. He reviewed his plan, silently intoning in Dunish. The plan to lure the harvest giants will succeed. After 11 repetitions, he flicked the coin, then extended his gauntlet flat. Slap. The coin landed, steady in his palm. Heads up, indicating affirmation. He then produced a data slate, displaying a hololith. He scrolled, then selected a basin with soft soil, according to Auspec's matrix scans. His neck cracked. His stiff vocal cords loosened. He opened the Vox channel, ordering the Tech Marines and Apothecaries. Apothecaries create a paralytic fluid based on the enemy's body composition. Tech Marines bury the fluid at the ambush site to quickly soften the soil under pressure. As the newly promoted Potion Professor and Artisan teams conducted their research, he removed his armor. Cracking sounds came from his body. He expanded, reaching the height of the shortest harvest giant. He placed a stack of parchment tarot cards on his person. Unlike the Emperor's Tarot used by most Imperial diviners, his Shadow Tarot, invented and promoted within the 12th chapter, was completely different. Based on the Legion's culture, his homeworld Vostroya, his birthplace Gardinal, the chapter's recruiting world Tanith, and other worlds he had visited, he had created a unique deck. The Shadow Tarot's back bore the Legion's emblem. The front had different images on each card. Replacing the Emperor card as the core was the Monarch card. It depicted a blurred figure, enthroned. Ordinary shadows of order, unaware of the Black Emperor's existence, or that the Black Emperor and their father were one, either saw this as an abstract representation or a sign of respect. Only those who knew of the Black Emperor, who had visited the mysterious realm, recognized the figure as the Black Emperor enthroned. He had engraved patterns on the edges of both sides with a ritual knife of dual-numbered black gold. This allowed seers, clowns, and magicians to use them as a divination focus, like prophecy psychers use the Emperor's tarot. They also served as a medium for clowns to use paper daggers, and for magicians to advance to drawing paper as weapons. Paper daggers, as a clown, created blades only slightly sharper than throwing rocks. But magicians, drawing paper as weapons, was a decent alternative when weapons were damaged. He also placed paper dolls, cut from parchment, and promethium matches, developed by Techmarines specifically for magicians, on his person. A magician does not perform without preparation. He always remembered the Black Emperor's teaching. It was his preparation that allowed him, during his grand performance on Taxil, to withstand Slaaneish's corruption until his prayer was answered and he was saved by the Black Emperor. He oriented himself and strode towards the Harvest Giants gathering. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 649, Chapter 648, The Unquestioned Faceless. Deep within the lush oak forest, Rofs, a harvest giant with a battered body and thick gore on his scythe-like arms, staggered towards the camp. Rofs saw a harvest giant lounging against an oak tree rise unsteadily. His tongueless mouth opened and closed, the creaking sound laced with a faint scraping noise. The shadows of order keenly discerned the subtle difference and, using the memories he had obtained from the harvest giants, understood the other was asking about the battle. The faceless shapeshift only changed his appearance. Though he could instantly observe and accurately recall a target's features, mannerisms, and unique scent, it was still only external. An ordinary person, or even an Astartes from another legion, would likely miss the subtle differences in the creaking sounds. But as a shadow of order, William could perceive them. His mind raced. In Rofs's memories, he found the name of the harvest giant with a triangular pattern on his chest. Talabai, Rofs said, slowing his speech, mimicking the subtle creaking, his voice like rustling branches. We have defeated the enemy. We pursued the black-armored figures to the shattered mountains. The black-armored ones are still resisting. The Guardian Lord sent me back to report. The Guardians were the generals of the Harvest Giants. They served the tree god in peacetime and led the Harvest Giant warriors in battle. Excellent, Talabai shook his body happily. Quickly, go see Lord Regis. The Faceless followed Talabai, walking forward. He felt something dissolve within him, like the feeling of satisfaction after a good meal on Gardenal, fading with movement. Having experienced this before, he knew he was mastering part of the Black Emperor's gift. He felt more certain that shapeshifting into a treeman to lure the enemy was the right decision. He passed harvest giants, who resembled trees, and reached the temple's center. The harvest giant's temple was open, without diamond or other obstacles. The brown earth at its center was covered only with oak leaves. Rofs saw a harvest giant buried up to his waist in the earth. His exposed upper body was different from the other, all red harvest giants. He had a white spine. He moved slowly, as if swimming through the soil. Blessed one, Rofs bowed. He knew the figure before him was the tree-blessed, Lord Regis. What a peculiar ability. In Vlaka records, only a very few dual-disciplined biomancers and telekinetics could achieve this, combining bio-lightning to briefly change their structure with telekinesis to alter the soil's structure. As he thought, he began recounting the battle, following his prepared narrative, the Harvest Giants' bloody victory and their pursuit into the canyon. Regis's sunken eyes stared at Rofs. After hearing the entire account, he opened his mouth and exhaled a thick, earthy scent. The black-armored ones must be punished. He dispatched 25 temple guardians, leading nearly 3,000 harvest giants, to accompany Rofs to the shattered canyon. The 3,000 harvest giants moved like a steel caravan. The ground rumbled. As the earth shook, they reached the canyon's entrance. They saw the cracked bodies of their fallen kin and black armor fragments. They quickened their pace, charging into the canyon. The Faceless shook his head, almost imperceptibly. The harvest giants hadn't suspected him at all. His prepared words were unnecessary. Of course. The harvest giants wouldn't think anyone could shapeshift into one of them. I have Rofs's memories, voice, and scent. In appearance, I am a true harvest giant. With each step, he felt a dissolving sensation within. The mass of harvest giants treating him as a kin provided obvious feedback. As they advanced, the canyon narrowed. As he walked, he casually glanced back, his vision far superior to the harvest giants, confirming the rearmost were over a kilometer past the entrance. It's time. The Faceless slid behind the 3 flanking guardians with a speed impossible for a harvest giant. He drew 2 shadow tarot cards from his cracked body. In his right hand, the card replacing the chariot depicted a cardinal tripod walker in gold. In his left, the sword card depicted a blade like the Black Emperor's sword of Vol, blue-white. A full-fledged magician's spiritual energy surged. The two tarot cards became drawn paper to sword. He puffed his cheeks. A sharp crack sounded, reaching the shadows of order ears. Above the canyon walls, the artisan, hearing the signal, activated the device. Within the canyon, the runes on the 12 buried earth-moving devices lit up. A sharp chemical smell permeated the soil. An alkaline solution, 10,000 times denser than that used on agri-worlds, softened the earth as if it were melting. Many giants, caught off guard, sank into the soft earth. They tried to root themselves, but the chemicals in the soil burned their feet, and the earth softened rapidly into a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. The faceless, air bullet cracked against a harvest giant guardian's head. His sunken eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Rolf's. His feet sank. Struck unexpectedly on the head, he crashed down. The faceless nimbly slipped between the other two guardians. The two rods, drawing paper as weapons, slammed into their legs. And shadows of order's immense strength shattered the rods. The fragments clattered like metal shavings. With two thuds, the two guardians fell. The faceless raised his hand, throwing a dozen promethium matches. He walked across the harvest giants' heads, using flaming jump repeatedly. Shadow tarot cards, turned into drills by drawing paper as weapons, slammed into the heads of harvest giants not yet mired. As they swayed, they lost their balance and sank into the swamp. 5 days after the battle, William offered the harvest giants trapped in the canyon to the Black Emperor. Nareth landed on the canyon rim. His consciousness expanded. He immediately identified the harvest giant guardians in the earth as supplementary ingredients for Sequence 5 Druid on the Mother Pathway. Learning from William about the tree blessed and their appearance, he confirmed they were the main ingredient for the Druid potion. He thought to himself, whether or not there is a fragment of B. Laker here, this trip wasn't wasted. I've gathered the Druid potion ingredients. By leaving Vostroya, I've made it impossible for the Emperor to lock onto my position. I've made things harder for him. After sending the harvest giant guardians into the Kingdom of Disorder, he flew towards the Brown Mountain Range. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 650, Chapter 649, Is He a Dark God? Marlena Scala placed her hand on a red oak. The full-fledged harvest priest channeled spiritual energy, conveying a query. She saw branches drooping to her right front. Following them, she saw a black-armored, golden-winged figure flash through the air. The biologist, leading a group of pale constructs and various hybrid creatures, followed the indicated direction. Deep within a white oak forest, she found a harvest giant settlement. She stared at the settlement, then ordered the constructs to attack. After several experiments, she had made some modifications to the sloth constructs. The most significant change was replacing the tendrils with catachan vipers. The pale, stalk-like bodies were now wrapped in catachan vines. Their 3 articulated metal legs, tipped with spikes, skimmed the ground. Before the harvest giants could react, they lunged. She watched her creations. The green, cyan, yellow, and red vipers rose. Compared to the original tendrils, the vipers were more aggressive and proactive. A green viper hissed, twisting, dodging a giant swinging sidearm, and coiled around the cracked limb. Amidst a series of crackles, the arm's downward swing slowed. A dozen vipers followed, wrapping around the harvest giant's arm, their fangs tearing. Amidst a piercing crunch, dark cracks appeared on the cracked arm. Her tea-brown eyes flickered. Bio-lightning spread, silently seeping into the harvest giant's body, flowing with the spreading venom. Their bodies are similar to the constructs, between organic and inorganic. A substance like a combination of fibrous tissue and capillaries forms their bodies. She walked forward, moving among the constructs. She raised her hand. Catachan vines grew and spread at her command. Green covered the cracked harvest giant bodies, pulling at them. The giants rooted their feet in the brown earth, resisting the vines' pull. Several vipers leaped, biting into their sunken eyes, burrowing into their cracked mouths. With heavy thuds, harvest giant after harvest giant fell. Her eyes flickered. She saw a figure swimming through the earth, surrounded by white oak leaves. The tree-blessed's white spine suddenly blazed with light. White oak leaves flew everywhere, falling on the giants. With a series of cracks, the vines wrapping the giants were torn. The viper's fangs shattered. The giants swelled, lunging, their scythes striking the constructs. Seeing this, she raised her hand. The runes on her huntress armor and her 2 cogitator servitors blazed. As 2 vines burst, a bolt of emerald lightning struck from the sky. Since becoming a biologist, she had experimented, extracting energy from the vines to unleash bio-lightning. Its power increased, and its color turned emerald. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck the tree-blessed's head. The thunder boomed. Its cracked body blackened. White light dimmed, then brightened again. The blackening rapidly faded. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Her serpentine hair swayed. 100 accumulated toxins released, spreading on the wind. Some giants convulsed, vomiting green leaves and white foam. Some, in terror, cut themselves with their scythes, leaving bloody gashes. Some split their wide mouths with creaking sounds. Some, their eyes bulging, collapsed in dizziness. 2 giants stopped, looked at each other, then embraced, kissing each other with creaking sounds. The tree-blessed felt his head grow heavy. Green fuzz grew on his white spine. His back itched terribly, as if countless insects were crawling. He fell backward, his spine burying itself in the oak leaves. His spine's light flickered. As patches of white oak leaves turned green, fuzz fell away. Blue blisters grew on his body. The oak leaves turned blue. Blue-green spread rapidly, soon overwhelming the white. The bloated tree-blessed, expelled from the earth, had lost the oak god's gift. As Marlena dealt with the harvest giant tribe, Nareth stood in the air, looking into the brown mountain range. The leaves of the ancient tree were white and red, pulsing like a heart. Amber fruits, like dewdrops, emitted a honeyed scent. He stared at the thick life aura. He initially thought it was the legendary tree of life. It shouldn't be. After the heresy, Leman Russ entered the warp searching for the tree of life, to heal the Emperor's soul. If Russ didn't go the wrong way, it should be in the warp. His wings beat. He dove. Though not the tree of life, it radiated brilliant spiritual luster. Its dome-sized canopy shook. The air rippled. The white grew whiter, the red redder. As light flashed, 6 red and 6 white branches rose like pythons. 12 harvest giants, their bodies merged with the branches, wearing flower crowns. They raised their hands. White and red leaves swirled upward. The leaves, spinning like wheels, flew at Nareth. The mentor of disorders' spiritual energy surged. A colorful light appeared around him. The white-red wheels struck the multi-prism, scattering, flying apart like arrows. A dozen leaves, tangled together, struck a red oak, splitting it like an axe. Thick white sap burst out. Hundreds of leaves, twisted like spears, pierced the brown rock. He glanced with surprise at the harvest giants merged with the branches. Light flickered in his eyes. He raised his arms. He struck his gauntlets together. A loud crack sounded. The sound waves refracted through the countless, variously angled, variously sized, shimmering facets of the multi-prism. The clapping grew louder, like thunder. As his spiritual energy released, the shockwave struck. His multi-prism, qualitatively different from when he was a baron of corruption, could now be used for offense as well as defense. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of cracks, the flying leaves were ground to dust. Cracks appeared on the 12 branches. The harvest giants fell. As the great tree trembled, a telekinetic hand, amplified through the converging prism facets, grew until he could barely control it, then released like a storm, sweeping down. Telekinesis enveloped the massive tree. He pulled. With a rumble, he felt the heavy weight resist his telekinesis. With a crack, a root, like a giant python, tore from the earth. 12 branches rose. The giant's eyes blazed. As white and red leaves filled the air, he struck his gauntlets again. The shockwave echoed through the blazing multi-prism, sweeping down. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the branches burst. The 12 harvest giants spun and fell. The great tree's light dimmed. A second root was pulled from the earth. Then a third. Dense roots tore from the ground amidst earthquake-like rumbles. A storm of gray sand swept. White and red oak leaves crackled. The 12 harvest giant priests watched in terror as their tree god was pulled from the earth, flying towards the black-armored, golden-winged figure in the air. Cracking, they spoke, their voices a mix of shock and anxiety. Who is he? Is he a dark god? Is he taking our tree god? The great tree trembled. Its ascent slowed. Countless branches grew, extending, lunging at him. He turned his hand, tossing a string of green teardrop talismans. As his spiritual energy surged, he shouted in Dunnish, "Silence!" Green light blazed. The creaking, the branch tremors, the earthquake, all ceased. The entire mountain range fell silent. As he dove, he noticed the 12 harvest giants, though separated from the great tree, still radiated spiritual luster. Are they potion ingredients too? Black mist churned. The dome-sized great tree, the 12 harvest giants, the branches, and leaves vanished. He looked down at the collapsed ground. Brown rock and earth, as the silenced talismans faded, tumbled like rain, striking the revealed white structure. His wings spread. He shot to the ground like lightning. Light flickered in his eyes. Telekinesis rose, refracted, and amplified through the multiprism. The landslide of mud and rock slammed into the telekinetic dome. He examined himself. Most of his spiritual energy was spent. He thought to himself. The qualitatively changed multiprism uses 100 times less telekinesis. But it consumes more spiritual energy. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 651, Chapter 650, not the tree of life, yet still a treasure from root to crown. Nareth spent 2 days exploring the underground and surface ruins of the Brown Mountain Range. He was disappointed to find no connection between the pre-harvest giant civilization and Belaker. Finding a Belaker-related civilization among so many fallen ones is not so easy, after all. He then thought of the Eldari's warning about Saktrata Deeps. There should be a fragment of Belaker's relic there. And with more information, he could use the dice of prophecy. His disappointment faded. Though Belaker is powerful, even possibly capable of ascending to godhood. He hasn't ascended, and without his relic fragments, he has lost much power. Divining him will surely be less difficult than divining a uniqueness. With this thought, he went to the 7th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, looking at the oak tree with its dense white and red foliage. Threads of law enveloped the massive tree, keeping its living branches immobile. From William Wood's report, he knew this massive tree could grant the Harvest Giants abilities akin to psychic power. The Harvest Giants' coming-of-age ceremony was to go to the Grey Mountains. The best among them would receive its gift, becoming stronger than their kin, serving as temple guardians. A fortunate few, chosen by the tree god, would become tree-blessed, able to move freely through the earth and control oak leaves. They would lead their settlements. Their word was the tree god's will. Among the 1,000 tree-blessed, 12 Harvest Giant priests were permanently merged with the tree god. After reviewing the Harvest Giant situation, he examined the massive tree. Their entire civilization was built around this oak. It must be a high-sequence entity, likely sequence 4. Tree, life, its likely potion material related to the mother pathway. He recalled that among the half of sequence 5 recipes unlocked on the blasphemy slate, the druid recipe did not include an oak tree, but did include tree-blessed and Harvest Giant guardians. He glanced at the thread-wrapped Harvest Giant priests. The Harvest Giant priests are also likely mother pathway potion material. Given their spiritual luster and their progression from tree-blessed, they're probably sequence 4, ancient alchemist, material. Supplementary material. Then the entire tree is unlikely to be the main ingredient for a sequence 4. Part of it might be the main ingredient, or it might be sequence 2 or higher. With this thought, he focused. The threads of law loosened. The dome-sized red-white tree vanished. The next instant, it appeared in the 2nd layer. The tree shook, struggling. As black mist rose, he stepped into the 2nd layer. The mentor of disorders' spiritual energy surged. Brown earth rapidly formed, enveloping the python-like roots. The red-white oak's trembling gradually ceased. Its branches swayed slightly. Seeing it no longer struggled, he left it rooted in the 2nd layer. Returning to reality, he found himself surrounded by a mass of branches and red and white oak leaves. He immediately summoned Chief Apothecary Mikkel and the biologist Marlena Scala. After they bowed, he focused. 2 equal piles of branches and leaves appeared before them. They are good materials, rich in life force. Study and use them as you see fit. Though not the tree of life that Lehman Russ would seek to heal the Emperor's soul, the red-white oak was still a treasure from root to crown. Rich in spiritual energy, it was excellent supernatural material. By your will. After they acknowledged, he dismissed Mikkel and asked Marlena. Describe the sloth's physiology and behavior in detail. A flicker of surprise crossed her tea-brown eyes. She wondered why the Black Emperor was asking about a Xenos race they had already defeated. But the biologist had studied many of the Legion's foes. She immediately spoke. Everything about the sloth, including their regeneration and their consumption of corpses, is based on the necrotic fluids within them. Seeing her answer fluently, he nodded with satisfaction. The Sequence 5 Druid advancement ritual on the Mother Pathway, as he knew, required mastery of the physiology and behavior of many common animals and 3 types of supernatural creatures. He was confident Marlena had mastered the physiology and behavior of far over 100 common animals, and likely dozens of supernatural creatures. He then asked about the Hrud and the Nephilim. She answered fluently. With a thought, the tree-blessed, Harvest Giant Guardians, and other materials in the first layer's palace appeared beside the furnace. The Jokero began concocting the Sequence 5 Druid potion. He then asked about the Gorgon Serpent and other supernatural creatures, quickly exceeding a dozen. He nodded. A brown potion appeared in his hand. You are an experienced, knowledgeable biologist. Even the Mechanicum's biologists cannot match you. Drink this. You will gain new power. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. She bowed, taking the potion. Her tea-brown eyes saw countless blue-green specks within. She drank. The potion tasted like a mouthful of earth. The biomancer guided it down. A complex mixture of plant scents rose from her stomach. The biologist discerned the strongest scent as oak, mingled with animal fats. Her perfect, lustrous, elastic skin rapidly cracked, like a harvest giant's tree-like body. Dirt formed on her feet, covering her boots. Her body suddenly rose, letting out a bear-like roar. Then it twisted, swaying like a serpent. She felt as if she were transforming into hundreds of the creatures she knew. As her thoughts scattered, the Black Emperor's commanding voice sounded in her mind. Meditate. Reign in the overflowing power. Moments later, the newly promoted druid, her skin restored to its smooth elasticity, her body steady, looked at the branches and oak leaves and spoke. My lord, I thank you for your gift. I have gained the power of the oak. They are now the best materials for me. On the last day of third month, 897, Nareth, after a series of unpredictable voyages around Vostroya, returned. On the first day of fourth month, an iron-gray warship transitioned from the warp. On the bridge of the Iron Blood, Perturabo stared at the hololith before him. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 652, Chapter 651, only the Emperor N can point out the errors. Aboard the Iron Blood bridge. Perturabo's ice blue eyes stared at the hololith. The first things to draw his attention were two shining stars. Foryx, the warsmith and blade of the trident, followed his Primarch's gaze. The other shining star is a gift from the squats to Lord Nareth. It's hard to imagine they dragged a star from the galactic center to this place. What Foryx didn't say was, why, after the three legions' bloody war with the squats, were the Iron Warriors and Thousand Sons still hated, while Shadows of Order had established good relations with them. They had close trade ties. The squats' excellent weapons and civilian goods circulated in Shadows of Order's territories. A squat fleet had long-term accompanied Lord Nareth in battle, a condition the Imperium itself hadn't secured. Perturabo looked up at a view screen, watching the scrolling data torrent. This is not difficult. Calculation. Power. Energy. As he spoke, his ice-blue gaze shifted to the space between the stars. Two Ramillies-class starforts and a war moon orbited in adjacent orbits, at different quadrants. His transhuman mind raced. He then raised his hand, circling an area. There are valuable assets here. They are guarding something. Foryx, pulled from his calculations about towing a star, checked the various readings. Stellar energy and interference from the bodies conceal what lies at the center. I believe Shadows of Order intentionally hides their valuable assets there. As he spoke, he saw 4 streaks of light flash across the hololith. Following their paths, he saw 4 frigates. His helmet's internal comm buzzed. He listened, then reported to his father. Father, Lord Nareth has dispatched frigates to escort us. Prepare the gift I have for Nareth. He will be pleased this time. Foryx knew his father had spent much time on the stasis device. Working with Chronomago's Zulin 4, he had observed and recorded the entropic field distortions of Hrud in groups 1, 2, 13. He had created an entropic calculation formula, performed trillions of calculations, conducted experiments, and iterated the stasis device 3 times. He had never seen his father so invested in a creation. As you command. As Foryx prepared the stasis device for transport, the 4 frigates guided the Iron Warriors' fleet towards Vostroya. Perturabo boarded his prototype Aquila lander, based on the standard template but modified for a Primarch's transhuman body. The iron-gray Aquila lander landed at Vostroya's busy starport. Stepping off the ramp, he saw Nareth's aide, Arsena Dunn, waiting on the landing pad. As streamers flew and servo-skulls chanted, the silver-haired Arsena approached Perturabo. Lord Perturabo, on behalf of my lord, I welcome your arrival. Please, come to Paradigm City's Grand Theater to view your masterpiece. The corners of Perturabo's mouth twitched, then he suppressed it. His voice was calm. Lead the way. He boarded the airship prepared for him, heading for Paradigm City. His ice-blue eyes, like torches, looked out the window at the people lining the roads, waving and cheering. Lord Perturabo. Lord of Iron. Hammer of Olympia. May the bond between Shadows of Order and Iron Warriors be as strong as iron. Long may the friendship last. 3 hours later, the airship reached Paradigm City. Before it stopped, Perturabo was already walking out. As he walked towards Nareth, his gaze took in the magnificent theater. The imposing structure was elliptical, built into a deep pit. He knew Paradigm City was a hive city designed and built by Nareth himself. It had no impact craters, as in his own designs. Clearly, to realize his design, the area around and beneath the theater had been specifically modified. His transhuman mind took in every edge and curve of every building. In his mind, the structures reverted to their initial state, like rewinding time. Explosives, arranged in concentric rings, shook the ground. Flames, kilometers wide, shot skyward. Millions of tons of vaporized debris ejected. Construction engines consumed millions of tons of rubble, grinding and reforming it, then turning it into bricks with minuscule tolerances. Typical Nareth style. He commented silently. His brother spared no expense, but also made good use of resources. Images flashed through his eyes. He could see the towering construction cranes placing them correctly. He could see on the stone the traces of levers, files, and chamfering tools, invisible to the most precise instruments. He suddenly frowned slightly. He saw a difference from his own construction plans, in an area he knew well. Not only the materials, but the workmanship was slightly different. Nareth's sons, not bad. He did not carefully examine the surprising details. He just wanted to immerse himself in the moment. His mind accelerated, retracing the project's precise routes, down to the exact dimensions, forming an image. His cold, hard face curved into an uncontrollable smile. His ice blue eyes focused on the black-armored, golden-winged figure. Nareth, thank you for realizing my design. His eyes deepened. Memories returned. The theaters on Olympia were often too small. Even during the peak of the Mountain King's iron-fisted rule, entertainment was scarce. I envisioned a stage that could accommodate all forms of drama. It could showcase love, comedy, heroism, and many other art forms. A magnificent palace built of intrigue, murder, and bittersweet endings. Credit goes to your genius design, Nareth smiled, gesturing to a red-robed tech priest to step forward. And to Wojciech Blayek's coordination, organization, and logistics. He had chosen his chief supply officer for this role. Perturabo looked at the red-robed tech priest. Compared to other Mechanicum figures he had seen, Wojciech had far fewer mechanical augmentations. He still had most of his flesh. Only the 6 pairs of servo arms on his back indicated his computational ability matched his position. Lord Perturabo, it is my honor to turn your great design into reality. Blayek. Perturabo looked at him appraisingly. The Blayek battle tank. Wojciech bowed modestly. All thanks to Lord Nareth's guidance. Good, Perturabo said approvingly. In engineering, you are the equal of any warsmith. Wojciech immediately felt something within him, like holy oil, integrating his body. I have become a true artisan, mastering the power granted by the monarch. Nareth's intuition stirred. He glanced at Wojciech, then said to Perturabo. Perturabo, the Grand Theater's premiere is ready. Let's go watch together. I have long awaited this. Perturabo followed Nareth up the steps, into the palace. Inside the Grand Theater, Yelena Kornikova was the first to applaud. Other nobles, like Kosovo, followed. They only sat after the 2 Primarchs had taken their seats. As mist sprayed, the curtains parted, revealing the decorated stage. The director of the Vostroya Opera Company took a deep breath, his steps slightly stiff as he walked to the front. His hand, gripping the microphone, was white with tension. The audience today were nobles from Vostroya and surrounding sectors, esteemed rogue traders, navigators, and astropaths. Also shadows of order, and visiting iron warriors. And Lord Perturabo, and the monarch himself. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Monarch. Lord Perturabo. Ladies and gentlemen, our opening performance is Hamlet. Its script was long lost on Terra. The monarch personally restored it to celebrate the theater's opening and Lord Perturabo's visit. Hasek Noyan Khan, sitting behind Nareth, his eyes lit up. Though the White Scars were passionate about poetry, they also knew something of Terran culture. He remembered the great Khan mentioning that the Sigillite, Lord Malkador, regretted that the loss of Shakespeare's immortal works was one of the greatest casualties of the Age of Strife. Perturabo glanced at Nareth in surprise, then smiled. I think Magnus and Fulgrim will regret missing this. They might have a chance. Nareth smiled back. He watched Perturabo's ice blue eyes turn to the stage as Act 1, Scene 2 began. In the castle hall, Hamlet, in purple robes, a red cloak, his hair gleaming, spoke in standard High Gothic. Not so, my lord. I am too much in the sun. He noted Perturabo's intense focus. He knew his memory-based restoration of the script was a success. Even if there are errors, only the Emperor could point them out. The opening performance concluded as Hamlet killed the new king with a poisoned sword. The Vostroyan nobles fell silent. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes were calm. Then he rose, applauding. Thank you. All the actors. You have given a great performance. The nobles, as if waking from a dream, applauded with the Iron Warriors. Amidst the thunderous applause, Perturabo turned to Nareth, who had risen, and said gratefully. Nareth, I must express my sincere thanks. You not only realized my design, but prepared a performance worthy of it. Forex and the others, who often accompanied their father, saw his face, relaxed and smiling, so different from its usual tension. It was my promise. Nareth smiled. Now, I think you should name the Grand Theatre. No, Perturabo shook his head. That honor should be yours. It was your design. It should be named by you. Perturabo could not refuse. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke. Thaliacron. Nareth paused, thoughtful. In Lojosi, dwelling of Talia. Perturabo nodded. An image flashed through Nareth's mind. He knew Talia was an ancient Olympian deity. Legend said she gave endless inspiration to fools, poets, and writers with her poetic talent and love of drink. Though Talia's public worship on Olympia had long faded, in the days she was still revered, lavish banquets were still held in the ruins of her cliffside theater temple. What concerned him more was his memory. After the heresy, when Perturabo's original design was completed, he had named it Thaliacron. It was there that Fulgrim performed, recounting the Eldari myth of the extinction angel, luring Perturabo to the Eye of Terror. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 653, Chapter 652, Ferrus Manus eagerly seeks his first defeat. After the premiere of Hamlet, the Grand Theatre went dark for a time. As the stage was prepared for the next performance, the nobles left the magnificent theatre, still savoring the experience, after the two Primarchs had departed. Kozubil said to Yelena Kornikova, the Chancellor of Ostroya's cabinet. I never imagined the monarch would have such artistic talent. If not for Lord Perturabo's visit, we would never have seen this masterpiece from a bygone age. Yelena's hair was grey. Even with life-extending treatments, she was inevitably aging. The whole Imperium says Lord Fulgrim is a true artist. The monarch is his equal. Paradigm City is a perfectly planned, symmetrical city. Shadowhold is an asymmetrical, unrestrained, unbounded work of art. Few know how to appreciate it. As the nobles marveled at the Grand Theatre and the unforgettable performance, in the palace at the hive's top, a unique soup made from beets, cabbage, carrots, onions, and cream from Terrican was served as an appetizer. Dishes from other worlds followed, raw whale from the Symphony of the Sea, Ubjan steak from Attila. After a glass of white Vosvith, his mouth tingling, Perturabo spoke. The redesigned and rebuilt stasis device I made for you has arrived at your starport. Nareth raised his glass to Perturabo. Perturabo, I thank you. With your creation, I can counter the Hruds in tropic fields. The Hruds' distortion effect is strange. It can age in Astartes. Perturabo said with feeling. No one knows you are fighting such a powerful Xenos race, waging a difficult war in silence. In the past, at war councils, Perturabo had always heard Father praise Nareth, while he was rarely mentioned. Now, he understood. Nareth's legion not only completed the many campaigns Father assigned them, but also fought hard, silent battles unknown to anyone. Father, you told Nareth to rest, but how could he stop? As Perturabo admired Nareth's loyalty, Arsena's calm buzzed. He answered, listened, then reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, Lord Ferrus Manus's fleet has arrived at the real space anchor point and is approaching from the Mandeville point. The fleet is estimated to reach orbit in 3 days. Nareth was surprised. Ferrus had arrived 16 standard days earlier than expected. He thought with feeling. Ferrus Manus is in a hurry. He has always sought perfection. And the way he seeks perfection is through failure. On Medusa, though I beat him in a competition, I didn't defeat him in combat, like the Emperor did. He recalled that among the Primarchs Ferrus had challenged, only Rogaldorn was confirmed to have fought him. Ferrus has the Iron Hand, a void dragon fragment. Setting me aside, he is the ceiling in physical combat. He shouldn't have lost to Dorn. That means, until now, he hasn't suffered his first defeat. I have defeated Russ. In his mind, I might be able to defeat him. That is, Ferrus Manus eagerly seeks his first defeat. As he thought, Perturabo's ice-blue eyes gleamed. He looked at Nareth, smiling. I was planning to leave for the Western Galaxy, to complete Father's trials. Now, I will stay a few more days to witness your battle with Ferrus Manus. I believe you will be the victor. He thought of Magnus' words, that Russ had been badly beaten, making it known to his other brothers at the War Council. He spoke. Only the Purple Phoenix would favor the Gorgon. Nareth nodded slightly. He knew Ferrus, completely opposite to Fulgrim, who feared failure would shatter his perfection, wouldn't care about losing, nor would he refuse Perturabo's presence as a spectator. He smiled. I have prepared many performances for you. Now you have a chance to see them. Over the next few days, Perturabo watched performances from various worlds in the theater he had designed and Nareth had built. Besides tragedies and comedies, there were also war dramas. The noble opera company from Alicia presented Death from Above, the actors descending on special gliders, depicting nobles leading airborne troops in landing operations, defeating Eldari and human pirates. The rogue traitor Louis von Valancius's company presented a drama about the Coronid New Zone, depicting the Mitu's atrocities and Nareth's epic liberation of hundreds of billions of enslaved people. What touched Perturabo most were the dramas about his own campaigns, fighting the Squat League with Nareth and Magnus, and fighting the Rangdan with Nareth. 3 standard days later, the Iron Fist entered Vostroya's orbit. Ferrus Manus stood before the viewport, looking at the moon. When he had last visited, Vostroya's shipyard had been a modest facility, capable only of building destroyers. Now, it had grown into a massive shipyard capable of constructing Ramillies-class starforts. Orbital docks, shipyards, maintenance facilities, and various other structures around Vostroya's moon were linked by a vast space station complex, forming a massive aggregate. Within the shipyard, the framework, both horizontal and vertical, divided the area into a cross, the nascent form of a starfort's 4 quadrants visible. Workstations, formed by pipes and cables, were scattered throughout. Hundreds of meters-long cables connected them like spiderwebs, forming a complex network, suspending attached platforms between the main structures. Not as good as top-tier shipyards like Mars or Cypher Mundi, but it can now rival those of most Forge worlds. He commented silently. As he thought, footsteps sounded behind him. Gorgon, we will enter Vostroya Prime's orbit in 10 minutes. Gabriel Santa, captain of the Iron Hands First Company, commander of the Morlocks, the Primarch's bodyguard, of House Avernii, walked to his Primarch and reported. I have the Auspex scan results from the officer in charge of the Simulus chamber. A Shadows of Order fleet is in orbit, along with a smaller White Scars fleet. The latter must be the Khan Lord Nareth is training, sent by Lord Jagatai. Also, a large Iron Warriors fleet. Lord Perturabo must be at Vostroya. I see those iron-gray ships. Ferris's silver coin eyes flickered. He wants to be a spectator. Many of my brothers are watching this duel. Santa recalled that on Medusa, Lord Nareth had bested their father in a competition to excavate technological ruins. He had fought a golden metal bird in the air. Many Medusans had witnessed that battle. It had become a legend on Medusa. Its fame was second only to their father's legendary defeat of the silver dragon, Acernath. Santa clenched his gauntlet and shouted. The Gorgon will win. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 654, Chapter 653, Ferrus Manus, she's planting trees in the toxic wasteland desert. A black stormbird flew from the Iron Fist towards Vostroya's starport. Unlike the ornate Aquila lander, Ferrus Manus preferred the rugged practicality of the stormbird. He was not accustomed to, nor skilled at, winning through diplomacy like his close friends Fulgrim, Horus Lupercal, Sanguinius, and Magnus. After the recent campaign on Clur, he had realized this clearly. Gabriel Santa, captain of the Iron Hands First Company, leading the Morlocks in their black cataphractii pattern Terminator armor, was the first off the ramp, forming a line on either side. 2 banners fluttered in the wind. On the left, a banner depicting an iron gauntlet. The emblem was woven of silver thread on black velvet, containing many smaller emblems within. Its edges were tattered, as if gnawed by teeth and resewn hundreds of times. The right banner was the Gorgon's personal standard, made of velvet and silver, depicting him defeating Acernath. The rough-hewn giant emerged from the ranks. His shale-gray hair was as hard as needles. He strode to the ramp, walking to Nareth's aid, Arsena Dunn. Ferris's silver coin eyes blazed with fire. His leaden voice carried waves of heat. I am here for the duel. Where is Nareth? Lord Manus. Arsena bowed. My lord awaits you in the industrial wasteland between the hives. Ferrus nodded slightly. Nareth chose a suitable battlefield. Neither of us needs to hold back. He eagerly boarded a Stormbird again, following the guide airship towards the Sand Sea. As the iron-black Stormbird left the hive city, the desertified land came into view. The polluted rivers of industrial sludge were as dry as disgusting worms. Among the many worlds he had conquered, most were highly industrialized. A very few, with exceptional industrial potential, became colonies of the accompanying Martian explorator fleets, gradually growing into Forge worlds. Most other worlds, depending on population, were classified as industrial worlds or hive worlds. He knew Vostroya's type well. Like other hive and industrial worlds, its environment had been completely destroyed during early colonization. Though Nareth advocated sustainable development, he hadn't expended vast resources to forcibly reverse it. As he thought, he suddenly saw a flash of white-red amidst the monotonous dust and black sludge. His silver coin eyes flickered, focusing on the out-of-place splash of color. It was an oak tree. An actual oak tree. He had visited many hive and industrial worlds. He knew the desert dust was not ordinary sand, but industrial waste, toxic industrial dust mixed with waste. An ordinary person would need a respirator to survive in the wasteland. Plants simply could not survive in such an environment. He looked at the woman in black armor, accompanied by 2 COG drones and a gyrinx. She's planting an oak tree in this toxic wasteland. How? He stared at her through the narrow viewport. Her face was sharp yet soft. Her tea-brown eyes looked up. He frowned. The airship was currently over 100 kilometers away. Yet the woman had sensed his gaze. On the surface, Marlena met the silver coin eyes. She felt the pressure. The black-armored giant. His eyes reflected no light, radiating indifference. She felt the deep, mountain-like pressure. She took a deep breath, ascending to the first level of the Thelema mind state. A Primarch. Lord Ferrus Manus. She bowed, then stroked the oak, feeling its roots deep in the dust. Since becoming a druid, her abilities as a harvest priest to promote growth and reproduction had improved. She had used her spiritual energy to grow a branch into a 3-meter-tall oak. Then she had extended its roots, through the sand, deep into the earth, to draw sustenance and hidden groundwater. The druid had found a way for the oak to thrive in conditions completely unsuited for plant life. This is related to the special oak my lord gave me. Its vitality far exceeds any plant I've seen, including catachan vines. Now that it's rooted, even without me, in 100 years, the area within a kilometer will become an oak forest. In 1,000 years, the sand sea between the Tetzvok and Szczecin hives will become a forest of life. As she raised her hand, she felt a surge of emotion. She could permanently change the environment of an entire world. In the past, I could only make small changes. My greatest change was clearing farmland on Catachan, but that relied on Eldari and Thousand Suns psychic technology. Now, I have achieved a great transformation using only the power my lord granted me. As she thought, the stormbird passed over the Szczecin hive. En route, between the Mazovian hives, Ferrus also saw a red-white oak. He was surprised to see a splash of red-white around it. She can propagate the plants she grows in the wasteland. And it seems she did it alone. Nareth's subordinates are very capable. As he thought, Santa spoke. Gorgon, the lead guide aircraft reports 6 kilometers to target. As the engine roared, Ferrus's eyes blazed with fire. He walked towards Nareth, flanked by his Morlocks. As expected, he saw the white scar in white armor, holding a glaive, and Perturabo with his trident. Perturabo's ice-blue eyes met the silver flames. Manus, I was watching a performance at the Grand Theater when I heard you were coming. I hope you don't mind my watching your duel. Of course. I also welcome you to watch a performance at the Grand Theater I designed. It would be an unforgettable experience. Fine. Ferrus had expected this. If he were Perturabo, he would be curious too. Hasek Khan saw Lord Ferrus's gaze on him. Hasek salutes you, Gorgon of Medusa. The Great Khan ordered me to study under Lord Nareth. Please allow me to observe this battle, so I can tell him of the battle he will miss. Fine. Ferrus's leaden voice carried waves of heat. His silver hand spread, covering his entire arm. Nareth, begin. I have waited too long for this day. Nareth nodded. His gaze swept over Ferrus's silver arm. The others quickly withdrew, each climbing the chemical waste hills, abandoned for millennia, to create space for the duel. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 655, Chapter 654, Ferrus, I've finally suffered my first defeat, closer to perfection. Ferrus Manus's hands itched. Living metal twisted and writhed. He reached under the thick iron curtain of his cloak, his fingers finding the ebony hammer handle. His fingers burning, he gripped the hammer. The eagle wing-shaped head leaped out as he attacked. His giant form skimmed across the dust. He swung the hammer at Nareth. With a crack, the dust was blasted away by the shockwave. Nareth drew the sword of Vol, raising it swiftly to parry the headbreaker. Crash! The opposing forces pushed them apart, like secondary repulsion. Gabriel Santa, captain of the Iron Hand's First Company, and the Morlocks, watched in shock as the liquid metal on Ferrus's forearm flowed, as if repelled by the collision, surging towards the Gorgon's biceps. They thought the same thing in shock, Lord Nareth could match their father, and the Iron Hand. That was the stacking power of a Primarch and the silver Wyrm, a Cerneth. Nareth's palm tingled. He had been at a disadvantage in a contest of strength with Vulcan. But that was before his advancement to Baron of Corruption. And Vulcan was likely the physically strongest Primarch. The Void Dragon fragment is powerful. I have a tan fragment too. As he thought, his golden wings blazed with flame, spreading to his right arm. The golden eagle and the silver Wyrm's light clashed. The dazzling flash tore through the industrial world's thick dust. The heat wave vaporized countless crystalline industrial waste. The silver did not recede this time. Waves of living metal surged towards his fist, reflecting off Ferris's shale gray hair. Ferris roared. His high neck guard rose behind his head. The rivets on its silver trim shook. He poured out pure, brute force from both arms without reserve. Santa saw the Gorgon's boots sinking into the crystalline sand. The corrosive poison couldn't damage the armor forged by their father in Vulcan, but it showed their father was using his full strength. But Lord Nareth was not. He held his sword one-handed. The sand had not reached his boots. He glanced at the layers of silver living metal. Ferris, you've reached your limit. But I haven't. As he applied pressure, his body unmoving, the muscles on his left side collapsed, his right side bulging. His muscles twisted and writhed in, extension and contraction, pumping to create new force, allowing him to achieve power burst without moving. His muscles bulged. His wrist still, the muscles of his arm moved. Ferris's silver coin eyes flickered. He keenly perceived the armor's curvature, the bulge from his waist to his arm. A special biopsychic ability. He shouldn't be skilled in this area. The thought flashed through his mind. The blue-white blade and the golden eagle suddenly surged, completely overwhelming the hammer and the silver WYRM. Crack! A rivet flew. The hand-forged plates of Ferris's armor hummed piercingly. The iron hand gripping the ebony hammer handle burned like molten iron. He resisted with all his might, but was still pushed into the crystalline sand. The sand sea rose past his calves, swallowing his knees. Nareth pressed down with one arm, forcing Ferris's elbows up. The ebony hammer handle struck the iron curtain cloak. As his shoulder plate dented, the blade wedged between the iron plates. His golden wings rose high. The silver WYRM suddenly collapsed. Iridescent silver liquid, in a bizarre arc, sprayed onto the pitch-black armor. The silver heat wave struck the blue-white force field, producing a piercing crackle. The Mentor of Disorder's left chest collapsed, his right side swollen. His right armor hummed. The sword of Vol swept down, aiming for Ferris's neck. The silver-white blade struck the silver liquid. No matter how he pushed, he couldn't cut through the seemingly thin liquid. The Void Dragon Fragment's defense is the ceiling in physical combat. He knew that in the original Cardinal campaign, Ferris had been ambushed by Stratican's sacred reliquary battle armor. Another Primarch, caught off guard, would have been at least seriously wounded. But the Void Dragon Fragment had allowed him to withstand the blow unscathed. Though the Void Dragon Fragment was physically indestructible, in the non-material realm, it was not invulnerable. Fulgrim, using the Lair blade containing a Slaneshi Greater Demon, had beheaded Ferris. As he withdrew his blade, he decided not to channel psychic energy to activate the sword forged by Vol, nor to use abilities like Concept Swap. The Mentor of Disorder believed he could breach the Void Dragon Fragment's defense using only his physical-based Beyonder abilities, Power Burst, and Extension and Contraction. Ferris's numb left arm slammed on the sand pit, propelling him up. His arm spun like a rotor, swinging the hammer in arcs. A swing of the silver-powered hammer could shatter a Titan's armor. Golden light blazed. The Power Gauntlet's force field activated. The Mentor of Disorder's right side suddenly collapsed. His left wrist abruptly extended at the moment of collision. The golden Power Gauntlet missed the headbreaker, slamming into the silver-covered armor. As the silver receded, a scorched spot was revealed. His body slid backward, boneless, avoiding the swinging headbreaker, while his right arm extended. The blue-white blade, like a venomous dragon, thrust at the exposed black breastplate. A streak of silver flashed. The iridescent metal, as if alive, flowed, licking the black armor. With a hiss, the Mentor of Disorder spun, thrusting, his wrist twisting, striking the black left leg with an Otspurt via 10th form. Hasek Khan gripped his glaive, his eyes straining to follow Lord Nareth. As golden flames blazed, golden light dazzled. The blue-white blade traced arcs. Strike after strike, swift as thunder, the newly promoted Pyromaniac could barely follow. Lord Nareth didn't pause, forcing Lord Ferris back step by step, the headbreaker only able to parry. Lord Nareth wielded immense power and ferocious offense in perfect, natural balance. Hasek believed this was what the Chagorian Stormseers called the perfect way. The way the great Khan Jagatai sought. Sparks flew, incinerating the crystalline sand, raising toxic fumes. Percherabo's trident, unaffected by the fumes, couldn't follow the rhythm of the two Primarchs' offense and defense. They were like mortals who had wandered into a demigod's battle, helplessly chasing the brilliant light, judging the situation from the flashes. Foryx, the warsmith and blade of the trident, asked his father beside him. "Father, is Lord Nareth gaining the advantage?" "No," Percherabo's words stunned the trident. "The outcome is decided." His transhuman mind had collected the two brothers' combat data. Ferris's armor had 61 breaches. His silver metal was nearly vaporized. He was at his limit. Nareth's armor showed no damage. He still had reserves. 3 seconds later, Perturabo's prediction was validated. The golden fist slammed into the black armor. As the leg plate shattered, the sound of breaking bone was heard. Silver liquid misted. Ferris's body crashed to its knees. The silver-white blade swept down. The blue-white force field cut through the black armor. Nareth pressed his thumb, deactivating the runes. The light faded. The blade forged by Vol cut Ferris's pale skin. Blood stained the sword's tip. Gorgon. Santa screamed in terror, charging down from the hilltop. The Morlocks followed. Ferris's silver coin eyes stared at his chest. Blood dripped, staining the crystalline sand. He rose, raising his left arm. The panicked Santa and the others stopped. Ferris Manus's silver coin eyes, steaming with heat, fixed on Nareth. So this is defeat. One day, in battle, you will lose. This feeling, not bad. He laughed, his leaden voice booming. After 10 seconds, his laughter subsided. I thank you, Nareth. I have learned much from our duel. I will be able to better control my power. I've finally suffered my first defeat. I am closer to perfection. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 656, Chapter 655, Perturabo, Forging Armor for Nareth, I'll be no worse than Manus or Vulcan. I have also benefited from this battle. Nareth's gaze swept over the liquefied living metal, returning to the arm. Your iron hand has the strongest defense I've ever seen. As he spoke, he saw Ferris Manus's body already beginning to heal. His gaze also swept over the crater and the pool of blood. With a drop of Gilliman's blood, Kugath used Nurgle's cauldron to brew the god blight. Ferris's blood should be good for planting trees. With this thought, his consciousness expanded, spreading rapidly. In an instant, it swept over hive after hive, covering vast swathes of the crystalline sand sea. In an instant, his consciousness covered nearly half the planet. Before advancing to Mentor of Disorder, his consciousness could cover about a quarter of Vostroya's surface. After advancement, his spirit had been refined, his awareness greatly increased, covering a wider area. He was surprised to find that Marlena Scala was not within his coverage. According to her recent report, she should be in the wasteland near the Tetzvok hive. Thinking of the druid's underground passage ability, he narrowed his focus, reaching deeper underground. The wider the area of perception, the harder it was to discern details. When he had probed with his psychic power earlier, he had ignored the hive cities. Penetrating underground required more mental energy than the densely populated hive cities, but less than covering the surface. As his consciousness delved deeper, his psychic energy drained faster, and the covered area rapidly shrank. He suddenly ascended to the third level of the enumeration. His perception sharpened. He caught Marlena underground, her vines dragging her 2 cogitator servitors and her gyrinx. Solid rock rippled like water around the druid. She sensed something, looking around vigilantly. Light flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He transmitted the location of Ferris's blood as a mental image, sending a thought pulse. Plant an oak tree here. A voice suddenly sounded in her mind. She listened, then clasped her hands. By your will. As he withdrew his consciousness, Gabriel Santa, commander of the Morlocks, seeing the Gorgon's bleeding stop and his injured leg healing normally, put aside his concerns. Only then did he realize the Gorgon, his father, the Primarch of the 10th Legion, had lost to another demigod. He watched the silver reform, licking the Gorgon's forearm, as if alive. But the armor, designed by Manus and Vulcan, hand-forged, was now a wreck. The silver trim rivets on the neck guard had fallen off. The iron curtain cloak was nearly gone. The breastplate was breached. The leg plates were shattered. The scorched, dark armor no longer resembled a work of art. He looked at Lord Nareth, his knees bending slightly. He bit his lip, resisting the urge to kneel. Only Lord Nareth could defeat Father. As he struggled against Nareth's majesty, Ferris's leaden voice sounded. Nareth, as I promised, I will forge you a gift for fighting me. Do you have any requirements for the armor? As the Primarch's equerry, Santa keenly noted the subtle difference in the Gorgon's voice. There was pleasure in his tone, no trace of defeat. I wanted to have a degree of extension and contraction, like your living metal. In the previous battle, constrained by his armor, Nareth hadn't wanted to damage it, so he hadn't fully used his extension and contraction. Vulcan obviously hadn't considered this when forging it. Ferris's silver coin eyes flickered. He thought of the undulations beneath Nareth's armor earlier. He clenched his fist. Silver liquid slowly spread, covering his arm. I need time. I'm not in a hurry. Nareth still had the armor Vulcan had forged, and with Perturabo's improved stasis device, he shouldn't need to personally face the Rud. Unless the relic fragment allows Belaker to manifest in reality, with most of its power. Ordinary attacks can't penetrate my layered defenses, but his shadow blade, which shifts between solid and ethereal, could harm me. Perturabo, hearing this, his ice blue eyes gleaming, silently noted Nareth's requirements. Nareth brought my vision to life. I should forge armor for him. My work will be no worse than Manus's or Vulcan's. He decided that while on the remote western frontier, he would forge armor in his spare time. Nareth invited Ferris. The Paradigm City's Grand Theater is hosting a series of opening performances. Ferris, would you be interested in watching? After a 2-second pause, Ferris accepted. Fine. A day later, at Paradigm City's Grand Theater, Perturabo watched with interest as the Atalans performed a cavalry charge. Ferris observed the Atalans maneuvering in tight spaces, realizing their performance was artistic, not a demonstration of their full combat potential. He then focused on the bio-augmented horses and the hunting lances. Hasik Khan watched the performance. He knew the Atalan Rough Riders best, but this was his first time seeing them in person. When he had accompanied Lord Nareth to the northwestern galaxy, his Brotherhood had traveled with the 7th chapter and taught the Atalans. His Brotherhood were all from Kagaris. Before returning to the Imperium with the Great Khan, they had been skilled riders. Though they now rode metal mounts, their accumulated experience still made them excellent instructors. He knew from reports that the Atalan Rough Riders had mastered the use of heavy stubbers, hunting lances, and other weapons. They could charge in large formations or harass in small groups. Now, watching them maneuver their horses at full gallop, he nodded approvingly. As the performance ended, amid thunderous applause, Perturabo turned to Nareth, a hint of regret in his ice-blue eyes. I must leave to complete Father's trials. I must leave, too. Your armor will be delivered to Vostroya when it's finished. Ferris said. He had little interest in the performances. If the Purple Phoenix had come with me, he would have lingered. But he wouldn't. He doesn't want to give me a chance to challenge him again. After bidding farewell to the 2 Primarchs, Nareth had Arsena Dunn see them off on his behalf. He did not let Perturabo use the teleportarium between the stars to shorten his journey. The Kalium Gate was given to him by the Emperor. He couldn't hide it. But the teleportarium technology must not be known to others. Even Perturabo. He had not yet completely sworn fealty. Returning to Shadowhold, he went to the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder and picked up the recharged Dice of Prophecy. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DawisJinzu. Chapter 657, Chapter 656, Dorn, I've already taken from 15 Primarchs, not taking from you would be disrespectful. Nareth picked up the Dice of Prophecy and began to divine Rhine. He chose Rhine not because it was the future homeworld of the Crimson Fists. He recalled that the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars were successor chapters of the Imperial Fists from the Second Founding. For the first 9 millennia, the Crimson Fists were a fleet-based chapter. It was only in the late 40th millennium, after the Voltigern Crusade, that the Crimson Fists crushed several Orc empires in the Loki sector and were rewarded with the agri-world of Rhine as their homeworld. But in reality, Rhine was not the chapter's recruiting or training world. An agri-world's culture didn't fit the Crimson Fists. They usually recruited from the nearby barbaric death world of Blackwater and trained in the Loki sector. Rhine served a ceremonial and inspirational role. Nareth chose to divine Rhine because the new agricultural world model developed by the harvest priest, Carrion Barnett, had succeeded. He needed a true model. Rhine was one of the Imperium's most famous agri-worlds, with excellent natural conditions. In the future, before his heroic death, Captain Brasana of the Rhine Guard had said, I have given my life to Rhine's world. It is the jewel of the Imperium, second only to Terra. Though somewhat boastful, future Rhine, with a population of 200 million, far exceeding the sub-million populations of most agri-worlds, still had a beautiful environment. Calling it a jewel was not an exaggeration. Furthermore, Rhine had a specialty Nareth valued, jade mold. He believed a model agri-world needed a flagship product, something the Symphony of the Sea, Terrican, and Barnett lacked. As he turned the triangular pyramid, he thought to himself, Dorn, it's time to take from your sons too. His mind flashed through the other Primarchs he had taken from. From Guilliman, Kolth, Konar, the Loss, and other worlds, and his son, Gren Visotho. The Attila system, which Hannibal would have discovered, and the Necron artifact, the Imga monolith. He had intercepted the 3 STCs Horus would have gained from Terra, the Lehman Russ tank named by Russ, and the Ball Predator from Sanguinius. When rescuing Omegon, he had obtained his blood, tissue samples, and research data from the Sloth. On Medusa, he had excavated STCs including the Simulus Chamber, and had just had the druid Marlena Scala plant a tree with Ferris's blood, planning to obtain the sealed contents of Mimir's well after his death. He had also taken the sons of many Primarchs. From the Lion, who was both father and son, Luther, the future Cypher Zahariel, and the former Legion Master Urian Vendrage. From Fulgrim, his beloved son Akerduana, and the would-be chosen of Slaanesh, Lucius. From Jagatai Khan, his first Khan, Hasik, and Khans Agila and Naritzen. From Kurz, his son, the Claw Master, Zo-Sahal. From Angron, his son, who had become chief apothecary of the Warhounds and would create the World Eater's version of the Butcher's Nails, Galen Surlak. From Magnus, his son, who had become chief librarian of the Thousand Suns with his help, Hathermot. From Lorgar, his son, the Void Warfare expert, future commander of an Abyss-class battleship, Tzatkiel. From Korax, his sons, the future great rememberer of the Carcharodon, Arcus Fal, the first chapter master of the Ashen Claw, Narat Kireen, the founding Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Balsar Thuri, and the one called the Raven, Alastair Rushell. He did not count Perturabo, who had built the stasis device for him, nor Mordorion, with whom he had traded on Barbarous, nor Vulcan, with whom he had a mutually beneficial arrangement, as those he had taken from Dorn. I've already taken from 15 Primarchs. If I omitted you, it would seem I underestimated you, which would be disrespectful. Thus, though Angron and Korax have not yet returned, I have still achieved the feat of being connected to every other Primarch. In this review, I have gained something from every other Primarch, only the amount differs. Smiling, he recalled what he knew of Rhine. In the Segmentum Ultima, near the Segmentum Tempestus. It has all the conditions to become a prosperous agri-world. Its size is close to the administratum standard. Its orbit is suitable. The only source of jade mold. After the information flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Kalium Gate to Rhine. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. The triangular pyramid tumbled through the air, landing in his open palm. A holographic-like scene unfolded. He memorized the star chart and encoded it on a data crystal. Returning to reality, he summoned Carrie. Moments later, Carrie entered the reception hall of Shadowhold. He noted that Carrie, from the Symphony of the Sea, had a darker bronze tan from childhood exposure to strong light. The Mentor of Disorder activated his spirit vision, confirming her spirit was like a ripe harvest. She has digested the potion. With this thought, he had the Jokero in the first layer concoct Sequence 6 Biologist potion, using materials including the serpent's fang venom. After listening to Carrie's report, he smiled approvingly. Carrie, you have established the standard for a new type of agri-world in my domains. Hearing Lord Nareth's praise, she smiled proudly. She thought of her journey, from a simple fisherman's daughter to directing the transformation of an entire world, and marveled at the wonder of fate. My lord, my achievements are all thanks to the power you granted me and Lady Marlena's instruction. She said modestly. This is your reward. Nareth turned his wrist. A brown potion appeared. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. She knelt, then walked forward excitedly, taking the potion. She glanced at the liquid, with its various fuzz, then drank. The potion tasted like swallowing a piece of leather. The strange bitterness made her want to retch. Her face rapidly turned dark, as if poisoned. Her weathered, dry skin quickly wrinkled, making her look like a shriveled old woman. Strange patterns appeared on her neck, some like bats, others like serpents. Her short hair lengthened, curling, swaying like snakes. Meditate. A commanding voice sounded in her mind. She instinctively obeyed, visualizing the rice plant Marlena had taught her to meditate on. Moments later, the newly promoted biologist knelt. My lord, I am honored by your gift. I will continue to strive to serve you. First, go to the wasteland and find Marlena. Receive her instruction. He didn't send Carrie to Rhine immediately. She had proven her ability. She should be converted into a perpetual. Likewise, other high-ranking members of the Legion, especially those who would accompany him to Saktrata Deeps. Because the Serpent's Cradle had twin stars, it could receive more energy than a single-star system. Therefore, the teleportarium had lower requirements and was completed faster. It was now possible to travel back and forth in a short time. He immediately summoned Arsena, who had returned from the starport, and ordered that high-ranking Legion members not yet perpetuals travel to the Kalium Gate in batches. Wojciech Blayek and other Beyonders were included. This did not include nobles like Yelena Kornikova. He would not let a single noble family be controlled by one person indefinitely, when they could be replaced by newcomers. The resources for converting perpetuals were limited. He could not convert all nobles. This also included the Terran nobles who had sworn fealty to him, like House Drake, which would produce many Lord Commanders of the Astra Militarum in the future. The sole exception among the heads of these families was the rogue traitor, Louis von Valancius, who had offered him the star chart of the Coronet Deeps. The current Coronet New Zone was his largest territory. The Cyclops cluster alone had over 100 worlds. His ability and achievements were sufficient for Nareth to make an exception. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 658, Chapter 657, The First Penal World. 899.m30. Ultima Segmentum, Loki Sector, Rhine System, Death World Blackwater. The 11th chapter had smoothly secured the native population's acceptance, incorporating them into the Legion, and then arrived in orbit around Blackwater, a world in the same system. Heavy transports descended from the black ships, landing slowly. Second Company Captain Kirkland recalled the remarkable experiences of the past few months. He had traveled through the Kalium Gate to the remote northwestern galaxy in late 898. In early 899, he, along with Chapter Master Pell, 1st Company Captain Gibbs, and 3rd Company Captain Chambers, had become perpetuals on the third planet of the Serpent's Cradle under the night sky. Kirkland felt the surging vitality within him, like his father's own hand caressing him. Scan results from the Auspex matrix scrolled across his helmet display, rousing him from his reverie. He quickly reviewed the key information. Blackwater's gravity was 1.61 times Terra's. 49.83% of its surface was covered by black water, the rest primarily by forests. As the ground trembled, Kirkland led his command squad down the ramp. As he walked, his magnetic boots automatically adjusted, adapting to the world's higher gravity. He looked at Carrie, her serpentine hair waving, as she bent to touch the black earth. Carrie's bronze skin was smooth, no longer as dry as before. The journey to the Serpent's Cradle felt like a dream. In the blue light, she had received Lord Nareth's gift, gaining eternal life. Immortality. In the myths of the Symphony of the Sea, only gods were immortal. Now, she knew it was not that gods were immortal, but that gods could grant immortality. She could only repay this gift by serving the divine. After having several newly promoted harvest priests assess Rhine's situation, she had volunteered to accompany the 11th chapter to Blackwater, hoping to contribute. The biologist's psychic energy seeped from her fingertips. After a dozen seconds of careful discernment, she rose and said to Kirkland, "This soil looks like Rhine's fertile black earth, but it's very different. In fact, it's the opposite. This land is entirely unsuitable for farming." "That's not surprising," Kirkland nodded. "My father said this world would be classified as a death world by imperial standards. Death worlds were harsh, resource scarce, and lacked development value. Then the forests covering the planet are quite strange." The biologist frowned, walking to a tree and placing her hand on its massive trunk. "They look like ironwood, but they're not. Ironwood is rich in iron, one of the most valuable tree species." Kirkland walked over. If this were a world covered in ironwood forests, it would be classified as a forestry world, a type of agri-world. Though not ironwood, it is rich in some unique element. The biologist carefully discerned. This tree is rich in a special compound. It's similar to heavy water, dense and containing radioactive toxins. Carrie recalled Lady Marlena Scala's teachings and speculated. Perhaps it's related to the black water here. Kirkland nodded. As a newly promoted Baron of Corruption, recently granted power by his father, he saw threads of rainbow light emanating from the black trees. Radioactivity. If there is life on this harsh world, it must be affected. As the Baron of Corruption concluded through his vision of threads of law, his psychic intuition stirred. Alert. He raised his incendiary cannon, aiming at the dark forest. The ground shook. Black giants charged. Kirkland's eyes flickered with surprise. The black giants were extraordinarily tall, matching his own height in Saturnine pattern Terminator armor. He had grown significantly as a barbarian, a head and a half taller than before, and was wearing Terminator armor. Yet these giants matched his height. His honor guard aimed their bedrock pattern bolters at the black giants. With a dull, rapid roar, they unleashed dense barrages. Amidst the roar, the giants' flesh flew, but they did not fall. They roared, covering their faces with their arms. Thick hides. As he thought, Kirkland raised his arm. The incendiary cannon spat a blazing stream of fire, engulfing a black giant. With a roar, flames consumed it. The heat wave spread, igniting another giant. Father would be interested in these giants. He lunged, his fist swinging at the foremost giant. The wind howled. The giant instinctively swung its club. With a crash, fist met club. As splinters flew, his gauntlet dented, his arm numb. Tremendous strength. The Baron of Corruption clenched his fist. His muscles bulged. He twisted his back, swung his arm, and his fist slammed into the giant's chest. Crash. The giant was thrown back, its knee sinking into the black earth. The Baron of Corruption's psychic energy surged. The splinters of the shattered club rapidly reformed into ropes of chains. Black ropes wrapped around the giant, binding it tightly. In the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, amidst the black mist, Nareth sat enthroned high. The Mentor of Disorder examined the black giant bound in black ropes. He immediately identified it as potion material for Sequence 5, Guardian on the Twilight Giant pathway. He continued listening to Pell's report. Carrie determined the black water has high density and is rich in heavy metals, thus highly radioactive. This affects the entire world's environment, including the soil and trees, and has made the native Xenos race exceptionally tall and robust. Nareth nodded slightly, thinking to himself. When humans colonize this world, they will also be affected by the radiation. Most will die at birth or be deformed. A few will slowly adapt, growing taller and stronger. This is likely why the future Crimson Fists used Blackwater as a recruiting world. After this deduction, he said to Pell. Blackwater will be a penal world. Criminals guilty of major crimes from all territories will be exiled here. All chapters may recruit neophytes from this world. Nareth would not colonize a harsh world like Blackwater, but he could offer convicts a chance at life. As the number of territories and population grew, crime inevitably increased. He felt it was time to establish the first penal world to punish their crimes. Capture the Black Giants. Offer them to me. He instructed. After Pell acknowledged, black mist churned, sending him back to reality. Nareth then extended his psychic energy, touching the orb of Thierry Vieira, Night Lord of the 8th chapter. With a thought, he formed the information to convey in his mind and transmitted it to the orb through a subtle connection. You are to immediately choose a target, a person or group to protect. Declare it in Dun Nick. Then faithfully perform your duty for at least 1.5 years. The Guardian's advancement ritual, as in his memory, required faithful service for at least 1 year. But to prevent failure, considering he would use the largest of the Black Giants, he increased the requirement. Prepare a weapon you have used for a long time. Offer it to me in 1.5 years. This was the supplementary material required for Guardian, matching his memory and fitting the concept of guardianship. Just as he was about to return to reality to arrange the next perpetual conversion, he heard a prayer echoing. He extended his psychic energy, touching the expanding orb. An illusory scene appeared. In the flickering candlelight, Galan Serlak, chief apothecary of the Warhounds, wrapped in a black robe, knelt before an altar, hands clasped, speaking in Vostroyan. My lord, the Emperor has found my gene-father, Angron, on Nasiria. The fleet has arrived at Nasiria. The Legion's High Command will assemble to meet our father. Angron, Nasiria, Warhounds. Nareth's eyes flickered. He pulled Galan into the Kingdom of Disorder. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 659, Chapter 658, Dividing the World Eaters among Ambition, Khorne, and Angron. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth scrutinized the beast tamer Galan Serlak. His spirit was seamless, suffused with a rose-red hue, like fine wine. He has already digested the potion. With a thought, the Jokero in the 1st layer of the Kingdom of Disorder immediately began concocting the Sequence 7 Vampire Potion, using 500 milliliters of Fenrisian Iceworm blood, 600 milliliters of Raft Spider blood, and other materials. My lord. Galan knelt on both knees, bowing respectfully. Nasiria has an anesthetic potent enough to sedate Angron. I want you to find a way to obtain its formula. Nareth knew that Galan and the other senior Warhounds commanders were about to meet their father, a man who had lost his slave brothers, who hated the Emperor, seeing him as just another slaver, and his sons as a slaver's army. Galan would have neither the time nor the energy to consider Nasiria. Afterwards, Angron would task him with developing the World Eaters version of the Butcher's Nails. Unlike many legions, the World Eaters did not recruit only from their homeworld. They would recruit continuously from a wide range of conquered death worlds and feudal worlds. Without his prompting, Galan would not have looked into Nasiria. Nareth had an urgent need for the anesthetic. As potion materials increased in level, the creatures they came from grew more powerful and harder to obtain. Often, killing them would damage their integrity, rendering parts unusable as potion materials. The Black Giants offered by the 11th chapter as the main, Guardian ingredient were a case in point. Those missing limbs could not be used as the main ingredients. The hunting guns developed from the Jorgal's arc projection guns could capture low-sequence potion materials, but most mid-sequence creatures could resist electric shocks. He had too few judges, and imprisonment required wearing down the target to prevent escape, a process that inevitably damaged some material. The Nasirian anesthetic, capable of incapacitating a Primarch, could likely capture almost all mid-sequence materials. Except for creatures like the sloth, composed of necrotic fluids and maggots, completely immune to toxins. But such creatures were extremely rare. Nareth estimated no more than 10 types, most of them required for the Kingdom of Disorder's evolution. He was reasonably confident the Nasirian anesthetic would work on most potion materials from paths other than the Black Emperor. At least, it would be effective on most Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 materials. After all, Angron's body was at least on par with creatures of that level. He also thought that since Nasiria had the Butcher's Nails, a Dark Age technology, it might have other technologies as well. Send teams to the surface. Under the pretext of learning about Angron's homeworld, search for technology. Though the Emperor had already made agreements with the slavers, such exploration would not displease him. Especially after Angron killed the commander in a rage, it would appear all the more reasonable. Also, observe the Legion members. See who might join you in swearing fealty to me. My lord, using the gene seed I offered to you, which you then returned to me, I have personally supervised the cultivation of 1,684 neophytes. Among them are 352 apothecary aspirants, 61 full apothecaries, and 19 who have awakened psychic abilities to become librarians. The gene seed the chief apothecary of the Warhound spoke of had been corroded in the 6th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. As chief apothecary and a student of Fabius Bile, Galen's skills were among the best of his profession. The number of those he had corroded for Nareth was second only to Luther. Even higher than the Brotherhood jointly controlled by Con Agula and Apothecary Naritzin of the White Scars. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. Galen had achieved much. I wasn't referring to the neophytes. Galen paused. He had been seconded to the Emperor's children. He knew Astartes naturally obeyed their Primarch. He remembered their voyage to Novshansdak, seeing the cold-eyed Perturabo walking beside the Emperor for the first time, and the unrest among the Iron Warriors when they learned who would command them. The 12th Legion, without a Primarch, grew increasingly desperate with every battle and voyage, hoping the next planet they reached would be their Gene Father's world. As Galen hesitated, Nareth spoke. Angron had the butcher's nails implanted by the slavers. They are a device for control and enslavement. He will have you and the Mechanicum research implanting the nails in the Legion's warriors. In the end, you will find a way to complete the task he gives you. Nareth remembered that the renowned Martian Magos, for Carida, had exhausted himself trying to find a stable version. In the end, Galen had succeeded. Galen had succeeded on his own. Now, as a seasoned apothecary, soon to be a potion professor, he could use alchemical agents to aid him. Using the corroded butcher's nails from the 6th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, combined with the corrupted gene seed, would allow him to divide the world eaters among Khorne, Angron, and himself. Galen was stunned. The Emperor had not told the Warhounds about their Gene Father's experiences. The Black Emperor, not even in the Nuceria system, knew everything about the situation. Such is the power of a god. As Galen trembled, Nareth spoke again, his voice grave. The butcher's nails I want are not what Angron wants. But do not worry. Help will come. He recalled that the Emperor would have Archon land study whether the nails could be removed. Though Archon could not remove them, he could study them. Archon, already corroded by him and an artisan, could work with Galen to develop a version with a hidden backdoor, meeting his requirements. Unfortunately, Archon is only sequence 6. He cannot yet help me control Angron. Angron can only be a candidate for my advancement to Earl of the Fallen, to be killed during his ascension. Fulgrim is another option. Magnus, Mordorion, Lorgar. Galen trembled, feeling his own fate, and his Gene Father's, already in the Black Emperor's hands. By your will. Nareth turned his hand. A crimson potion appeared in his palm. With a thought, it flew to Galen. His eyes lit up. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. I am my lord's faithful servant. I am skilled and chief apothecary of the Warhounds. My lord will not abandon me. Otherwise, he would not have granted me power 3 times. The moment he opened the potion, every cell in his body seemed to leap, as if reborn. He eagerly drank. The liquid was rich and thick, like a mouthful of blood. His heart expanded and contracted. Fluid seemed to flow within his body. His nails lengthened. Ethereal bat wings seemed to form behind him. He felt his stomach empty. As information flooded his mind, he knew he craved food. But not nutrient paste. Blood. He looked around, but saw only endless black mist. He let out a hungry howl. His eyes turned crimson. Meditate. Control your desires. The Black Emperor's commanding voice made him instinctively obey. Moments later, the newly promoted vampire knelt. My lord, I thank you for your gift. I will carefully observe the Warhounds. I will find those who would leave the darkness for the light. You can dilute the blood of Omegon you obtained at Barsaver and use it as food. Nareth said. Angron will often provide genetic material. You can use that as well. Offer the genetic material you collect to me. He knew Angron was the Primarch who most often provided genetic material to his apothecaries. I will also provide you with some food. By your will. Galen bowed. Black mist swallowed him. The moment the vampire returned to his altar, the light made him uncomfortable, like needles. He quickly deactivated the psychic wall, then eagerly donned his blue-white power armor, fully covering himself. Then, he immediately took out a drop of Omegon's blood. After diluting it 100-fold, he drank. Moments later, feeling light, the chief apothecary hurried to the Triumph Hall, built to welcome his Gene Father's return. If you enjoy the story, my Piet Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 660, Chapter 659, Angron has just returned, and I already have the first batch of senior commanders to recruit. Before Golan Surlak, the vampire, even reached the steps of the Triumph Hall, his nose twitched. The scent of blood seeped through his rebreather. As he stepped onto the platform, he saw 2nd Company Captain Sinagun rush through the gate. He saw Grendel's forehead and face veins bulging. His tense shoulders relaxed only through deep muscular control. His skin, beneath the scent of cleansing gel, held traces of adrenaline and other secretions. And Astartes' body instinctively secreted these when sensing danger. Grendel stared warily at the steel-gray door, as if a terrible demon lurked within. Nightmares flashed through his mind. Legion Master Gil was the first to enter. When 1st Company Champion Kunar heard the clamor behind the door, he draped his robe, grabbed his chain axe, and rushed in. Assault Captain Anzais followed. Heekson followed, his 2 standard-bearers insisting on accompanying him. They had spent an hour in the dim hall, giving their all, yet still could not convince their Gene-father. Golan silently joined the ranks. Amidst the heavy scent of blood and the somber atmosphere, he observed. The Triumph Hall's antechamber, with its semicircular outer wall facing the barracks deck, was usually bustling with the loud chatter of the warhounds. Now, it was eerily silent. The sounds of collisions and screams from behind the iron-gray door were all the more piercing. Every warhound's nerves and muscles were taut. Golan stood in the silence for 3 hours. The iron-gray door became a bloody gate to hell in his eyes. He was utterly disappointed in this Gene-father, Angron. The Legion had lost 4 companies' senior commanders. Greater losses than any previous campaign. Serving the Black Emperor was the wisest decision I ever made. As he thought, he decided to begin carrying out one of the Black Emperor's commands, obtain the formula for the Nucerian anesthetic, and other Dark Age technologies. We should not continue the senseless death. His words broke the eerie silence. The Emperor gave him to us. This is our oath. For us, and for the Emperor. Karn said coldly. I'm not asking you to abandon your oath or honor. Golan glanced at the blood-stained iron-gray door. We need to understand why Father refuses to lead us. Why he refuses the duty the Emperor gave him. You mean? Jarek, the master of Arsenal and Tech Marine, said with a mixture of concern and hope, we find out why, and then approach it from that angle. Correct. The answers are on Nuceria, Father's birthplace. Golan looked at the assembled captains. We must go there. Find out what shaped him. I'll go with you. Dreyer was the first to volunteer. I can help. Varys, the chief librarian, spoke, his face pale as he stared at the iron-gray door. He could sense his father's fury mounting within. He could also sense the anger and fear building in the warhound commanders around him. We don't have much time. Good. Golan immediately accepted. Both Varys, who could sense Angron's rage, and the calm Dreyer, were key subjects for observation. They were the most likely to leave the darkness for the light with him. They hurried to the flight deck. The 9th Company and the Librarius had quickly assembled. Inside the transport, Haz, the Stormbird squadron commander of the 9th Company, walked to Dreyer, Varys, and Golan. He clenched his fist. We don't know what will happen. We must prepare for the worst. We should choose a senior officer to lead the Legion, and then. After a moment's silence, Golan spoke first. We will find the key to Father's door on Nuceria. Haz did not press further. He turned to urge his men to prepare for flight. As the transport reached Nuceria's near orbit, the Stormbird squadron took off immediately after clearance. Inside the cabin, Varys, his eyes deep, looked down. Nucerian soldiers have surrounded the designated landing zone. This is just their precaution against outsiders. Golan said. The Emperor has made agreements with them. I don't think they want a firefight. As long as we make our intentions clear, we only want to know what Father experienced. He looked at Varys. But what they tell us might not be the truth. The librarians must find the answers for us. We will. Varys replied, gripping his force staff. The Stormbird squadron landed. The warhounds in blue-white armor descended. Dreyer, as the highest-ranking commander, approached the Nucerian warriors adorned with silver trim. He switched his translator to the local language from the Emperor's flagship. I am Captain Dreyer of the 9th Assault Company, a son of Angron. We are not here to take anything from you. We only want to know what he experienced. Varys's consciousness expanded, spreading outward. He keenly sensed that the Nucerian warriors had not relaxed at Dreyer's restrained, goodwill gesture. They were more tense, and more afraid. He focused on a warrior with the most ornate silver trim, penetrating his mental gates. He found what he was looking for. His eyes filled with rage. He saw poison needles, heavy with anesthetic, raining down on a boy in the snow. He saw his father, in chains, the agony of the butcher's nails being forcibly implanted. He saw drones releasing electric shocks, forcing enslaved gladiators to fight. He saw the rebellious slaves fighting the well-armed high riders before them with sticks and stones. The librarians gathered various pieces of information from their targets. Librarian Taiths clenched his sword in agitation, wanting to draw it and tear the high riders apart. Varys suppressed his rage, sending a thought pulse. The Emperor has made agreements with their rulers. They have sworn fealty to him. We cannot disobey the Lord of Humanity's commands. In the 8th month of 899, in the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. Amidst the churning black mist, Gallen, wrapped in his black robe, reported to the Black Emperor. After the librarians told us what Father endured, I used the excuse of verifying it and understanding his experience to obtain what you commanded. He produced a data slate. The formula for the anesthetic. I have verified it. Its effect exceeds any known anesthetic. The seasoned apothecary said admiringly. We also acquired 5 electroshock drones and over a dozen other Nasirian artifacts. The tech marines are studying them. From our gathered intelligence, we believe the Emperor's forced teleportation of Father led to him abandoning his slave brothers. Finally, Karn, captain of the 8th Assault Company, volunteered to enter the iron grey door alone and convinced Father. With a thought, the data slate appeared in Nareth's hand. Because of my intervention, 3 captains and other senior commanders survived. He then asked Gallen about his observations. The names he listed were familiar. Dreyer, captain of the 9th Company, the World Eater's clearest head, who had repeatedly stopped Karn from taking risks. Varys and Librarian Taiths, who had opposed Angron during the decimation after the Genna campaign, when the Legion failed to take the world within 31 hours. Jarek, the master of ordnance and tech marine, who had insisted on finding a solution rather than blindly walking through the door. And Haz, the Stormbird squadron commander of the 9th Company, whom Karn called the only one with balls. He was the only one who dared speak the truth and propose electing a new Legion master. They are all suitable targets. Angron has just returned, and I already have the first batch of senior commanders to recruit. I must say, I'm quite efficient. Gallen breathed a sigh of relief, hearing the Black Emperor approve his initial selections. All the Black Emperor's predictions about their father had come true, as if he had been on Nuceria himself. He looked up with awe at the figure enthroned in the depths of the black mist, then quickly lowered his head to continue. The Emperor, learning that Karn had convinced Father to take command, ordered him to return to Terra for a welcoming ceremony. Hearing this, Nareth felt a flicker of curiosity. The welcoming ceremonies for returning Primarchs were political gestures meant to boost imperial morale, especially among the Terran populace enduring the hardships of the Great Crusade, by letting them see the Emperor's sons. But given Angron's state, his disdain for the Imperium, and such events, could this really avoid becoming a bloody farce? The Emperor and Malcador will probably use psychic power to temporarily suppress Angron, forcing him to stand in the chariot like a puppet. This will only make him hate the Emperor more, as it's similar to what the slavers did. Besides the ceremony, having Archon Land study removing the nails is another reason the Emperor brought him to Terra. With this thought, Nareth sent Gallen back to reality, then extended his psychic energy, touching another orb. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 661, Chapter 660, The Emperor, my Pegasus is indeed capable, it's just that. After confirming Archon Land was alone, Nareth pulled him into the Kingdom of Disorder. My lord. Nareth instructed the already corroded Archon. The Emperor found the 12th Legion's Primarch, Angron, on Nuceria. Slavers implanted the Butcher's nails, a Dark Age technology, into his brain to control gladiators and force them to fight each other. After the Emperor brings him back to Terra, he will ask you to remove the nails. Study them then, and record your findings on a data crystal. Hearing the Black Emperor foretell the Emperor's future actions, Archon instinctively analyzed with his logical faculties. If the Emperor were truly the Omnicia, he could not be foreseen. The Black Emperor foretells the Emperor's future actions. He is the Omnicia. My belief in the Emperor as the Omnicia was a mistake, a blasphemy. Archon decided to serve the divine commands more devoutly in the future, to atone for his sins. By your will. In the final month of 899, as the people of Terra celebrated the return of the 12th Legion's Primarch, Angron, deep in the Himalayas, amidst the pungent chemical smells of high-temperature machinery and glass, in a laboratory. Archon, I want you to help me remove the Butcher's nails from Angron. Archon, already prepared after receiving the Omnicia's command, heard the Emperor make the request. Indeed, the Black Emperor and the Machine God are two sides of the same coin. Lord Nareth is the Omnicia incarnate. Despite the Black Emperor's command, he still looked with disgust at the creature on the examination table. This creature called Angron, his bloodshot eyes filled with crimson, his ragged breath more repulsive than a beast's. The Butcher's nails hummed. Angron's eyes were a sea of red. The Emperor, Archon, and the surrounding people in sealed suits became the slaver and his evil minions. The restraints became shackles. He let out a roar of rage. The roar drowned out the clanking machinery. Several researchers spat blood, staining their white masks red. Archon looked at the creature on the table with disgust. There was no trace of civilization about him. He was a monster. Subject 12 is not worth saving. Nor should he command humanity's Great Crusade. Archon said bluntly. The Emperor was used to Archon's dislike of the Primarchs. Even the beloved Horus and Sanguinius were only called 16 and 9. Only Nareth, Ferris, Perturabo, and Vulcan, who had shown varying degrees of technological affinity, were called by name. He respected Nareth most, for having recovered several important STCs and being considered favored by the Omnicia on Mars. What pleased the Emperor was that Archon's attitude had changed considerably. In the past, whenever he saw the Emperor, he would say the Primarchs were cruel genetic creations, and the Astartes their clone monsters. Humanity's Great Crusade should not be carried out by them. To secure Archon's loyal service, the Emperor always told him the Primarchs and Astartes were useful tools. Though Archon's words were harsh, he saw the Emperor as the Omnicia and had always served the Imperium. Archon's talent was indispensable. The Emperor was willing to use words Archon would accept to make him carry out his commands. He was pleased that since Archon went to the Galactic Center to study squat technology, then to Vostroya, he had not voiced his dissatisfaction with the Primarchs and Astartes. Without needing intervention, Archon had reached an agreement with the Fabricator General of Mars to standardize and equip the legions with the recovered land speeder and other equipment. The Emperor marveled at how Archon, so untamed, had come to accept someone other than himself, judging from the favorable terms he had secured for Nareth and Shadows of Order. My Pegasus is indeed capable. It's just that. He thought of the silver serpent entwined around the Dionysian spear, the endless cycle of restart, and frowned. After a few seconds, his brow smoothed. He smiled reassuringly at Archon. He is a Primarch. He can contribute to the Imperium. Archon frowned at the roaring, raging monster. The Omnicia would never have such a monstrous son. The Emperor is indeed not the Omnicia. Thinking of the true Omnicia's command, he took a deep breath. I will cooperate with you in studying the implant in his brain. At the same moment the Emperor and Archon were studying ways to heal Onron, in the Serpent's Cradle in the northwestern galaxy, under the moonlight, Nareth looked at Santiago, chapter master of the 5th, kneeling before him. Over the past months, he had performed the perpetual conversion rituals for most of his chosen candidates. Except for Anachryscoria, who was fully mechanized and had no need for modification, and Archon, who was on Terra and unable to travel to the Serpent's Cradle. Assemble the fleet. Return to the Kalium Gate. He instructed. 900.m30. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Archon respectfully reported to the Omnicia. My lord, the Emperor's assessment was correct. Subject 12's butcher's nails are a variant of the ancient core driller. I found records of this technology in the texts of the Sixfold Vault. I have recorded the ancient texts and my recent research findings on this data crystal. He produced a gleaming data crystal. The brighter the crystal's glow, the more information it contained, the greater its value. Nareth nodded with satisfaction. The crystal appeared in his hand. The nails have been implanted for too long. Subject 12 has completely merged with them. They cannot be removed. Archon said coldly, indifferently. In the past, though he loathed the monster Primarchs, he would still have felt some regret at failing the Emperor's command. But now, he knew the Emperor was not the Omnicia. The true Omnicia had not commanded him to remove the nails. Nareth nodded slightly, instructing. Continue researching the nails. Aim for 2 functions. Build in a control switch to manage rage, or at least allow autonomous control of the noise in the head. The Eldari who walked the warrior path could harness the power of rage while keeping their minds clear. Achieving a control switch technologically was not impossible. But the original Onron had not demanded it. Moreover, through role-playing, he was nearing digestion of Mentor of Disorder. When he unlocked the remaining half of the Sequence 5 recipes, he could advance Archon to Astronomer, further enhancing his abilities. Combined with Golan Surlak, who would advance to Potion Professor, even if they couldn't control the rage, they should be able to control the noise. He spoke of the other requirement. Research a backdoor to affect the implanted. Since he couldn't corroded all world eaters, most would be his enemies. If he could embed a backdoor in the implants, he could weaken them in future battles. Report your progress to me periodically. I will also share the results of another researcher with you. Archon frowned. He was about to refuse, thinking few could help him. But then he recalled how, at Vigilus, when he had made a mistake, the gyrinx beside the Omnicia had led them to the Vigilus fortress. The Black Emperor could grant unique abilities to people, even to creatures of limited intelligence. Those he granted abilities could certainly assist him. By your will. Also, find a chance to leave Terra and come to the Kalium Gate. I will grant you eternal life. Nareth instructed. Hearing this, Archon said excitedly. Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Then I can serve you forever. Black mist churned, sending him back to reality. After quickly reading the data crystal's contents, with a thought, a blank crystal appeared in his hand. After recording the information, he extended his psychic energy, touching the orb of Galan Surlak, chief apothecary of the World Eaters, and bestowed the crystal upon him. He then returned to reality and went to his office, where Arsena Dunn was waiting. Drawing the Sword of Vol, concept swap, to turn it into a ritual sword, he tapped the runes, activating the Euclidean runes. After creating a space isolated from the warp, he began a meeting with his aide to summarize the Legion's development since his return in 811. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 662, Chapter 661, Gilliman, you've lost 500 worlds, yet I've long surpassed your realm. Arsena raised his control rod, calling up a holographic star chart. My lord, the Legion's current territories are concentrated in the Nebula sector and the Ultima Segmentum. As he spoke, the gleaming hologram magnified. The sector centered on the Legion's homeworld, Vostroya, within a 330 light-year radius, is taking shape. The area within 185 light-years has been fully explored, containing 192 habitable worlds. The sector's other key worlds are the Legion's largest shipyard and naval base, Cypher Mundi, and the Tanist system, comprising 5 Eldari maiden worlds. Additionally, there is the Islington system, where the Legion's largest training facility is located. Neophytes from all chapters must undergo training in various environments, including specialized Space Hulk exercises. The silver-haired Arsena highlighted 2 more areas. Stable trade routes have been established to the Mordian system, the 3rd chapter's recruiting world, and the Vigilus system, home to the Legion's 3rd most populous system and the production center for defensive technologies. The image shifted to the northeastern galaxy. The Coronid New Zone is currently the Legion's largest territory, covering the northeastern Nebula sector and the northwestern Ultima Segmentum. 5 worlds there have been developed into sector hubs. Cyclothraith and Juya are mature industrial worlds. Abyssport, Manakia, and Moab are trade route hubs. The Cyclops cluster, after the Rangdan threat was eliminated, began rapid development. You awarded 3 of its worlds to Louis von Valancius. The remaining 102 are growing rapidly. Nareth nodded. Though the Coronid New Zone faced no immediate threats, it would be tested during the Heresy. He remembered that after Horus fired the first shots at Istvan, he had targeted the Coronid New Zone. The Cyclops cluster's industrial capacity from over 100 worlds was precisely what the traitors needed. Defenses must be strengthened during the Heresy. Though the 6th chapter was stationed there, supported by allied Forge worlds Lucius and Mazoa, and House Vironii, he recalled Horus personally leading his legion, along with the Death Guard, in the attack. The Legion's only territory beyond the Astronomicon is Fellwatch Keep, near the Coronid Deeps. Nareth nodded slightly. Having taken this future Deathwatch fortress early, he was able to give the Rangdan homeworld, also beyond the Astronomicon, to Perturabo as a potential refuge. The Kalium Gate is currently the Legion's most vital hub. It is the staging area for our fleets deploying to various battlefields. Teleportariums have been established in the surrounding area to the chapter's recruiting worlds and other key systems, allowing the Legion's warriors to reach the Kalium Gate quickly and without interference. The teleportarium technology from the Arrhenius continuity allowed Shadows of Order's fleet to navigate warp storms. 1 Warmoon and 5 Ramillies-class starforts form the defensive system there. The Kalium Gate's defenses were even stronger than Vostroya's. Nareth did not consider this overkill. The Kalium Gate would surely be attacked during the Heresy. He recalled that in the original timeline, the Kalium Gate, not fully repaired by the Lion's Dark Angels, had been attacked by Perturabo during the Heresy. Later, Jagatai Khan had also tried to use it to return to Terra. Now, with Demonologist, the Legion's chief psychic artisan Santiago Borgkamp, leading the Door Pathway Beyonders and Tech Marines, all the stations had been repaired. This crucial hub would certainly face a more fierce assault. Even if Perturabo, because of our relationship, does not lead the attack on the Kalium Gate, another traitor Primarch will. Supporting infrastructure is mature. Starports in the asteroid belt, artificial stations, and other facilities now cover the entire region. The families of officers have settled here and are having children. The children of officers are mostly void-born, raised on ships. Children on the starports and stations also grow up looking at the stars. They are the 5th chapter's main source of recruits. In the northwestern galaxy, beyond the Imperium's site, in the region you named the Coronis Expanse, we have the Serpent's Cradle in Sondheim 8, the 4th chapter's recruiting world. All chapters have established themselves on the 12 Eldari maiden worlds of the Serpent's Cradle. The Coronis Expanse was the region Nareth intended to place under Perturabo's command, if he won him over, during the Heresy. The neighboring Calixis sector would be Shadows of Order's target after the heresy. In the Nebula sector, we have 3 other important worlds: Kasai, the 8th chapter's recruiting world. The Kasai, skilled in the Elvira sword style and the art of forging psychic blades, are the 8th chapter's main source of recruits, focused on the Twilight Giant pathway. The Simian world, conquered by you and Lord Horus, is a source of dual-numbered black gold and one of the high-gravity training bases for neophytes. Dual-numbered black metal is used for various ritual items in the Black Emperor's domain. Dulin, Yene, and other Phalian regions have become shipyards and industrial worlds. Not only had he gained leverage over Russ, silencing his unfavorable comments about him in Shadows of Order, but he had also preserved most of the Phalian industrial zone. He also held a favor, which Russ, without violating his principles, could repay for not revealing the existence of Canis Helix mutated Wolfen. Arsena raised his control rod. The stars of the northern galaxy shrank, and the image shifted to the east. The Legion's largest contiguous territories in the Ultima Segmentum are the 11 systems of the Osiris sector and the subsector centered on Gardenal. Gardenal is not only the 2nd chapter's recruiting world. The industrial capacity of its 11 worlds is matched only by the Tanist system. Its population of 100 billion is second only to Necromundus. As you commanded, it remains hidden from the Imperium's sight. His silver hair swaying, the image focused on the southern Ultima Segmentum. North of Macridge, we have the Viridian and Gonfall systems. West of Macridge, we have the Talasser system. Nareth thought of Guilliman. Of the future 500 worlds of Ultramar, 2 core worlds were under his control. Gonfall would have been named after Guilliman's adoptive father, Conar Guilliman. Along with Kolth, it was one of Ultramar's 2 major shipbuilding centers. Conar was not only Ultramar's northern core world but also the domain of the Tetrarch of the Northern Marches. Now, Guilliman had to choose another northern core. Kolth in the Viridian system grew into Ultramar's 5th largest world and 3rd largest shipyard before the heresy. It was considered the new development hub, and a new Tetrarch would have been created for it. For him, it was also the chosen retirement world of Elanius Person, the Emperor's first war master, the one who would strike the decisive blow against Horus, the master of the Annuncia. Talasser was the homeworld of Cato Sicarius, the future Grand Duke of Talasser. During the Indomitus Crusade, it became the homeworld of the newly formed Void Tridents chapter. This ocean world was now also the recruiting world for the 9th chapter, focused on the Tyrant pathway. The Talasser system was also the development hub of Ultramar's western marches. Its main world would be gifted by the Ultramarines to the Deathwatch as a training and operations base. Nareth's gaze moved to 3 other highlighted worlds in the southern Ultima Segmentum. Mancora was also a world where he had taken Guilliman's sons. It was the future homeworld of the Howling Griffins chapter. Due to its high psyker population and because the Golden Griffins there allowed one to learn the Griffin's Roar, which was effective against warp entities, it was now the Librarian's main recruiting world. The Rhine system was where he had taken Dorn's sons, the Crimson Fists. Rhine would be the Legion's model agri-world. Blackwater was the Legion's first penal world. The jewel world of Ventrilia, on the edge of the Astronomican's light, was unrelated to taking. It was the homeworld of the future Astra Militarum elite, the Ventrilian nobles. The Ventrilian nobles, highborn and fond of battle, along with the Cathari, are the 8th chapter's 2 main sources of recruits. The silver-haired age shook his control rod, the image switching to the northern Ultima Segmentum. We control few worlds in this area. The 4 important ones are Katakan, Firestorm, Attila, and Perditus. The homeworlds of the future Astra Militarum elites, the Katakan jungle fighters and the Attilan Rough Riders, are the main recruiting worlds for the 7th chapter, focused on the Red Priest pathway. Firestorm, another world where he had taken Guilliman's sons, the future Aurora chapter, has production capacity rivaling a Forge world. It supplies the 9th chapter with equipment. Aventinum in the Ultima Segmentum was also a world where he had taken Guilliman's sons. It was the homeworld of the future Brazen Consuls chapter. It, along with Vostroya, is a recruiting world for the 11th chapter. Perditus 6, the resource-rich world he had acquired along with the Tucholcha engine, taken from the Lion, would have grown into a Forge world under the Mechanicum's development. Now, along with Perditus 2, it is a rapidly growing industrial world. Nareth examined the Ultima Segmentum star chart, thinking with feeling. I've taken quite a few worlds from Guilliman and his sons. His territories in the Segmentum Ultima were not limited to directly controlled worlds. There were also Forge world in Caladian and the surrounding Death world of Homera, and Ganfall's moon, which was applying for Forge world status. His next planned area of conquest, Saktrata Deeps, also fell within the Segmentum Ultima. But he would not let this region, far from imperial borders, appear on imperial charts. In the future, this sector-sized region would be his largest hidden territory. As he thought, the image shifted to the Segmentum Solar, the heart of the Imperium. In the Segmentum Solar, we also control 3 key areas: the Necromunda subsector, centered on the 6 systems of the Arrhenius continuity, Alicia, on a prosperous trade route, and Ar Regia, a beacon of civilization. Necromunda is the Imperium's largest and most populous hive world. Its population cannot be accurately determined. Millions are born and die every day. A culture of death predominates. It is the fourth chapter's primary recruiting world, focused on the death pathway. Alicia is the homeworld of the future Astra Militarum elite, the Elysian drop troops, along with the Osiris sector. It is now a recruiting world for the first chapter. Ar Regia is a culturally advanced civilized world. It is also a recruiting world for the 10th chapter, focused on the Hangman pathway. In the Segmentum Pacificus, we have only the 9 worlds of the other Terra system and the Tanith system. Tanith is the homeworld of the Tanith First, led by the legendary Commissar Ibram Gaunt. It is also the 12th chapter's recruiting world. Of the 5 Segmentum, only the southern Segmentum Tempestus remained unexplored by him and the Legion. Arsena raised his head, zooming out the galactic map, and said proudly. To date, the Legion controls 513 worlds. Nareth smiled and nodded. When the Great Crusade ended over a century later, Guilliman would have only 500 worlds. He now had fewer than 300. And 4 of the most crucial worlds, and 16 others, were already under his control. More importantly, many of these key worlds rivaled, or surpassed, the best of the 500 worlds. Necromunda's population equaled any 100 of those worlds combined. Cardinal and Vigil's populations each equaled dozens. The combined output of Tanist's 5 worlds and Cardinal's 11 exceeded any other single system. Cyclothrave, Firestorm, Gonfall, Vigilus, Dullan, and Perditus could match Guilliman's Macrage and Kolth, Ferrus Manus's Medusa, and Vulcan's Nocturne. Cypra Mundi's shipyards were unmatched by any Primarch's domain. Only top Forge worlds. Vostroya's, Ganfall's, Gant's, and Dullan's shipyards could only be compared to Koltha's. Guilliman, you've lost the 500 worlds, yet I have long surpassed your realm. Even in total population and production capacity, I have already exceeded the future 500 worlds total. In both quantity and quality, my domain is unquestionably the greatest among the Primarchs. Nareth thought with satisfaction. His past efforts had yielded considerable results. The silver-haired aide glanced at his data slate and continued. My lord, I have compiled the numbers for each part of the Legion. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 663, Chapter 662, My Legion is too large, I need to hide its strength a century early. Arsena, holding his data slate, reported methodically. My lord, I have compiled the Legion's status. To date, there are 279,630 shadows of order. The Legion's total strength is approaching its pre-second Rangdan war peak in 861. Nareth nodded. In his memory, at this time, the largest Legion was the Ultramarines, with 166,000, including some from the 2nd Legion. Now, the Ultramarines had not absorbed Astartes from the 2nd Legion and had participated in the decisive Battle of Taxil. Their numbers were less than 150,000. Among them are those I recruited, Gren Visotho and the Terran-born he influenced, who are not favored by Guilliman. Of the over 20,000, the 3,500 with corroded gene seed are the most loyal. The Dark Angels, not having been the main force in the Rangdan War, numbered about 180 to 190,000. This figure came from Luther. Though exiled, he was still nominally the Legion's second-in-command. This matched Nareth's expectations. The Dark Angels had still participated in the Taxil decisive battle and other campaigns, suffering over 50,000 casualties, and had taken significant losses in subsequent anti-Xenos operations. I have at least 90,000 more than any other Legion. I will certainly be a target for Horus during the heresy. He will use his War Master authority to force me into a trap. He remembered Horus telling his close friend Sanguinius that the Nephilim were not extinct and could cure the Blood Angel's genetic flaw, setting a trap. He knew Horus would not spare him after his fall. He also remembered Horus using the Night Lords to tie down the Dark Angels in a 2-year guerrilla campaign, preventing the Lion from achieving a decisive victory, until the Lion used the Tucholcha engine. The Word-Bearers had launched a surprise attack, retaliating against Guilliman for destroying the Perfect City, inflicting heavy losses on the Ultramarines. He also thought of the Coronid New Zone's industrial capacity and its strategic value as a rear area, defended only by the 6th chapter. And the Kalium Gate's value for warp travel, defended only by the 5th chapter. I should appear weak to the enemy, let Horus underestimate my strength, so I can surprise him and reduce losses. With this thought, he instructed his aide. Relay my command, all chapters are to conceal their strength. Most legions could not largely conceal their strength, as they relied on the Mechanicum for equipment. But Nareth, even without Mechanicum Forge worlds, could fully supply his legion from his own industrial worlds. And he had many Forge world allies. My lord, you mean? The full-fledged detective, thinking of how the Black Emperor had concealed his achievements and hidden conquered territories, understood. In a century, a great rebellion will erupt in the Imperium. We must prepare. My legion is too large. I need to hide its strength a century early. In the battle report submitted to the War Council, exaggerate losses. Correspondingly, underreport new recruits. Arsina's long, narrow pupils widened in shock. But thinking of how the Emperor and Malcador supported the nobles against the Primarchs, and of the deep conflicts among the Primarchs, he was not entirely surprised. By your will. Nareth's plans for the heresy relied not only on shadows of order, but also on his hidden assets. They would be a crucial, unexpected force. The neophytes trained by Luther, and the Dark Angels influenced by Urian Vendrake through his prestige and beyonder abilities among the Terran-born exiled by the Lion, together number over 30,000. Of these, the 6,140 neophytes raised from corroded gene seed are the most loyal. He knew that among the Terran-born, some followed Seraphax. Sheriff Urian could only detect some of those, influenced by Tsench and resentful of their exile, especially Dark Angels outside his direct command in the 8th chapter. Leaning back on his throne, he thought of the men he had recruited from other legions. Excluding the Dark Angels and Ultramarines, there were about 48,200. The largest and most loyal group were the Terran-born warriors led by Arcas Fal, Legion Master of the 19th Legion. When Corvus Corax returned, he would exile most of the Terran-born. I will also acquire a genuine relic then, the Shrieking Void, entrusted to Arcas by the Emperor. The remaining Terran-born would be exiled after the Battle of Gate 42 to form the Ashen Claw chapter. The vast majority of the Terran-born Raven Guard would be under his complete control by Corax's return in 922 and the early 31st millennium. The two future sources of growth were the World Eaters, whom he would divide through the Butcher's Nails, and Lucius, promoted to captain of the Emperor's Children's 13th Company. Overall, I can currently deploy about 378,000 hidden Astartes. That's over 220,000 more than the Lion's actual command of 150 to 160,000. That is, I can deploy at least 220,000 more Astartes than any other legion. Attacking me will have consequences. He thought, both smiling and cold. Of course, he would not use his hidden assets until needed. After all, having other Primarch sons obey my orders would be too conspicuous. They are best kept hidden, to be used when needed for maximum effect. He thought of Tzadkiel, who would command an Abyss-class battleship during the Heresy, the Ultramarines' Terran-born Nemesis chapter, which would receive the Gloriana-class Chronicle of Ashes. And especially, Acarduana and Lucius at Fulgrim's side. And Galan Serlac at Angren's side, and the planned 9th Company Captain Dreyer and former Chief Librarian Varys. They would allow him to control the ascension timing of potential targets for Earl of the Fallen. As he thought, Arsina continued. Of the chapters, the 11th is the largest, with 30,100. The 12th has 21,600. The smallest is the 10th, with 20,400. Chapter size correlated strongly with the number of dedicated recruiting worlds and cultural fit. The 11th chapter, having participated in almost every campaign and suffering the greatest losses, was still the largest, recruiting from the Legion's homeworld and the valiant nobles of Aventinum. The 12th had only Tanith. Ar Regia, the 10th's recruiting world, was not a perfect fit for the Hangman pathway. The Legion currently has 2,930 full librarians and 610 librarian aspirants. Though Shadows of Order had the second largest librarius, the gap with the largest, the Thousand Sons, was enormous. Though not all Thousand Sons were Psykers, the proportion was nearly 40%. With the flesh change resolved, the 5 cults now had nearly 8,000 librarians. Hather Mott, as Chief Librarian, Magister Templi of the Pavoni cult, and Captain of the Second Fellowship, now promoted to First Fellowship, controls about 2,000, of which 590 are corroded. Adding librarians from other legions, I actually control about 5,400 librarians. Magnus has about 6,000. Not a huge difference. However, in the eyes of other Primarchs, with Beyonders hidden among the librarians, my legion appears to have tens of thousands of Psykers. That's why Russ targeted me before. Court membership is now 101,600, exceeding the previously set target of 1/3. Over half are Sequence 9, with minor enhancements but unique abilities. They form the core of each squad, defining its tactics. There are 32,800 Sequence 8 Beyonders, with moderate ability increases. They serve as squad leaders, standard bearers, and other officers. There are 17,900 Sequence 7 Beyonders, with clearly enhanced abilities. Most hold positions as lieutenants, apothecaries, tech marines, and other specialized roles. Those who have reached mid-sequence have undergone qualitative changes and are the Legion's core. There are 6,400 ordinary Beyonders, 3,800 assassins, and 2,300 marauders. Arsina leads a team of readers, students of ratiocination, and keepers of knowledge. Nareth thought with feeling. Since the Dullan campaign, Russ has targeted Magnus. Mordorion, more restrained, has also focused on Magnus. Since Angren's return, he has indiscriminately targeted us, Sanguinius, and Jagatai Khan. And Sench has always focused on Magnus, the most perfect Primarch in its eyes. Magnus is rather tragic. As he thought, Arsena continued. As commanded, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, and 11th chapters have assembled at the Caelium Gate. I understand. Nareth nodded, concluding the meeting on the Legion's current status. The Night Lord awaits outside, as you commanded. Nareth had originally planned for Thierry Vieira to perform an offering ritual and grant him the Guardian potion to advance to Sequence 5. But later, he realized the dice of prophecy would be recharged exactly 1.5 years after Thierry's vow. He decided to divine a recruiting world for the 8th chapter. He had ordered him to assemble at the Caelium Gate. After his aide withdrew, he went to the Kingdom of Disorder and picked up the recharged dice. My Legion's current strength owes much to recruiting. Now, it's time to recruit again. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 664, Chapter 663, Guilliman, I don't want to take from you, but your pace is too slow. Nareth turned the triangular prism in his hand. Information about Novaris flashed through his mind. A world of towering mountains and broad valleys. Countless feudal kingdoms of varying sizes, ruled by nobles, cover this world. The Novarans are resilient, skilled swordsmen with superb weapon-forging skills. Each must forge their own weapon as a rite of passage. Novaris was the homeworld of the Silver Templars chapter, founded during the Ultima founding in the 42nd millennium. It lay on the edge of the Ultramar region. The Silver Templars were a clear genetic reflection of Guilliman's combative nature. The duel-loving Novarans were the perfect source of recruits. He had already selectively taken the jewels of the 500 worlds of Ultramar. The rest he could take or leave. But after learning the Ultramarines' progress from Gren Visotho, he realized there were still some worlds worth taking. After the information about Novaris flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Caelium Gate to Novaris. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. The triangular prism tumbled through the air. The moment it landed in his open palm, a brilliant scene unfolded before him. He memorized the star chart and encoded it on a data crystal, sighing inwardly. Guilliman, I don't want to take from you, but your pace is too slow. Besides, Novaris is not valued in your realm. He recalled that Novaris would be long occupied by the Slaneshi warband, the flawless host, only to be liberated during the Indomitus Crusade. By the time it returned to the Imperium, the planet had lost a quarter of its population. With this thought, he returned to reality and summoned the Night Lord. After bowing, Thierry Vieira unstrapped the blade forged by the Cathari mastersmith from his belt. My lord, this sword has been with me for 65 years. It meets your requirement. Good. Nareth nodded. The psychic blade vanished from his hand. The Jokero in the first layer of the Kingdom of Disorder began concocting the Guardian potion, using the Black Giant and the blade, long used by the sword's owner as materials. Thierry looked at the Black Emperor with awe, then began his report. Moments later, Nareth turned his right hand. A pale red potion appeared. He placed it on the table. Drink this. Thierry, excitedly thanking his lord for the gift, took the potion. He looked at it. The entire bottle seemed wrapped in tangible dawn light. The pale red liquid was barely visible within. He drank. The moment the liquid slid into his stomach, his two hearts began to pump simultaneously. Holes appeared in his hearts. Light, like dawn, shone through them, illuminating his body, the largest in the Legion, second only to Nareth's. His consciousness was wrapped in dawn light. Warm, intoxicating light plunged him into a strange, blissful state. Through the haze, a low voice, like thunder, sounded in his mind. Recall the vow you made. The commanding voice jolted him from his stupor. He instinctively obeyed the Black Emperor. He immediately recalled summoning his honor guard and 3 chapter companies 1.5 years ago, and the vow he had declared to them in Dunish. I, Thierry Vieira, swear to you, I will do my utmost to protect my battle brothers. The Black Emperor required him to declare his vow to the object of his protection. He could not vow to him. He needed no protection. He required only devout service. The scene flashed through his mind, his battle brothers, in black armor, orange swords on their right shoulders, kneeling on one knee, hands on their swords. The sound of their kneeling echoed in the light. The memory cleaved the mist. The dawn light receded. The newly promoted Guardian knelt on one knee. My lord, I thank you for your gift. I will guard the Legion. I will serve you. Nareth nodded, looking at the Guardian's robust form. Though he had not grown taller, he was more solid. With his Beyonder abilities, if he focused on defense rather than attack, he would be the strongest among his men. With this thought, he placed the data crystal on the table. You are to go to Novaris immediately. Unite the local feudal kingdoms. They will be your chapter's recruiting world. The 8th chapter would be the first to have 3 recruiting worlds suited to its culture. He thought with feeling. Worlds suited for warriors are the easiest to find. By your will. The Guardian took the data crystal, delighted. His chapter, which he had sworn to protect, would be strengthened once more. All thanks to the Black Emperor's gift. The 8th chapter was the first to depart. Then, the main forces of the other 6 chapters, under Nareth's orders, headed for Saktrata Deeps. As the 5th chapter took the lead, passing through the Ramillies-class Starfort defensive zone and advancing, the 8th chapter's fleet arrived in real space. Novaris was a feudal world of low technological development, still bound to its planet. The fleet reached Novaris Prime's orbit without incident. Shadow-patterned stormbirds launched from the black ships, flying towards a planet with no concept of air defense. Thierry looked down through the narrow viewport at the beautiful world below. Vast oceans, blue as ribbons. Snow-capped peaks rose into the clouds. The Stormbird flew over vast deserts and mangrove swamps, heading towards the area with the densest life signs, as detected by the Auspex matrix. A flash of silver caught his eye. Countless warriors in silver armor, swords in hand, fought below. He noticed that the warriors on both sides fought only in single combat. No one fought multiple opponents. He gained a direct understanding of the Novaran's dueling culture, mentioned by the Black Emperor in the data crystal. A method for subduing the locals immediately came to mind. He ordered. Pilot, open the hatch. He walked to the hatch. His honor guard captain, Joe Vatala, in his black armor suit, followed close behind. Though only a warrior, Joe was only slightly shorter than the Dawn Knight company captains. As the winner of Ventrillion's coming-of-age ceremony, he had received the huntress armor suit Thierry had once worn before becoming a full Shadows of Order. The suit's adaptive growth system had modified his body, and over a week, he had inherited Thierry's combat experience while wearing it. Skilled in the sebaceous sword style, Joe was the chapter's dueling champion, having defeated many weapon masters. Thierry leaped first. The number on his helmet display read 9,400 meters. Joe and the others followed. Wind howled against their black armor. A thunderous crack sounded in the ears of the combatants below. They stopped fighting, looking up at the falling black meteors. Meteorites. They shouted excitedly. Meteorites were excellent sword-forging material. Nobles from both kingdoms quickly retreated, rubbing their swords eagerly, waiting for a chance to claim the forging material. One warrior in ornate armor frowned. The falling meteorites were unusual. They lacked the usual fiery trail. As he looked up in confusion, the black meteorites fell rapidly. He saw the shape of one clearly. His pupils dilated. It was a giant. A light like dawn shone from him. Boom. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 665, Chapter 664, Fulgrim's Sabbathial Swordsmanship, the 3 major schools of the 8th chapter. The ground shook violently. The Novarans swayed. They drove their self-forged swords into the earth to steady themselves. A sacred, golden light of dawn illuminated the space between the 2 kingdoms' warriors. As the light faded, they stared in shock. What had fallen from the sky were not meteorites, but a squad of black-armored giants. Honor Guard Captain Joe Vatala looked at the Night Lord's majestic back. He had felt no impact upon landing. A warm light of dawn had enveloped him and the other Honor Guard members, allowing for a landing smoother than any jump pack. A scene from his homeworld, Ventrilia's magma lake, flashed through his mind. Lord Thierry, clad in a black robe, had walked through the molten flows that could incinerate Astartes, yet remained unharmed. Lord Thierry's defense now extends to protect us. As he thought, a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. He immediately followed the light, scrutinizing their weapons. Each blade shone with a bright light. Unlike the gem-like light of Ventrillion swords, this was pure gold. Each blade was also different, some longer, some with wider hilts. Each sword was perfectly matched to its owner's hand, custom-made. As he thought, a librarian stepped forward. The mentalist ascended to the 4th level of the enumeration. His spirit, now a body of light, separated from his flesh, merging with the surrounding sea of emotions, deep black fear and vivid red battle lust. Within this collective mental ocean, he found a language similar to one in the databases. With a thought, he adjusted his helmet's translator. He descended to the 2nd level of the enumeration. As his psychic power spread, he spoke. Compatriots of Novaris, we are not enemies. Following standard integration procedures, he introduced Shadows of Order and demanded their allegiance to the monarch. He patiently answered the Novaran nobles' questions, then turned to Thierry Vieira and reported. My lord, the Novarans say all disputes here are settled by duels. They will only join us if we defeat their dueling champions. Thierry had anticipated this. It was precisely the method he had planned. Nothing would make the Novarans swear loyalty to the Imperium faster than defeating their champions. He examined all the Novarans, his gaze lingering on a noble with a yellow emblem of 3 crossed swords on his chest. He shook his head slightly and said to Joe Vatala. Joe, you will represent the chapter. As you command, my lord. Joe drew his ruby-red sword from his belt. Since becoming a Shadow of Order, he more often used a psychic blade forged by a Kasai mastersmith. After carrying it for over 20 years, he had developed faint psychic abilities, which he could use when channeling power into the blade. The ruby sword was more for practice. He never carried it into battle. But the Night Lord had instructed him to bring this practice sword. Joe Vatala, a noble himself, walked towards the Novarans. Following dueling etiquette, he introduced himself. Joe of House Vatala, Ventrilia. Honor Guard Captain to the Night Lord. Thierry saw the Novaran who had drawn his attention step forward. His opposite number emerged, shouting in local Low Gothic. The librarian translated. King Pedro Ordabile. King of the Novarans. The strongest warrior in their realm. The smaller group of Novarans raised their swords, cheering for their king. After exchanging salutes, King Ordabile, in white armor with a proud bird emblem on his chest, lowered his visor. His right forearm and shoulder tensed as he steadied his sword. Roar. He roared, his blade sweeping in a sharp arc. Joe moved as if painting, raising his blade calmly to parry. The moment he parried, his blade turned, thrusting upward at a sharp angle. As the blades clashed, Joe's movements, whether attacking or defending, were slow, almost hypnotic. Thierry watched Joe. His Sabbathial swordsmanship was the best in the chapter. After defeating Acarduana, the Emperor's Children's swordsmanship champion and first sword of the Palatine, in a duel, Thierry had become a close friend. During the Second Rangdan War, he had often trained with Acarduana and his student, Lucius. From Lucius, he had learned the Sabbathial style. This style had been acquired by Fulgrim, the Emperor's Children's Primarch, when he conquered Bezin, a notable achievement independent of Horus's tutelage. An organization called the Order of Sabbathial, skilled in dueling, existed there. After Fulgrim incorporated Sabbathial swordsmanship into combat training, some Emperor's children practiced it. Lucius, obsessed with swordsmanship, was no exception. But like most, he only dabbled. The philosophy of Sabbathial clashed with Lucius's swift style. Sabbathial doctrine emphasized desire and want, the reconciliation of need and thought. Only by overcoming superfluous desires within oneself could one master perfect skill. After the Rangdan War, Thierry had taught this style in his chapter. The Sabbathial style, based on balance, resonated with the Ventrilia-born. He believed this was because the Ventrilia-born, as nobles, better understood the style's philosophical depth. The 8th chapter now had 3 major combat schools. The Kasai-born excelled in the Elvira style, passed down through generations. The Ventrilia-born excelled in the Sabbathial style. The Vostroyan-born, and recruits from various worlds excelled in the Otsburg-Via style of the Legion's homeworld, which emphasized exploiting enemy weaknesses, matching Shadows of Order's keen perceptions. The advantage of Sabbathial was its adaptability and its ability to attack and defend with minimal expenditure. This was why Joe Vatala could defeat opponents of similar skill. In a long duel, his patience would win. As Thierry watched, Joe Vatala, like a patient sculptor, wielded his blade, stroke by stroke, carving a statue. King Ordabile's space grew narrower and narrower, as if bound by a cocoon. Joe stepped gracefully, turning his body. The ruby-red blade wrapped around the gleaming sword. Ah! King Ordabile cried out. His hand-forged sword flew from his grasp. He stared blankly at the black-armored giant opposite him. He had not been overpowered by strength, but defeated by a swordsmanship beyond his experience. He spoke, convinced. I lost. As Joe and King Ordabile exchanged salutes, Thierry saw the Novaran who had drawn his attention step forward. The librarian translated his name, Afai Inkapai. Another Novaran king. After exchanging salutes, King Inkapai attacked swiftly. Through careful observation, he had understood Joe's style. To win, he needed a violent offense, to overwhelm his opponent quickly. His ornate blade thrust at the black armor with a howl. The moment it met the ruby-red blade, he slid, sweeping his sword at Joe's right leg. His blade was like a storm, weaving a deadly net around the black-armored warrior. Joe was calm. His movements were fluid and coherent, creating an impenetrable fortress around himself. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a rapid series of grating clashes, the ruby-red fortress tore through the metal storm. King Inkapai stared blankly at his sword, spinning through the air. The Novarans gasped in unison. The undefeated King Inkapai had lost his first duel. I lose. King Inkapai said, stunned. Joe caught the sword, his noble smile flawless. Your skill is impressive. Few in my home, Ventrilia, could match it. He reversed the blade, offering the hilt to the other. Every Ventrilian noble considers it an honor to become a shadow of order. I believe your sons will join our chapter. I will teach them, and we can continue our duels. King Incapi, having suffered his first defeat, took the sword. After understanding Joe's words from the librarian, his eyes lit up. This is a pledge. My word, Joe replied. King Incapi walked to the Night Lord. He knelt on one knee, presenting his sword with both hands. I, Afai Incapi, swear fealty to Lord Nareth, and pledge my service to Lord Thierry Vieira. His people knelt, swearing fealty. Thierry took the sword. I accept your fealty. King Ordebil then led his warriors in swearing fealty. For the next month, Thierry traveled through the feudal kingdoms. Joe defeated all their kings in duel after duel, becoming a true warrior. The 8th chapter won their loyalty through the Novaran's traditional method, the duel. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 666, Chapter 665, The Dangerous Traveler Advancement Ritual, and Walking the Webway with Magnus. 901.m30. After receiving reports from the 5th chapter's fleet, Nareth selected the visual system, with its dimmest starlight, as their target. Nocturnal Hrud preferred dim stars. Visual likely had the highest Hrud population. Under the gray sky, black ships, one after another, emerged from the Mandeville Point. One side of each ship was emblazoned with a star. On the bridge of the Starcaller, before the full-length viewport, Santiago Boardcamp stared into the void. On either side of him stood 5 canisters, each containing alchemical blood mixed with various species, in different colors. Deep blue, kraken blood mixed with seawater. Pale blue, Saharduan blood. Red, salamander blood mixed with magma. White, raft spider blood mixed with silk. And the most precious, rainbow-colored, world serpent blood. He set down his brush. Its handle was made of dual-numbered black gold. The tip was made of cold stone, which did not affect the alchemical blood. During the voyage, the demonologist had been following the Black Emperor's command, charting the stars in the most primitive way. Auspex to full power. Commence scanning. He ordered, then rolled up a bundle of star charts and placed them in a cylinder. He took the star charts and hurried to his quarters. He used his gleaming staff to tap runes of various shapes, triangles, squares, activating the Euclidean runes, as his psychic energy spread. After the Sea of Souls receded like a tide, he paused for a few seconds to acclimate to the loss of power, then used his ritual knife to create a psychic wall. He arranged the star charts on the altar, then knelt on the obsidian, clasped his hands with fingers pointing downward, and prayed to the Black Emperor. On the 3rd repetition, black mist churned. An ethereal gate opened. The star charts, drawn by an invisible force, flew into the gate. In the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth caught the star charts. As he turned them, his eyes deepened. Star charts drawn with alchemical blood are ready. The traveler's potion ingredients are complete. The trouble is the advancement ritual. It's too dangerous. In some ways, it's even riskier than my advancement to Mentor of Disorder. The traveler's advancement ritual required establishing 4 special coordinates in the warp's depths, in 4 completely different, distant locations. Santiago, a demonologist skilled in teleportation, a seasoned astrologer adept at divination and counter-divination, and with a record of many extraordinary abilities, was capable of traveling the warp. But the problem was, as a powerful psyker, he was a beacon in the warp, attracting all sorts of entities. Prayers required time to be answered. Though advancing to Mentor of Disorder had increased his permissions, he still needed to be present to hear prayers and pull people into the Kingdom of Disorder. This meant he might be unable to do so immediately if occupied in reality. If I accompany Santiago personally, I can handle most threats, but I might also draw the attention of the 4. After all, I am quite attractive to them. Though the 11th layer allows me to be reckless, that doesn't extend to Santiago. If the 4 decide to act, on their home turf, it wouldn't be easy to pull Santiago into the Kingdom of Disorder. His thoughts raced. Considering events during the Great Crusade and his own plans, he had an idea. The pocket dimensions of the Hrud source, the underworld of Sondheim 8, even Fenris's underworld, all are pocket dimensions of the warp. They should meet the requirements. The Hrud source was the main ingredient for his advancement to Earl of the Fallen. They existed simultaneously in the warp and reality. To obtain the potion material, he had to go to the source's dimension. The webway entrance at Argos would also work. But I would need to go with Magnus. We could fight together, and Sencha's attention would be on the most perfect Primarch in its eyes. He thought of Argos' strange dead stone and the drumbeat melody that could seal the psychic powers of Ozek Ahriman and all the Thousand Suns. Dead stone might be a potion ingredient. Mitari Prior and listeners might gain insight from the drumbeat into the Eldari's methods of sealing psychic power, the webway entrance, and chaos. Argos is worth a visit. As he thought, he began to formulate a plan to help Santiago complete his advancement ritual. He waved his hand. The star charts vanished, appearing in a separate palace in the first layer. As Nareth returned to reality, under the grey light of Visiol, the 5th chapter's fleet deployed as Santiago had ordered. He stared at the hololith. Frigates and destroyers, like bait, lured the Hrud ships. His gaze fixed on a bait destroyer. The most critical reading was temperature, the most obvious indicator of being caught by an entropy beam. 32.18, 34.85, 33.96. Scattered neutrons, radioactive pulses battled with the auto-recharging void shields. Atoms, dispersed, recombined under the force field. After the Guggen campaign, the Legion had accelerated improvements to the Phalian auto-recharging void shields. Cypra Mundi's shipyards, rivaling Mars, had upgraded all ships. Cruisers deployed on the flanks, using celestial bodies as cover, resisting the time rays from the blisters. The Hrud ships were dispersed. The aggregation effect of their entropy fields was insufficient to tear apart the celestial bodies. All macrocannon batteries were dormant. The black ships, broadside, fired their laser cannons. Blazing beams pierced the layered time fields, revealing the blurred ships. The battle barge Starcaller and the battleships, broadside, carried Rangdan shadow strike beams, targeting the exposed ships. The radioactive beams created electromagnetic explosions around the Hrud ships, to avoid being annihilated like solid rounds by the distorted spacetime currents. The shockwaves from the explosions pierced the blisters, turning ship after ship into ominous shadows. Gaps appeared in the Hrud's petal-shaped defensive formation. The missing ships accelerated the formation's collapse. The Relic-class Starcaller, from its prow, fired its frail ether cannons. 2 colorful beams lanced out, striking from beyond the reach of the temporal currents. The Xenos ships drifted lifelessly. Flames, within their failing entropy fields, burned with bizarre rapidity. Santiago recalled the dangerous battles at Guggen. The danger had clearly decreased. The auto-recharging void shields had greatly reduced the threat of the Xenos' temporal weapons. As he marveled, a ship with entirely different readings rose from Visiol Prime. He glanced at the view screen. Multiple ships, their various Auspex imaging systems, combined by the Simulus chamber, produced a barely recognizable form. It looked wrapped in a strange, fungal-like aggregate. A migration ship. The team led by Primarch's aide Arsena Dunn, after reading and analyzing the Hrud's mycelium books, had a deeper understanding of the Xenos. The seasoned astrologer calculated the migration ship's trajectory in a second. He ordered, turn to 496. Ether cannons fire in 16 seconds. The Punisher-class reactor surged, powering the ship's turn. 2 colorful ether beams shot from the Relic-class ship's prow. The beams, from the long-range strike array, crossed the void battlefield and struck the target. Within 10,000 kilometers, layers of temporal waves rippled across the fungal outer layer. The ether beams, which ignored all shields, were dispersed and broken down into pure light in the layered ripples, red, green, blue. The split, colored beams, like rain, struck the fungal aggregate, rapidly fading and vanishing. Santiago watched the fleeing migration ship, thinking silently. Hrud in sufficient numbers are really troublesome. He frowned. The number of Hrud on the migration ship was extraordinary. If it escaped, it would be a huge hidden danger for his future territories. It cannot be allowed to escape. He ordered. Prepare for teleportation. Standard Imperial teleportation could not penetrate Hrud fields. But the Starcaller's teleportation platform was built by Shadows of Order's premier psychic artisan. Term correction Guggen system. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 667, Chapter 666, Thank you, Lord, for granting me eternal life. Santiago walked towards the teleportation platform he had built himself. The pillars, crafted from psychic crystals refined in the warp by Shadows of Order's premier psychic artisan, replaced the adamantine pillars of standard teleportation platforms. The densely carved runes included not only common Imperial runes, but also runes passed down through House Borkamp, runes secretly shared by Hather Mott, chief librarian of the Thousand Suns, and many Xenos runes. Frail Ether runes, Eldar Warp Spider aspect runes. And runes drawn from the stars by the seasoned astrologer, and secrets accumulated by the chapter's mystery prior. The platform's floor was a fragment of a Siamhan craft world, gifted by the Black Emperor. Santiago and the librarians he had trained had carefully cut and polished it. The platform's operators and maintainers were not tech priests or tech marines, as in most legions, but the chapter's own librarians. The moment Santiago stepped onto the platform, he naturally passed through an invisible gate, enveloped in stars. Since advancing to astrologer, his warp manifestation had quietly transformed into a gate to the starry expanse, no longer the mountains of House Borkamp. Walking within was like strolling through the void. He stood upon a star. 2 COG drones stood before him, flanking him, forming an inverted triangle. He glanced at the view screen above, showing the coordinates for the HRUD migration ship. He raised his psychic crystal staff, simultaneously ascending to the 8th level of the enumeration. The stars in his eyes spun rapidly. Surges of warp energy raised a mist around him. The runes on his armor lit up. The corresponding warp circuits on the 2 COG drones also glowed. Light blazed in the demonologist's eyes. Stars flashed past. A chaotic, elliptical, fungus-wrapped form came into view. A brilliant light blazed, outshining the bridge's promethium and lumen lights. Dense runes enveloped the platform, releasing an invisible pulse. The librarian operators immediately channeled psychic energy, activating the psychic defense arrays. Invisible psychic shrieks echoed within the psychic barriers, isolated from the bridge crew's senses. The librarians looked at the platform's center. Lord Santiago had vanished in a streak of color. Streaks of color flashed past the demonologist, rapidly fading. The demonologist, teleported into the HRUD migration ship, raised his staff. A point of color ignited on the humid deck. As the HRUD averted their gaze, it spun rapidly. In a second, it expanded into a colorful vortex. The veil between reality and the warp tore. A gate to the Sea of Souls opened. The high-temperature deck, covered by the HRUD's aggregation entropic effects, instantly froze with layers of frost. As the warp phenomenon erupted, a terrifying suction extended from the supernatural realm into reality. Tens of thousands of HRUD shrieked, sucked into the warp rift. The shrieks of the dying echoed through the warp. On the reality deck, frost formed thick ice. The demonologist raised his hand, clenching it. The slowly closing veil accelerated. As the piercing shrieks echoed, the veil to reality slammed shut. He took a step and appeared 3 decks below. The HRUD flooding the ice-covered deck gathered. The flow of time surged. The ice melted rapidly. Mist rose. They covered the deck, but found no enemy. At the same moment, the demonologist raised his hand. As the point of color expanded rapidly, the vortex collapsed into a spatial rift. Boom. With a shudder and a tearing sound like shattering glass, the deck above, the deck below, and the fungal aggregate coating the bulkheads between were torn apart. The entire deck collapsed from reality, sinking into the vortex. The migration ship, missing a deck, lurched and collided with itself. The explosion from the collision of the two halves accelerated in the flow of time. After using 3 powerful demonologist abilities, Extreme Range, Teleportation, Chaos Vortex, and Summon Void, oily froth-coated Santiago's armor. Piercing shrieks echoed in his mind. The stars in his eyes took on color. The starlight twisted and rippled in the layers of color. His temples throbbed. He knew he could not use more powerful demonologist abilities. He always remembered the Black Emperor's warning: of the various psychic disciplines, demonology is the most adept at manipulating the warp, and the most dangerous. He rapidly descended from the 8th level of the enumeration. He raised his hand. Starlight swirled. He teleported to a deck in the ship's upper half. As cold enveloped him, he ordered the COG drone to activate the failsafe. As another set of runes on the COG drone lit up, the shrieks echoing in his mind faded. The Squat Grimner's COG drone amplifies other psychers and provides a safety net. For a demonologist like me, they are essential. The cold rapidly faded under the HRUD's aggregation entropic effects. The 2 COG drones gathered beside Santiago, raising their Edikarn pattern plasma guns. The teams led by Chief Librarian Thomas and Forge Lord Rozicki, studying the mind servitor data provided by the Black Emperor, had unraveled part of the Votan's mind servitor construction. They had partially replaced weapon modules, allowing the COG drone to use not only the original bedrock pattern bolters, but also squat ranged weapons like the Edikarn pattern plasma guns. Solid rounds like bolts were nearly useless against the HRUD's distorted fields. Energy weapons were the primary weapons in this war. 2 plasma beams lanced out, piercing the blurred waterfall of overlapping entropy fields. Blazing light tore through the distorted light, piercing the HRUD's tattered clothes, piercing 2 of them. The COG drone's gauntlets instantly became pitted, as if exposed to the elements for 4 millennia. Before they could fire again, one turned to sand, the other to dust. The weapons, based on squat technology, were more durable than Imperial equivalents and could not withstand the temporal flow generated by tens of thousands of HRUD. Santiago's armor grew dull. The aging from the temporal flow enveloped him. The weakness was fleeting. The Perpetual's hair remained black. His skin remained lustrous. Confirming he had not aged, he silently praised. Praise be to my lord. Thank you for granting me eternal life. The surging HRUD raised their plasma flintlocks, firing a volley at him. The Dunnick incantation, I came, I saw, I recorded, blazed in the scribe's eyes. His body split into 3 flames. Using the flame ring the Black Emperor had lent him, Santiago had repeatedly recorded the ability to turn into fire. With a thought, the three flames shot at the wall in a triangular pattern. The three flames coalesced and dispersed at will, evading most of the plasma beams. A beam struck one of the flames. The scribe's aura and psychic energy weakened. As the flames rapidly dimmed, they coalesced before the wall. The seasoned apprentice placed his hand on the fungus-coated deck bulkhead. A hazy, blue, insubstantial door appeared before him. He stepped through the water-like blue door. The scribe moved between layers of decks, among millions of HUD, using his recorded abilities to attack, his body showing no sign of aging. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 668, Chapter 667, I too can be an army of one. Under Visiol's grey light, Nareth led his honor guard and the first chapter onto the planet's surface. This time, he would again use a stasis device with an altar, but not for containment, for amplification. He intended to deal with the main HUD force on Visiol in one stroke. But before executing the plan, he had to secure the HUD's accumulated wealth, the mycelium books that recorded their history. They were also the main ingredient for the artisan potion. After ordering Arsena and the others to construct the ritual altar, he extended his consciousness. The Primarch's consciousness swept over the ruined hive ruins, the warm underground caves. HUD, wrapped in their distorted fields, were exposed to his sense. As his consciousness delved deeper, his range narrowed, but he could still clearly discern the network of tunnels. He saw moldy rooms, shelves lined with sheets of solidified mycelium, and mycelium books scattered on the floor and in leaf-shaped containers. The mentor of disorder then locked onto a HUD. White specks appeared in his mind. Like grains of sand, they were sent into the target's brain. As spiritual energy drained, the sand grain-sized egg grew rapidly, forming an intangible gate like a string of beads. The mentor of disorder's body became ethereal, instantly vanishing. His physical form became pure spirit, then rematerialized over 1,000 kilometers underground. Crack. With a crack, several white bees appeared around him. The HUD's large, black, lightless eyes flickered with a faint light. With a thought, the white Psychnoian obeyed his command, buzzing. Invisible spiritual mist spread, burrowing into the HUD's minds. Following an invisible sense, he reached into the HUD's body. White, rice grain-sized eggs formed in the HUD's brains. He extended his spiritual energy. The white grains grew rapidly. Amidst a series of cracks, slimy skin burst. Foul robe fragments flew. Over 20 white Psychnoian appeared, flying towards him, circling him. A flicker of light in his eyes. Through the experiment, he had confirmed he could not only control the Psychnoian born from psychic eggs, but also their progeny. This is the effect of using the queen. With enough psychic energy, I can be an army of one. Though less versatile than the death pathways spirit guide and gatekeeper, I can find my army more easily. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Racks and mycelium books flew towards him, vanishing. He walked. His majestic black form was surrounded by a swarm of white bees. He faced the surging tide like HUD, their viscous warmth rolling towards him. His gaze pierced the layered distorted fields, seeing their twitching mouths. The mentor of disorder advanced. His spiritual energy spread. The white swarm grew rapidly. As his spiritual energy drained, the bloody chain on his right pinky glowed, restoring it. The white Psychnoian grew from dozens to hundreds, to thousands. When he emerged from the cave, a cloud of 10,000 Psychnoian, buzzing, hung above him. If I faced Psychers like the Thousand Suns, this swarm alone would terrify them. He recalled the battles on Prospero and the memory of Kalis, Magister Templi of the Corvidi cult, fighting the Psychnoian. Even a Magister Templi, surrounded by 10,000 Psychnoian, could only flee. Combined with telekinesis, even escape would be impossible. Against Magnus, the Psychnoian could cause some disruption, but not pose a real threat. Recalling Magnus fighting the Psychnoian, he thought of Jagatai seeking the truth on Prospero during the heresy. Of the living Psychnoian, only the Queen poses a threat to a Primarch. A single one is not much of a threat. But Psychnoian specters are different. They are more terrifying in death than in life. Jagatai was hard-pressed when surrounded. Prospero, even in ruin, is a treasure trove. Without the underworld entrance in that river, it is more valuable than Sonheim 8. As he thought, the Psychnoian flew towards him, then vanished, appearing in the second layer of the kingdom of disorder. His golden wings beat, carrying him to the altar. Under the dim grey light, the seasoned sheriff Yasin stood before a cave. He felt his newly established jurisdiction under assault by chaotic, distorted forces. He looked up at the grey sky. Faint light remained. Prepare for battle. The HUD are attacking early. The caves rapidly grew hot. The HUD, having lost their historical treasure trove, poured out, attacking in fury. Light blazed in the judge's eyes. He raised his hand and shouted in Dunnic, "This place forbids the distortion of entropy fields." Golden light blazed. Dense runes covered the cave entrance. A vortex of light swept the dark cave, colliding with the mist-like entropy waves. The distorted effect was dispelled. As their biological fields shattered, the Hrud were revealed. He stepped back steadily, raising his left arm. His archaeotech pistol fired at the cave ceiling. The blue beam, drawn from the serpent's cradle star, ignited the melta charges the seasoned interrogator had placed. A chain reaction followed. Boom. The ground shook. Blazing flames erupted. Tunnels, dozens of kilometers long and kilometers deep, became a sea of fire. Within the tunnels, the distorted entropy fields rippled. The flames rapidly dissipated. The Hrud continued forward. But as they entered the first kilometer of the caves, their entropy fields failed. The distorted effects vanished. Wave after wave of Hrud, rushing forward, were rapidly incinerated. Thousands of Hrud surged, but their numbers were limited by the tunnel. The environment created by prohibition held the advantage over the entropy fields. The Hrud screamed in frustration, burning in agony. The rippling distorted fields were like droplets of water on a sea of fire, extinguishing a few sparks. After 3 minutes of blazing fire, the Hrud realized their biological fields could not overcome the strange flames. They spread rapidly. Their limbs extended. Their fingers moved swiftly, digging tunnels. Boom. A series of charges planted by the interrogators detonated, collapsing kilometers of tunnels. The scattered Hrud were swallowed by the flames, screaming in despair. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 669, Chapter 668, Perturabo really delivered. During Visiol's long night, the judge, Yasin, fought for 15 hours. His spiritual energy was depleted, he could not use most of the powers granted by the Black Emperor. But he could still use some abilities, including spirit vision, which all court members possessed. He tracked the flickering, dim light, raised his archaeotech pistol, and fired. The stellar beam, 2 meters from its target, began to noticeably fluctuate and disperse in the entropy waves. The deep blue beam rapidly dimmed, first to pure blue, then, at the moment of impact, to a pale blue flash. With a crackle, a foul-smelling robe was pierced. A scorched spot appeared on the jointed armor. SHHH. 4 tarantula sentry guns, under the temporal current, rapidly dulled, as if exposed for over 6 millennia. The tech marines heard the ancient machine spirit's mournful cries. Then, a gap appeared in their defensive line. The monsters between the sentry guns felt the searing heat, their breathing growing heavy. Their armor and bodies grew sluggish. The Hrud's bizarre, accelerated motion changed the atmosphere's composition, making the environment heavy. Die. A shout in Dunnick. Yasin, trailing after images, slammed into a Hrud. His fist tore through the rippling waves, crashing into a Hrud's head. With a crack, its dark head, covered in thick slime, exploded. The judge took a deep breath of the heavy air. His temples throbbed. The little spiritual energy he had restored was gone. He swung his right arm. His power fist blurred. The crackling disassociation field tore over a dozen Hrud into disgusting fragments in an instant. The heavy pressure did not affect Yasin's movements. The longer a sheriff stayed in his jurisdiction, the stronger he became. This ability did not require spiritual energy, only familiarity with the area. His face grim, he deactivated his spirit vision. The Hrud were surging towards the gap in the line. Once in his jurisdiction, he could feel their wet, foul stench without it. His honor guard followed, each erupting in their own jurisdictions. Blue fists coalesced into a blazing storm, hurling thousands of intruding Xenos back. Plasma flintlock beams struck conversion fields, crackling. Rippling waves of distorted energy clashed with the sheriff's jurisdictions. The temporal current surged, washing over the black wall. His internal timer ticked over another hour, but the night still held. His and his guard's Saturnine pattern Terminator armor, once gleaming, was now pitted, as if neglected for millennia. Several had shattered gauntlets, revealing age-spotted flesh. Their muscles had withered. Their fingers were knotted with age. Their pulses weakened by the moment. Their bodies inevitably aged under the temporal current. His own body was unaffected. He fought at the forefront, a rock in the current, holding back the most enemies. His intuition stirred. Something evil was happening to his right. His eyes dimmed. He stepped back. Sand trickled from his armor. Shattered plates fell. The temporal current was beginning to permeate his jurisdiction. He glanced at his helmet display. The night had lasted 17 hours. Still 4 hours until the stars light. At the same moment, in the ruined Hive City, as the Hrud attacked in fury, the honor guard also defended the high ground around the altar against the fiercest Xenos assault. The massive device on the altar was a behemoth, occupying the space of an entire transport ship. Now it covered nearly a third of the hive city. Countless Hrud, pouring from the hive's underground, surged mindlessly at the iron grey construct. Clouds of white bees drifted, drawing plasma beams. Almost every moment, an honor guard member fell. Some turned to dust, carried on the wind. Others scattered as fragments of bone, mingled with armor plates. As the hive city grew searing hot, Nareth, having completed the final runes at the altar center, flew into the air. He ordered, his voice grave, activate the stasis device. The device Perturabo had built pulsed rapidly. Blazing light flared, enveloping the hive city. The honor guard members froze between pulses. Their flickering forms were like black ghosts. The flickering slowed, slower and slower, until it matched their slowing heartbeats. Boom. A sound echoed through the hive city. A burst of light shot into the sky. The humid heat plummeted. A vortex of light spread, covering the entire planet. Conflicting temporal currents clashed. Honor guard members unlucky enough to be caught were torn apart. The next instant, the stasis field completely overwhelmed the entropy fields of the planet's tens of millions of Hrud. Above and below ground, the distorted effects were dispelled. The entropy waves completely dissipated. The gauze-like veil around the Hrud was pierced like a bubble, revealing their foul, disgusting forms. The tide turned. The shadows of order, who had been struggling, dropped their rusted, slow-firing plasma guns and incendiary weapons. They quickly took bolters from stasis weapon crates. A tidal wave of barrages surged. Adamantium-tipped rounds slammed into the Hrud without resistance. Amidst the thunderous barrage, a slaughter unfolded. Nareth, in midair, looked down. His consciousness spread. He felt the millions of Hrud being easily crushed. He thought with feeling. Perturabo really delivered. This stasis device is powerful. He felt countless Hrud rushing towards him. With a flick of his wrist, the 1.4-meter-long banner shaft appeared in his hand. But it's not enough. I'll add some fire. I, in the name of the Red Priest, beseech the Kingdom of Disorder to grant me power. Let all Hrud in Saktrata Deeps perceive the existence of the visual stasis field. The 33, 11-meter-tall pillars of dual-numbered black gold blazed with light. Black mist churned, enveloping the entire stasis device. The blazing stasis field, empowered by the source, rose into the air, blazing brighter than the gray star. The light flashed past Visual's boundary. Its radiance spread throughout Saktrata Deeps, a region about 260 light-years in diameter. The black mist receded. The light vanished in an instant. Across Saktrata Deeps, in the remaining 11 major worlds and 84 minor worlds, the Hrud simultaneously stirred. They crazily surged towards their hive-sized city ships, towards the fungus-wrapped migration ships. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 670, Chapter 669, Isidore's Atonement. 902.m30. On Visual, under the cover of night, Kian, captain of the 4th chapter's 5th company, lightly tapped his right temple. Black-green mist seeped from the gatekeeper's brow, swirling with twisted or formless faces. With a creak, a strange gate opened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xeno's banshees, arms spread, glided on wing-like membranes, their heavy stubbers spitting dark green rounds. With piercing shrieks, the semi-solid, semi-illusory rounds pierced the Hrud's jointed armor, striking their bodies. The dying Hrud emitted unprecedented, terrifying screams. The sound reminded him of the final tick of a clock, or the ultimate death of a star. It was the death shriek of time itself. Amidst the terrible cries, the madness in the Hrud's large, black eyes momentarily receded. Glints of red hatred flickered. They momentarily looked away from the stasis device. The Hrud roared, raising their plasma flintlocks, firing beams hotter than stars. The plasma beams, constantly phasing between reality and the warp, struck the banshees. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of explosions, the banshees' bodies burst. In the black-green spectral light, they reformed. Some missing an arm. Others with gaping holes in their abdomens. The gatekeeper watched his specters. The Hrud's plasma beams were not confined to reality, they had warp-like properties, far more damaging to banshees than Imperial or squat plasma weapons. But the damage was limited to the point of impact. The spreading flame caused no further harm. The banshees, reformed, attacked immediately, as if they had lost nothing, though their cries grew more piercing. Beast-like Xeno's banshees charged the Hrud, swinging their weapons. Hammers struck the Hrud, passing through their jointed armor, crushing their pus-filled bodies. Axes split their black eyes, smashing their heads to pulp. The gatekeeper's intuition stirred. He looked ahead, sensing over a dozen Hrud had suddenly appeared. His eyes flickered with concern. The Hrud's distorted fields were beginning to function on a world saturated with a stasis field. For the 4 months since the Black Emperor activated Lord Perturabo's device, the Hrud's distorted effects had never worked here. Hundreds of Hrud city ships, tens of thousands of fungus-wrapped migration ships, arriving in the system, had been ambushed by the 6 chapters' fleets. The Ramillies-class starfort in the planet's orbit had been a meat grinder. Fewer than 1 in 10,000 Hrud had reached the surface. Though they still numbered nearly 200 million, without the protection of their entropy fields, they were still manageable. Now, the distorted effect was working. The stasis field was weakening. As he thought, in orbit, 34 city ships and 158 migration ships, forming petal-shaped formations, pressed towards the starfort. In the central area, a section of cable from the power room's punishment-class reactor suddenly decayed, crumbling to dust. Isidore rushed forward with his attendants. His armor was unpainted. On Sondheim 8, he had failed to resist the influence, becoming the first to attack his battle brothers. He had been stripped of his Tech Marine rank and his paint. When the war broke out, Isidore, the only shadows of order on the starfort, had voluntarily gone to the power room to perform the most dangerous maintenance. In the past 15 solar days, he had made 261 repairs. His armor, after countless repairs, was pitted and dull. He no longer had the energy or time for maintenance. The 6 servo-arms on his back moved like spider legs. To atone, he had pushed himself, installing more mechandrites than he could handle. To use them, he injected stimulants laced with Omnisia's holy oil daily. The strain accelerated his aging. He had aged 2,900 years in a short time. His black hair had fallen out. Age spots covered his neck. His skin was withered. His right leg clicked loudly. The Tech Marine knew it was from where. He remembered replacing it 5 hours ago. The manufacturing date on the part, 901764.M30. Only 4 months ago. Like the cable in his hand, it was decaying rapidly. Crackle. Sections of cable fell. Isidore let out a despairing sigh. He had failed. He looked at the power core. It flickered, then died. The equipment in the room disintegrated. A rain of metal atoms drifted. His 6 servo-arms retracted with a grinding screech. One arm, riddled with holes, fell. Another shattered, scattering into parts. He lowered his head, staring at his chest. 4 arms rapidly traced the Legion's emblem. Dust poured from the cracks in his armor. The punishment-class reactor's dying scream echoed in his ears. A pained smile crossed his face. As the power core died, the fortress-grade void shields failed. The entire starfort began to decay. The Ramillies-class starfort, designed to serve 3 millennia, had been built only 18 years ago. It now became a rain of metal, falling onto Visiol's surface. The stasis field covering the entire planet noticeably dimmed. The planet heaved. Great fissures opened on the surface. The crust shifted. Magma, accelerated by the Hrud's strange influence, then pulled by the conflicting stasis and entropy fields, burst through the crust, swallowing tens of thousands of black-armored warriors. Hundreds of millions of Hrud were shrouded in a faint veil. Bolts that had struck true, shattering enemies moments before, now detonated early from decay, or raced at incredible speeds, only to miss, deflected by distorted fields. Black armor shattered. Dust poured out. Shadows of order turned gray. Their skin grew paper-thin. Hrud city ships, flickering in and out of sight, crashed down like mountains. Fungus-wrapped migration ships fell like spears. In the accelerated temporal flow, strange light flashed. Hundreds of bizarre, spherical cannons emerged. They rooted themselves, firing at the altar. Blazing energy rings shattered the hive city and the remaining battlements, debris raining towards the stasis device. At the altar, Nareth's wings beat. Golden flames blazed, filling the sky. A hail of beams flew into the golden sea, swallowed. The Mentor of Disorder turned his hand. The 1.4-meter-long banner appeared. His spiritual energy surged. I, in the name of the Red Priest, beseech the Kingdom of Disorder to grant me power. Amplify the stasis field to its utmost. The 33, 11-meter-tall pillars of dual-numbered black gold shattered. Dense runes blazed. The light shot skyward, a blazing star igniting over Visiol. Black mist rose, enveloping the stasis device. The dim stasis field suddenly blazed, expanding to cover a region 120,000 kilometers in diameter around the planet. The veil of distortion was torn. The distorted effects on the ships crazily converging on Visiol vanished. The sundered, disintegrating planet stabilized. The 6 chapter shadows of order launched their extermination. They charged the Xenos in fury. Bolts thundered, blasting the foul-smelling Xenos, now visible, to pieces. In the void, the Black Fleet emerged from celestial bodies around the system, encircling the exposed Hrud ships. The long silent macrocannons loaded. Their machine spirits roared in fury, hammering the Xenos ships. In silent explosions, hive-sized city ships shattered. Flames, caught in the lingering temporal currents, blazed faster. Fungus-wrapped wreckage rained down. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 671, Chapter 670, Guilliman, you won't mind me taking your son's world as a tech marine recruiting world. The Visiole extermination campaign lasted an entire solar year. It only concluded in 903, when the 74th Expeditionary Fleet, having sworn fealty to Kor, designated the planet 47-10 and began constructing the perfect city in its capital, Monarchia, to worship the Emperor. Within a 120,000-kilometer radius around Visiole, space was filled with burning metal wreckage, illuminating the planet. The planet's surface was embedded with fungus-wrapped metal, permeated with foul pus. The shrieks of the dead echoed through the system. The fourth chapter's gatekeepers and spirit guides, accompanied by spirit mediums, were active across the planet, replenishing their lost spectral armies. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Arsena, holding a data slate, reported. My lord, I have compiled the casualties for each chapter. The 6 chapters lost a total of 24,050 men. Most fell to the distorted effects after the Ramillies-class starfort was destroyed. Nareth nodded. Including the previous 2,840 casualties, Shadows of Order had lost a total of 26,890 men. Total losses were less than the Iron Warriors' approximately 30,000 casualties at Guggen. And the results were fundamentally different. Perturabo had only driven away the Hrud, leaving the Guggen system shattered and unusable. Nareth had annihilated the largest Hrud population in the galaxy and gained Saktrata deeps for development. Though casualties were significant, they were lower than if we had repeatedly deployed the stasis device on each Hrud world. After all, breaking through Hrud ships and deploying on the ground would have taken time, meaning casualties. And this greatly shortened the campaign's duration, preventing Hrud from escaping. More importantly, the stasis device could malfunction with repeated use and counteracting entropy fields. As he thought, the silver-haired aide continued. The first chapter suffered the heaviest losses, 7,410. They opened the landing zone and held the main defensive lines. 28,600 others suffered varying degrees of aging. 1,940 of them are too aged for high-intensity combat. An image flashed through Nareth's mind, Barabbas Dantioch, tasked with defending the system. He had not only lost it but had aged 3,000 years, barely able to walk, even briefly earning Perturabo's pity. Transfer them from frontline duty to train neophytes. As you command. After noting this, Arsena continued. I believe you should be aware that, though the stasis field overwhelmed the Hrud's entropy fields, local regions, subjected to intense Hrud attacks, experienced brief distorted effects at various times. Tech Marines, rushing to support, suffered the greatest losses in the Legion's history. 258 Tech Marines died. Nareth nodded slightly. I understand. I will find a suitable recruiting world for them. I think the Forge Lord will be pleased to hear that. Seeing the Black Emperor was aware and would address it, Arsena breathed a sigh of relief. He continued. My lord, how shall we proceed with exploring Saktrata deeps? Visiole goes to the 4th chapter, Nareth instructed. The 6 chapters will disperse to explore. Focus on exploring every ancient ruin. Collect mycelium books. You will compile the information, searching for traces of Belaker. Summon the Forge Lord to me. By your will. Arsena acknowledged, then withdrew to relay orders. With a thought, Nareth went to the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He picked up the recharged dice of prophecy. Information about the Mandragoran stars flashed through his mind. Southeastern Galaxy, the Segmentum Tempestus's frontier, within the Mandragoran stars, near the region called the Veiled Zone. The Mandragoran stars originated with the Necron's most powerful dynasty, the Sotek. The region is prone to stellar disasters. Many systems are old, their planets incapable of supporting life. Dense nebulae and turbulent space debris abound. The recruiting world he chose for his Tech Marines was not simply a world rich in resources suitable for a Forge world, but Orpheus Prime, rich in technological relics. It would become the homeworld of the Orphean Guard chapter, an Ultramarine successor during the Second Founding. The Orphean Guard were considered the most technologically advanced of the Ultramarine successors, almost like tech priests. They also possessed the Orphean Key, which could function as a multi-purpose key and an Auspex. Most uniquely, its cogitator engine could analyze unknown or malfunctioning technology and provide solutions for the user. He believed the Orphean Guard's technology, and the special Orphean Key, likely originated from exploring Dark Age of technology ruins. In his memory, during the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines did not possess such technology. Their technological level was clearly lower than legions like the Iron Hands and Iron Warriors. Crucially, the Orphean Guard's technological level was unusually high compared to all other Ultramarines' successors. Finding a suitable special world for Tech Marines will also facilitate further development of the Paragon Pathway team. He reined in his thoughts. Guilliman, you haven't even finished exploring Ultramar. You won't mind me taking your son's world as a Techmarine recruiting world, will you? Besides, the Mandragoran stars, which will be named the Orpheus sector, were not discovered by you. He recalled that the Orpheus sector was explored in the latter half of the Great Crusade by the rogue traitor, Lady Aurica Orpheus, who ventured deep into the Mandragoran stars. Her voyage was to chart a path for future Astartes and Auxilia fleets. She discovered a region with remnants of Dark Age human civilization and scattered Xenos domains. Thus, he had not divined Orpheus Prime directly. He was intercepting it in advance. This future sector would not be called that. But the name Mandragoran stars had existed for millennia. After the information flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Kalium Gate to the Mandragoran stars. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. The moment it landed in his open palm, a star chart unfolded before him. He memorized it and encoded it on a data crystal. He then returned to reality and summoned Roziki Chek. He slid the gleaming data crystal to the Forge Lord and instructed. You are to immediately lead a fleet to the Segmentum Tempestus's frontier. Explore the human ruins in the Mandragoran stars. Search for the special key relic mentioned in the data crystal among the Dark Age of technology human civilizations and ruins. Establish an arsenal on the planet you find, and train Techmarines. There, you will find the most suitable world for Techmarines to grow. Roziki's eyes lit up. Techmarine casualties had been troubling him for some time. Now, the Black Emperor was granting them a suitable world. He took the datum crystal and said respectfully, by your will. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 672, Chapter 671, Nusirian Anesthetic Needles. In 904, the Black Ships of Shadows of Order set foot in the southern Segmentum Tempestus for the first time, crossing the entire Segmentum to reach its southeastern edge. The Forge Lord's flagship, a heavy, iron-gray squat fortress ship, had been repainted deep black and renamed the Forge Hammer. The moment the Forge Hammer arrived at the real space anchor, piercing alarms sounded on its bridge. Roziki Chek sank his consciousness into the Simulus Chamber's throne. The star's dazzling light filled the system. Ultraviolet radiation spread rapidly. The celestial body's temperature soared. Magnetic particle streams hammered the fortress-grade void shields, reducing them by 3.8%. A stellar flare. Indeed, as my lord said, the Mandragoran stars are prone to disasters. As he thought, he selected Contingency Plan 61 from those prepared during the warp voyage. Over the next 2 years of exploration, the Forge Hammer encountered disaster after disaster. Chaotic asteroid storms. The death throes of aging stars. The database of celestial disasters was continuously updated and shared with the entire Legion. When the Forge Hammer reached the 13th system of its voyage, the entire ship was caught in a gravitational current. Within the Simulus Chamber, Roziki's expression was grim. The data streams from the Auspex showed him the surrounding space. Matter and energy were bending, causing gravitational collapse. No light could escape the singularity. Gravitational effects pulled at the ship like spiderwebs. The fortress-grade void shields fought the gravitational currents, dropping 0.1 to 0.2% every second. He was surprised to see, emerging from the black hole's maw, shell-shaped ships drifting against the current, converging on his flagship. Their crystalline hulls opened and closed, releasing coral-like craft. The Xenos craft moved as if swimming, drifting towards them. Their space travel and flight technology is impressive. As he thought, he ordered. Activate the backup punishment class reactor. Initiate the inertial dampening field. Fire plan, Roziki 4-8. His orders, transmitted through the Simulus Chamber to every node, were executed. The squat fortress ship, within seconds, grew heavy, enveloped in an inertial dampening field. Squat fortress ships were built using inert metals mined at the galactic center, capable of generating an inertial dampening field to deal with dangerous environments. The galactic center was no safer than the Mandragoran stars. This was a key reason the Black Emperor had ordered them to stop at the region's edge. Feedback runes for each launch flashed rapidly. The artisan, relying on his transhuman calculation, tracked each attack's trajectory. He had designed 100 fire plans for his flagship, each for a different environment. Techmarines executing a plan only needed to adjust based on Auspex data. The first digit, 4, indicated a disturbance environment. The second, 8, targeted slow targets. The Xenos craft, fighting the black hole's pull, slowed. Trams fed shells into launchers. Machine spirits roared. The shells, accelerated in the gravitational current, flashed like meteors. They traveled 2 to 4 times faster than normal, detonating at the marked runes. Blinding light waves expanded and burst like bubbles. But the seemingly slow corals drifted, swaying, evading as if going with the flow. Even Eldari ships would struggle to evade such swift attacks. This is more like. After a moment's thought, he found the right word for their evasion. Intuition. Even precognition. Prepare for impact. Counterattack. Torpedoes. Saturation strike. Fire plan 6-1. He believed that fighting the black hole's pull would consume significant energy. Attacking would further reduce their mobility. The coral craft turned, aiming at the forge hammer. Each Xenos craft had 5 short, thick gun barrels, like porous coral, spitting blue beams. Gravitational currents hammered the fortress-grade void shields. The last 5% dissipated under the sustained assault. The Simulus chamber shook. The 6 data niches around his throne went dark for 2 seconds, then lit again. The heavy squat fortress ship withstood the counterattack, allowing the punishment-class reactor to power the torpedo launchers. Swarms of torpedoes shot out, shredding the gleaming corals. The short, thick barrels were caught in the gravitational pull, sucked towards the collapsing black hole. After the black hole effect subsided, Rozicki pursued the Xenos, landing on the planet's surface. The moment he landed, he looked towards the battlefield a kilometer away. He saw the Xenos and immediately linked them to jellyfish. They were translucent. Their upper umbrellas were about 4 meters in diameter, with 5 tentacles. 2 tentacles slid on the ground, as if dancing. The remaining 3 held short, thick, white weapons. Blue beams shot out, swirling like vortices, converging on the human lines. The swirling vortices, strangely converging, enveloped the yellow human tank formation. Ripples spread. Cracks appeared on the vehicles. The tanks at the center of the vortex shattered. Crew fled in terror. His gaze swept over 3 figures. He noticed they had mechanical augmentations. 2 had iron hands. The other had both arms replaced. Amidst screams, the 2 with iron hands crumbled under the ripples. The men with mechanical arms curled in pain, but did not fall. His eyes flickered. He sensed machine spirits roar in unison. Dense barrages rose from the human vehicles. Amidst the roar of artillery, the jellyfish Xenos slid, like umbrellas drifting in water. He tracked 6 Xenos. They only evaded after the shells left the barrels. More likely intuition than precognition. And, the Xenos craft can evade, but their ships didn't. Even so, these Xenos are strange. They resemble the Saharduin, the space sharks of the Ultima Segmentum. They seem to be an aquatic species that evolved space travel, with keen intuition. My lord would be interested. He was about to order support for the natives when the yellow human tank spat torrents of flame, covering a wide area. The translucent jellyfish bodies blazed in the fire, turning to ash in moments. A flicker of surprise crossed his black eyes. The natives, in their second attack, had found an effective way to fight the Xenos, and quickly switched their weapons. Even elite solar auxilia would struggle to be so efficient. His thoughts raced. He ordered. Anesthetic needles. Target, the jellyfish Xenos. The Techmarine servo arms turned. The Nasirian-made anesthetic needles replaced the fire suppression system. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The servo arms locked onto the Xenos. Needle after needle flew. The jellyfish slid, dodging left and right. But each launcher held a dozen needles. On the third salvo, the first needle struck a translucent, swaying body. A gray thread spread through its body. Its swaying slowed, as if caught in slow motion. Thud. Its body hit the ground like a water bag. Within the next 2 salvos, the jellyfish fell one after another. As the Techmarines retrieved the needles and collected the Xenos, Rozicki activated his translator and walked towards the human lines, who had ceased fire. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 673, Chapter 672, Golden Man, Ferris, I now have a Void Dragon Shard too. Rozicki check, using his translator, followed standard integration procedures and reached an agreement with the natives, assisting them in dealing with the invading Xenos. After 15 solar days of fighting alongside them, he had earned their trust. When he discovered they possessed a palm-sized, mandragora-shaped key, he immediately realized this was the world the Black Emperor had commanded him to find. At the celebratory banquet, he asked one of the native leaders, one of the 12 Archons. Archon, your key is very unique. Where did it come from? The Archon's body, aside from his head, was completely mechanized, reminding Rozicki of a Mechanicum tech priest. Through his observations of the native social strata, he had determined their status was based on the degree of their mechanization. Lord Rozicki, we discovered it in ancient ruins. The Archon, hoping to become the chief Archon through negotiations with Shadows of Order, was open. We came to this planet 1,000 years ago, struggling to survive under attacks from various Xenos. The Archons were eager to pledge fealty to the Sovereign, hoping for the protection of the powerful Shadows of Order. Then, 230 years ago, while exploring, we discovered a large underground complex. In a black chamber, we found a key shaped like a mandragora petal. After studying it, we developed this key. Rozycki's eyes focused. He remembered the Black Emperor's data crystal mentioned that the Sotek dynasty's emblem was the Mandragora. The ruins might be related to the Necron Sotek dynasty. As he speculated, the Archon said proudly. My grandfather was one of those who discovered the ruins. He omitted that the ancestors of the other Archons had also been part of the discovery. With this key, we can detect enemies and receive advice, quickly switching weapon systems to deal with different Xenos threats. Thanks to the key, our situation improved. We went from defense to offense, killing Xenos and burning their filthy nests. Humanity has since become the master of this planet. Rozycki nodded. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Archon, I would like you to take me to these ruins. The Archon, wanting support, agreed after a moment's thought. Of course. It would be my honor. 3 standard hours later, Rozycki, guided by the Archon, entered the passage to the underground complex. His fingers brushed the smooth, black surface. The Archon immediately spoke. Lord Rozycki, this is a synthetic material, black marble mixed with agate and other elements, in ways we still don't understand. His gaze deepened, looking into the passage. The entire complex covers approximately 36,000 square kilometers, and is at least 5.2 kilometers deep. This wasn't determined by any detection instrument. They are disrupted by electromagnetic interference. That's why our ancestors didn't discover it for so long. The area was estimated by our ancestors, based on exploring the labyrinthine ruins with the key. Rozycki nodded. He glanced at his helmet's internal systems, which were still functioning, and stepped forward. The Archon took out his palm-sized key and hurried to catch up. He looked curiously at the key. A silver, needle-like rune on it wavered slightly. At each fork, there are varying numbers of passages. It's easy to take the wrong one. Even with the route map my grandfather left, I need this to avoid getting lost. Rozycki nodded. He stopped before 6 dark, branching passages. The Archon unfurled an ancient, yellowed scroll. His data slate had failed upon entering the passage. After checking it and the key's direction, he took the 3rd passage from the left. The moment Rozycki stepped into the dark passage, a red rune flashed. The divination system went offline. They wound through the complex, deeper. Communication systems, audio filters, and other systems failed one by one. After his internal timer failed, he intuitively sensed about 4 standard hours had passed when the Archon spoke. We're here. He looked ahead. An open black chamber. His transhuman mind pieced together the 2 separate patterns. Recognizing the abstract Mandragora rune, he confirmed the ruins were indeed related to the Sotek dynasty. He was not surprised. The data provided by the Black Emperor and Gabriel's records from the Imga monolith indicated the Sotek dynasty had 80 throne worlds, stretching from Attila to the Mandragoran stars. He stepped into the chamber, which glowed with a green light. The Archon hurried to keep up. Seeing the giant stop before a stone slab, he spoke. The runes on this slab have no connection to any we know. Our ancestors began studying it when they discovered this place. To date, our only results have been replicating the runes found on the key. Rozycki stared at the slab. He did not use his extraordinary abilities. Instead, he accessed the Necron script Gabriel had decoded. Over a dozen minutes later, he turned to leave. Let's go back. Indeed, Lord Rozycki can't read it either. The Archon was not surprised, but felt a flicker of disappointment. As he left the chamber, he looked deeper into the complex. He shook his head, suppressing his curiosity. His grandfather and the ancestors of the other Archons had entered there and never returned. Aboard the Forge Hammer, at the altar, an ethereal gate opened. Black mist swallowed Rozycki and the jellyfish Xenos. Enthroned high, Nareth glanced at the jellyfish. He immediately identified it from the blasphemous tablet as the main ingredient for Sequence 5, Ocean Songster, on the Tyrant Pathway, the Jalik. He knew little about the Jalik, only that they were one of the Great Crusade's many successes, one of the few races declared extinct that never reappeared. At least until the Great Rift opened, the Jalik had not reappeared in official imperial records. He knew the Jalik were an aquatic species. They had transitioned from underwater to space based solely on intuition. They used their intuitive advantage to become expert space pilots and tacticians. With the Saharduin, I now have all the ingredients for Ocean Songster. I only need to find the Obnus, and Skesni, and the others can advance to Ocean Songster. The Ocean Songster's advancement ritual, as in his memory, required consuming the potion inside the Obnus's stomach. As he thought, he listened to Rozycki's report. My lord, according to the stone slab, a void dragon shard is sealed in a tesseract labyrinth within the complex. Nareth nodded. Tesseract labyrinths were typically used to seal transcendent Tan. But unlike other Tan, shattered into thousands of shards, the void dragon had been broken into only 100 pieces. Each void dragon shard possessed the power of a transcendent Tan. The Sotek dynasty was one of the most powerful Necron dynasties. It makes sense they would have a void dragon shard. The Orphean key was developed by the natives from Necron ruins. The Orphean Guard further developed it. Then, the Orphean Guard's unusually high technological level might also be related to the void dragon shard, much like how the Emperor used the largest shard to guide and nurture the Mechanicum. He believed this was related both to technology and the shard's overflowing power, subtly increasing mechanical affinity. After a moment's thought, he instructed the Forge Lord. Build a Legion fortress there. Train tech marines. The Void Dragon Shard had not escaped by the time the Great Rift opened, meaning the seal was strong. The Sotek dynasty was still thousands of years from awakening. Explore the area around the Tesseract Labyrinth. Do not enter the central zone. He was not confident he could secure one of the most powerful Tan-S Transcendent Shards. He decided not to investigate personally. Though I can't take it now, it's only a matter of time. Goldenman, Ferris, I now have a Void Dragon Shard too. By your will. Rosicky acknowledged. After sending him back to reality, Nareth returned to the Shadow's sovereignty to attend the war council summoned by the Emperor. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 674, Chapter 673, Nareth inflates casualties by 80,000. Terra, the Golden Palace. Nareth's psychic projection crossed the void. He immediately felt a gaze upon him. The moment he sat, he glanced almost imperceptibly in that direction. He saw Conrad Kurz, his body hunched like a vulture. He seems to have foreseen something. As he thought, he noticed the last seat on his side was empty. Angron was not present. He was the only Primarch missing. Horus Lupercal, noticing his gaze, spoke. Angron refuses to use psychic powers. I think he will be absent from the War Council for a long time. Nareth nodded, thinking to himself. His rejection of psychic powers is obvious. More impatient than Mordorion and Russ. He rejects not only psychic powers, but the Imperium as well. The Emperor probably doesn't want him at the Council, ruining the atmosphere. Sorcery is untrustworthy, Russ said with disgust. I hope one day we will no longer use such methods. But you rely on it now, Jagatai Khan's voice was soft, yet sharp. Not only that, you rely on it for communication and travel. So, you should acknowledge the usefulness of psychic powers and utilize them. I will never rely on it. The wolves do not use sorcery. Russ crossed his arms, saying coldly. He looked at Magnus mockingly. You say psychic powers are useful, yet the Thousand Sons suffered heavy casualties at Kamenka, losing an entire cult. Magnus' pupils were crimson. He said coldly. The Thousand Sons fought a 2-year, hard-fought campaign. I used the power of the ether to bring down the giant war machine the orcs called the King of the Wolves. That was just an empty wolf king. Your sorcery is useless against me. Russ taunted. Your rune priests use psychic powers too. Rogel Dorn's voice was like stone. Besides, your wolves lost over a quarter of their strength at the Wheel of Flame. Their achievements did not match Nareth's. But you are right about one thing. Psychic powers are a double-edged sword. Dorn was blunt. He called out Russ's hypocrisy towards psychic powers, yet opposed their use. As they spoke, the palace doors opened. The Emperor entered with Malkador and the Fabricator General of Mars. After the salutes, the Emperor looked around and spoke gravely. Today, Fornax Aleph has erupted in rebellion. It lies at a key warp route. It must be dealt with immediately. Nareth recalled what he knew of Fornax Aleph. Originally, the Iron Warriors' 3rd and 118th Grand Companies were sent to put down the rebellion. They suffered nearly 2/3 casualties. But Perturabo was sent to the edge of Segmentum Pacificus. He would not be available. As he thought, he felt the Emperor's probing gaze on him. Nareth, what campaigns has your legion been fighting? He's lost track of me again, can't return the Dionysian spear. He was not alarmed. The Emperor had only ordered him to rest at Vostroya, not confined him. Thinking of his plan to inflate casualties and hide his strength, he spoke. My territories were invaded by the Hrud. In a 14-year war against billions of Xenos, Shadows of Order has lost 106,000 men. He directly added 80,000 to the actual 26,890. This inflated number was not unrealistic. In fact, he estimated that without the stasis device and the rituals using the Red Priest's uniqueness, cleansing the entire Saktrata Deeps would have cost at least 100,000 lives. After all, the Iron Warriors had lost nearly 30,000 just to drive the Hrud from the Guggen system. He was not worried about his casualty figures being discovered. Any inference would require information, and Saktrata Deeps was far from anyone's view. The Kingdom of Disorder and the Red Priest's uniqueness would interfere with even the Emperor and Magnus' foresight, preventing them from seeing the truth. Foresight was not omnipotent. No one, not even a god, could foresee everything. Lion L. Johnson and Jagatai Khan looked surprised. They had fought alongside Shadows of Order. It was hard to imagine Xenos inflicting such heavy losses. Gilliman's expression was grave. He had no doubt the loyal Nareth was telling the truth. He mourned the heavy losses suffered by Shadows of Order. Omegon pondered silently. He believed Nareth would not lie to the Emperor at the War Council, yet doubted the number. He decided to gather intelligence. Russ and Mordorion were stunned. Then they realized such heavy casualties would be a blow to the Procyker faction. Images of countless black-armored warriors falling in blood flashed through Horus's mind. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Simultaneously, the tension in his nerves eased. He caught his thought, then felt ashamed. As thoughts churned among them, Nareth continued. Fortunately, Perturabo assisted me. He built a stasis device, allowing me to win. The Emperor and the Primarchs looked at the silent Perturabo. His ice-blue eyes flickered as he extrapolated from experimental results. The Hrud's distortion effect increases exponentially with their numbers. The temporal current can age Astartes and corrode weapons. Only a stasis field can counter their distortion. But the stasis device must be activated at the Hrud's center. It will draw fierce attacks due to conflict with their biological fields. His words painted a picture of a powerful, distorted enemy. The Emperor looked around. His gaze settled on the lion. Since your legion has suffered heavy losses, the pacification of Fornax Aleph will be handled by the Dark Angels. My lord, the Dark Angel's blade will cut down all enemies of the Imperium. The lion replied. The Emperor's gaze fell on the empty seat across from him, where Lorgar should have been. Lorgar, you returned to the Imperium nearly 50 years ago. The word-bearers now number over 100,000, among the largest legions. Yet your achievements remain few. You waste time building cities to worship me. I have told you repeatedly, I am not a god. His voice was low, cold. A flicker of shame crossed Lorgar's face. The people of Kor need faith. No, the Emperor cut off Lorgar's impending oration. They need only the imperial truth. You must accelerate your pace. Like Horus, Nareth, and Gilliman, bring more worlds into compliance. Lorgar watched his father turn his gaze to another brother. He decided to write a book expounding on the necessity of faith, as a guide for the Imperium's people. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 675, Chapter 674, Hannibal's time is running out. Hannibal. The Emperor stared at the only Primarch attending the War Council in person. Hannibal felt a mountain of pressure fall upon him. Do you know why I had the custodians bring you back to Terra? Nareth looked at Hannibal appraisingly. Compared to past psychic projections, he could see more detail. A strange, green light flickered in Hannibal's brown eyes, like a ghostly specter. Cracks ran from the corners of his mouth. Thick, congealed blood pooled in the upward curving depressions. As his lips trembled, sharp teeth were visible. His cheekbones were prominent. Bone spurs were almost piercing his skin, covered in thumbnail-sized pustules. On his neck, coiled muscles were like writhing insects. As Nareth observed Hannibal, he heard the Emperor's stern voice. I warned you, but you did not heed me. You raised Xenos. You allowed them to devour humans. A flicker of surprise crossed Nareth's eyes. He recalled Hannibal's elegant dining during the Wheel of Fire campaign. It was hard to connect that image with the figure before him. Then, he had fed on Xenos, but had been rational and composed. Now, he had succumbed to his desires, losing all restraint. Hannibal raised Xenos, likely as a food source. This clearly crossed the Emperor's line. Having lived through the long night, he would never allow Xenos to prey on humanity. The Xenos he tolerates are the weak and docile, those that obey imperial rule and pose no threat. As he thought, the Primarchs looked at Hannibal, unable to believe their brother capable of such evil. Even Horus's eyes held a note of reproach. He blamed himself. His campaigns were in the Western Galaxy, opposite Hannibal's in the East. He had not discovered this sooner, had not stopped it. Hannibal lowered his head under the heavy pressure. His back was cold. Thoughts raced, searching for words. After a dozen seconds, he still had no suitable excuse. His father had already received reports from the custodians. Any words would be powerless against the evidence. His thoughts raced. Finally, he spoke. Father. I was wrong. You and the Faceless will return to Lecter. Reflect on your crimes. The Emperor ordered coldly. Custodians will accompany you. Hearing this, Nareth knew Hannibal's time was running out. At the next War Council, Hannibal would likely be absent. His fate would be discussed. The Emperor wanted the Great Crusade to proceed as quickly as possible. Sending Hannibal and his legion back was equivalent to house arrest. Compared to being ordered to rest, Hannibal is the one truly confined. He knew the emperor had lost faith in Hannibal. Sending custodians was the clearest sign. Sending custodians as overseers was a clear sign of distrust. The emperor rarely used such methods. In his memory, only after the destruction of the perfect city had custodians been sent to the word-bearers. Hannibal's situation is fundamentally different from Lorgar's. Lorgar was urged to quicken his pace. He still had space and opportunity to embark on his pilgrimage. Hannibal was sent back to Lector. It is a barren world, without Xenos. Abstaining from his appetite will be hard. They may become even more desperate. He thought of the remnants of the purged Second Legion. He had just reported heavy losses for Shadows of Order. He thought silently. This is in advance laying the groundwork, for when I ask the Emperor for personnel. Hannibal's eyes dimmed. He opened his mouth. Seeing his father rise and leave, he could only say, as you command. Nareth looked at the Emperor's cold back, then at Hannibal's ashen face. He thought of the fate of his predecessor and the 11th Legion. A longing for power rose within him. He returned silently to the Shadow's sovereignty, considering whether to use the dice of prophecy to divine the location of Belaker's relic fragment. Over the past 3 years, the 6 chapters' fleets, exploring separately, had discovered 15 systems and 29 worlds once inhabited by the Hrud. Among them, they had found 34 worlds rich in various ores, and 18 habitable worlds. He was satisfied with the progress. But among the hundreds of ruins discovered, none had shown traces of Belaker. Belaker commands the power of shadows. Are his relics hidden, making them hard to find? Unlike the Mechanicum's tech priest Kober, I don't have his guidance to find them. Though he lacked Belaker's cooperation, he could use the dice of prophecy to divine the world where the relic fragment lay. Even if I don't use Mortarian's foster father Nikair's head, using an ordinary barbarous overlord's, I still need a Hrud source for the potion. The advancement ritual is also difficult to complete in the short term. His calm thoughts replaced his fear. He decided to divine something else this time. If he still found no trace of Belaker's relic in 3 years, he would divine it. With this thought, he went to the 4th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He sat on his throne. With a turn of his hand, the dice of prophecy appeared. Information about Noctis flashed through his mind. An ocean world, Noctis. Its oceans are home to giant, luminescent creatures and predatory fish. Only one continent. Noctis was the homeworld of the Dark Krakens, a Primaris successor chapter of the Salamanders, founded during the Ultima founding after the Great Rift opened. Vulcan, it's time to take from you too. He chose Noctis not only because it suited the 9th chapter, focused on the Tyrant pathway, but also because it might contain the oddness needed for the Ocean Songster advancement ritual. The blasphemous tablet only showed a simple image of the ritual. The Ocean Songster's image showed the oddness and a blue figure drinking the potion. From that simple information, he could not determine where the oddness lived. But such a large sea monster was most likely to be found on one of 2 known worlds, Fenris and Noctis. He had not seen such a monster on Fenris. So, he might find it on Noctis. If Noctis also has none, I will divine which world is the oddness's home. With this thought, he silently intoned. Star chart from the Kalium gate to Noctis. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. The triangular pyramid tumbled through the air. A gleaming star chart unfolded. He memorized it and encoded it on a data crystal. He then extended his spiritual energy, touching Skesny's deep blue orb. Confirming he was alone, he sent the crystal into the orb with his spiritual energy, instructing. You are to set sail for Noctis immediately. Take control of the ocean world. Record all information about its marine life. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 676, Chapter 675, Vulcan, Kurz, Nareth provides protection for many worlds. Heriton. Through his helmet's lenses, Vulcan watched as Gan, a pyre guard, led his chapter towards the walls, his storm shield raised. He had selected 7 pyre guard. Their spirit of self-sacrifice and self-reliance far exceeded that of any other warrior. They could fight as a unit or individually. Each pyre guard commanded a chapter. Gan, their assault specialist, was given the task of breaching the walls. He turned to the other pyre guard beside him, who had not been assigned tasks. He taught them. You are my finest sons. My most trusted advisors. Father shaped us into an expeditionary force to bring fire and light to the darkest reaches of the galaxy. Our task is to be humanity's shield. We come to Heriton as liberators, not conquerors. Ruins and corpses do not create civilizations. Igataron, who preferred to stand in the shadows, unlike the other pyre guard, frowned. And our cousins? Will they uphold this principle? Vulcan noticed Gan's spearhead was less than 50 meters from the walls. The defenders within were not firing. A shadow fell across his crimson eyes. He quickened his pace silently. If the Night Lords abandon these principles, I will seek an accounting from my brother. Father, the city is shrouded in darkness. Gan's voice came through the comm channel. Vulcan quickened his pace. He could already smell the rotting stench of corpses. His expression changed. He ran. Crash. He vaulted onto the wall, looking down at the twisted bodies of the defenders among the shattered rubble. They were slaughtered. Gan reported after examining the gruesome scene. Vulcan leaped down, looking towards Heriton's center. Soldiers' bodies in the barracks were flayed and disemboweled. The piles of corpses were still burning. Oily smoke filled the air. Spikes impaled city officials. Civilians hung from the air, swinging. His gaze finally settled on the bloodstains painted on the walls. He did not speak the language, but recognized the crude script and the sharp edges of the marks. Nostraman. He opened his comm channel, switched frequencies, and waited in silence. After a moment, he heard a screeching laugh, like a vulture's. Kurz, what have you done? Spared you the dirty work. Conrad Kurz's voice was mocking. You were still giving orders to your sons. My orders were to take Numen with minimal bloodshed. Vulcan said loudly. I don't take orders from you. And my way is better. Kurz said shrilly. Better for whom? You slaughtered an entire city. Men, women, children died. Such slaughter is Angren's way. Vulcan denied it outright. You should learn from your other brothers. Nareth would not do this. Don't confuse me with our hot-headed brother. Kurz stepped from the shadows at the fire's edge. And don't forget, Nareth also wielded the blade on Terra. I looked into it. Those nobles had spoken against all of us, and the Astartes. Vulcan's armor was a marine green, scaled like a reptile, adorned with rare quartz. He stared at his brother, clad in midnight blue armor, etched with the marks of destruction and death. He was warning the nobles, not slaughtering them. Vulcan shook his head. Of course, I would advise him to use other means. Nareth provides protection for many worlds. His fortress-grade void shields protect them from xenos and disasters. Kurz's raptor gaze swept over the salamander, decorated with flame motifs, settling on a squad of black-armored warriors. A river and a sudden shadow flashed through his mind. His face paled. Vulcan stepped forward, his massive form looming over him. Look at the consequences of your actions. What consequences? Kurz's laughter ceased. He grew serious. I took this world for you. When the rebels across the planet hear what we did to one of their cities, what do you think they will do? They will cower in fear, weeping, begging for mercy. This is the gift I bring you. Vulcan shook his head. Fear is not a gift. I will not accept it. Fear is the only thing they understand. Kurz vanished into the shadows. You all need to learn that. We must quicken our pace. Get ahead of Kurz. Vulcan said. Liberate them from the Eldar. Offer them our protection. At the same moment, in the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, amidst the black mist, Nareth sat enthroned high. He scrolled through his data slate. Swimming figures flashed past. He paused. He looked at a figure covered in dark red scales, its large lower body slapping against the rocks. Noctis has not only Obnus, but also mermaids. William Wood can now advance to marionettist. He already had other marionettist ingredients, like the Gorgon serpents on Kolth. He only needed the mermaids. I must say, Archon land has good taste. He chose a fine homeworld for Vulcan's sons during the Ultima founding. As he thought, he set down the data slate. He extended his psychic energy, touching the deep blue orb. He saw thick tentacles rising from the seafloor, attacking the black stormbird where Skesny, chapter master of the 9th chapter, first company captain Giorgino, and librarian Nicholas stood. With a thought, potion ingredients like the Saharduin and the transparent, jellyfish-like Jalik appeared beside the furnace. The space simian rapidly began concocting the ocean songster potion. He also watched the scene in the orb. Skesny channeled spiritual energy into a green teardrop talisman and shouted in Dunnick. Silence. The tentacles froze. The three, in black robes, leaped. Splash, splash, splash. They fell into the water, swimming towards the monster beneath the surface, large enough to swallow a destroyer. The Obnus's patterned, black body was massive and twisted. It had 3 heads, each with 15 eyes, each glowing green. They each swam towards one of the 3 heads, swimming into the slowly closing mouths. They followed the winding, twisting passages of flesh, swimming deep within. With a gurgle, the water rushed inward. They tumbled in the waves, swimming through the flesh tunnel, into the dark, lightless belly. As the slime corroded their black robes, they raised their hands. A layer of water formed around them. It expanded, forming a transparent sphere, enveloping them. Nareth turned his hand. 3 blue potions appeared. With a thought, black mist churned in the Obnus's belly. The 3 potions appeared in Skesny's, Georgino's, and Nicholas's hands. Nicholas examined his potion. It was without ripple or bubble, like an ocean pregnant with a storm. They drank together. The cold liquid numbed their throats. As the cold numbness spread to their stomachs, they heard countless voices. All the creatures of Noctisa's ocean were singing in unison. The 3 Astartes immediately deactivated their liman's ears. The sounds became muffled, but still faintly audible. Thud, thud. As their 2 hearts pumped, the Obnus's mouths completely closed. The 3 in its stomach seemed to sink into a completely isolated world of darkness. As their hearts pumped, blood, psychic energy, and sound surged. Their throats tore and healed. Their throats itched. They roared in unison. In the roar, their spirits tore slightly. As the sound waves spread, mottled scales grew on their skin, then were pulled into fleshy strips, waving like tentacles. The sound waves, carrying the spirit fragments, struck the slime, then rebounded, pouring back into them. Black mist churned. The Black Emperor, enthroned high, spoke with a commanding voice. Sing. The 3 instinctively obeyed, singing in unison. Skesny, a worker's son, had the loudest voice. Georgino, raised by the sea, was hoarse. Nicholas, born in the storms of Fenris, had a voice like scraping. The songs echoed, rebounding. The sonic forge honed their bodies. In the song, they gradually reigned in the overflowing psychic energy. They clasped their hands, fingers pointing downwards, praising and thanking the Black Emperor. Thank you, my lord. The 3 newly promoted ocean songsters thanked the Black Emperor, then swam up to the closed, jagged teeth. They looked at each other. Georgino spoke. I'll do it. The ocean songster recalled the songs of the sea cradle, praising the Black Emperor's arrival, saving them from the Frail Xenos. He began to sing. The coral sea stained red. As the ocean songster's beautiful voice echoed, the dazed Obnus opened its closed mouths. It sang. The 3 were expelled. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 677, Chapter 676, Belaker's Blade of Shadows, the finest relic fragment. 909.m30. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, Primarch's office. Arsena, holding a data slate, reported. My lord, I have compiled the exploration results from the 25 fleets dispatched by the 6 chapters. We have discovered 35 systems in Saktrata deeps, and 99 worlds once inhabited by the Hrud. Nareth knew the Hrud had 15 major worlds and 84 minor worlds in Saktrata deeps. All had now been discovered. We have found 105 worlds rich in various minerals. However, none are Terra-like worlds. During the Great Crusade, millions of mineral-rich worlds were discovered. Terra-like worlds, habitable, were the most precious. The Imperium's mining worlds were, to varying degrees, similar to Terra, and more habitable than the worlds of Saktrata deeps. In fact, he knew Saktrata deeps had never been developed by the Imperium. This was why most Iron Warriors considered the missions assigned to them by the War Council meaningless. It was far from Imperial borders, plagued by time-distorting Xenos, and lacked rare Terra-like worlds. The bleak Gorgies was the closest thing to paradise in the deep. Perturabo agreed with them. It might be millennia before the region held any importance for the Imperium. But what they saw as flaws, he saw as advantages. He had eliminated the Hrud. Saktrata deeps, far from Imperial borders, was his. Settle immigrants from populous worlds like Vostroya, Necromunda, and Vigilus to develop the new Saktrata sector. Visiol will belong to the 4th chapter. The other worlds will be administered by the 5th chapter. By your will. The silver-haired aide acknowledged, then continued. My lord, I and my detectives have carefully reviewed all reports. We found no trace of Belaker. But we did find relevant records in 61 mycelium books. They depict an evil presence in the shadows, commanding demon armies, destroying many races, burning many worlds. As he spoke, he placed a gleaming data crystal on the table. I understand. Nareth nodded. He was now certain Belaker's shadow was concealing something. After his aide withdrew, he quickly reviewed the data crystal's contents, then went to the 3rd layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He picked up the dice of prophecy. After the information flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Star chart from Visiol to the world in Saktrata deeps shrouded by Belaker's shadow. The triangular prism ascent slowed. A hazy shadow formed on its surface. It rose to its apex slowly, hovered for a moment, then fell slowly. He memorized the star chart and looked at the now dim crystal in his palm. Divining the world shrouded by Belaker has come at a cost. Not surprising for the Shadow Lord, close to godhood. From the dice's slower ascent and dimmed light, the cost is less than when I divined the uniqueness. Probably just a few more days of recovery time. As he thought, layered prayers echoed in his ears. He stepped out onto the throne in the fourth layer, extending his spiritual energy to touch the orb. He saw William Wood kneeling at an altar, hands clasped. "My lord, I have reached Noctis's orbit." He thought of how the exploration fleets had found nothing. The dice's anomaly during the divination. The Eldari warning. This relic fragment will not be easy to obtain. I should divine it in advance. William will soon advance to Sequence 5. William had possessed divination abilities as a Sequence 9 seer. Each advancement had enhanced them. His advancement to Sequence 6 Faceless had noticeably increased them. Soon, advancing to Marionettist would enhance his previous abilities by at least 50%, including divination. With this thought, he extended his spiritual energy, transmitting the order. Land immediately. Go to the island where the mermaids live. After instructing William, he thought of other extraordinary skilled in divination. With a thought, 3 data crystals appeared in his hand. He encoded the world revealed by the dice of prophecy and related information onto them. He then bestowed 2 of them on Santiago Boardcamp, Chapter Master of the 5th Chapter, Sequence 6 Scribe, and Flamini, Chapter Master of the 6th Chapter, Sequence 5 Winner. As they prepared to divine, he returned to reality and shared the information with the winner, the Gyrinx John, via the link. John scribbled on parchment. After reading it 11 times, he leaned against his pine bed and fell into a dream. Through the link, Nareth saw 4 figures emerge from 4 misty tunnels, deep underground. They wielded a jagged blade, a forestaff, a corroded greatsword, and a living whip. The image blurred and shattered. As John's spiritual energy depleted and he fell asleep, Nareth returned to the kingdom of disorder. He extended his spiritual energy, touching the orbs. Santiago was using an astrolabe. His hands moved rapidly across the table, arranging crystal stars. As the constellations, planets, and houses took shape, his brow furrowed deeper. He clasped his hands, fingers pointing downwards. "My lord, forgive my inadequacy. I see only a shadow shrouding that world. Not only in reality. The other side of the mirror is the same." Nareth was not surprised that shadow shrouded both reality and the warp. He turned to Flamini's description. "I saw a figure with a forestaff unleashing psychic flames, incinerating a pus-covered figure to ash." He then walked towards something. Thoughts raced through his mind. Combining this with John's dream divination, he pieced together the sequence. Followers of the 4 fought. The one with Sencha's power 1, approaching the relic fragment. They may not be followers of the 4. He knew B. Laker had been granted power by the 4. He was an undivided demon prince. As the first demon prince, the 4 had fought over him like a coveted toy, granting him all their gifts. Though later, the 4 realized it was foolish to favor one who exploited their rivalry. They began granting gifts to others, and B. Laker lost most of his power. But he still retained a significant portion of each of their gifts. Thus, he could determine that the 4 had, willingly or not, acquired a portion of the 4's power from B. Laker. With this thought, he extended his spiritual energy, touching William's orb. He saw the black stormbird beginning its descent. With a thought, he had the space simian begin concocting the marionettist potion using the Gorgon serpents from Kulf. On Noctis, black mist churned. A pitch-black potion appeared in William's hands. The stormbird shook. The mermaid's songs suddenly grew louder, reaching the pilot and William's ears. As he rose, he felt a moment of disorientation. He suppressed the urge to jump into the sea and swim towards the singing. The stormbird shook for a few seconds, then steadied under Giorgino's control. He looked out the narrow viewport at the creatures on the rocks. They had human heads, graceful curves covered in dark red scales, and large fish-like lower bodies. Sensing the engine's roar, they looked up. Their faces were vaguely human, with an indescribable allure in their eyes. Their melodious songs grew sweeter. As their crimson lips parted, sharp fangs were revealed. Viscous liquid dripped from their white teeth. He looked at the potion. Countless tiny, swift-moving worms seemed to swim within. He did not divine. Following the Black Emperor's order, he drank. Immediately, his body grew rigid, as if he had slept for millennia. His joints were heavy, like lead. He felt tiny worms burrow into each cell. His thoughts slowed. His lustrous skin, inherited from the Gene Father, quickly turned yellow-brown, like an old, bandaged doll. Granules writhed under his skin, sometimes separating, sometimes merging. Then, the mermaid's songs entered his ears, stirring his desires, slowly releasing him from his stiffness. Meditate. He obeyed the commanding voice, reigning in the overflowing spiritual energy. The stiffness in his joints and muscles faded. The newly promoted marionettist organized the information flooding his mind. He saw countless ethereal black threads extending from the island below, from the Lucky One pilot. He knew they were spirit threads. He could manipulate them to directly affect a target's spirit body, astral body, mind, and etheric body, thus controlling their physical form. Of course, this had range limitations, took time, and could be detected by those with prophetic abilities. As he examined his new abilities, black mist churned. A gleaming crystal fell into his hand. Moments later, Nareth, enthroned in the black mist, received the marionettist's dream divination. The figure with the force staff picked up a greatsword, formless as shadow. His eyes lit up. He whispered the blade's name, Blade of Shadows. He knew the Blade of Shadows was a true relic. It could flicker between solid and ethereal, easily piercing armor, scales, flesh, steel, concrete, or any defense. So Belisarius lost the Blade of Shadows. This is his most important possession. No wonder the Eldar warned. They do not want the Blade of Shadows returned to Belisarius. He knew the Blade of Shadows might be part of Belisarius himself, or perhaps an ancient gift of the Four, retained after he fell from favor. Or both. He had merged the Four's gifts with his shadow power to keep them permanently. Belisarius' Blade of Shadows. The finest relic fragment. If I can obtain the Blade of Shadows, my advancement to Earl of the Fallen will far surpass using any other fragment. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 678, Chapter 677, Belisarius, you lost it, don't think you can take it back. Aboard the Shadow's Sovereignty, in the Navigator's Sanctum, only the Legion's chief navigator, Whistle, was present. She pulled back her ornate headband, revealing her third eye. She looked into the warp. Emotions and sensations formed a thick mist that even psychers could not penetrate. But her third eye allowed her to see the warp and weft of the mist. She merged the star chart with her own warp manifestation, a deep canyon. Focusing on her navigator's way, she searched the countless paths for the one Lord Nareth had specified. The canyon was unusually deep. The mist grew thicker. The path was difficult to discern. She opened her mind. Her third eye opened wide. The mist rapidly thinned. She gradually saw the canyon's contours. She placed visual on a slope, tracing the hill's contours, searching for the path. SSSS. She felt a slimy tentacle, seemingly there, yet not, wrap around her neck, climbing towards her eye. She quickly pulled down her silver headband, shivering in the empty, frost-covered sanctum. After a long time, the phenomenon faded. Her clothes floated. She recited the Whistle Bible. Then, she opened the Vox system. Begin the communion ritual. Deep in Saktrata deeps, under the light of a dark gray star, almost black. With a click, the blinds lowered. Nareth stood before the floor-to-ceiling viewport, staring into the void. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. His gaze pierced the void. The system seemed no different, except for the planet. A veil seemed to shroud it. Arsena Dunn ended his call and spoke. My lord, I have reviewed all departmental reports. No anomalies. But Chief Navigator Whistle reports the mist was exceptionally thick when she charted the route. This is unusual, especially with a clear star chart. Shadow power. Nareth nodded. I understand. Auspex to full power. Scan the system. 3 solar days later, a black stormbird launched from the Shadow's Sovereignty. The pilot, Nelson, repeatedly checked all Auspex systems, then opened his comm to report the anomaly to his Gene Father. Father, the Auspex arrays are flickering irregularly. Intervals range from seconds to tens of seconds. Different systems lose signal for milliseconds. I also feel. The winner said, uncertain, that fate here is disturbed. There is a dissonance. The Gyrinx John's eyes were deep. He scratched the deck uneasily. I feel it too. As Sequence 5 winners, they had begun to actively control their own luck, accumulating it through self-restraint. Now, the flow of fate was blurred, impossible to grasp. Target Rune C6. Altitude 1 kilometer. Nareth set down his data slate. The Auspex Matrix Master had submitted a rather brief report. The Matrix had not even detected life signs. The only guide was the energy fluctuations captured by the etheric reader. He chose the location with the highest energy reading. It was the most likely place to find the Blade of Shadows. After giving the order, he picked up the Osiris Mind Staff. Knowing the Blade of Shadows not only ignored defenses but could also harm the non-material realm, he did not enter the enumeration to release his light body. As he shook the blue staff, light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. His gaze deepened. The physical world faded. Points of mental light on the surface rapidly enlarged. Ripples of intense emotion and primal impulse rippled in his eyes. He saw moaning purple vortices, pustules of green fear. Rough, hard red reefs shook. Ripples spread. Red vortices spun and grew. The target location is a battlefield. After the men from the divination obtained the Blade of Shadows and his power increased, one of his possible actions is to launch a series of campaigns to conquer the world. As he thought, he set down the staff. He did not zoom in on the blood-red vortex. Not only his light body, but even his mind's eye could be harmed. He remembered that the one who got the Blade of Shadows was a psyker. With a relic, he might sense mental probing. Through the narrow viewport, the battlefield came into view. He was surprised. It was nothing like his imagined image of the wielder of a great sword rampaging and slaughtering freely. The battlefield was chaos. Naked humans, their bodies painted with the Chaos 8-pointed star in blood, had no clear allegiances. A burly man, his arm merged with a great axe, split a woman covered in spines, her waist twisting violently, then lunged at a fat, pus-covered man. A pale giant, surrounded by flies, laughing, slammed his fists down, crushing a thin figure with 9 strange eyes, holding a black wooden staff. Open the hatch. He gave the order, then flew out on his golden wings. He circled, taking in the entire battlefield. Thick, viscous blood covered the plain. The shrieks of the dead echoed, lingering in his ears. The Primarch felt a stir. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. In the thick, red mist, the souls of the dead did not rise to the sea of souls. They were drawn down, into the hazy shadow. Death. Soul. Shadow. Sacrifice. Blade of Shadows. Inspiration struck. Tech Priest Cobra thought he was doing archaeology, but was actually being manipulated by Belaker to gather his relics. Then, the one who got the Blade of Shadows may not be its master. Belaker may control more than one. With this thought, he focused. The black wolf Freddy leaped. Black mist churned. He sprouted 4 legs. The maddened chaos worshippers' eyes lost their red. Their movements slowed. In the softly echoing poetry, their tense muscles relaxed. They dropped their weapons, falling to the ground in a series of thuds. Nareth looked at the ground, at the point where the etheric blood mist was drawn. Light flickered in his eyes. He thrust his right hand. Telekinesis spread. Boom. The ground shook violently. A fissure opened. His wings beat. He flew into the deep crack. The Gyrinx John leaped. Crackling sounds came from his paws, exceptionally harsh in the silent battlefield. The Primarch tore through layers of rock, advancing over a kilometer in moments. The blood-red mist suddenly vanished. Darkness spread. He saw malevolent eyes and a figure vaguely resembling the blurred figure from the divination. He was nearly 3 meters tall. One hand held a great sword, taller and wider than himself. His chest was split open. A row of sharp teeth trembled. On his right chest was a blood-red Chaos 8-pointed star. His left arm raised a staff. The etheric blood-red mist churned. The shrieks of souls from other battlefields echoed, drawn to an altar. The altar was connected to an obsidian staircase, the entrance to the underground. To reach the altar quickly, he had not wasted time searching for the hidden entrance. He had forced his way. He keenly noticed the altar seemed unreal, as if it did not truly exist in reality. The Chaos 8-pointed star blazed with blinding light. In the gap between matter and void, a shadow-wrapped, blade-sharp claw tore the veil, bit by bit. Indeed, he is performing a sacrificial ritual. His victory was likely orchestrated by Belaker. Psykers are better able to understand and perform rituals. He stared at the greatsword. Its dazzling spiritual luster was mesmerizing. Belaker, you lost it. Don't think you can take it back. Not only the Blade of Shadows, but the other relics as well. As he thought, shadows spread, obscuring the altar's blazing light. The Psyker let out an inhuman, piercing shriek, like a bat or a vulture. His left arm burst. His staff aimed at the altar, unleashing a deep light. His right arm swung the greatsword, striking at Nareth. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 679, Chapter 678, Belaker, I'm not interested in your deal. I only want your shadow blade. The Blade of Shadows, wreathed in eerie light, vanished rapidly from Nareth's sight. He was startled. He glanced at the altar. The veil was not fully torn. The claw reaching through the rift had not fully entered reality. His disappointment was fleeting. Then he felt danger. The Mentor of Disorder's wings beat, lifting him, as his psychic energy surged. Telekinesis, amplified by the layered multi-prism, expanded. The surging telekinetic vortex spun into a storm, its fluctuations beyond the Primarch's control, grinding the surrounding rock to dust. As he rose, the Psyker's arm became ethereal, wrapped in a dark light. His arm seemed both real and unreal, twisting and extending unnaturally. With a short, sharp crack, the force field shield, which even a warlord titan would struggle to break, shattered. In the clash of supernatural forces, he finally caught sight of the thrusting dark light. It pierced the layered telekinesis, the facets of psychic prisms. The mentor of disorders' right side collapsed. His left arm rose, muscles rippling. The hand order slammed down. Golden light and shadow clashed, unleashing a series of supernatural explosions. The blade of shadows appeared in reality, its gleaming, dark light flickering. His arm tingled. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. The psyker wielding the blade of shadows had strength rivaling Ferrus Manus's silver hand. The blade of shadows likely contains the gifts of the four that Belisarius somehow merged with his power. As he thought, shadows spread from the altar. A chill mist condensed on the rock. Nareth, what impressive foolishness. You are a Primarch of the anathema. Mortals see you as a demigod. Even in the Empyrean, they sing of the fire of your power, having defeated the Wolf King and the Gorgon. The voice, like scraping, pierced the armor Vulcan had forged. It was filled with mockery. But you fail to realize that my power here is unsurpassable. I am disappointed. As the voice spoke, everything around seemed to wither and decay. White mist rose. The corners of Nareth's mouth turned up. He said carelessly, "If your power were truly unsurpassable, you wouldn't need to use this decay spell to attack my mind." Though his words were mocking, he did not underestimate the threat. In an instant, he ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state, resisting the shadow spell's assault. I am the Prince of the Warp, the King of Kings, the firstborn of the gods. Belisarius' voice cracked like a whip. Thousands of mental razors, capable of shredding flesh and soul, swept towards him. Supernatural mental clashes erupted in the ethereal realm. Occam's shadow razors, which could strip consciousness, shot towards the golden Thelema light rising from his spine. Boom, boom, boom. The rippling waves spread into the gap between reality and illusion, producing a piercing tear. The veil's screech echoed in his mind. He felt the Shadow Lord's claw drawing closer, its cold scratching at his armor. He decided not to give it a chance to fully descend, to unleash all its power. The mentor of disorders' psychic energy surged, locking onto the blade of shadows. Usurper. Belisarius roared. You dare touch my sacred relic. At his roar, the puppet he controlled raised its staff. Hundreds of shadows materialized. The blade of shadows became ethereal in the phantasmal illusion. Just as it was about to vanish into the shadows, the staff in the psyker's hand suddenly trembled. The blade of shadows' ethereal form slowed. One shadowy afterimage vanished. Oh! A faint, nearly imperceptible sound of surprise. The altar flared with a dark light. The claw beyond the veil retracted slightly. Shadow power enveloped Belisarius' puppet. Its body grew ethereal, seeming to waver between reality and illusion. The blade of shadows' blade rapidly faded. Just as it was about to vanish completely, a figure spiraled down. The Gyrinx John's black eyes fixed on the strange figure gripping the greatsword. The winner's psychic energy surged. Swoosh. What vanished was not the blade of shadows, but another shadow. Belisarius' puppet, shrouded in misfortune, failed again. The psyker raised its staff. Beams of dark light rose. One by one, the afterimages faded. But the blade of shadows remained in reality, the unknown power clinging to it like a cursed leech. The winner could inflict limited misfortune on enemies, making them unlucky. This misfortune amplified the disorder effect, causing the shadow spells to fail in succession. Boom. A flash of light from the altar tore a small rift in the veil. A beam of dark light shot from the warp. The dark light, like a devouring vortex, swept towards Nareth, now above the psyker. A meter from him, it suddenly bent, as if rebounding. The spinning dark light flew towards John. The winner's first stood on end. His psychic intuition screamed danger. Without time to think, he released his accumulated luck. Crack! A meter above him, a falling rock suddenly struck another. The trajectory of the rock, which would have grazed him, shifted, slamming into him. He was knocked sideways. The dark abyss grazed him, consuming the fur on his left side. He looked at his body in terror, gasping. He knew that if that dark light had hit him, it would have consumed everything. Not only his body, but his soul. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a piercing scream echoed. He looked. The strange human with the split chest had been completely shattered. His master's fist had smashed him to the ground. Nareth punched Belisarius' puppet down, his right hand grabbing its mutated claw. It felt like grabbing a cloud of mist. The strange claw flickered between reality and illusion. He nearly missed. The mentor of disorder channeled psychic energy without reserve through his fingertips. The ethereal claw suddenly solidified, then he gripped it tightly. His back collapsed. His arm muscles rippled. His hand, power burst. With a crack of breaking bone, the claw was crushed to bloody mist. The moment he grasped the blade of shadows, he felt an explosion within. Threads of law filled his eyes. His body, mind, and spirit merged. I have digested the Mentor of Disorder potion. He intuitively felt the kingdom of disorder tremble. A new layer opened. Before he could examine the black misted realm, he felt the greatsword in his right hand tremble. An icy voice sounded in his ear. Nareth, let's make a deal. You don't know what this blade is, how it was created. It is something you cannot control, cannot possess. I refuse. The Mentor of Disorder shook his head. Belisarius, I'm not interested in your deal. I only want your blade of shadows. As he spoke, he focused. His waist muscles rippled. A green teardrop talisman rose. He shouted in Dunnick, silence. Whoosh. An invisible force spread. Everything calmed. The blade of shadows stopped trembling. Belisarius' whispers vanished. With a thought, black mist appeared in his palm. Silently, the blade of shadows vanished. His wings beat. His boots slid, crushing the vacant-eyed psyker beneath. With a crack, the shadow-solidified body was crushed to pulp. Light flickered in his eyes. Telekinesis spread. Everything on the ground was ground to dust. He flew up, grabbing John, and opened the Vox channel. Prepare for orbital bombardment. Completely destroy this planet. Though he had taken the blade of shadows, this world was utterly corrupted, beyond purification. He decided to issue exterminatus to destroy it completely. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 680, Chapter 679, Prematurely Unlocking the Shadow Space, I will take Belisarius' throne as Dark Master. As the Shadow Sovereignty's lances rained down on the demon world, Nareth went to the 7th layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He looked at the spinning greatsword. It was vastly different from what he had seen before. Without its shroud of dark light, it looked like a simple broadsword, far larger than normal. The blade had bulges and depressions on both sides. Near the hilt, on one side, 3 blades of decreasing length jutted out, on the other, 1 long and 2 short blades. He could see even more without activating his spirit vision. Clumps of gray, condensed into runes of various sizes and shapes, surrounded 4 differently colored points of light. A claw, the size of a child's palm, gripped a large cluster of light. Another cluster, a sphere covered in shadow patterns, spun. The points of light were scattered across the blade, but concentrated in 4 areas. At the tip and edges, red, within the blade, green, at the hilt, purple, within the markings, blue. After a moment's thought, drawing on his memory, he guessed their corresponding powers. The blade's main component was gray, Belisarius' shadow power. The 4 colored points were the remnants of the 4's gifts to Belisarius, the first demon prince. Perhaps not all of what he had retained, but at least significant fragments. Red, Khorne's power, making the blade of shadows sharper. Blue, Tsench's power, amplifying shadow spells. Green, Nurgle's power, making the blade more resilient. Purple, Slaynish's power, making the blade of shadows more agile and swift. He stared at the blade of shadows, sighing. I must admit, Belisarius, the Dark Master, has some skill. But this may not be good for me. He understood, from concocting potions, that the ingredients provided the necessary characteristics. If the potion required only shadow power, then the 4's power would be impurities, potentially rendering the potion useless. He would have to have the Prometheus Tierney steal the 4's power, crafting it into a containment artifact. But there was another possibility. Belisarius may have become the Dark Master after becoming the Demon Prince of Chaos Undivided, when he already possessed great power. The 4's power might have merged with him, inseparable. Each relic fragment might contain both shadow power and the 4's power, just not as much as was deliberately sealed in the Blade of Shadows. He looked at the Blade of Shadows. After a moment's thought, he decided. When he found the next relic fragment, he would examine it for the 4's power and divine it. Then he would decide. With this thought, he stepped forward, not to the 12th layer, but to the shadow side. He passed through layers of space filled with gleaming orbs, reaching a new layer. The moment he arrived, he saw it was filled with shadows. Shadows from the majestic dome. Concealed shadows from golden light. His eyes deepened. The previous layers, when unlocked, had corresponded to abilities and belonged to the real side. This layer was formless, a space of shadows. He did not need to guess. With his increased authority, the layer's information appeared in his mind. This layer was the shadow power that the Earl of the Fallen would command. He was surprised. In his memory, the Earl of the Fallen did not command shadow power. This is the source's self-completion. That is why Belisarius' relic fragment is required. I have unlocked this layer early. He immediately realized that, like the 11th layer, unlocked early due to his unique perpetual transformation, this new layer was unlocked early as a consequence. Now, he had unlocked another new layer. He recalled the brief tremor in the black misted realm when the Blade of Shadows entered. Perhaps the 12th layer would have unlocked, or the second shadow layer. But because I obtained the Blade of Shadows, it became the shadow space. After pondering the cause, he considered the layer's effect. He could sign contracts, witnessed by their shadows, directly linking their souls. Violation would harm the shadow's spirit, a powerful curse. As the master of this layer, he could, using symbolic shadow power, secretly modify key clauses the moment the contract was signed, giving the other party less or making them pay more. He immediately thought of similar demonic contracts. Ordo Malleus Inquisitors could make binding contracts with certain demons. The most famous and binding was the Malus Codicium of the future Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn, which could bind powerful demon hosts. The contracts on Iskandar Khaon's tarot cards were unbreakable, compelling obedience. The strongest are the contracts of Vashtor, the master of the soul forges, with the Four's demons. He knew Vashtor, the warp's greatest arms dealer, supplied resources for the Four's great game. The Four's demons, unable to fulfill their contracts in exchange for powerful demon engines, were bound and forced to serve Vashtor. Even though Vashtor was the warp's rare god of honesty, demons, by their chaotic nature, repeatedly broke their promises and were repeatedly bound. He considered other abilities. He first thought of the Sun Pathways Sequence 6 Notary. The main difference from the notary's contract is the parties involved. The notary acts as a third party, creating contracts for the transacting parties. In a shadow contract, I must be one of the parties. But I can secretly modify the terms without the other party knowing, taking extra profit. He then thought of the Death Pathways necromantic contracts. Necromantic contracts are limited to spirits. I can make shadow contracts with various living beings. But a spirit guide can use words of the dead to directly enslave spirits of similar or slightly higher power. A shadow contract cannot compel. The compulsion depends on my power and the target's will. He felt a slight disappointment. If he could force a shadow contract, he could now choose a few Primarchs, defeat them, and bring them here to sign one. The binding was based on their souls. It could bind any target, as the target's power itself formed part of the chain, stacking with his own. For targets clearly weaker than me, the binding force comes mainly from my soul. For those of similar strength, it is stacked. For stronger targets, it comes mainly from the target, stacked with my power. He thought of the demigod-level abilities he would gain as Earl of the Fallen, and the new layers. I hope I will have the ability to win over Perturabo then. He looked around. At least I can now make shadow contracts with some beings. He thought of the shadow power the Earl of the Fallen would surely command. B. Laker, it seems I will take not only your relic fragments, but also your throne as Dark Master. With this thought, he returned to reality. 14 solar days later, the planet shattered in a sudden, blinding flash. As the shadow's sovereignty departed the shattered world, Nareth's psychic projection crossed the void, arriving at Terra's golden palace. He glanced around. Not only Angron was absent. Hannibal was also missing. He sat silently. The subject of this war council was already apparent. The other Primarchs were also silent. Even Horus, the good elder brother, did not speak. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 681, Chapter 680, I won't be an executioner, but I will certainly take them. The Emperor, the Sigillite Malcador, the Captain General of the Custodes Constantine Valder, and the Fabricator General of Mars entered the Golden Palace in silence. After acknowledging the salutes, the Emperor's gaze swept over the Primarchs, settling on Constantine. Constantine understood. He half-turned, gripping the Apollonian spear, and spoke. After Hannibal and the Faceless returned to their homeworld, they continued to secretly raise Xenos. They released orc herds in the Lector Mountains. They grazed Exodites in the desolate forests. They allowed the Xenos to attack outsiders. Among the victims were a Mugos of the Mechanicum, 15 tech priests, and over 100 acolytes. The Fabricator General's Mechandrites crackled. His Vox synthesizer produced a harsh sound. Hannibal has committed blasphemy against the Omnisia's faithful. He must die to atone. Horus frowned. He had wanted to plead for Hannibal, but now could not. He had to consider the Mechanicum's stance. Incurring their hatred would be unwise. Hannibal will be punished. The Emperor's gaze swept over the Primarchs. He and his legion will be judged. All who have crossed the line will be punished. Sanguinius flinched slightly. He felt a chill. A thought arose, the Emperor's concerns went far beyond his son's personal needs. As Sanguinius trembled, the Emperor's gaze swept over the silent Primarchs. Fulgrim, Magnus, and Perturabo saw the tragedy of a father killing his son. Conrad Kerr's arms folded like a vulture's wings. His pale face was sorrowful. Jagatai's lean form slid backward like a warhawk. He drew back from the table, his psychic projection pressing against the rune-carved throne. Mortarian's expression darkened. He silently slid deeper into his robe. Guilliman, saddened, instinctively wondered if there was any political room for maneuver. His mind reached a conclusion in a second, whether to preserve the glorious image of the Great Crusade's commander, or to satisfy the Mechanicum, one of the Imperium's two heads. There was none. Ferrus Manus and Rogel Dorn were calm. But Ferrus's silver coin eyes flickered. Dorn's yellow-painted gauntlet, with its silver and red knuckles, trembled almost imperceptibly. Lion L. Johnson's expression was blank, but Luther's image involuntarily crossed his mind. The temperature in the Golden Palace dropped. The psychic projections took on a chill. Nareth's body trembled slightly. He thought silently. The original 11th Primarch would return to the Imperium in 927. Then, in 965, during a Space Wolves operation, he would be expunged from the records. Just 38 years. If I had not been chosen by the Kingdom of Disorder, even if I had wanted to change my fate, I might have been powerless. Heightened perception also means being more susceptible to corruption. He clenched his fist. He longed for power. He wanted to control his own destiny. The Mentor of Disorder's ambition blazed. His psychic projection flickered, then solidified. The flicker drew the attention of the other Primarchs, some more, some less, caught in their own grief. They looked at him. The Emperor's gaze fell on him as well. Seeing his projection solid again, he asked, "My Pegasus, will you, in my stead, carry out the punishment, and execute the criminal Hannibal?" The Primarchs looked at Nareth. They knew their father would give Hannibal no chance. Omegon recalled intelligence reports. His legion, passing through Nareth's territories, stopping at ports like Cypermundi, had seen hundreds of white-haired, withered shadows of orders. He and Alfarius had been incredulous when they first saw the reports. They had learned for the first time that Astartes could grow old and weak. There really were Xenos that could distort time. Combined with Perturabo's words, they began to believe that Shadows of Order had suffered heavy losses. But even with over 100,000 dead, Shadows of Order was still twice the size of the Faceless. This was the Alpha Legion's assessment, relying on their powerful intelligence network, knowing that Hannibal had gained great power from consuming Xenos, yet still could not match Nareth, who had defeated Manus and Russ. "My lord, I once commanded the Faceless. After Hannibal's return to the Imperium, I was tasked with teaching him to adapt to his duties. I do not wish to accept this task." Nareth did not want to be the good elder brother like Horus, nor did he want to be an executioner. He knew how Russ and the Space Wolves were perceived throughout the Imperium after wielding the blade. The Space Wolves' sinister image as executioners replaced their former image as barbaric but noble conquerors. No one in the Imperium believed the propaganda machine's image of Leman Russ as a wise warrior king. He was seen as a blood-stained tyrant on the Emperor's leash. Even his few brothers, like Guilliman, saw him as a cold executioner. Considering the Great Crusade had over 90 years left, he would have to interact with other Primarchs. And he thought of his image after the heresy. He could not be the executioner. Unless, during the heresy, he executed traitor Primarchs. "Emperor, I won't be an executioner. But I will certainly take them. My lord, not all of the Faceless have committed the crimes of raising Xenos and allowing them to prey on humans. I am willing to teach them to return to the right path, to continue serving the Great Crusade." The Emperor's expression was somber. Nareth had refused his command for the first time. He thought of the insight he had given Nareth, his mental powers, and that he had not yet returned the Dionysian spear to him. "Good. You will take command of the Faceless. You will review them one by one. Make them forget the past completely. Make them Shadows of Orders. The custodians will assist you. As you command." Nareth understood the implication. The Emperor wanted him to wipe the Faceless memories. The Emperor trusts neither Horus nor Fulgrim, despite their filial devotion. He wiped their memories after the Moro expedition. When he gave the Second Legion to Guilliman, he must have wiped their memories, integrating them completely into the Ultramarines. The Mortifactors chapter, founded by Sasebo Tezuka, with its culture of collecting skulls and consuming corpses, is clearly different from other chapters. It was likely founded on the bones of the Second Legion. Now, he is giving this task to me. Even with the custodians making the Faceless open their minds, only I or Magnus could do it for him. I must say, the Emperor knows how to make things easy for himself. As he thought, the Emperor looked at Leman Russ. "Russ, you will go to Lecter. In my stead, carry out the punishment on Hannibal." Russ's ice-blue eyes flickered. Then he bared his sharp teeth. "The wolves will carry out your command." As the war council ended, the Emperor and the other three were the first to leave. One by one, the psychic projections faded in silence. Nareth looked at Russ, who had deliberately shown a fierce smile. He spoke. Russ, wait a moment. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 682, Chapter 681, Russ, it's time to honor your promise. In the Golden Palace, after the other Primarch psychic projections had vanished, Nareth spoke to Russ. Russ, remember that you owe me a promise. Leman Russ's ice blue eyes turned fierce. His face ached. Scenes from Dullan flashed through his mind. Jorin's 13th Great Company. The wolves' Canis Helix malignant mutation. The Dullanites capturing the mutated wolves and displaying them publicly. His helpless plea to Nareth to keep the secret for him and his wolves. He had agreed. He had kept his word, never again speaking against Nareth or the Shadows of Order. The wolves hunted for him on Fenris. He still owed Nareth a promise. State your demand. Russ's gaze was sharp, his voice cold. I will not accept any unreasonable demand. He emphasized the word reasonable. He held the power to interpret it. I want to bury Hannibal. Give me his body. Though he would not be the executioner, he still wanted the greatest prize, a Primarch's body. A Primarch's body was a treasure trove. One that had consumed so many Xenos was even rarer. When he had made his demand of Russ on Dullan, he had been planning for this moment. As for the psychic ban at the Council of Nicaea, it wouldn't last long. Using the promise for that would be pointless. He didn't believe Russ would change his stance on psychic powers. That would be an unreasonable demand. Asking for Hannibal's body was different. Russ wouldn't violate the Emperor's orders for that. Russ looked at Nareth with a penetrating gaze. You're quite good at playing the good guy. I'll try to leave his body intact. Russ ended his psychic projection, vanishing before Nareth's eyes. 910.M30. As the Shadow Sovereignty in the 7th chapter set sail from the Kalium Gate, the Wolves' iron-gray warships filled the Lector system. Russ's harsh voice echoed on all Vox channels. Faceless. Your Primarch has committed evil. I have come by Father's command to carry out punishment. Some of you have not fallen as your father, and your battle brothers have. You have his mercy to thank for your chance to live. Lay down your weapons. Surrender. Await your fate. His voice was cold as ice. He roared his declaration. Hannibal, clean your filthy face. I will end your evil myself. The custodian's voice followed, deep as a well. By order of the Master of Mankind, Faceless, lay down your weapons. Lord Nareth, the Emperor's Pegasus, will arrive soon. He will give you a chance to live. As the repeated broadcasts echoed, a dozen yellow-brown warships lingered in orbit. Dozens more lowered their void shields, welcoming the wolves. More yellow-brown ships formed up, crashing against the iron-gray punitive fleet. Lances flickered, illuminating the system. Lasers, plasma, and torpedoes carved deadly paths with pure destructive force. The iron-gray and yellow-brown ships charged, exchanging dense broadsides as they passed. Silent explosions bloomed. Layered, destructive firestorms raged, filling the void. Engines imploded and disintegrated. Ships, losing control, plummeted, breaking apart in orange and yellow light. The wolves' brutal assault tore through the yellow-brown lines. The battle spread to the Second Legion's homeworld. Two legions that had fought side by side on the Wheel of Fire, purging orcs, now slaughtered each other without mercy. In the Faceless Legion fortress, neophytes Marone and Sasebo Tezuka looked at each other. In their eyes, the other's face was smooth, unmarked by volcanic ash. Neither had undergone the final ritual, the communion, under the guidance of a communion master. They read the concern in each other's eyes. The faint rumble of battle. The herds of Xenos, no longer hidden, driven into the fortress. The feasting frenzies, all told them time was short. Sasebo's hands moved rapidly, shuffling the Emperor's tarot. After 2 shuffles, he offered the deck to Marone. You do it. Sasebo, born on Terra, raised in the Emperor's light, had trained in the moonlight of Luna. He had only recently come to the homeworld. He believed he could better sense the Emperor's light, but Marone was a librarian aspirant. Though not skilled in foresight, he was a better seer. He had shuffled the deck. The divination's fate would include him. Marone nodded silently, spreading the cards on the iron table. Sasebo watched Marone's hand hover over the cards. He silently intoned. Emperor, grant us a sign. As the candles flickered, Marone quickly turned over 3 cards. A chariot stained with blood. A holy, flaming wing. A blizzard spreading across the sky. Sasebo stared at the cards, frowning, seeking the Emperor's revelation. The first card represents the present. Blood and death. Not surprising. The wolves' battle with us will stain Lector red. The second card represents the path we seek. The Emperor's revelation to us. A wing. Lord Nareth has golden wings. Marone's eyes were deep, his voice low. Our hope. Sasebo looked at Marone hopefully. Their divination was not just for themselves, but for the fate of nearly 4,000 neophytes. Since the legions returned to Lecter, the communion masters had ignored them. The neophytes felt forgotten. They had gathered around the wise Marone and the resilient Sasebo. Hope. Marone said definitively. Even that wolf said the fate of those who surrender will be decided by Lord Nareth. We have never committed evil. Lord Nareth will not turn his blade on us. Sasebo recalled blurred memories of Terra. The tales of Lord Nareth told in the hives. He was like the monarch coins brought to Terra by families like Vishur, extraordinary, majestic, noble. He lacked Russ's savagery and Angren's rage. He was inclusive. Should I surrender to the wolves? Wait for Lord Nareth's review. Marone nodded without hesitation. Yes. Sasebo breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the card revealing the future. Our future. Snow. Perhaps it is the trial Lord Nareth will give us. Or a new home. Or the path we must walk. Marone offered 3 uncertain possibilities. Regardless, we must act now. Sasebo nodded. Good. As Marone and Sasebo gathered the neophytes in the communion hall, Hannibal sat enthroned on a throne carved from Eldari bones. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 683, Chapter 682, The Whale Ring the Emperor gave Hannibal. Lecter, the Faceless Legion Fortress. In the Primarch's palace, 12 communion masters had carved a giant chair from 62 elegant Eldari bones. Spines, stacked layer upon layer, formed the backrest. Intact skulls, slightly different in shape, were set into it. Pelvises, fused, formed a seamless whole. Long, slender leg bones, tightly packed, supported the throne and Hannibal himself. Enthroned high, he lifted a slab of orc rib from a platter held by a servant, his movements as elegant as ever. A telekinetic had shaped them, temporarily preventing spore release, preserving the perfect fungal taste. He swallowed the rib calmly, watching the hololith before him. Iron-gray runes advanced steadily. Yellow-brown runes vanished. A communion master in yellow-brown armor approached the throne. Father, as you commanded, the forgotten neophytes, led by Marone and Sasebo, have banded together. They plan to surrender to the wolves. Hannibal rubbed his fingers. You seem confused by my command. They are your gene son, the communion master said coldly. They should be given the ritual, made into faceless, and fight the wolves to the death. I am giving them a choice. Hannibal swallowed the rest of his sentence. We have no choice left. His index finger, bent like a xenoscorpion's tail, stroked the ring on his thumb, its pattern blurred. His memory pulled him back to Terra. His body trembled. His vision filled with golden light. The light came from his father's eyes, from a supernatural realm. Hannibal. His father's voice was like thunder. Do you know what a whale is? The golden light faded. Hannibal found his thoughts. He replied, an aquatic creature of ancient Terra. Whales feed on fish and shrimp in the rich ocean. The emperor's eyes were deep, but they do not drain the sea dry. I understand. As he lowered his head, he saw the emperor's open hand and the golden ring. The dorsal fin was mottled. The tail fin was blurred, nearly transparent. The leaping body was barely discernible. You are Cetus. The emperor's voice was commanding. I have given you a gift. But you must restrain your appetite. Moderation. When had he lost the ability to restrain his desires? Thoughts raced through his mind, the indulgent gluttony after days of hunger on Lecter. The first taste of orc and fungal stew on the wheel of fire. The first taste of fear-infused Eldari desserts. The mustard-covered jellyfish Xenos. He shook his head. He couldn't pinpoint when he and his sons had slid into the abyss of gluttony. But his fate was sealed. They still have a chance. Nareth will treat them well. If I entrust them to another brother, Nareth is the best choice. He recalled Nareth's teachings on the Wheel of Fire, the various delicacies he had prepared, and the salamander meat he had given him. They won't become Gilliman's components. They can still enjoy good food. They won't succumb to gluttony like us. They will, like the Reapers becoming shadows of orders, under Nareth's guidance, master their power without being as tense as the Iron Hands. They won't be as brutish as the wolves, wasting good food. Thinking of the wolves, he rose from his throne, picked up his bone-inlaid greatsword, and strode out. The communion masters set down their knives and forks, picked up their weapons, and followed their Primarch. The heavy doors opened. The scent of blood hit them. Hannibal looked out. Ahead of the lines, 1st Company Captain Suarez and 2nd Company Captain Erlang led the yellow-brown faceless, holding off the iron-gray wolves. In the enemy ranks, a savage, massive figure was unleashing unrestrained fury. The two giant wolves beside him tore yellow-brown figures to the ground, shredding them, as savage as their brothers. Russ raised his pistol, two bolt guns spitting dense barrages, a torrent sweeping over the faceless. He lunged at Erlang, swinging his axe, Hellwinter. A faint green light flickered in Erlang's eyes. Green lines lit up on his body. His blade flashed. Russ spun his frost blade, the howling clash meeting the sword. With a crack, Erlang's arms trembled, but he had blocked a Primarch's savage blow. A flicker of surprise crossed Russ's eyes. He let out a deafening roar. The greater the power the faceless had gained, the deeper their fall. Russ roared, swinging his blade in a storm of blows. The howling storm, the thunderous impacts, drove Erlang back step by step. In agony, he lost control of his blade. His yellow-brown armor shattered. With a merciless chop, Russ split Erlang's body in two. Blood sprayed on his armor, instantly freezing into a thin frost by the frost runes. Russ! Hannibal roared. His elegant voice, from his split lips, was laced with bestial hisses and unearthly cries of pain. Hannibal! Leman Russ's ice blue eyes met his. Hannibal, look at yourself. How far you have fallen. Russ swung his blade. You don't know the power I have gained. Hannibal mocked, swinging his own sword. The inlaid Eldari runes lit up. Cold flames leaped from the blade. His swift blade shot, entangling the Wolf King's braided hair. Your whelps gained evil power and died for their crimes. Russ listed Hannibal's crimes. Sorcery. Xenos. Mutation. You have disgraced our father. You have mutated into a monstrosity. He howled, swinging his axe, driving his full destructive power against Hannibal's alien strength. The Wolf King's physique was much stronger. He should have had the advantage in strength. But the whale had drawn power from the Xenos he had consumed and agility. His fierce, decisive cuts matched Russ's in the clash. His agile, tricky strikes, swift and deft, overpowered Russ. In the exchange, Russ, driven by instinct, used the strength, speed, and cunning the Allfather had given him, fighting Hannibal to the death. After his complete defeat by Nareth on Dullen, he had unlocked his potential in the training cage. From his hunting experiences and from his wolf brothers, Freki and Jerry, he had found power beyond himself. The power of Fenris's fate line. The Fenrisians believe their fate line determines whether they die in the hot summer seas or on the winter ice, hard as iron. The rune priests often told Russ, no one can change his fate line. Not even you. Russ believed this. But when the Allfather gave him his mission, he gained a new understanding. If his ill-fated fate line meant he was born to kill his brothers, then that ill fortune was also his power. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 684, Chapter 683, Russ, since you've prepared a trophy for me, of course I won't refuse your duel challenge. On the first standard day of 911, the Shadows of Order fleet transitioned from the Mandeville Point. With a hum, the blinds lowered. Nareth stood before the viewport, staring at the burning wreckage of starships in the void. My lord, the custodians report that 63 faceless battleships have surrendered. They are under the Wolves' fleet's supervision. After a second silence, he asked about the Gloriana-class battleship. Is the killer whale among them? My lord, Auspex has detected the killer whale's keel tag. The ship has been destroyed. That asset is lost. Can't take the Gloriana. The wolves are too rough, too wasteful. He sighed inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Order the Reaper Lord to dispatch a fleet to take possession. He will accompany me to Lecter. He had brought the 7th chapter because of their special hatred for Sanchez, hoping they would issue another challenge, giving him another chance to take something from Leman Russ. On the bridge of the Third Great Company's flagship, the Nidhogg, Wolf Lord Ogvi Helmshroth stared at the magnified image on the view screen. Shadows of Order. He recalled the night sky over Dullen, learning that his Wolf King had been defeated by Nareth, left unconscious. He fingered the plasteel hand-axe at his belt nervously. The heavy silver ring in his lower lip trembled. He spoke, his voice irritable. Send a message to the wolves on the surface. Tell them Nareth is here. His sunken eyes held the gaze of a hunter. Prepare a stormbird. I'm going to the surface. He wanted to see for himself the Nareth who had defeated the Lord of Winter and War. On Lecter's surface, Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company, swung his great axe, felling the last yellow-brown armored faceless before him. He glanced at the information flashing on his tactical display. His body froze. 7 red arrows. Sanchez. His voice was heavy. Humiliating memories flashed through his mind. He had failed the Wolf King's trust. He had found no evidence of Shadows of Order abusing sorcery. He had lost the duel. The Wolf King had lost the Russ cloak. The Allfather's artisans had woven it from the pelt of the great wolf Black Mane. It belonged to the Wolf King. Now it hung on Sanchez's shoulders. A humiliation he could never wash away. Beside him, Rune Priest Other Wordmake's eyes held a deep-seated hatred. His left leg ached. His prosthetic creaked. He had not only failed the Wolf King's mission but had been played like a fool by Sanchez. He had lost his leg. Wordmake looked up, sensing something. He saw a black metal bird descending. Its outline was like an Imperial Aquila, particularly grating. It was pitch black. Nareth is quite leisurely. He comes here as if on a diplomatic mission. Wordmake said with disgust. The wolves had no Aquila lander. Diplomacy was the way of the Shadows of Order, of the Luna Wolves, the Blood Angels, the Emperor's Children, and the Thousand Sons. Not the wolves' way. The pitch black was even more grating than the white, red, and purple of those legions. If only Jorin hadn't destroyed the faceless yellow-brown cannons. One shot at Nareth's craft. Jorin, Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company, swung his axe, slamming it into the gaping maw of 1st Company Captain Suarez. The frost blade was cold. It split the sharp teeth. As blood sprayed on his armor, he heard his Wolf King's roar. Having fought alongside him for years, Jorin immediately recognized the Wolf King's uncontrollable pain. He turned in panic. He saw a gleaming blade slash past his side, taking a chunk of flesh. He breathed a sigh of relief. He saw the Wolf King's left arm gripping Hannibal's right arm. Your fate line is severed. Russ, guided by the fate line, had caught Hannibal's arm. He dropped Hellwinter. He had promised Nareth to keep Hannibal's body intact. He lunged at Hannibal, grappling him like a wrestler, roaring as he lifted him. Marone, Sasebo, and the other neophytes, who had walked out of the Legion fortress unarmed, watched Russ smash their Genefather onto his knee. The sound of his spine breaking tore through them. They fell to their knees, tears streaming. Russ's right hand caught the tumbling body. His left hand rose, gripping Hannibal's throat. He squeezed. His blow was precise. He crushed Hannibal's throat, crushed his fate line, but kept his neck intact. His head and body remained connected. Father. The remaining faceless cried in sorrow. Russ's ice-blue eyes dimmed. He crouched slowly, his left hand gently wiping the blood from the yellow-brown armor. As he wiped away the blood, he seemed to wipe away his ill-fated fate line. He rose. His gaze hardened. He threw his head back in a long, victorious howl. The wolves howled in triumph, their cries instantly drowning out the mourning. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded, drowning out both howls and mourning. Faceless. The battle is over. Lay down your arms. I will review you. The voice echoed in every faceless mind, resonating deep within. They instinctively obeyed the commanding voice, releasing their weapons. Clang, clang, clang. As weapons fell, they looked up at the sky. Golden wings tore through the burning sky. A dazzling light pierced the black smoke. Lord Nareth. Marone saw the light of hope. Lord Nareth. Sasebo saw the revelation of the Emperor's tarot. They walked towards the light, filled with hope. Russ silently picked up Hellwinter. He walked towards the descending Nareth. Nareth, I have kept my promise. Hannibal's body is yours. Nareth's gaze swept over Russ, then was drawn to the gleaming psychic light. A golden ring. Spiritual luster. The Emperor gave him Hannibal's ring. An unexpected gain. I have acquired a second ring. He withdrew his gaze and said to Russ, you kept your promise. Do you remember the challenge I issued? Russ's chest burned with fire. He needed a decisive victory to wash away the shame of his defeat by Nareth and to cleanse his ill-fated fate line. Nareth's gaze swept over Russ's frostblade axe. Hellwinter. I took your Krakenmaw. You made this frost blade from the Kraken's fang. Russ, since you've prepared a trophy for me, of course, I won't refuse your duel challenge. Russ's ice-blue eyes were cold as knives. This time, I will win. He had mastered the fate line. Term correction Kraken's Bane - Krakenmaw. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 685, Chapter 684, Russ, your armor is broken. Let me get you a new set. Nareth walked to Hannibal's body. He slowly lifted it, as if not wanting to disturb a sleeping figure. The faceless let out anguished roars and charged at Russ. The wolves let out war cries, swinging their weapons as they charged. Just as the slaughter was about to erupt again, Shadows of Orders of the 7th chapter, riding Katakan wolves, swiftly cut between the yellow-brown and iron-gray lines. The loudspeaker's voice echoed across the smoke-filled battlefield, the battle is over. Stop. The wolves slowed, but still gripped their weapons, ready to charge. The faceless who still retained their reason also stopped, reluctantly. Over 1,000 faceless, with prominent cheekbones and teeth sharper than wolves, roared and attacked the black-armored warriors. Anesthetize. First Company Captain Tebow ordered loudly. Katakan stingthorns, soaked in Nasirian anesthetic, shot out. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Countless sharp thorns pierced power armor, releasing the anesthetic into the faceless bodies. With a series of thuds, Marone and Sasebo, in yellow-brown armor, led the neophytes towards Nareth. Grief had shattered their training-forged will. They stared blankly at the crystal sarcophagus, their sorrow palpable. Though the custodians had conveyed the Emperor's judgment, their gene-father lay within. They were also uncertain about the future. They had lost their Primarch. The wolves' heavy blood scent, the burning faceless bodies, made them uneasy and angry. It was only when Lord Nareth turned and walked towards them that they snapped out of their complex thoughts. The neophytes remembered Leman Russ's challenge to Lord Nareth. Their wet eyes lit up. Scenes from the Communion Masters after-dinner stories flashed through their minds. Under Dullin's night sky, Lord Nareth had defeated Russ in a duel. Though each Communion Master told a different story, some spoke of Lord Nareth as blue-white blade, his dazzling swordsmanship disarming Russ of the Krakenmaw, others told of Lord Nareth as golden fist, crushing Russ's face, leaving him unconscious for 3 days. They walked excitedly towards the revelation of the Emperor's tarot. Golden light in their eyes dispelled the iron-grey gloom. Faceless neophyte Marone greets Lord Nareth. Marone knelt on one knee, emphasizing neophyte to show they had committed no crimes. Sasebo Tezuka greets Lord Nareth. Nareth's eyes flickered. He remembered that name. During the second founding, Ultramarines Captain Sasebo Tezuka was ordered to found the Mortifactors chapter. Following the Emperor's tarot, he found the dark world of Pozil and built the Mortifactors Legion fortress there. Indeed, the Mortifactors, with their skull-collecting, corpse-eating culture, are not Guilliman's sons. They are the faceless he took in. Their culture is completely different from that of other Ultramarine successors. They are also unusually distant from their parent chapter and other successors. He recalled that when the Ultramarines were in crisis and asked the Mortifactors for aid, they had to adhere to their chapter's culture, and received only a single company as reinforcement. But when they sensed a death omen, believing in the Emperor and death, they sent all their companies to the Third War for Armageddon, nearly being annihilated. It will take some effort to truly win them over and make them loyal to me. His eyes deepened. He made a connection. The original Hannibal likely participated in the Rangdan War, massively raising and consuming Xenos. He was then discovered, and Russ was ordered to kill him. After the Dark Angels lost approximately 150,000, Guilliman took in the faceless screened by the Emperor. The Ultramarines reached 166,000 in 899, becoming the largest legion. As he thought, the yellow-brown figure saw the approaching giant. They felt an urge to submit. The majestic figure, more imposing than the iron-grey giant they hated and despised, seemed to make the very planet beneath him but a stage for a demigod walking the earth. They instinctively knelt. With a series of thuds, Jorin quickly walked to Russ's side. He saw the wolf priest step back. The wound on the Primarch's left side, inflicted by Hannibal, had stopped bleeding. The Wolf King had killed another Primarch. Hannibal, who had gained great power by consuming Xenos. Jorin raised his head proudly, turning towards the crystal sarcophagus. He saw the figure with 7 red arrows on his shoulder, standing beside a Fenrisian thunderwolf larger than a rhino. A shadow fell across his murky eyes. He fingered Hellwinter, letting its cold suppress the surging battle lust. All the wolves' failures began with his defeat by Sanchez. He had lost the hunt, allowing Sanchez to gain the chain's word at his waist, forged from the fang of the largest kraken on Fenris, along with the Krakenmaw. To reclaim it, the wolves had issued a challenge. The 6th Legion's former Legion Master, Enoch Rathvin, had lost the Russ Wolf Helm at the Wheel of Fire system, forged by the Allfather's artisans for the Wolf King upon his descent to Fenris. Now, it sat on Sanchez's face. Even though it covered his face, just standing there, he was repulsive. Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company, had lost the cloak woven from the pelt of Fenris's great wolf black mane during the Rangdan War. The fluttering cloak was so grating. Russ's ice-blue eyes caught Jorin's bristling beard. He smiled. His ill-fated fate line seemed to fade. He walked to Jorin and patted his shoulder. "Old friend, want to fight with Sanchez?" "Yes, Wolf King," Jorin admitted. "But I'm not certain of victory. Sanchez is stronger than faceless 1st Company Captain Suarez." Russ knew Jorin had always been unwilling to accept defeat from losing a hunt on Fenris before becoming a space wolf. On Dulin, Jorin, troubled by the Canis Helix malignant mutation, had not been in the mindset for a challenge. "Old friend, I will support you." Jorin's murky eyes lit up, then he hesitated. "Lord Nareth will want higher stakes. I don't want you to pay the price for my loss." "I will bear it," Russ said loudly. Even if you lose, I will win it back. He walked towards Nareth. The Allfather had woven his fate line. An executioner's fate line. He had also grasped his brother's fate lines. Frecky and Jerry flanked him, watching the gyrinx's gleaming, black onyx eyes uneasily. John's gaze passed over the two giant wolves. As a winner, they were no threat, even though they had torn apart over a dozen faceless. Even on his unluckiest day, and their luckiest. The old wolf behind Russ, however, was a seasoned hunter, a threat. Nareth had heard Russ and Jorin's conversation. Though they used the wolves' battle tongue, he had learned it, and the hearth tongue, during his visit to Fenris. Bringing Sanchez was a wise decision. The seasoned provoker, wearing Russ's gear, would stir the combative wolves. Let's see what trophy I should choose. The corners of his mouth flattened. He turned calmly. Nareth, Jorin wants to fight your son, Sanchez. I stake these. Russ raised the two bolt guns in his left hand. Nareth glanced at the spitter and the biter. They were twin-linked, but unlike future storm bolters, seamlessly integrated. His gaze shifted to the frost armor on Russ's body. He recognized the Fenrisian runes etched on it, mostly matching those recorded in the barrows of the first kings. He could discern Martian craftsmanship, but something else. Elavagar. I recall this armor has threefold blessings. Magnus, unleashing his full psychic power, only cracked it, didn't destroy it. Besides Fenris and Mars, could the other blessing be from the Emperor himself? His eyes lit up. He looked at the armor, shattered on the left side, thinking to himself. Russ, your armor is broken. You might as well not wear it. Let me help you. I'll take it. You can get a new set. I must say, I'm always thinking of you. With this thought, he pointed at Russ's frost armor. I want that. Good. Russ agreed readily. Whatever the stakes, even if Jorin lost, he would win it back. I must first complete the Emperor's task, reviewing the faceless. On one hand, he wanted to get to the various battlefields quickly, to save as many faceless as possible from the wolves. On the other hand, he wanted to win the faceless loyalty by letting them witness the duel. From his memory of the future Mortifactor's distant relationship with the Ultramarines, he knew that simply implanting suggestions would not win the faceless loyalty. Of course, it was also possible that when the Emperor wiped their memories, he had implanted loyalty to him, not Guilliman. But he knew his own mental powers were significantly inferior to the Emperor's. If he could let them witness his defeat of Russ, who had killed their gene father, and then, during the memory wipe, reinforce their gratitude towards him, aided by his Beyonders abilities, he could win them over. Even with their memories erased, deep in their minds, beneath the conscious, there would be residual impressions. Good. Russ turned and walked. Don't keep me waiting. Nareth walked through the wolves, towards the halted faceless. Two custodians followed. I am here by the Emperor's command. His voice echoed across the battlefield, drowning out the wolves' clamor. Faceless, lay down your arms. As long as you have committed no crimes, you will be pardoned. You will be given new life. The faceless stared at his majestic form and the two custodians beside him. One by one, they dropped their weapons. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 686, Chapter 685, Russ, you can wear it a while longer, I'll strip you later. Lecter, the Florence Gorge. The cliffs were lined with rows of Astartes. They came from 3 legions. Soon, there would be 2. On the gorge's right stood the iron-gray armored space wolves. They were the pack that had shattered the 2nd Legion's homeworld. On the gorge's left, Shadows of Order's Honor Guard and the 7th chapter were positioned at either end. Between the black-armored warriors stood the faceless, in their yellow-brown armor for the last time. Soon, their memories would also be erased. They were unarmed. Most were not mutated or had only minor mutations with inconspicuous bestial traits. Some had their prominent cheekbones softened, flattened, and smoothed with agents mixed by Shadows of Order's apothecaries. Others had their bestial claws and hooves removed, replaced with prosthetics provided by the savant. Behind them, the golden-armored custodians watched their backs. 36,274. That was the maximum number Nareth had secured from the custodians. In his view, the over 20,000 who had fought alongside the wolves, slaughtered, should also have been spared, sent to battlefields as dangerous as the Rangdan and Hrud campaigns. Just like the Canis Helix mutated wolves and the future blood angels suffering the Black Rage, they could be sent to the most dangerous battlefields. But the Emperor clearly did not agree. The custodians, representing the Emperor, had made the faceless lay down their arms and obey Nareth's orders, but also prevented Xenos from continuing to exist, tarnishing the image of his death angels. Nareth, delving into the minds of the most mutated faceless, found they had all committed the crime of raising Xenos. He had no grounds to object. In the gorge, Leman Russ and Jorin walked towards Nareth and Sanchez. His ice-blue eyes were cold as knives. He slapped Jorin's back, producing a dull thud. Old friend, they think they've already won. They're using us as propaganda tools. Teach them a lesson with your axe. Wolf King, I will not disappoint you. Jorin gripped his frost axe. He had abandoned his usual chain axe, choosing a weapon similar to his Wolf King's. Both to forget the gloom and glaring blood of Dulin, and to emulate his Wolf King, to inspire himself. On the right cliff, Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company, recalled Indrasal, the powerful flame sorcery Sanchez had unleashed under the Sloth of Suppression. A shadow fell across his face. He looked at the talismans on his iron-gray armor, asking the rune priest beside him, oh, their wordmake. Will the wolf talismans really block Sanchez's flame sorcery? Wolf Lord, wordmake gripped his staff, his eyes fixed on Sanchez. All the rune priests have blessed Wolf Lord Jorin. He forced his gaze to Jorin, staring at the all-seeing eye on his chest. The sun disk was thick and bright, said to reflect all sorcery. Sorcery will not work on him. He deliberately raised his voice. The storm power of Fenris swelled his simple leather cap, flapping. The 6 bristling wolves behind him threw their heads back and howled. The Wolf Lord will win. Wolf Priest Ulbander of the 13th Great Company roared, cheering for his Wolf Lord. The 13th Great Company roared in unison. They were the Wolf King's most trusted and honored guard. Each grey-bearded commander had been part of the Wolf King and Jorin's brotherhood before the Allfather's descent to Fenris. They had weathered countless storms, yet still walked the path of augmentation, paved with death. If anyone could defeat Sanchez, it was Jorin. The wolves clamored, pounding their weapons. The giant wolves howled. Roars, clashes, hulls filled the gorge, the sound wave sweeping towards the opposite side. Sasebo Tezuka's anger rose. He shouted, Sanchez will win. The faceless roared in unison, releasing their pent-up emotions. Shadows of Orders of the 7th chapter were taken aback. The faceless were even more excited than they were. 7th Company Captain Pulte thought of the recent battle between the two legions, the blood they had spilled on each other, and was no longer surprised. The seasoned provoker raised his head and let out a strange howl. The shadows of Orders of the 7th chapter responded with a similar tearing sound, like a Katakan demon's blade claw. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless fierce gazes shifted from the yellow-brown faceless to the black shadows of Orders. The wolves, provoked, burned with rage. The humiliating memory Sanchez and his 7th chapter had left them stung their nerves. Thousands of blood-claw neophytes roared in fury, restless, until the seasoned grey hunters barked orders. Nareth glanced at the wolves. The corners of his mouth curved. He withdrew his gaze. Begin. Sanchez drew the kraken's fang and charged. His simple drawing of the blade made Jorin's murky eyes turn fierce and crimson. Rage surged. His frost axe heated under his hot breath. Roar. Jorin let out a wolf-like howl. He bounded from rock to rock in the gorge, leaping. As his outstretched arms closed, he paused in midair, then landed, twisting his broad frame, channeling all the power of his thick shoulders into the axe. The massive frost axe had a long, slender handle, perfectly balanced. The haft and blade were etched with intertwining, complex lines and grid-like patterns, gleaming with deadly edge. Sanchez took a deep breath. He thought of the wolves' rudeness to the Black Emperor. He put on his fury mask. He leaped to meet Jorin, the kraken's fang roaring, thrusting with the simplest Osbergwaja first pattern. Crash. Even from below, fury overpowered the descending Jorin, who had put his full strength into the blow. The kraken's fang, sharing its origin with the krakenmaw that had shattered icebergs, deflected the frost axe. Jorin's arms went numb. He was startled. He relaxed his arms, letting the axe slide, until his hands found the optimal grip, slightly behind the center of the haft. Then he tightened his grip and swung. The seasoned provoker spun his blade, twisting his body, the chain's word swinging. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of deafening clashes, Sanchez and Jorin passed each other, falling. His eyes deepened. He suddenly twisted his blade, thrusting into the axe's shadow. Screech. With a roar of the chain's word, the all-seeing eye shattered. A large gash opened in the iron-gray power armor. He flipped nimbly, landing calmly. You lose. The wolves' howls ceased abruptly, as if their necks had been squeezed. Sanchez had not used sorcery. He had easily defeated Jorin, Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company. Crash. Jorin slammed to the ground. His frost axe fell. He stared blankly at the gash in his chest. Slap. Russ's hand slapped his shoulder. Old friend, it's fine. Watch me win it back. He looked at Nareth. Jorin lost. I will take off the armor. I'll allow you to wear it a while longer. Nareth walked towards Russ, thinking to himself. Since you're about to give me Hellwinter, I'll strip you later. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 687, Chapter 686, Nareth, when you fight, go for the face. On the gorge's right, the space wolves fell silent. Sanchez had not used sorcery. He had defeated Jorin, Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company, cleanly. In the silence, Ogvi Helmshrout, Wolf Lord of the 3rd Great Company, blinked his sunken eyes. He turned his gaze stiffly to the black-armored, golden-winged figure in the gorge. Though Nareth was below, Ogvi felt as if he were looking up, not down. His upper lip pressed against the heavy silver ring piercing his lower lip, resisting the urge to kneel. He heard the clatter of armor around him. The wolves resisted the supernatural pressure with anger. Ogvi forced himself to shift from a battle of wills to a cold hunter's assessment of Nareth. He was taller than his wolf king and more robust. That was rare. A flicker of concern deep in his eyes. No, the wolf king will not lose to Nareth twice. The wolf king killed the fallen Hannibal. He had gained great power from his sinful consumption, but the wolf king still won. The concern in his eyes faded. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth like a full-grown wolf. His long canines spread as he let out a howl more wolf-like than any giant wolf's. The wolves, as if waking from a dream, howled in fury. Marone, the faceless neophyte and librarian aspirant, looked at the majestic figure in the gorge with hope. From his vantage point above, he could finally glimpse Lord Nareth's face. His features were distinct and noble. His obsidian eyes, deep as a whirlpool, drew him like a magnet. Their brilliant light made him dare not look directly. The raised golden wings, the blazing light, were the same light Marone had seen on the Emperor's tarot. Lord Nareth would surely defeat Russ, lighting the grey lecter sky, illuminating the dark path ahead. As he was lost in the light, the hated howls of the wolves sounded. His throat moved. Sound echoed in the light of his thoughts. Since the wolves' arrival on Lecter, the warp he perceived had become a world of light. Lord Nareth will win. The sound waves echoed, piercing the wolves' minds. Oh, their wordmake, Rune Priest of the Space Wolves' 5th Great Company, his eyes fierce, looked at Marone opposite him. Sorcery. He roared in High Gothic, raising his staff. The talismans on his body lit up. Boom. Thunder rumbled. A Fenrisian storm echoed over the gorge. The faceless expressions darkened. The iron-gray storm pressed down like black clouds. A pillar of holy light, wreathed in golden flames, fell from the sky. The sudden burst of light tore through the gray storm and clouds. The gloom over the faceless was dispelled. They followed the light. A black-armored chaplain of Shadows of Order, his arms raised as if embracing the sun. Many faceless recognized him. Martin, the Deputy Master of Chaplains of Shadows of Order, second only to the Master of Chaplains, Pat. During the screening, his eyes, filled with holy golden light, had left a deep impression. The newly promoted notary lowered his arms. He would not allow the wolves to provoke the Black Emperor. The golden light in his eyes was brighter than the wolves' amber irises. In the gorge, Nareth watched the commotion on both sides. He said to Leman Russ. They're getting impatient. It's time to begin. You've worn that armor long enough. Russ gripped Hellwinter tightly. His burning rage heated the cold fang of the Kraken. You think you can beat me again because you did it once? Of course. Nareth calmly drew the sword of Vol. On the night of Dullen, he had been a baron of corruption. Now, he had digested, mentor of disorder. He had grown since their last fight. Even without using beyonder abilities, he was confident of victory. Today, I will crush your arrogance. Russ swung his axe two-handed, putting all his strength into it. The resentment hidden during the Great Crusade poured out. The shame of his defeat on Dullen became burning power. The wolf pelts on his shoulders flapped violently. Talismans clinked against his iron-gray armor. Russ's speed exceeded most Astartes' vision. The afterimage of his axe swept towards Nareth like the storm ocean of Fenris. Sasebo Tezuka's expression changed. He recalled Russ brutally breaking his gene-father's spine, crushing his throat. A dazzling blue-white light suddenly blazed. With a deafening crash, he saw Lord Nareth's sword sweep aside the axe's shadow. He saw a flash of golden light, then was blinded by the spreading frost mist and the thunderous sparks of electricity. The storm's impact echoed in the gorge. The swift, ferocious exchange was dazzling. The space wolves waved their weapons, their hulls shaking the sky, praising the Lord of Winter and War. The waves of sound, like an avalanche, were nearly deafening. The unarmed faceless roared, their eyes filled with rage. The black-armored chaplains sang, leading the Shadows of Orders in rhythmic chants. The black tide swelled, drowning out the larger iron-gray and yellow-brown waves. The moment the black tide's sound overwhelmed the gorge, the mentor of disorders' back collapsed. His right arm bulged. With a loud clang, the blue-white blade engulfed the axe's shadow. Russ was thrown backward. Nareth's golden wings beat, carrying him forward. Each of the Mentor of Disorders strikes numbed Russ's arms. His bones creaked under the immense force. His body trembled as he fiercely drove his weight and power. He was more agile than the smaller Russ. His swift, tricky thrusts and parries kept Russ off balance. As they advanced and retreated, ornaments flew from Russ's iron-gray armor. His furs shredded. Neither of their armors showed a scratch. The blue-white blade avoided the iron-gray armor. Russ's eyes were cold. Nareth was arrogant. He saw the armor as his trophy and didn't want to damage it. You think you've already won? Hannibal was stronger than me, but I won. I will catch your fate, just as I caught Hannibal's. A flash of cunning crossed his eyes. He lunged forward. The blue-white blade slid, striking at his left side. As expected. He would only attack my exposed left side. Nareth, I have caught your fate. A gleam lit Russ's ice-blue eyes. Guided by fate, he swung his axe at Nareth's sword arm. Runes blazed. The axe howled, the charged blow like a storm. A chill struck Nareth. He was startled. Russ's sudden attack was beyond the physical, targeting his weakness. On the physical level, he could not dodge. But on the Beyonders level, it was different. Since digesting Mentor of Disorder, he could flatten his body from 1/4 to 3/5. His extension had also increased, from 2 to 3 times. The Mentor of Disorder's right arm muscle suddenly fell, like a scattering of insects, revealing the bone above, falling downward. The muscles continued to surge, making his arm's descent invisible at the physical level. The spinning axe grazed his black armor. The muscles surged to his back, bulging, then spreading to his left arm. The Mentor of Disorder suddenly raised his fist. His power gauntlet blazed. The armor must not be damaged. When you fight, go for the face. The golden light struck, swift. Crash. Russ's high-bridged nose shattered and collapsed. Blood hissed in the golden disassociation field. He let out a deafening cry of pain, piercing the wolf's howls. He spun, flying towards the right cliff. His iron-gray form flashed past the faceless eyes. The faceless erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lord Nareth is victorious. The executioner is defeated. The shadows of orders erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The full-fledged provoker, Tibo, shouted to the wolves. The monarch of Ostroia has again defeated the Wolf King of Fenris. The monarch is forever victorious over the Wolf King. Thousands of provokers echoed the taunting chant. The monarch is forever victorious over the Wolf King. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawisjinsu. Chapter 688, Chapter 687, Russ, you and your wolves, come often and bring gifts. The shockwave echoed in Leman Russ's mind, like thousands of hammers pounding his head, or thousands of golden needles piercing his brain. His eyes were black and blue. His vision was blurred, filled with crimson. His high-bridged nose was shattered. The flesh was torn by the disassociation field. The exposed bone creaked. Blood flowed like a waterfall, spilling a trail of crimson beads on the ground. He was weak. His right hand loosened its grip on Hellwinter. How could I lose? I caught Nareth's fate. No one, not even a Primarch, can change their own fate. He slammed into the right cliff, where the wolves stood. Crash. Falling rocks slammed onto him, one after another, with a series of thuds. Each rock made him shudder, forcing out more blood. As his body shook, the crashes echoed in his mind, scattering his thoughts. After the fleeting glimpses of rock and darkness, he stopped moving. As his consciousness blurred, countless images flashed through his mind: black armor, golden wings, a blue-white blade, a gleaming golden fist, and a faint fate, seeming to be in his grasp, yet slipping away, Nareth's fate. Did I really catch his fate, or not? The question echoed in Russ's mind, deep in his soul. With a rumble, a large fissure opened in the cliff face. Over a dozen wolves lost their footing, tumbling down, crashing against the rock. Ogvi Helmshrot, Wolf Lord of the Third Great Company, stood frozen. His amber irises were filled with golden light and splattered blood. The Wolf King lost. Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the Fifth Great Company, had the chant, "The monarch is forever victorious over the Wolf King," ringing in his ears. Sanchez didn't even use flame sorcery, yet he easily defeated Jorin. The Wolf King killed Hannibal, who had gained powerful, fallen strength, yet was again defeated by Nareth. Will the wolves always lose to Shadows of Order? Beside him, Rune Priest their wordmake's mechanical leg clicked. His cunning, gleaming gaze dimmed. The Wolf King lost again. No. There must be a way to defeat Nareth. Even if not, the shadows of order are not invincible. Wolf King. Jorin's vision was filled with his Wolf King's blood. He ran towards Russ in panic. His roar shook the lost wolves from their daze. They leaped, rushing to their Wolf King. Nareth walked calmly among the wolves. They instinctively avoided the majestic giant. They moved away from him with hatred and fear, like startled rats. The Mentor of Disorder channeled spiritual energy through his right hand. With a concept swap, the sword of Vol became a hook sword. He flicked his wrist. Hellwinter flew up. He sheathed the sword of Vol and caught the axe. He glanced at the wolves, frantically pushing aside rocks. Russ gave me Hellwinter. It wouldn't be right to strip his armor in public. He's not the type to renege. Let him wear it a while longer. Ah. I'm still too good to him. With this thought, he spoke. Russ is unconscious. Let him wear the armor a while longer. Remember to bring it to me after you return to the Wolf's Denver. The wolves stiffened. Their eyes grew fierce. Even those who feared Nareth most looked at him with hostility. On the cliff, Blood-Claw neophytes charged at Nareth to avenge their Wolf King. The seasoned Grey Hunters, suppressing their rage, barked orders to stop. Nareth. Skarsensen, unable to bear the humiliation, raised his axe to charge. Jorin blocked him with his arm. Don't be rash. His murky eyes gleamed. He spoke, one word at a time. The wolves will not break their word. Nareth's gaze swept over the enraged wolves. He smiled. They're angry. Good. I hope he and his wolves come often and bring gifts. I'm not picky. I won't refuse any. With this thought, his wings beat, lifting him into the air. An hour later, with Russ unconscious and dreaming, Nareth hovered at one end of the Florence Gorge. Below him stood 300 faceless neophytes in black robes. Marone and Sasebo Tezuka stood proudly at the head of the formation. They had succeeded. Following the Emperor's tarot, they had found a path for the faceless, a bright future illuminated by the Emperor's light. Lord Nareth had crushed the executioner Russ. He had avenged their father. He had accepted the faceless, promising to lead them forever. The Primarch released his usually hidden pressure without reserve. The 300 faceless, who admired him, involuntarily lowered their heads, their gaze falling on his boots. You have passed the initial screening. But by the Emperor's command, I must examine each of you individually, to ensure you have committed no evil. Marone and the others looked around. A squad of golden-armored custodians were scattered around them. They were clearly there to ensure Lord Nareth carried out the Emperor's command. After explaining to ease the faceless guard, the Mentor of Disorder spoke with majesty. Open your minds. Submit to examination. Sasebo looked back. The Emperor guides us. Obey the Lord's command. We will be given new life, Marone said, kneeling. Sasebo and the other faceless followed Marone, kneeling with a thud. Nareth looked with interest at the young librarian aspirant. Marone. I don't recall that name. But he is more respected among the faceless than Sasebo, who will found the Mortifactors chapter. As he thought, he ascended to the second level of the enumeration, enhancing his one-way telepathy. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes. The Osiris Mind staff in his hand blazed with dazzling blue light. His light body was freed from his flesh. His connection to the material world faded. The flickering light and shadow of the great ocean surged around him. Vortices of formless dimensions churned. Shapeless colors and complex emotions formed the etheric vision. The turbulent ripples of powerful minds, intense emotions, and primal impulses rippled. His consciousness swept over 10 hard reefs, then spread to cover the rippling waves of the 300 faceless before him. It fell into the ripples without hindrance. As it merged, countless images flashed rapidly before his eyes, Sasebo running on the lunar base track, sweat dripping. Neophytes in the Legion fortresses firing range, raising bolters, aiming at targets. Even powerful librarians like Ozek Ahriman or the Thousand Sons Athenians cult masters could not simultaneously read the memories of so many Astartes. Nareth, however, had the capacity to review the memories of all 300 faceless neophytes. He focused particularly on Marone's memories. His eyes lit up. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 689, Chapter 688, I have ultimately failed your trust. Nareth's eyes deepened. His consciousness gently merged with Marone's mind. He saw a grey forest. The young librarian stood before a towering tree. He raised his hand. Over a dozen branches broke and flew. His warp manifestation was a forest. Around the great tree were many lights of varying heights and brightnesses. He pulled closer and magnified one of the trees, a mix of blood, grey, and black. The tree rapidly faded. An illusory image appeared. In the dim gray forest, youths ran. Behind them, a wolf-like creature, pitch black with flecks of blood red, howled. Its tongue was long, almost the length of its body. Its iron-gray eyes flickered with a red gleam. Its tongue shot out, wrapping around a stumbling girl. The tongue coiled. The girl flew towards the creature. Its two unusually long fangs, extending past its lower jaw, opened and closed. Blood sprayed. He immediately recognized it from the blasphemous tablet, the main ingredient for Sequence 5 Reaper on the Red Priest pathway, the Grey Hunter. He quickly read the memories of other faceless neophytes. He saw Grey Hunters attacking villages, devouring humans. Lecter is truly a harsh world. Not only barren, but also home to dangerous creatures like the Grey Hunters. Still, it's much more hospitable than death worlds like Fenris. He also noted that they had been taught table manners, food preparation, and the like, but had not undergone the faceless communion ritual, hunt, cook a xenos, and consume it according to ritual. His eyes deepened. He thought. The faceless raised many xenos. They had enough time. Yet they did not advance to full faceless. It seems deliberate. As he thought, he shook the Osiris mind staff again. Blue light, like moonlight, bathed the faceless neophytes in black robes. Their nerves, tense since the wolves' arrival, gradually relaxed. Their consciousness grew fuzzy. A flicker of clarity crossed Marone's eyes. But then the majesty of Lord Nareth echoed deep in his mind, "Open your minds." His taut mind eased. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. A blurred image appeared. The blurred image was their memories of growing up in Vostroya, blurred by the intense physical changes of the implantation surgeries. They would not remember their parents, nor the hive of their birth. They would only remember the monarch's hymns and legends. His consciousness spread, copying and replacing the gray, fragmented orbs. After modifying the faceless neophytes' blurred memories, he began modifying their clear memories after becoming Astartes. Most of these were training memories, raising bolters to shoot targets, honing skills in training cages. He made minor modifications, replacing training ground emblems, correcting training base locations. As he made these small changes, he noticed two gleaming golden orbs in Sasebo's mind, brighter than the custodian's golden armor. His consciousness spread, touching the memory. Sasebo stood on the lunar surface, gazing at the dim homeworld. The master of mankind's light blazed. His reverence for the emperor borders on faith. No wonder he could receive revelations from the emperor's tarot and find puzzle. Now, let me shatter that faith. With this thought, light flickered in his eyes. Layers of consciousness enveloped the golden orbs. Crack. With a sharp crack, the golden orbs shattered, scattering into points of golden light. Sasebo felt a sense of loss. His mental world trembled. Nareth shook his blue staff. The pale blue light enveloping him deepened, like the deep sea. A dark black orb formed. Images appeared, Sasebo's eyes blazing. He swung his gleaming blade, following the black-armored demigod, chopping orcs. He then touched the other golden orb. In the blazing light, golden wings shone. A black-armored giant walked, his blue-white blade flashing, driving the iron-gray executioner back. This was a real image in Sasebo's deep mind, not reality. Though he hadn't seen the fight, his mind had generated a reality blending the real and the illusory. Nareth's eyes flickered. The golden orb grew brighter and brighter, illuminating his entire mental world. 3 hours later, Nareth withdrew his consciousness and looked down. The 300 shadows of Order neophytes slowly woke. Marone's eyes gleamed. He knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Father, for your instruction. I have mastered the first level of the Thelema mind state." The last memory he had implanted was of personally teaching them. It matched their current state. As he began modifying the second batch of faceless neophytes in the wolf's den, the warm hearth fire lit the iron-gray stone room as usual. But Jorin, Wolf Lord of the 13th Great Company, felt a chill. Not only from the cold radiating from the Wolf King's damaged armor and talismans, but also from the cold etched in his mind. His mind was clouded. The images of Sanchez's gleaming blade and his Wolf King crashing into the cliff alternated, tormenting him. His weathered face grew more sorrowful. His wolf priest, Ulbander, rose from the gray stone bed. Frecky and Jerry, coiled uneasily by the bed, let out a low growl, ready to spring. "The Wolf King is fine," Ulbander explained to the Wolf King's wolf brothers. The two giant wolves stepped back. He walked silently to Jorin. "Like Dullan, the Wolf King is only wounded and unconscious. He is a Primarch. The wound will heal quickly." The concern in Jorin's bloodshot, murky eyes faded. Yes. Like Dullan, the Wolf King had lost again, to the same men. He didn't know how the proud Wolf King would face it when he woke. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. "Come with me." The two walked out of the iron-gray stone room. Jorin said to the anxious wolf lords. The Wolf King is fine. He just needs rest. A glimmer of light lit Ogvai's sunken eyes. Lodi breathed a sigh of relief. His clenched hand relaxed. After the others dispersed, Jorin returned to the room. He took a bottle of hot mead from beside the hearth. He sat on the floor, looking at the Wolf King on the stone bed, his gaze sweeping over the frost armor. Old friend. Jorin smiled bitterly, using the address he only used when they were alone. Russ's whisper in his ear on Dulin flashed through his mind. You, only you, I will always hold in the highest regard. I remember the Terrans said you would never pass the tests. So when I saw you complete the trials, my heart pounded. Then I knew, no matter how the fate may change, I could always trust my shield servant without reserve. Jorin drank deeply. As his stomach burned, Russ's voice echoed. Jorin, you are unique, irreplaceable. No one on Terra or Fenris can compare. Even at the end, when everyone disappoints me, you will never fail me. I have always believed this. Because in the beginning, we stood in the same hall, pledging fealty to King Tengur. Before Fenris was turned upside down, we already fought and killed together. Meat spilled from the corner of his mouth. I have ultimately failed your trust. Perhaps I am too old. He said wearily, his hand loosening its grip on the bronze flagon. On the stone bed, Russ's eyelid twitched. The golden fist rapidly faded. He sat up abruptly, having crashed into the cliff. He looked around warily. He didn't see Nareth. After a moment, he recognized that this was not the Dark Lector, not the Florence Gorge, but Crocagad. Crocagad was the Wolf Brothers' burial ground. On the howling Fenris, the cliff path descending from the Fong's Dawn Gate. He looked up, puzzled. He saw the star, the Wolf's Eye, moving in this direction. During the season of fire, the sun was near. The solar corona's golden serpents churned. Fire reappeared on the mountain peak. Malignant white light filled a quarter of the horizon. Glaciers shuddered in catastrophic melting. He spun. The wolf moon, Valdemani, was hidden below the opposite horizon, pale in the sun's glare. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 690, Chapter 689, The Way to Defeat Nareth, Leman Russ's Decision. Russ woke 5 days after losing consciousness. He opened his eyes and met the gazes of his brothers, Frecky and Jerry. He read concern in their cold eyes. He gently stroked their fur. His nose twitched. The scent of mead reached him. He followed it and saw Jorin slumped against the wall. He stared at the dejected Jorin, thinking silently. Jorin's eyes fluttered. He felt the familiar gaze. He opened his eyes. His murky eyes met the ice blue. He was instantly awake. Wolf King, you're awake. Jorin leaped up, surprised. Russ reached out, steadying him, his gaze appraising. Old friend, why are you like this? Jorin looked away. I was just worried about you. Really? Russ's persistence made it impossible for Jorin to hide. I just feel old. Sanchez, he didn't use sorcery, and I still lost to him. I failed your trust. Russ grabbed Jorin's shoulders, forcing his murky eyes to meet his. Jorin, it's fine. His grip made Jorin's shoulders ache. It's just a suit of armor. But the Allfather blessed it. Jorin's voice was hoarse. That's fine too, Russ smiled. Remember? I told you, you are unique. So I was willing to stake it for you. Jorin's heart grew heavier. I will win it back, Russ said, smiling confidently. He saw a mixture of hope and doubt in Jorin's eyes. Yes, I have lost to Nareth twice. But I can catch his fate. Remember. The Allfather wove everyone's fate. I can find Nareth's in the Underverden. The Underverden, Jorin repeated the Hearthcant word. In High Gothic, it was Underworld. Legend said the Allfather dwelt in the upper world. The Underworld was where the souls of the dead went. You are going to the Underworld. Concern filled his eyes. It's too dangerous. Even for you. Don't worry, Russ patted Jorin's shoulder. I will ask the Rune Priests. I will find a way. When Other Wordmake, Rune Priest of the 5th Great Company, saw his Wolf King, he had already removed the frost armor, wrapped in thick furs. Wordmake gripped his staff. Hatred blazed in his eyes. Nareth and Sanchez. Allfather curse you, may you fall forever into the Underworld. Do you know how to get to the Underworld? The Underworld. Wordmake shivered. No Fenrisian wanted to go there, especially Rune Priests. He immediately tried to dissuade him. Wolf King, you cannot go. Nareth's fate is strange. Russ's eyes were deep. Only there can I learn how to catch his fate, find a way to defeat him. Wordmake's eyes blazed. He fell into thought. For the first time, he wanted to lie to his Wolf King, to deceive him about the price. He would give his life to help the Wolf King defeat Nareth. But he knew the Wolf King would ask other rune priests, and he could not perform the ritual alone. After a few seconds, Wordmake spoke honestly. The Siltir Gate only opens when Fenris is at perihelion. You will encounter strange creatures in the underworld. Specters. Even more dangerous things. To face them, you will need dueling focus and calm. Never let your guard down. Every gift in the underworld comes with a sacrifice. Do you accept this rule, my Wolf King? Russ was calm. He spoke. I accept. Every rune priest who performs the ritual for you will die. Wordmake's voice was cold. I will give my life to open the path to the underworld. I refuse. Leman Russ shook his head. I will not sacrifice you to win. Unless one day Nareth betrays the Allfather. But that is impossible. Nareth, like Magnus, is obsessed with sorcery. But they are both loyal to the Allfather. He had once suspected Nareth might fall, obsessed with sorcery. But after repeated investigations, he had found no signs of sorcery abuse. Even Wordmake, who hated Shadows of Order, had found no loss of control in sorcery. Wordmake was silent. Though he hated Nareth, he had to admit his achievements were great, and Shadows of Order had given their lives for the Imperium. As Russ made his decision, in the Grey Forest, Stevens, adjutant of the 7th Chapter's 5th Company, led 3 hunting squads through the woods. He recalled his father's decisive defeat of the Wolf King and the anxious, grey figure of that wolf. Amlodi Skarsensen, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company. He would never forget that day. As a member of the Honor Guard, he had insisted Skarsensen leave his giant wolves outside. He remembered the fierce gaze, the hand reaching back, gripping the axe in threat. He remembered the chill, knowing he had no chance against a Wolf Lord. But he had defended the Honor Guard's dignity, and for that, he had gained his father's favor, been granted power, and become a hunter. The newly promoted pyromaniac's eyes sparked. He clenched his fist. Skarsensen, with the power my father granted me, I will defeat you. He remembered, as a provoker, using the environment to defeat Lucius, now a renowned swordsman, rumored to be a top candidate for captain of the Emperor's Children's 13th Company. He grew even more confident. Skarsensen. I will burn your foul wolves to ash. I will burn your wolf pelts clean. You must live long enough. Until I defeat you. He knew the wolves were licking their wounds from the Wolf King's and Jorin's defeats. Now was not the time. The pyromaniac's eye swept the grey woods, observing. Lecter was a dark, barren world. Even the wind was calm. His psychic intuition stirred. A breeze blew. Since becoming a pyromaniac, his danger intuition had improved. He no longer only sensed it when attacked. He could trigger it by observing the environment. He raised his hand. Orange fire ravens condensed, circling, then flying out. They scattered, flying towards the wolf-like creatures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The predator's long tongue snapped back like springs. Their 2 fangs gleamed dangerously. Their pitch-black bodies leaped, bounding through the grey woods. The pyromaniac, following the spiritual energy in the fire ravens, tried to guide their scattered attacks. Fire ravens flew. Black wolves fled. Prepare. 30 Shadows of Orders raised their hunting guns. Nusirian anesthetic needles were loaded. They looked around. Their squat hunter modules' rune arrays flickered, tracking the targets. The black shadows were swift as the wind. The runes flickered, unable to lock on. The pyromaniac clenched his fists, abandoning 5 fire ravens he couldn't precisely control. The other 6 accelerated, flying at the grey hunters. The 6 grey hunters felt the searing flames. Their fur bristled. They hastily leaped from the grey trees, rolling to evade. 18 red runes suddenly turned green. Anesthetic needles shot. The grey hunters' tongues shot out. 2 tongues were hit by 1 or 2 needles. Their black bodies stiffened, crashing to the ground. The remaining 4 tongues struck the ground, like poles, propelling them in desperate rolls. 5 needles, guided by the hunter modules, turned, hitting 3 grey hunters. 1 grey hunter slid between 6 needles, lunging at a Shadows of Order. Its tongue retracted, then shot out, wrapping around a black-armored warrior's arm. A gleam of red crossed its eyes. It opened its narrow jaws, biting down on the power armor. As ceramite shards flew, a blazing spear shot, piercing its black abdomen. After saving his men, the pyromaniac condensed more fire ravens around him. If you enjoy the story, my P@Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu Chapter 691, Chapter 690, not only custodians have ring weapons, Shadows of Order does too. As the wolf fleet departed the lector system, dragging their wounds, their minds filled with the shame of their wolf kings and wolf lords' defeats, in the former faceless legion fortress. Nareth sat enthroned on Hannibal Zeno's throne, his body somewhat constrained. He gazed at the frost armor, Ilavagar, before him. Arsena reported. The Shadow's sovereignties and Forgehammer's forge decks are operating at full capacity, estimated to complete weapon resupply within a year, as you requested. Nareth nodded. This matched his estimate for completing the mental modifications of over 36,000 faceless into Shadows of Orders. Tech Marines have taken possession of the faceless fleet. They are being sent to shipyards like Cypher Mundi for repainting and interior modifications. The Jokeros have completed the force field modifications for the Legion's other battleships. Estimated only 36 from 4 groups will be needed for future modifications and to maintain fields on new ships. The remaining 51 Jokeros from 5 groups await your command. Did you see the rings worn by the elite custodians? Nareth asked. Arsena's long, blue eyes lit up. You mean to provide ring weapons to the court's high command? This will significantly enhance their combat power. Jokeros manufactured weapons randomly. Ring weapons and other items were sized and powered for ordinary humans. Astartes had no suitable equipment. Shadows of Order only used spy flies as supplemental reconnaissance equipment. Previously, ring weapons and protective orbs were only for ordinary beyonders. Future organizations like the Ordos Calixus only found ways to have Jokeros deploy simian fields within a limited range, to defend against chaos. Only the Emperor provided ring weapons to his company captains and elite custodians. The Old Ones who created the Jokeros could also command them. But the last Old One, Ka, had told the Hrud, another of their creations, 500,000 years ago, that he was going to another, unobservable dimension to create a new race. The Kingdom of Disorder allowed Nareth to be linked to the Jokeros, to command them precisely. Not only custodians have ring weapons. Shadows of Order does too. As he thought, he felt a familiar, searing presence approach. He raised his hand, drawing the sword of Vol. With a concept swap, he turned it into a ritual sword. He tapped rapidly, deactivating the Euclidean runes. My Reaper Lord, enter. Sanchez, a giant, unconscious black wolf slung over each shoulder, their long tongues lolling, walked into the throne room. After he bowed, Nareth reactivated the runes. My lord, as you commanded, I have hunted 149 Grey Hunters. Continue the hunt. As he spoke, he turned his right hand. The 2 Grey Hunters vanished. He looked at Sanchez, thinking. Though the Reaper potion ingredients are gathered, the ritual is difficult to complete. The Reaper's advancement ritual required planning a conspiracy, capturing a target significantly stronger than oneself, revealing the complete conspiracy before them, and drinking the potion in their fearful, regretful gaze. This ritual is too provocative. And difficult to complete. Even with the anesthetic, it's still difficult. There were few suitable targets. He measured against the custodians temporarily stationed at the Legion fortress. Sanchez was among the strongest Shadows of Orders. He was the first to awaken warp insight and a sequence 6 conspirer. His strength already exceeded most custodians. Among the custodians significantly stronger than him, only Constantine Valder. Every suitable target had many powerful subordinates. Capturing them was not easy. Targets flashed through his mind. A sudden inspiration. Hrud sources. A high-tier Hrud's combat power rivaled a custode's. A Hrud source had Primarch-level power. The key is, if multiple people attempt the Reaper ritual simultaneously, the difficulty decreases if the number of ordinary Hrud is limited. And I also need Hrud sources for Luther, Pell, and others to advance to Earl of the Fallen. But the anesthetic is useless against Hrud. The Hrud, like enslavers, existed simultaneously in reality and the warp. The physical bodies they occupied in reality were just vessels, discardable at will. The true target was the main body within their species' unique dimension. Silent talismans should have some effect. But I can't rely only on them. The ritual requires using a conspiracy. It must be substantially planned. Before the final capture, the conspiracy must be fully exploited. He frowned. Ordinary Shadows of Orders of the 7th chapter, even at sequence 7, were no match for an ordinary Hrud. He thought of the newly initiated ring weapon program. An idea formed. I can have the Jokeros specifically manufacture ring weapons for the conspiracy, narrowing the power gap between them and the Hrud. During this time, Tebow, Pulte, Stevens, and the other Shadows of Orders, and Hasek Noyan Khan, whom I've taken, can become conspirers and complete digestion. This also gives time to enhance the other Shadows of Orders participating. With this thought, he instructed the conspirer. Thoroughly study the data on the Hrud. Develop a plan to capture them. Besides the data in his memory, the Hrud's mycelium books also contained abundant records. The two ancient races had clashed countless times over tens of millions of years, knowing each other well. By your will. After Sanchez bowed, Nareth looked at the triple-blessed Alavagar armor. I granted you fire-based abilities. This armor will limit you. He explained. Flame abilities like Fire Raven and Blazing Spear would be mostly unaffected. But abilities like enveloping the body in flames, or future sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight, completely turning to flame to evade attacks, would be weakened by the armor. If not for that, he would have liked to give the modified Alavagar armor to Sanchez, to continue provoking the wolves as he walked. Of course, he had a more powerful defensive mystical item, the Flame Ring, which he would grant Sanchez as a final safeguard. My lord, winning a trophy for you is my honor. After Arsena and Sanchez withdrew, Nareth went to the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder. He sat on his throne, then extended his spiritual energy, touching Santiago Boardcamp orb. Confirming he was alone, he pulled him into the realm. My lord. After the black mist-wrapped Santiago bowed, Nareth asked. Does the fifth chapter have any important matters? The chapter is conducting deep exploration of Soktrata deeps, charting the stars, scanning planets, Santiago reported concisely. Nareth nodded. Then, arrange the chapter's affairs within the year. In a year, you will go to a special region of the Great Ocean to explore and mark teleportation coordinates. The traveler's advancement required establishing special coordinates in 4 completely different, distant locations deep in the warp. He decided to send Santiago to a special region, belonging to none of the 4, to complete the marking. By your will. Santiago's expression was grave. The legends of House Boardcamp, the records of the Vlaka, and his own knowledge as a demonologist told him this journey would be perilous. I will give you the flame ring to use for recording and other equipment, Nareth said. Of course, there will still be considerable risk. If you encounter danger, pray to me immediately. Santiago felt more confident hearing the Black Emperor would grant him mystical items. My lord, I will go. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 692, Chapter 691, Santiago, I am my lord's chosen. 912.m30. In the fourth layer of the Kingdom of Disorder, Nareth picked up the dice of prophecy. Compared to the 3 years and 1 month he had waited after the previous divination for B. Laker and obtaining the Blade of Shadows, he had waited an additional 12 standard days, 5 days longer than his expected week. B. Laker is stronger than expected. Perhaps it's because the Blade of Shadows contained a small portion of the Four's power that he retained. I'll only know for sure the next time I divine one of his relic fragments. With the Blade of Shadows, most closely linked to B. Laker, as a divination focus, he expected future divinations to be easier. Information about the Formless Wastes flashed through his mind. The Formless Wastes, also called the Chaos Wastes or the Place of Lost Souls, is a domain not ruled by any of the 4. Every dream, nightmare, and illusion of every intelligent species is reflected in the Formless Wastes. Each subdomain is an extension of a chaos domain, inhabited by warp entities not belonging to the 4, like Vashtor Soul Forges, powerful demons like Samus, and demon princes like B. Laker. After the information flashed through his mind, he silently intoned. Coordinates of a stable region in the Formless Wastes, outside the Soul Forges and the Darklands. Most of the Formless Wastes were a chaotic, random terrain. Mental streams, generated by the minds of all beings, constantly formed and dissolved. But several regions were stable, Vashtor Soul Forges and B. Laker's Darklands. Santiago must avoid them. At least for now. The Formless Wastes lay deep in the warp, not in reality. To go there, one needed precise coordinates. After intoning it 11 times, he tossed the dice. A supernatural scene unfolded before him. It was supernatural, not within 3-dimensional space. The dazzling, colorful scene could only be seen as a blurred, indistinguishable image with the naked eye. A psyker needed to open their mind's eye to perceive its true form. As its other name, the Chaos Wastes, suggested, it was layered like a house of cards. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He ascended to the second level of the enumeration, but did not release his light body, lest a powerful warp entity sense him. The layered pocket dimensions rapidly enlarged, twisting into pearls in his vision. The pearls vaguely reflected a crimson sky, petrified forests, and endless spiraling, transparent stairs. His mind's eye followed the dice's projection, plunging into one of the pearls. He saw crackling lightning across the dark sky. Pillars of fire shot up. The moment his mind touched it, light and shadow flickered in his mind. He perceived its existence through his warp manifestation. With a thought, a data crystal appeared in his hand. As light blazed, runes formed within. In an instant, he encoded his mental perception as psychic runes on the crystal. After a few dozen seconds, he turned the crystal and glanced at the dice. This time, it's not particularly dim. the cooldown probably won't increase. With this thought, he extended his spiritual energy, touching Santiago Boardcamp orb. Black mist churned. Santiago was pulled into the kingdom of disorder. My lord, he bowed and reported. I have arranged the chapter's affairs and am ready. Nareth nodded. With a thought, 2 items materialized before Santiago. The flame ring. The Nephilim bishop's black blade. After linking it, he had determined it corresponded to sequence 3 ferryman on the death pathway. A ferryman possessed a sliver of death authority. This blade, engraved with tiger stripes, was just that. Those struck by it would slowly wither. He had a mystical item corresponding to sequence 2 death console, so he could afford to lose this blade. Just as, possessing the Red Priest's uniqueness, he could afford to lose the flame ring, corresponding to Iron-Blooded Knight. One offensive, one defensive mystical item, combined with the scribe's varied abilities, would give him strong countermeasure capability. He did not give him more mystical items, not only because of the risk of loss, but also because a sequence 6 like Santiago lacked the spiritual energy to power more. With a thought, 52 green teardrop silent talismans and 106 worm talismans materialized. With a turn of his hand, 10 ring weapons appeared. Santiago was momentarily stunned by the psychic-laden talismans and 10 ring weapons. He knew about ring weapons. The Legion and Terran nobles had them, but he had never seen an Astartes use one. Shadows of Order's premier psychic artisan had once examined and disassembled a ring weapon belonging to an Auxilia noble commander, hoping to understand its spell generation principle, but had found nothing. He had to marvel at the old one's incomprehensible craft, blending psychic power and technology, allowing them to imbue Jokeros with the instinct to manufacture ring weapons and other items from scrap. He had ultimately abandoned the idea of making ring weapons for Astartes. He had not expected the Black Emperor to grant him 10 rings. As he thought, he knelt on one knee. My lord, I thank you for your gift. I said I would support you. Nareth expected that, with so many items, and as a perpetual, Santiago should survive, unless he had the misfortune to encounter Vashtor, Belaker, or the like. After putting on the 10 rings, Santiago took a box made of dual-numbered black gold and carefully arranged the talismans in layers, with spacers. Nareth then sent the data crystal to Santiago. It contains the coordinates for the formless wastes. After you arrive, immediately mark them with your spiritual energy. Do not forget them. Santiago was stunned. He asked, puzzled. My lord, forgive me. Since you already have the coordinates, why do I need to mark them? You must mark 4 locations in the warp to receive the next bestowal. This is the necessary ritual for you to gain new power. Hearing this, Santiago knelt again. The Black Emperor had gone to such trouble for him. He was the Black Emperor's chosen. He was his favored one. I am grateful you have taken such care for me. After marking them, if possible, explore the formless wastes. This will help you master the new power I will grant you. With a thought, black mist churned, swallowing Santiago, returning him to the Starcaller. Santiago returned to the Starcaller. He looked around at his 6 COG drones. He had also made preparations over the past year, including adding 4 new COG drones. He read the data crystal. Besides the data on the formless wastes, he saw the functions of the 10 rings. After adjusting his gear for easy access, he took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with stars. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 693, Chapter 692, Setting Coordinates in the Formless Wastes. Santiago's eyes blazed with starlight. He opened his mind to perceive this special region of the great ocean. The mental streams of countless beings constantly formed and dissolved, surging into swirling vortices. The vortices collided, leaping with blazing light, illuminating this region like stars. Stars of various sizes and shapes, emitting eerie light, were scattered within. With a thought, the demonologist activated the psychic circuits embedded in his armor. The runes on 2 of his 6 COG drones lit up in response. Light blazed in his eyes. He mentally visualized the coordinates he had perceived from the data crystal. Streaks of starlight shot from his eyes, like meteors across the scene. At first, they scattered, like unbound celestial bodies. After 3 seconds, 2 streaks shot towards the same point. The remaining starlight gradually converged on one star. Locked. He raised his psychic staff. The engraved runes blazed. House Boardcamp runes for power. Vlaka runes for positioning. The full-fledged astrologer's runes for locking. Eldari runes for dimensional teleportation. Dazzling light blazed, enveloping him and his 6 COG drones. Specks of brilliant starlight fell, condensing into a transparent bridge. He stepped onto the starlight bridge. His COG drones followed, holding their bedrock pattern bolters. The bolters had been ritually inscribed by the 5th chapter's light suppliants. Each round had been soaked in holy water. His eyes blazing with starlight, he ascended the bridge. Reality faded. Three-dimensional structure dissolved. Twisting light and mist rose, shimmering with magnificent light. The moment he stepped onto the 15th step, the scene abruptly shifted. He stood in the air. Crackling lightning filled his vision. Endless, transparent stairs pierced through the world, from sky to ground. Towering pillars of fire, some leaning, some straight, tore the earth into blocks. He looked around. He saw many shimmering orbs. He tracked one red-black orb. It rose like a bubble, reflecting a blurred image, a figure in a gleaming crown, laughing. The orb drifted, crashing to the ground, stirring up mist. With a rumble, the dream of some reality was etched into the formless wastes, becoming a black, elliptical stone, wreathed in pale red flames. Thousands of orbs drifted around him. Not every one left an imprint. Some burst into mist on collision, vanishing. His gaze swept over a castle built of bones in the distance. He stepped down cautiously. He perceived everything around him, the orbs. From a deep black orb, he felt the fearful dreams of those enslaved by the Drukhari. From a green orb, he caught the orc's fantasy of being favored by Gork and Mork. He gradually understood, as my lord said in the data crystal, every dream, nightmare, and illusion manifests in the formless wastes. The warp is born from many emotions and thoughts, not just dreams, nightmares, and illusions. But the formless wastes are specifically born from such thoughts. Perceiving this characteristic, he had an idea for marking the special coordinates. He would distinguish this place among the countless dreams, nightmares, and illusions, thus pinpoint its location. With this thought, the scribe's mutated brain cells activated, forming complex symbols, dense patterns, and unique markers. Orb after orb was analyzed, recorded. The scribe recorded not only Beyonder's abilities, but also the customs and landscapes of various places. He was now recording the orbs of this place in the formless wastes, recording each dream, nightmare, and illusion in Dunnick and various markers in an ethereal book of spiritual energy. Pages of red-black, deep black, pale green, and blue-purple rapidly formed and turned. The psychic book grew thicker as his spiritual energy drained. The seasoned scribe discerned the differences in his recordings. Recording customs consumes far less spiritual energy than recording Beyonder's abilities. The thought flashed through his mind as he continued recording. The scribe's book took shape. He breathed a sigh of relief, easing the fatigue from mental focus and psychic depletion. His eyes suddenly flickered. Searing heat, laced with a chill. Swoosh. A creature with a bird's head and serpentine body, covered in yellow-green blotches, leaped out. 2 COG drones' defense protocols activated. They raised their bedrock pattern bolters, aiming at the wolf-like, tiger-clawed demon. Crack. Crack. 2 gleaming golden rounds flew, as if through water, propelled through the rippling, colored waves. The golden light grew brighter. With a short crack, they struck the demon. It let out a piercing shriek. 2 large holes appeared on its body, surrounded by golden cracks. Like shattering glass, its yellow-green body exploded, turning to ash in the flames. Weaker than expected. He looked at the distant bone castle. A minor demon born from the thoughts of a powerful demon or demon prince. He knew from the Black Emperor's data crystal that the formless wastes were home to many such demons. They were not fragments of the four. They were much weaker. But this meant that the entity inhabiting that castle was a powerful demon. And with the death of his minor demon, he would immediately notice. I must complete the coordinate marking quickly. The scribe's eyes flashed with the psychic book. He glanced at it as a whole. He immediately noticed that most of the pages were blue-purple, interspersed with red-black, deep black, and pale green. As the pages rapidly turned, his transhuman mind distinguished scene after scene. An artist with disheveled hair, standing by the sea, an image of swimming fish forming in his mind. A beggar, curled in a damp, foul pipe, drooling, imagining his pockets filled with Aquila coins, fine wine, and Hive City rat steaks before him. Blue-purple represented illusions. This is a place of illusions. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged. Blazing symbols formed rapidly. The Dunnick symbol for place of illusions took shape, surrounded by blue-purple patterns. He felt a mystical connection form between him and the established coordinates. He had just completed the Black Emperor's command when an earth-shattering roar sounded. He turned. A gigantic figure appeared atop the bone tower. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 694, Chapter 693, My Lord's Black Blade slew the greater demon of the formless wastes in a single strike. Santiago stared at the demon atop the bone tower. It had a pair of curved bovine horns, and a shorter pair of goat horns behind its head. Its bat-like wings spread behind it, covering the entire spire. Its right hand gripped a double-bladed great axe. Its left arm was merged with a living whip. It seemed to breathe, inhaling orbs of dreams, nightmares, and illusions, exhaling rolling mist and minor demons of various forms. Some demons rode manta rays, gliding between lightning strikes. Others, goat-headed, stood on the shattered magma ground, staves raised, emitting bird-like shrieks. The demon's wings beat. It leaped from the spire, revealing its majestic form, previously hidden by the bone tower. Its body was like a scorpion's. Its tail hook swung, slicing through orbs. It stared at Santiago. Blue-purple light flickered in its eyes. Santiago's eyes filled with illusions, meteors streaked across the sky, blazing with blinding light. Huge psychic crystals materialized around him. Each was larger and more dazzling than any he had ever seen. The natural psychic crystals of the crystal mirage were like stones compared to these jewels. The falling meteors, the blazing psychic crystals. All were top-tier materials. Psychic items crafted from them would be priceless treasures. His gaze did not linger on them for a moment. He instantly ascended to the third level of the Thelema mind state. The scene before him abruptly changed. The falling meteors became purple lightning. The blazing crystals became barbed thorns. His eyes flickered. All illusions, as expected. If he had reached for them out of greed, he would have been severely wounded. As he thought, the lightning rained down, like arrows, flying towards him. His eyes blazed with starlight. The warp jump device attached to his power pack blazed. He and his 6 COG drones vanished, appearing above a fissure. The lightning followed, raining down like a storm. The thorn vipers rose, lunging. The demon sorcery, in this supernatural place, transcended physical laws, locking onto his mind. With a thought, he activated a second warp circuit. The runes on 2 more COG drones lit up. His black-armored form flickered, vanishing and reappearing. The lightning crossed, missing. The thorn vipers lunged, missing. He appeared behind the demon. He raised his left hand. The powerful ring weapon, crafted by the Jokeros for Shadows of Order, on his middle finger, shot 12 ice cones. Each ice cone was the size of his fist. Where they passed, orbs burst like balloons. Crack, crack, crack. The ice cone struck the demon's right wing, with a series of cracks. The wing rapidly frosted. Its beating slowed. The 6 COG drones raised their bedrock pattern bolters, unleashing dense, golden barrages. The golden light, like rain, struck the demon's back, like sparks into the ocean, vanishing. Santiago board camp, your attacks cannot harm me. The demon spoke perfect Vostroyan, its voice strange and shifting, like 1,000 snakes hissing, or a goat bleating. I are Unai. I am the Lord of Illusions. I will devour your soul. Every illusion you have will be my food. As it spoke, mist rose, swallowing everything around him. He saw his body swallowed by a giant maw. Sharp teeth crushed him to pulp. He saw himself wrapped in a blurred water membrane, surrounded by dazed, terrified souls. Each had starlight on their shoulder plates. He and the Shadows of Orders of the 5th chapter had become the demon's food. Your illusions are not my future. The scribe's eyes blazed with the I came, I saw, I recorded runes. He spread his arms. A pure, bright light descended. The pure, warm light struck the demon's back, like a spear, piercing the mist. As the illusions vanished, he saw the living whip lash towards him. The holy light struck the black whip, opening a gash. Unai roared. The living whip trembled, then lunged again. Though the summoned light he had recorded from a sequence 7 Sun Priest was effective against demons, it did not seriously harm the powerful Unai. The living whip howled. Orbs burst with cracks. A musky scent filled the air, laced with chaotic illusions. He reached to his belt, his hands moving quickly. His left hand threw a green teardrop talisman. He shouted in Dunnick, silence. The ever-changing land of illusions seemed to slow. The rhythm of orbs forming and dissolving stopped. The lunging living whip slowed, as if caught in threads. His right hand threw another talisman. Worms. The patterns on the dual-numbered black gold came alive. Clusters of maggots rolled towards the living whip. Pop, pop, pop. Puffs of blood mist. A section of the whip vanished. Unai's thoughts stalled. Its eyes flickered. It realized it had lost the 1,000 delicious illusions it had devoured. Roar. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Its wings beat. Its great axe swept down. He noticed the worm talismans had not seriously harmed Unai. He reached for another silent talisman. His right hand drew the black blade from his belt. He channeled spiritual energy, turning his hand, throwing it. Silence. As green light blazed, Unai shrieked. As colored mist rose, its frozen form suddenly accelerated. The great axe fell. The scribe had no time to dodge. He knew Unai could counter the worm talismans. He channeled spiritual energy into the ring on his left middle finger. Flames blazed. His body ignited. The axe fell. His flaming form shattered into flames. As the flames scattered, a black blade cut through the colored mist, striking Unai's abdomen. The gash was only the size of a man's fist. But paleness spread from it. Decay rapidly spread. Unai shrieked in terror. Tens of thousands of illusions rapidly withered, vanishing. Green light rose within Unai. It grew, shining through its body. Crash. With a thunderous crack, its body exploded. The scattered flames condensed. Santiago materialized. His eyes were deep. My lord's black blade slew this greater demon, ruler of a domain in the formless wastes, in a single strike. He stared at the bone tower. His gaze seemed to pierce the layers of illusions. He could sense Unai's faint presence, flickering like a candle. He considered whether to enter the tower, to try to completely kill the weakened demon. Then, a murmuring whisper sounded in his ear. Samus. I am Samus. Samus is everywhere. His expression changed. He knew Samus. The Black Emperor's data crystal mentioned Samus as one of the most powerful demons. He activated his last warp circuit. The runes on his last 2 COG drones blazed. As the Starlight Bridge rapidly formed beneath him, a claw reached from the volcano. Crash. A COG drone exploded. The claw struck the starlight. Aboard the Starcaller, he slammed onto the deck. He slowly rose. Only 2 COG drones remained beside him. The teleport was too rushed. 1 was torn apart by Samus. 3 were lost in the warp currents. He recalled his experience in the formless wastes, thinking with relief. The demons ruling the formless wastes are incredibly powerful. Fortunately, I prepared carefully and had my lord's gifts. I was able to return safely. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/daosjinzu. Chapter 695, Chapter 694, the 10th chapter's strength exceeds 6 legions. 913.m30. The Shadows of Order fleet departed the Lector system, leaving behind only the Custodes and the arriving 670th Expeditionary Fleet. The Kaino 1,000-strong cohort, one of the ancient 100 companies of the Solar Auxilia, which had participated in the Taxil decisive battle, took over subsequent matters. Nareth stood before the viewport, watching the desolate planet recede. Soon, Lecter will be erased, like Hannibal and the Second Legion, expunged from the records. He sighed inwardly, then clenched his fist almost imperceptibly. I will never suffer the same fate as Hannibal. His eyes flickered as he looked at the 670th Expeditionary Fleet. He recalled that Alfarius, after being persuaded by the Cabal, had annihilated this distinguished Auxilia unit, which had shed blood for the Imperium since the Unification Wars, to keep a secret. Thinking of Alfarius killing 10 Namadjira, he naturally thought of his guards, the Lucifer Blacks. Alfarius had easily killed 2 Lucifer Blacks, then encountered the top-tier swordsman, Dinus Chain. In the duel, Chain, with his superb swordsmanship, pierced Alfarius's armor, drawing a drop of blood. Though he was then killed, it was a feat in itself. I recall Chain was from Zos. He became a captain in Namadjira's private guard at 38. His homeworld civil war lasted nearly a century. He joined the war at 11. At 13, he had killed 16 enemies on the battlefield, becoming a hardened veteran of a desperate war. He thought of the Lucifer Blacks he supported. After nearly a century of development, recruiting on Necromunda, they now numbered 418, their largest size since shedding blood for the Emperor during the Unification Wars. I once promised to help Theon and Loran, to support them in rebuilding the Lucifer Blacks. The civil war on Zos should continue for some time. Its population will sharply decline. And the children of that world are excellent recruits. The youngest soldiers are only 7. Perfect for the Lucifer Blacks to recruit. With this thought, he decided that in 915, when he next used the Dice of Prophecy, he would divine Zos for the Lucifer Blacks, to support their growth. The Lucifer Blacks are the most suitable armed force, both as a sharp blade and as high-level guards for non-Shadows of Order personnel. The Ventrilian nobles are also skilled swordsmen, but not suited for guard duty. The same goes for the Katakan Devils, the Elysian Drop Troops, and others. As he thought, familiar footsteps sounded behind him. Arsina's voice came. My lord, the Legion's neophytes have boarded transports and are heading to Ar Regia to join the 10th chapter. Considering the 10th chapter was the smallest, and that Hannibal's son's ability to consume Xenos was somewhat similar to the Hangman pathway, he assigned them to Ramsey. Though not grazing souls to gain Beyonders abilities, they gained power through consumption. Consuming flesh also resembled the Rose Bishop's use of flesh. The 10th chapter, the smallest, after absorbing over 36,000 warriors with the memories of the forgotten faceless and 3,000 neophytes, leaped to become the largest chapter, with over 60,000 men, a force exceeding the total of 6 legions. Those 6 legions were the Salamanders, White Scars, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, World Eaters, and the 19th Legion. In his memory, at the time of the heresy, the smallest legion, the Raven Guard, after the second large-scale exile of its Terranborn following the Battle of Gate 42, had only 80,000 men. The Thousand Sons had 85,000. The Salamanders had 89,000. The White Scars and Death Guard had 95,000. Though the World Eaters had 150,000 at the heresy, Angron had just returned, and before the Butcher's nails were developed, he cared nothing for the 12th Legion and had donated no genetic material to his apothecaries. Though the Space Wolves, in his memory, numbered between 95,000 and 100,000 at the heresy, because Shadows of Order had been the main force at the Flame Wheels, and Hannibal had led the 2nd Legion, they had not lost a third of their legion. The Wolves had also not participated in the 3rd Rangdan War, to exterminate the Rangdan with the Dark Angels. Therefore, even after a bloody war with the 2nd Legion, their strength remained near 70,000. Had the Custodes not been present, and the loyal Faceless not surrendered, the Wolves' numbers would have been much lower. In the War Council's records, due to Nareth's previously inflated casualties, the 10th chapter had only 9,400 men. Now, it had grown to nearly 50,000, appearing as a chapter propped up by the former Faceless. In the 10th chapter's actual composition, the former Faceless outnumbered Shadows of Orders by about 2 to 1. He thought of the distant relationship the future Mortifactors chapter would have with the Ultramarines. For now, they are only initially integrated. They need the tempering of war to accept Shadows of Orders and the 10th chapter's culture, to truly integrate. He decided to deploy the 10th chapter in future campaigns against the Hrud, the Rampart Sector, the Quietude, and others, and to make them the main force in some. My lord, the Emperor has summoned a new war council for tomorrow at 10, ship's standard time. I understand. He nodded, withdrawing his gaze. As he turned to walk to his office, he heard ethereal, layered voices. With a thought, he overlooked the kingdom of disorder, looking at the expanding and contracting orb. It glowed like a star. Santiago board camp. His stride lengthened, his pace quickening. Arriving at the Primarch's office, after confirming he was alone, he entered the kingdom of disorder. Ascending his throne, he extended his spiritual energy, touching Santiago's orb. Seeing him in a black robe, kneeling at an altar, he calmly pulled him in. My lord, thanks to the many items you granted, I completed your test. I established the coordinates in the formless wastes. He offered the flame ring and the black blade to the Black Emperor. The Mentor of Disorder activated his spirit vision. Seeing Santiago's spirit undamaged, he beckoned. The 2 items flew into his hands. He asked, detail your experience in the formless wastes. Though he had occasionally observed Santiago's progress, he had not watched constantly. He had too much to do. Modifying the faceless memories alone had consumed much of his time. Santiago, prepared, reported methodically. I followed the coordinates you gave me to the formless wastes. Confirming that the recordings were primarily illusions, I named that region the place of illusions. Using the mystical items you gave me, I slew a powerful demon but exhausted my spiritual energy. Then Samus appeared. I immediately teleported away. Nareth nodded. Your decision was wise. Samus was among the most powerful demons in the warp. Leading his demon army, he had forced Rogel Dorn to consider destroying the Phalanx. In the warp, at full power, he would be even stronger. Enveloped in black mist, his eyes deepened. He thought. The Traveler's advancement ritual is still difficult. Santiago, clearly the strongest scribe, still encountered considerable trouble in the formless wastes. The webway at Argos has long been invaded and occupied by Tsench. It can only be used once. I need to find another way. In his future plans for the Beyonder system, Sequence 5 should be the core of the chapter's main paths, not the High Command. And every company should have Sequence 5 Beyonders from various paths as tactical supplements to handle different situations. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/dawasjinsu. Chapter 696, Chapter 695, The Emperor was right, it's not just the warp that can expand. Leaning back on his throne, Nareth considered his plan for large-scale cultivating travelers. I need 4 controlled special warp regions for travelers to successfully complete the ritual. Even if I can seize the Hrud Source's pocket dimension and gain control of Sondheim 8's underworld, I'll still be too short. He thought of various warp regions, known pocket dimensions. The formless wastes are still the easiest target. Seizing territory there is easier than in other regions. And since I intend to take Belaker's throne as Dark Master, I will naturally take the Darklands as well. His eyes flickered. He suddenly recalled the Emperor, 10 millennia later, possessing Guilliman and speaking to Mordorion and Nurgle. It's not just the warp that can expand. This realm is not real. Only will is real. And my will is second to none. Remember that well, Plague God. Convey this message to them. Enveloped in black mist, the flames of ambition blazed within him. The Emperor was right. It's not just the warp that can expand. If the Four can stake claims in reality, I can certainly open up territory in the warp. Starting by establishing a domain in the formless wastes. With this new idea, he immediately began considering how to proceed. Conquering the formless wastes cannot be done with Shadows of Order as the main force. The test of will would be too severe. He recalled the future Abyssal Crusade, where 30 Astartes chapters were sent on a penitent crusade into the Eye of Terror. Only the Sons of the Dragon chapter survived. 2 chapters were annihilated. The rest fell to chaos. The survivors of the Iron Snakes chapter fell on Anislax, becoming the Grey Death Warband. The Sentinels chapter fell on the demon world of Oliensis, becoming the cannibalistic Corpus Brethren Warband. Moreover, the Eye of Terror still retained some reality. The formless wastes were deep in the warp, far more corrupting. Even with the Thelema mind state and being Beyonders, they would struggle to withstand the mental test in the formless wastes, especially before their life level fundamentally changed at sequence 4 and above. I don't necessarily have to rely on Shadows of Order. In a way, I can be an army of one. The Mentor of Disorder had hatched tens of thousands of Psychnoian and Hrud brains. His mystical item, the Death Consul mask, contained over 1,000 specters he had killed and collected from void whales. He also thought of the Shadow Side's second layer, the Shadow Contract beings. He began to formulate a plan, deciding to experiment soon. Reining in his thoughts, he said to Santiago. You used your abilities well to complete the journey. This was the most difficult. I have arrangements for the other 3. Be patient. Thank you, my lord, for your favor. Santiago clasped his hands, fingers pointing downwards, devoutly. After sending him back to the Starcaller, with a thought, he went to the Shadow Side. His majestic form appeared in the second layer. With a turn of his hand, parchment and a stylus made of dual-numbered black gold appeared. After a moment's thought, he began to write. Line after line of Dunnick rapidly formed. After filling the page, he turned the parchment and wrote the corresponding content in Hrud, from the language Arsena Dunn had deciphered from the Hrud's mycelium books. After finishing, he reviewed it. Then, with a thought. A Hrud, its body curled and bent, wrapped in rags, was instantly transported from the second layer of the real side to the Shadow Side. Its large, black eyes spun, a look of surprise in them. It didn't understand why it had been tunneling in a hive city sewers one moment, and was suddenly here. Its gaze swept over the surrounding shadows. It soon noticed this place was different from a sewer. Sewer shadows are cast by objects under dim lights, glowing mushrooms, crystals, etc. The shadows here had no discernible source, as if generated out of thin air. Only 2 shadows had sources. It, and the black-armored, golden-winged giant. It shuddered. Fragments of blurred memory flashed through its mind. It had surged with its kin towards the detestable, blinding light. They would overwhelm that light. They would shatter it. Green mist suddenly rose. The black-armored, golden-winged figure appeared in midair. An invisible hand had grabbed it. The memory fragments shattered. Its body trembled. Its memories after that were coherent. It had been brought by the black-armored, golden-winged giant to a new world. A world similar to the ruined Hive City. Sign this contract. Serve me for 330 years. You will be freed. The majestic voice echoed in its mind. It instinctively reached for the pen and parchment to sign its name. It suddenly jerked. No. I cannot submit. I cannot blindly sign a contract. It raised an arm, its claws grasping the parchment. The slime covering its body spread, making it wet and viscous. Its gaze swept over the title, Service Contract. Then it read the content. To gain freedom, I will follow Nareth's commands without fail for the term of service. So this terrifying giant is named Nareth. As it thought, its gaze swept over the clauses, many rules governing its behavior. Its gaze finally settled on the term of service, 330 years. 330 years might be a lifetime for a human, and most wouldn't live that long. But for the Hrud, who walked through time, it was not a long time. I accept. Its voice was near a shriek, but Nareth understood. Nareth turned his wrist. A stylus appeared in the Hrud's hand. He watched its claw approach the parchment. With a thought. A shadow silently fell on the parchment. A barely perceptible line of text appeared between 2 lines on the wet paper. If the place of service lacks the concept of time, the timer will stop until the servant leaves, at which point time will resume. The Hrud's large, black eyes completely failed to notice the blurred line. It was like the shadow of the line above. Its hand suddenly fell. It signed its name, Damien. The moment the characters were written, their bodies trembled slightly. The shadows behind them suddenly leaped, as if looking down from above. In an indescribable sensation, their souls were linked. Damien's body trembled. He felt that if he violated the contract, he would suffer terrible punishment. He would die. Nareth's eyes deepened. The contract, made in the second shadow layer, was not fair. His only obligation was to free the other party. The contract he made with the HRUD was not a transaction. A transaction cannot first attack the other party or secretly impose unfavorable conditions, nor can it harbor malicious intent when reaching the deal. But the second shadow layer allowed for non-transaction contracts, based on his own power to force the other party's agreement. He had also used this layer to modify the contract, in the shadow layer imperceptible to the HRUD, making the terms favorable to him. After advancing to sequence 4, he would conquer the formless wastes. Then Damien, entering a place without time, would naturally serve him forever, until death. He looked at Damien, whose eyes gleamed. Before that, I can have the HRUD dig tunnels on forge worlds, industrial worlds, or mining worlds. They are more efficient than termite tunnelers. Through this experiment, he understood how to make shadow contracts. He considered seeking more suitable contractees. The fifth layer can also corrode HRUD. But threatening them into a shadow contract is faster, and has binding force. More suitable contractees would be those difficult to corrode but capable of powerful combat in the warp. If you enjoy the story, my Patreon is 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/DaosJinsu. Chapter 697, Chapter 696, the Nicor offered to the Emperor at Nareth's behest. Nareth's psychic projection crossed the void, descending upon Terra's golden palace. He took his seat in silence. Leman Russ, who usually targeted Magnus, sat with arms crossed, leaning back in his massive chair. The cold aura surrounding him, even through his psychic projection, radiated a chill. He looked around. Through the watery projections, he discerned the angles of the Primarchs' gazes. They deliberately avoided looking in Russ's direction. Except for Guilliman. Indeed, most Primarchs see Russ as an executioner. It was wise not to accept the Emperor's assignment. Sanguinius's gaze wandered, as if in thought, until Nareth's projection appeared. Then his eyes found focus. A perfect smile on his face, he joined Horus, Guilliman, Perturabo, Fulgrim, and Magnus in acknowledging Nareth. They all knew Nareth had taken Hannibal's body and placed it in a crystal sarcophagus. This comforted them. They thought of the empty plinths left under the Hegemon's tower after the statues on the Square of Heroes were removed and destroyed. The same thought crossed their minds. Nareth ensured the empty plinths were not the only remnants of the Second Legion. In the silence, the sound of the doors opening was exceptionally loud. The Emperor entered with the Fabricator General of Mars, Malkador, and Constantine Valder. After the salutes, the Emperor spoke gravely. Hannibal and his legion have been punished for their crimes. From this day forward, all Imperial departments are to purge all information pertaining to the Second Legion. A chill ran through Sanguinius. He swore to himself, the second empty plinth under the Hegemon's tower will not be the only memorial of the Blood Angels. He would find a cure for his son's genetic flaw. As Sanguinius made this solemn vow, the Emperor rose, drawing the Emperor's sword. Flames blazed, enveloping the psychic projections of every Primarch. My sons, I require you to swear an oath, never again speak of Hannibal or the Second Legion. Horus, his expression somber, rose first. Father, I swear to you, from this day forward, I will never speak of Hannibal or his legion. Nareth rose. I swear, from this day forward, I will never again speak of Hannibal or his legion. His left fist struck his chest. He clenched his fist, feeling the blazing flame of ambition. He swore to himself. Shadows of order, you will not be erased like the faceless. I will lead you to create a new future. As he thought, one by one, the Primarchs, at the Emperor's command, swore never to speak of Hannibal or his legion. As he sat, he thought of the only Primarch yet to return, Corvus Corax. Corax, you will return too late. You will never know of Hannibal or his legion. He had no doubt the Emperor would erase all traces of Hannibal's existence. Corax, who despised the Terran-born, would not ask his sons. The Terran-born of the 19th Legion would also obey the Emperor's command and not tell Corax. They were highly loyal to the Emperor. Otherwise, Arcas would not have been entrusted with the Shrieking Void. That relic was one of the Emperor's contingency plans. He would not have entrusted it to Arcas simply because Corax exiled him. As he thought, Horus looked around at the Primarchs. Seeing the somber atmosphere, he spoke of good news. Father, the 19th Legion has recovered an ancient ship. Fal wishes to offer it to you. Martian tech adepts have studied it. They have identified it as the Charybdis-class large cruiser mentioned in ancient texts. Its void shields are exceptionally durable, comparable to a Gloriana's. Its prow-mounted plasma exterminator cannon is an ancient relic, impossible to replicate. Horus enthusiastically detailed Arcas's discovery, naming it the Nicor. Nareth nodded. The Great Remembrancer had found the future flagship of the Carcharodons. Though a large cruiser-class battle barge, it was more precious than the relic-class ships the Emperor had given him. During the Great Crusade, the Imperium recovered countless technological marvels lost in the Old Night. Some were taken from slain former masters. Others were gifts from willing defectors to the Emperor. The most precious ships were unique, their construction impossible for the Mechanicum to replicate. The most famous were the Terminus Estate, the Nicor, the Divine One, and the Phalanx. The Dark Sovereign, recovered by the Emperor from Ganymede's permafrost and gifted to Nareth, was also unique and irreplaceable, but it was slightly inferior to ships like the Nicor. The Nicor, the Dark Sovereign. He thought of these two ancient ships, both now under his command. Most ancient ships from the Old Night have stronger void shields than their Imperial counterparts, and greater firepower. He glanced almost imperceptibly at Lion L. Johnson. The scene of the Dark Sovereign during the Heresy, single-handedly charging into the traitor fleet in Xana's orbit and wreaking havoc, flashed through his mind. The abomination, soon to be separated and given to me by the Tech Priests, the Dark Sovereign, and numerous relic-class ships. I've taken quite a few ships from the Lion. If Horus still ambushes him as in my memory, without his relic-class ships, how will he turn the tide against the Night Lord's fleet? As he thought, the Emperor spoke, pleased. This is a noteworthy discovery. Tell Fal I am very pleased with his find. I accept his gift. I am giving the Nicor to him, as his flagship. I hope he will lead the 19th Legion in bringing more worlds into compliance, and in discovering more precious ancient relics. The War Council ended. Russ's ice-blue eyes swept over the assembly, and then he was the first to leave. Returning to the Shadow's sovereignty, Nareth went to the Kingdom of Disorder and extended his spiritual energy, touching the blue orb. Confirming Arcas was alone, he pulled him into the realm. Arcas knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. My lord, as you commanded, I offered the Nicor, discovered on the ocean world, as a gift to the Emperor. Nareth nodded slightly. Like Dorn, he gave the Nicor to you. He had Arcas offer the Nicor not only to emulate Dorn's loyal offering of the Phalanx, but also to demonstrate his loyalty to the Emperor. He hoped the Emperor would still trust Arcas, as in his memory, entrusting him with the Shrieking Void when Corax exiled him. He also thought the Emperor, now gradually turning his attention from the front lines back to Terra, and having his own flagship, would not keep the Nicor. The Mentor of Disorder looked at Arcas's seamless, sapphire-like spirit, confirming he had digested the Seafarer potion through acting during his ocean voyage. With a thought, the Jokero began concocting the Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed potion, using materials including the blue-eyed sea eagle. Moments later, he sent the newly promoted Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed, Arcas Fal, back to the Nicor. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/daosjinsu. Chapter 698, Chapter 697, An Instinctive Hatred for the Wolves. 916.m30. Zos. The 10th chapter's heavy transport descended slowly. Marone, who had just completed his training at the Legion's Librarius on Mancora, mastering the Griffin's Roar and becoming a Codiceer, wearing a psychic hood made from natural psychic crystals from the Crystal Mirage, holding a force staff, reported. Company Captain, confirmed. No anti-air fire. I believe they have exhausted their resources in their civil war. The Confessor Company Captain nodded. He looked at the company's officers, his gaze lingering on Sasebo Tezuka for a moment. He and Marone were the only two special individuals among the company's officers. They were not the father's Primarchs. The father had taken in the sons of that unnamed Primarch. They had been assigned to the 10th chapter. Except for the first company, every company in the chapter had been dismantled and reorganized. 23 new companies had been formed. His was one of them. He, a former adjutant of the 18th Company, had been promoted for being a court baron. The Confessor Captain recalled Lord Ramsay's speech at the chapter's Legion fortress on Ar Regia, the Rose Keep. Lord Ramsay, whose appearance was identical to the father's, but without the golden wings, had told them. From this day forward, they are members of the 10th chapter. They are shadows of orders. The captains understood. They were to accept outsiders. This was the father's trust in their chapter. For the time being, your primary task is to make them deeply understand the Legion's culture, to help them fully integrate. The Confessor Captain's mind echoed with Lord Ramsay's words. He thought of his face, so like the father's, and straightened. He would not fail the father or Lord Ramsay's trust. To accomplish the task, he had done his utmost to secure 15 men from his former captain to bring to his new company. His 3 adjutants were the squad leaders he had commanded as an adjutant. His newly formed command squad captain and standard bearer, and the 10 squad leaders, were elite veterans under his command. They were the backbone of the 36th Company. After establishing the company, he had constantly observed everyone, searching for potential squad leaders. Sasebo Tezuka immediately drew his attention. Most in the company respected him and obeyed his requests. Sasebo also showed obvious reverence for the father. This somewhat surprised him, but also dispelled his last reservations. After learning more, he discovered that Sasebo and Marone were the leaders of the neophytes. He promoted Sasebo to be the company's first officer of former faceless origin. The 36th Company's first mission was to accompany the Lucifer Blacks to Zos, to bring the planet into compliance. Company Captain, the Zosians have been forged into tough, ruthless warriors by their desperate war. Marone continued. Therefore, I believe standard integration procedures will not make them willingly accept. They have not yet agreed to our demands. We need to demonstrate overwhelming force to make them realize their automatic weapons are useless against us. Only then will they accept our rule. The Confessor Captain looked approvingly at Marone. I adopt your suggestion. He recalled that the Second Legion had been condemned for raising Xenos and attacking humans. He opened the company's Vox channel and gave a pre-battle speech. Shadows of Orders, we are ordered to bring this planet into compliance. During this process, we must strictly adhere to the Father's principles. We are Shadows of Orders. We are not the wolves, who leave only ruins in their wake. We are not the world eaters, who slaughter indiscriminately. Sasebo Tezuka's fists clenched at the mention of the space wolves. He hated that name and the iron gray wolves. The Confessor Captain emphasized gravely. The data provided by the Father, and the intelligence we have gathered, confirms Zos's brutal civil war has lasted 85 years. The war has destroyed their economy. Industrial facilities have been leveled by bombardment. The population has sharply declined. Every Zosian yearns for the end of this desperate war. This is what we should exploit. Therefore, we will use the show of force standard procedure. The heavy transport landed. The Confessor Captain led his line of black-armored warriors down the ramp. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dense barrages erupted from behind collapsed houses and wrecked machinery, striking power armor, then ricocheting, clattering to the ground. The Confessor Captain shouted. Sasebo Tezuka, 4 o'clock. Sasebo's squad raised their bedrock pattern bolters. With a roar, tongues of flame erupted from the muzzles. Mass reactive rounds slammed into the walls behind which the Zosians were hiding. Bricks and stone flew. The shockwaves threw a dozen child soldiers, in youth corps uniforms, into the air. Women and children, hiding behind cover, stared in terror at the black-armored giants, at the black, terrifying weapons larger than their own thin bodies. The captain and the listeners in each squad, their ears twitching, heard the suddenly held breath and the pounding hearts in the silent battlefield. They dared not move. They did not want to launch meaningless attacks. Marone. The Confessor Captain called. Marone stepped forward. The Vox channel of his helmet's amplifier was already set to the same frequency as his translator. Compatriots of Zos. Gray forests appeared in the telepath's eyes. Sound waves, passing through the leaves, rippled, amplified. His booming voice, like thunder, echoed through the factory ruins. Clang. A woman in rags dropped her autogun. She said something to the 5 child soldiers beside her. The 5 children dropped their weapons. She crouched, arms spread, pulling 2 of them close. Clang, clang, clang. Women and children dropped their weapons. The Confessor Captain left one squad behind and advanced towards the urban area where cannons still roared. 3 minutes later, the towering city wall came into view. The Confessor Captain's eyes focused. Through the smoke, he saw a squad of black-armored warriors charging through the fire raining from the wall. They were clad in black armor. Their speed rivaled that of Shadows of Orders halfway through augmentation. As they ran, they raised their Necromunda pattern Loss rifles, unleashing dense barrages. Blazing beams rained on the wall. Every shot hit the Lucifer Blacks. Crash. A Lucifer Black, hit by a cannon, his chest plate shattered, his body blown apart. The others did not slow. They charged the wall through the fire. That black-armored warrior is very skilled, Sasebo said admiringly. He ran with his captain, his eyes fixed on the Lucifer Black who had first scaled the wall. If you enjoy the story, my P at Trian is 30 chapters ahead. P@trian.com/daoisjinsu